Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. The Country of Fire, Konoha. A little boy under 5 years old walked into the village covered in sweat. The small figure walked down the street with a faint smile on his face. He was fair-skinned and his facial features were exquisite, and the girls couldn't help but glance at him when they passed by. After a while, he returned to the home he remembered. This is the world of Hokage, right? Obviously, after saying these words, his identity as a transmigrator has been seen through by everyone. People are sitting at home, crossing over to find the door. It's outrageous. Why did he open the door to outrageous home? After merging his memories, he found that he had traveled to the world of Hokage. Anyway, in his previous life, he was just an orphan who was withdrawn in the eyes of others, with no friends or relatives, and nothing to remember. After a moment of silence, Yzong said, "Open the properties panel." A tender voice sounded, and in the next instant, an attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Yzong. Just like some games played in the previous life, open the backpack and see your own attributes. Host, Yzong. Constitution, the body of a fairy, 1%. Ninjutsu, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, 100%, Earth Style Earth Wall, 100%. Physical Art, Konoha Fluid, 100%. Bloodline Limit, none. Abilities, Enhanced Comprehension. Yzong looked at his attribute panel. His physique and ability are a perfect match. Fairy Body? Isn't this the body of Shitanla? But the disadvantage of Chakra is that it is not so easy to control. Take treading water, you need to control a certain amount of Chakra. The larger the amount of Chakra in your body, the harder it is to master. Although the current body of a fairy is only 1%, Chakra is also amazing. At least there are 5 calories now. If this fairy body can be developed, wouldn't it be a clap of hands in the future? In the case of ninjutsu, 1 attack and 1 defense are still developed to 100%. The physical skills are 100% direct, and the melee combat is not false to anyone. In this way, this opening is a hoot. Can the body of the immortal awaken? Behind this attribute. So it is, I can add some points, and there are still 100 points. Can the sage body be filled directly? Yzong tried to click the plus sign behind the immortal body. Immortal body, 2%. Really? Doesn't that mean that as long as you learn ninjutsu, or taijutsu, you can add some upgrades? It's not like we don't know how domineering sage body is, reckless. Immortal body, 10%. Immortal body, 20%. Immortal body, 50%. Immortal body, 100%. I want to upgrade again to see if I can directly explode the body of the immortal. As a result, I can only upgrade to 100%. This is the highest level. The body of a fairy, 100%, get longevity. Noba Fluid Technique, 100%, physical fitness enhanced, physical technique perception improved. Fire Style Great Fireball Technique, 100%, fire attribute ninjutsu comprehension improved. Earth Style Earth Flow Wall, 100%, Earth Attribute Ninjutsu Comprehension increase. The next moment, Yzong almost shouted, as if bathing in sunlight, his body was warm and his pores opened. He subconsciously clenched his fist, and suddenly there was an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Is this a full-level immortal body? Top defense. One more thing, then. In an instant, the thrill of the increase in strength made him infinitely satisfied. The improvement in strength is huge, which is a wonderful feeling. He admits that becoming stronger is always a man's desire. Looking at it again, I found that there is nothing to add. Yzong is a little lost, and ninjutsu is not easy to do. There should be a place to earn attribute points, right? Yzong thought about it, and began to look for it on the property panel. Have it. A mission. Task, kill a genin. Yzong was stunned, what's going on? Why doesn't this task show up later? Huh? Done. Good guy, the system has enough plugins, why do I also have plugins for tasks within the system? It smells like a wind, spirit, and moon shadow. Yzong started a crazy little bit. The task is completed, the collection is successful, and 10 attribute points are obtained. The task is completed, the collection is successful, and 100 attribute points are obtained. The task is completed, the collection is successful, and 1000 attribute points are obtained. Special task, kill Kagayagi, complete, get 100,000 attribute points. Beheading Kagayahime? That iceberg beauty. Fortunately, this quest has been modified and completed directly. I really want to kill it and I am a little reluctant. But, that's it, nothing else? Although the upper limit of ninjutsu is high, what about the limit of hitamijutsu and blood? You know, in this Hokage world, bloodlines are the most important. In my memory, I seem to belong to the Senju family, so I can awaken the body of a fairy. Then Sharinon, Tensagan, Rin-Egan, etc., isn't it out of the game? At this moment, he was stunned when a fierce blonde beauty appeared in his mind. How can there be any memory of her? I've seen it. I'm still quite young, so the time when I traveled through should be before the Third World War. A strange color flashed in Yezong's eyes, but he ignored these things and started looking for them. How can there be no pupil technique? We can even modify the inside of the system, so how can there be no pupil technique? System, I don't have those ninja bloodlines, how do I get them? Ding! If the master wants to obtain special abilities, he needs to complete random tasks. Random mission. Then this is really difficult to modify. I have unlimited attribute points now, and I have comprehension. In the future, the speed of learning ninjutsu will be very fast, absolutely. Just wait for the system's random mission. Maybe the probability of triggering the random mission has also been secretly changed. Yzong can remember this kind of thing. Playing a certain game in the previous life, the probability of 70% in one round, did not activate in 3 rounds. On the contrary, some 30% and 35% of the 35%, slammed violently, fighting face? Fengling Yueying, I love you. Of course, what excited him the most was the face he remembered. I didn't expect to travel to this point in time. It's not a giant yet, which proves that it's still young. The face of the blonde girl comes to mind, plus the flesh that has not swelled. It's a showdown, don't pretend, I'm that LSP. Ding! Random mission, successful enrollment. Yzong was taken aback, is it ninja school? By the way, he has not yet entered the school, the time has passed the time for enrollment, this is not easy to handle. What will the reward be? Sharing. Cataract. Just as he was thinking about how to enter the school, there was a knock on the door outside. Yzong, are you there? He was stunned for a moment, the voice was a little familiar, and he opened the door to take a look. A little boy who was slightly older than him was standing outside the door. Combined with the face of the blonde girl in my memory, I suddenly thought of this person. Nawaki Big Brother. Chapter 2. In Yezong's memory, his parents belonged to the Senju clan. Both father and mother follow second generation. Also known as Senju Tobirama. As his bodyguard, his father died in the line of duty. So does the mother. At that time, his mother was killed without taking him back to Senju's camp. Yzong survived after investigations later. But he was extremely resistant to going to the Senju clan's quarters, so he lived outside the village. Nawaki Big Brother, you are here. Yzong smiled. Sure enough, the Senju clan's personalities are all gentle. Except someone. You've been working hard lately. Nawaki chuckled and said. My sister has been on assignments recently, and she forgot that you should have entered school last month. Then let me take you to school. Yzong felt a little disappointed, thinking that he would see Tsunade. However, it is also fine. Nawaki Big Brother, when will Tsunade-san come back? Nawaki raised his forehead with a wry smile and said. When are you coming back? Better not to come back. Forget it, don't talk about this, let's go, I have already told you to the principal, you can go directly to school tomorrow morning. 1 class a year, don't forget it. Nawaki leaned closer and whispered. When my sister comes back, don't tell her that there are several female students in your class. She. Forget it, don't say this, don't forget to go to school. Yzong nodded, knowing something in his heart. Tsunade's character, plus hobbies. No wonder Nawaki went to live with Mito. Stay with Tsunade a little longer and he'll probably be thrown by Tsunade as a bet. Moreover, the Senju clan are few and far between. Later, only Tsunade was left. The death of Nawaki is also somewhat unusual. When found, even the internal organs were hollowed out. Tsunade at this time, but handed over the responsibility of revival to Nawaki. Yzong naturally couldn't run away. Most of the children in the Hokage world are precocious, in fact, this is also a reason. Got it, thank you Nawaki big brother. Yzong smiled at Kaido, but felt a little uncomfortable inside. I finally graduated, and now I have to go back to school. Or go to school with these little friends of a few years old. Okay, then I'll go back first, you have to study hard. Nawaki smiled and said. You don't even know the basics of three-body technique, you must not be lazy, if my sister comes back and finds you. I will definitely use the topic to play, so Yzong, you must not be caught by her. Take the handle, otherwise. Immediately, he raised his fist and said. Come on. You must not be caught by her. Yzong raised his brows, how afraid of Tsunade was Nawaki. But think about it too, Tsunade is really violent. These are not important anymore. After Yzong sent him away, when he returned to the room, the beautiful figure appeared in his mind unconsciously. Golden shoulder-length hair, a beautiful face, a proper royal sister fan. Plus the most shocking murder weapon. Pooh. Dirty. However, isn't she trying to revive the Senju clan? Add new members to the Senju family. Those who find other ninjas must have impure bloodlines, right? The Hokage world places a lot of emphasis on blood, so Tsunade's sister, I can only ask you. That's right. The physiques of the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan are extremely terrifying. It's just that the people of the Uzumaki family attach great importance to sealing, and of course, this is also the foundation of their foothold. Undeniably, the physique is extraordinary. There are as many chakras in the body as there are chakras. That physique. If you have 7, 8, or 90 children, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Correct. Isn't the third war yet to begin? At this point in time, Tsunade should bring back the princess of the Uzumaki clan soon. Well, shouldn't it? Ahem, my thinking is wrong, we are for the Senju clan. They come, the security. Besides, blood red peppers can. Put away your pig brother appearance, tears are flowing out of your mouth. The things that can be learned at ninja school are very limited, but the basics of three-body technique, I can't. Of course, with my current understanding, as long as I learn it, I can just fill it up. Shaking his head, he discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and began to think about the next thing. With my current immortal body, refining chakra at this age will not leave dark wounds. You know, like Uchiha Itachi, he refined chakra early and opened Sharingan. In the back, it's basically an injury. The reason is that it is turned on too early, and the body leaves behind a dark disease that cannot be cured, and it accumulates. How strong is the recovery ability of the body of the fairy? Please, a certain blonde girl, only by opening the Baihao technique can the recovery ability of Hashirama be comparable. Enough to believe how powerful this fairy body is. If the physique of the Uzumaki clan is brought in again, then the physical body will be invincible. Get used to your current body first. The ninja school, brainwashing holy place, in Yzong's memory, this place carries countless wills of fire. But he didn't care about it, will of fire? It's okay, there's nothing to deny, it's just brainwashing. Of course, this is also normal. Yzong's small figure had long appeared in front of the gate. Oh, it's sister and brother, they're all the same, so I can only figure it out by myself. Yzong walked for a while, when suddenly a figure stood in front of him. The visitor gave him a big smile. Blonde? What a silly laugh. Sunshine? Gold glitter, Namikaze Minato. Yzong. I'm also in a yearly class. Nawaki asked me to take care of you. Well, Yzong takes back what he said earlier. Sure enough, the Senju clan is Hashirama and Tsunade. Chapter 3. Yzong, come to the class with me. Nawaki has already told the principal that the teacher should be waiting for you. Minato spoke with a genial smile on his face, paired with that small face and long blonde hair. Yzong thought it was a little girl. Indeed, being too mild is a bit of that. However, it is also just to save these complicated things. By the way, my name is Namikaze Minato, hello. Yzong was stunned when he saw him stretch out his hand. This guy is really such a jerk. As expected of the youngest sister, it is difficult not to make people feel good. Today, a classmate came to our class as a freshman. Come on, introduce yourself. Follow Minato to class and see the teacher waiting for him. Yzong looked up at the classmates in the class. Minato had already returned to his seat, and he looked at Yzong with a smile on his face. He seemed to be encouraging him, for fear of his stage fright. However, as a transmigrator, how could Yzong be timid about such a small scene? What's more, it's a bunch of kids. He glanced at the audience and found that the first class of this year did not seem to have any direct descendants of the ninja tribe. Just when he looked back at Minato again, he found that he was in the rearmost row of seats behind him. There was a cute little girl sitting alone, without a table. Suddenly narrowed his eyes. This look, a little familiar, is it? Fair skin, long black hair, delicate facial features, light purple clothes, and big black eyes. If you guessed correctly, this should be Uchiha Mikato in the same class as Kushina Minato. Plus the feeling of being rejected by everyone, that's right. Hello everyone, my name is Senju Yzong. What is your aspiration? Dream. I haven't thought about my dream for the time being. I really want to say that it is to find a gentle and virtuous wife. Mikato didn't look up when Yzong spoke. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she seems out of place with Uchiha, who is synonymous with pride. She was really isolated in the class. No one wants to approach her, firstly because she is from the Uchiha clan, and secondly, because there are people behind her staring at her. It wasn't until she felt an unfamiliar gaze that she raised her head. The delicate little face turned red involuntarily. The little face was flushed, and his eyes were dodging, not daring to look at Yzong. Because when Yzong said this, he looked straight at her. Seeing this, Yzong had no choice but to sigh, as expected of the Hokage world, where children of this age are all precocious. Minato was thoughtful and instantly noticed Yzong's gaze, but he didn't think much of it. Apparently it was deliberately targeted. And Uchiha Mikato is not stupid either. Senju Yzong, a member of the Senju clan. Senju and the Uchiha clan are opposites. Is it? Thinking of this, Mikato sighed helplessly. The Senju family. Wow, it turned out to be from the Senju clan. I didn't expect to see other Senju clan people besides Nawaki and Tsunade-sama. There was a lot of discussion, and it was obvious that the Senju family had a very special status in Konoha. Yzong did not take these comments to heart, but turned to ask the teacher. Teacher, can I choose my own position? The teacher nodded and said. Yes, you should also have classmates you know. You can't miss this month's class. Yzong went straight to Minato's direction. Everyone also noticed that it was just Minato who brought him here. After all, the only Minato in the class had blonde hair and it was easy to remember. Of course, at this time, Minato had not shown his strength yet, and in the impression of his classmates, he was just a mild classmate. As for this month's classes, Yzong was a little amused. What could it be? This month, I am afraid that I have been teaching the wool of the village. Minato smiled apologetically at Yzong because there was still someone sitting next to him. But to Minato's surprise, Yzong ignored him and went straight to the last row. Can I sit here? Yzong looked at the cute Uchiha Mikato in front of him and said with a smile. Mikato raised his white and graceful neck, his beautiful eyes fixed on Yzong. When she heard that Yzong belonged to the Senju clan, she instantly understood why Yzong kept looking at her when she told her dreams, and why there was that subtle throbbing in her heart. So handsome. But he is from the Senju clan. Even Mikato, who was as gentle as water, would not foolishly think that Yzong was in love with her. The feud between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, Yzong's actions are very likely. She instantly became vigilant, but there was no trace of disgust in Yzong's eyes. Yzong smiled slightly and said, "Can I sit here?" Minato blushed, lowered his head, and hummed softly. Yzong sat beside her generously, and immediately smelled a girl's body fragrance. Sure enough, precocious. "Okay, then I'll move on." The teacher opened his mouth and said, and then started traditional teaching, first teaching the wool of fire. "Yzong, I can teach you 3-body technique after school, you don't have to worry about falling down." Minato was surprised when he heard from Nawaki that Yzong didn't even know the basic 3-body technique. If it was just an ordinary ninja, Minato would not be surprised. But Yzong is from the Senju clan. As one of the Konoha family, a 3-body technique foundation cannot be more basic. How is it possible to study at school? This news is really unbelievable. Minato, who was still a little wary, unconsciously said, "You don't know 3-body technique." For Konoha in this period, the 3-body technique is like 1 + 1, which will not. How do they know that Yzong can't do this 1 + 1, but he can multiply, divide, and even touch more advanced ones? In addition, the system seems to be broken by Fengling Yueying. Seemingly noticing his gaffe, Minato blinked his eyes and said, "I remember that the clan will teach their own people a year or 2 before entering school." She seemed to want to explain. However, other than Yzong noticing her, almost no one would pay attention to her. This is Uchiha, and the sorrow of a gentle Uchiha like Minato. Minato heard it, but felt a little bitter in his heart. He has no background, he just came from an ordinary family. For Mikato's words, he is somewhat envious. Yzong leaned over directly and said with a chuckle, "So, you seem to have learned the 3-body technique very well, so can you teach me?" "Huh? Namikaze Minato is not. How can he teach a girl to be careful? She is still a cute and gentle girl." The cute little loli was so praised by Yzong that her face turned red. She moved aside intentionally or unintentionally because Yzong was too close. Yzong didn't seem to notice, and was about to speak when he heard some whispers, which made him narrow his eyes. Hateful! What do the Senju clan want to do? It's over, if Big Brother Fugaku knows that we're not optimistic about Miss Minato, then... Stinky boy, wait for me, don't leave after school. Chapter 4. Yzong glanced at the speaker. "Oh? It's from the Uchiha clan. By the way, Fugaku and Minato are not the same class. Their marriage is more of a political factor. Uchiha Minato, the daughter of the chief elder of the Uchiha clan. Many students know this identity. And with the help of Fugaku, that's the real reason for being isolated in the class. Uchiha Fugaku, the young patriarch of Uchiha." But Yzong ignored the words of these people and pressed me with Uchiha? I'm still from the Senju family. Of course, I'm not afraid of people from the Senju clan crushing me. Impure thoughts, go to jail. Yzong said. "My name is Senju Yzong, lovely girl, what's your name?" How could Yzong not see what Minato was thinking? Instantly diverted attention. Minato was stunned for a moment, he didn't even know who he was. Suddenly forgetting that Yzong was very close to him at this time, she turned her head to realize it. In this way, the way the two of them talked became unusually intimate in the eyes of others. She said cautiously, "My name is Uchiha Minato." His big eyes looked at Yzong's eyes without blinking, as if he wanted to see something, but at the same time he seemed to be worried about what he would see. However, Yzong's deep eyes showed no disgust. Minato was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Yzong said, "Minato. Well, a nice name. Then you promised to teach me the 3-body technique." Mikato's expression froze. Yzong was too close to her, and the warm breath hit his face when he spoke, and his face suddenly flushed with shame. "What? Me? That's it." Yzong stretched out his pinky thumb and said with a smile. Minato blushed and didn't know what was going on, so he hooked up with Yzong unwittingly. Looking at that tender and handsome face, I don't know where my mind has gone. Yzong ignored her. Instead, he sat up straight and listened carefully. No way, although the ninja school teaches things that are really basic, but he won't. As for a certain blonde little boy, he has a good temper. Seeing that Yzong ignored him, he just smiled gently. Immediately, he handed over his notebook to Yzong. There are notes he made above, which are very detailed. Minato still wanted to ask something, but Yzong seemed to ignore her. He didn't have the fiery feeling just now, but made her feel like Yzong was like an iceberg. Hard to catch, want to refuse, want to return. The little girl is so deceitful, bah. Bad guy. For the next time, Minato had no time to attend classes. My heart is messed up, and I am a little worried that I will not teach well. Even a little annoyed and unwilling. Yzong's appearance was not what she thought, and he deliberately approached her. This is probably how people communicated, and she was still thinking about that kind of thing between men and women. Shameful. Do I have no charm at all? Why doesn't he even look at me anymore? Minato was a little unhappy about Yzong being so close at first, but now, she has some hope that Yzong will. Little Loli's mind is really different. As for those hostile glances, Yzong ignored them. Minato noticed, but when he looked back at Yzong's serious appearance, he couldn't bear to say anything. Perhaps Yzong has noticed. As a member of the big clan, the strength will definitely not be bad. 3-body technique, he probably spends his time on more advanced training. Thinking of this, Minato was a little envious. Without a background, it is very likely that he will not learn a few ninjutsu after graduation. This is the gap between the big family and the common people. During the break, Yzong just asked some basic knowledge about the 3-body technique and ignored Minato. The hot and cold feeling drove Minato a little crazy, and Yzong was her table mate. I can't control my eyes at all. Minato, why didn't you attend class? What? Minato stood up in a panic, and it was inevitable that the teacher would find out. At this time, many people were waiting to see Uchiha's joke. And several of the Uchiha clan in the class frowned. Minato has never been like this. It's over, if brother Fugaku finds out, we will definitely be punished. Minato lowered his head, not knowing how to explain. Surprisingly, Yzong, a Senjo clan, actually made a sound for him. Teacher, I'm sorry, I just didn't understand some of what you said, so I asked Minato for help. The teacher naturally knew his students. Minato was always well behaved, so he waved his hand and let the two sit down. Thank you. Yzong, thank you. Yzong smiled gently and said softly. Minato, you have to listen carefully in class. If you don't study well, you won't be able to teach me. Minato classmate? Didn't he just call me Minato? Why did you add classmate all of a sudden? Just as she was about to explain, Yzong turned her head again and ignored her. This time, Minato, whose heartbeat had just accelerated, was instantly poured a bucket of cold water. He pouted his lips and looked at Yzong with resentment in his eyes. Not surprisingly, Yzong ignored her again. After school, Minato was just about to speak, saying that he would go home and study hard, and then he could officially teach him tomorrow. As a result, Yzong heard the school bell and stood up immediately. The whole person seemed refreshed, as if he had been reborn. Minato, see you tomorrow. Wait. Yzong couldn't wait to slip away, leaving Minato with a handsome back. Mikato's little hands were still in the air. After a long while, she puffed up her face and looked resentful. Review what you have learned today, get up and prepare to go back. Only then did she realize that Minato hadn't even left. The two of them were left in the classroom. Minato, why haven't you left yet? Minato is a little strange. Minato usually goes back with his classmates. Only she will be the last to go, first to avoid someone, and the other is that she is alone when she leaves early and late, so it is better to walk slowly, so as not to be looked at by the students with that kind of eyes. Minato, I'm a little worried. When I was in class, I found some of your kin. Mikato's face changed greatly, and his little face was full of anger. Fugaku. Chapter 5. You are. Yzong couldn't wait to go home after school. The system prompts that the task has been completed. He wanted to go home and see what this so-called random reward was. As a result, halfway through the road, they were stopped by 3 people. He didn't care at first until he noticed that all 3 had the same markings on their clothes. Red and white, the Uchiha clan? At this time, he also noticed, isn't this the few people who spoke harshly in class? He didn't care at first, but he didn't expect that the people of the Uchiha family would be so arrogant. Still underestimated Uchiha, who was not behind the Senju clan. Hey, Senju clan, what do you mean? Among the 3, a burly man walked out. He pointed at Yzong with fierce eyes. Don't talk nonsense, it's still early, if big brother Fugaku finds out, we'll suffer. One of them was thinner. Hearing this, Yzong couldn't help but smile and said, "Oh. In other words, are you from Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha young patriarch. Future and Uchiha Mikoto are husband and wife." Unexpectedly, this product stared at Mikoto from the beginning. It is estimated that it was because of this that Mikoto's heart was decided. "Senju Yzong, you're finished, dare to provoke Fugaku bro, you." The stronger Uchiha Saonian snorted coldly, and was about to say harsh words to make Yzong jealous, so it was easier for them to take action. As a result, Yzong interrupted him directly. "Kaido, who doesn't care? Uchiha Fugaku. What is he?" The words fell, and the 3 eyes widened. Yzong added, "Provoke him. Are you all right? Besides, since when is Mikoto his personal item?" The faces of the 3 were full of anger, and at the same time, what Yzong said was the truth. But that's also what makes them angrier. The identities of Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku in the clan have basically been determined. The daughter of the young patriarch and the great elder. Even if Mikoto doesn't want to, it's not something you Senju clan can control. "Senju boy, you are declaring war on me Uchiha. Kneel down for me." After the ruthless words, the 3 of them will start. They can be said to be unscrupulous. Who doesn't know that Uchiha is Konoha's bodyguard? Specializing in the kind of small things that turn into big ones, and only open up to the clansmen? Moreover, the other party is from the Senju clan. Maybe, even if the punishment is superficial, he will be rewarded when he goes back. No one dared to move Nawaki, which was Tsunade's heart. But Yzong is different. Yzong narrowed his eyes slightly, and rushed towards the thin man without waiting for them to make a move. Although he is not afraid of these people, but the triangular trend makes him a little unhappy. A lunge, very fast. The thin Uchiha clansman, before he could react, was greeted by Yzong's fist. A punch hit him in the chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, he was so thin that he had no strength to parry, and was directly blown away. Boom! He fell to the ground, clutching his chest, his eyes darkening. He coughed a few times, but couldn't recover. His eyes darkened and he fainted. Yzong still exerted his strength, otherwise, he felt that with his current body, he could kill this thin guy with one punch. The remaining 2 Uchiha clan members were stunned. They never thought that Yzong would actually do it directly. Moreover, the shot was so fast that they couldn't react at all. When he came back to his senses, the thin one had already passed out. What's going on? The eyes of the sturdy Uchiha clan were full of disbelief. One punch, just one punch? Could it be that this Senju Yzong, like Tsunade, is also a Senju clan with strange powers? Impossible. Let's go together, or we won't be able to explain it when we go back. There might be a reward for winning the Senju clan. But if you lose, you must be severely punished. Another Uchiha tribesman who looked a little gentle, had a look of fear on his face. The people of the Uchiha family are naturally gifted. Whether in ninjutsu or taijutsu, there is a big gap compared to other ninjas. Naturally the stronger side. Senju, Uchiha, and Konoha are 2 major families. It's a pity that the opponent is Yzong, a jerk. Yzong took another step forward. He took a step forward, kicked violently, and attacked the burly man. Leaf Hurricane. The body rotated a circle in the air, and with the help of inertia, it swept out with one foot. The burly Uchiha people reacted this time. Because Yzong was exerting his strength, his movements would naturally be slower. His eyes widened, he didn't expect Yzong to be so fast. The gang wind hit, he could only instinctively raise his hand to block. Boom! The giant attacked, and he was swept out in a face-to-face. The other, who was somewhat gentle, also froze in place. I just said that we would shoot together, but now that it's done, he's the only one left. Just taking a step back, Yzong appeared in front of him like a ghost again. Want to run? Consciousness finally heard Yzong's voice. Boom! He was kicked directly on the chest by Yzong and flew out. He is miserable, and there is a wall behind him. He flew out and slammed into the wall. Take secondary damage. Remembering what this kid looked like just now, Yzong spat and said disdainfully. Sven scum. Mikato's face was a little ugly, and she hurried across the house. The speed is extremely fast, and as the granddaughter of the great elder of the Uchiha family, his strength is naturally not bad. At this time, although she did not have the fighting power of Genin, she was no worse than Genin in terms of 3 body technique attainments. Fortunately, Minato told me. Hateful. Fugaku, how dare you? The cute little face was full of anger. Yzong, you must hold on. The strength of those 3 people is not bad, even if she is facing 3 people at the same time, she can only avoid their edge. In Yzong's eyes, she is still a little girl who can't even know the 3 body technique. Combined with the identity of his Senju clan, it is not difficult to guess. This is the Senju clan who have only recently been found. Damn Fugaku, you wait for me. She can naturally know what Fugaku thinks, isn't it just because of their identities, and then thinking of a match made in heaven? I said if I don't like it, I don't like it, why use such a rude method? Fortunately, she now knows the direction, otherwise, she will be even more anxious. If it wasn't for Minato, who happened to know where Yzong lived from Nawaki's side, Mikato couldn't imagine it any longer. However, just when she was in a hurry, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Sven scum. Looking down, he was stunned. I saw Yzong clapped his hands and looked at the 3 people who had fainted on the ground with a look of disgust. Yzong. Mikato question marks full of small faces. Chapter 6. Well, Mikato, why are you here? Yzong had already guessed who it was when he heard the voice. But still pretending to be surprised. He stepped forward and said apologetically. Sorry, I didn't know they were so weak. Mikato. They should be fine. Mikato. She carefully observed Yzong and found that he was not injured at all, and her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. You're fine, that's fine. Mikato couldn't help but give Yzong a blank look, it was nothing. Seeing this, Yzong couldn't help but be stunned. As expected of a girl who is missed by Fugaku, she has already become a beauty at a young age. You are so good, and you say you can't know the 3 body technique. Mikato relaxed and couldn't help thinking of Yzong's attitude towards her today, his little face was full of resentment. Yzong smiled and said. Who said that if you are good, you will definitely know the 3 body technique? Don't you think that the students are stronger than the teachers, and you're afraid that you won't teach well, so you don't dare to teach? Mikato laughed too. Kaido. Pooh. Who's afraid? The skinny Uchiha, who had just woken up, fainted again. Was stunned. Damn it. Before the 8 characters were written, you started to look at outsiders? Women's University does not stay. Nawaki, is Yzong really a member of the Senju clan? After Minato saw Mikato looking for Yzong, he didn't worry anymore. The purpose of his late departure was also to wait for Nawaki. Of course, that's what my sister saw from the second grandpa's notes. To be honest, when my sister and I found him, he was really, so pitiful. Why do you ask? Nawaki asked. Minato shook his head and said nothing. After all, it's a matter of Senju and Uchiha, or, so to speak, Yzong and Mikato. No matter how peaceful and friendly the people of the Senju family are, there is still a gap in their treatment of the Uchiha family. It can only be said that Hashirama is indeed a little naive. Also, Tobirama can't be all right. This kid. Bring his information to me to see. Upstairs in Hokage, third-generation director Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted his eyes and looked at the picture in live artifact. After a while, a masked Umbu ninja appeared behind him. The Senju family. Senju Yzong. Are the parents the teacher's confidants before his death, the children of Dachuan and Mina? Third generation squinted and tapped the table with his fingers, seemingly lost in memory. Sir, do you want to go down and stare at him? Third generation closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, thought for a while, shook his head, and said, No, if Tsunade finds out, I'm afraid the things here will have to be changed again. Since it's a child related to Tobirama-sama, and the leaf with Konoha in his name. Don't let Danzo know about this. The masked Umbu ninja nodded, then hid in the darkness. The Senju clan. If Hashirama-sama knew the current situation of the Senju clan, I wonder if he would blame me. Forget it, this child has a good talent. At such an age, his physical skills are so good. I'm afraid it has something to do with the physique of the Senju family. Danzo, hope he doesn't go too far. Humph. I'm Hokage. After humming for a while, the dignified old man looked at the live streaming artifact that turned to somewhere on the screen. Outside the door, Danzo squinted his eyes as cold as a lion majesty. He just came out the door, he didn't hear about Yzong, he just heard third generation's last sentence humph. I'm Hokage. All of a sudden, the things he wanted to go in and report on were left behind. He walked away silently until he was a little further away from the Hokage room. He could not help but say, Hiruzen, you will regret it. Yzong went back happily after making Mikoto blushed and too shy to speak. The children of the great ninja are neither short of money nor worry about firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Yzong did the same, but every time he gave Yzong money, it wasn't the mother-in-law Tsunade. It was Nawaki, moreover, hiding every time. Now Yzong understood, that was because he was afraid of being exploited by Tsunade again. Those spoiled girls. After returning home, Yzong couldn't wait to open the property panel. I don't know what this random reward is, I hope it will be more powerful. Yzong clicked the receive button of the random quest on the attribute panel. Ding! A golden light suddenly appeared on the attribute panel, and a gift bag in the shape of a gift box was automatically opened. Yo, isn't this 50-cent special effect added after it's been cracked? Oh, it actually feels like playing an online game. Get reward, quick seal. Yzong was stunned, is this a black face? Is the professional term non-unitary? No, quick print. In addition to the hand speed of being single for 100 years, it is the understanding of ninjutsu. Okay, not having to seal is a great weapon. Y-rays non can be rated as A, in fact, instant is one of them. Looks like this is for me too. Fill it up first. Yzong clicked the plus next to quick ending without saying a word. At the moment of full level, a memory melted into my mind, and all kinds of seals were familiar in my heart. To prevent someone from saying that I use knots to print water words. The next moment, his hands twitched a few times. He could feel the muscle memory forming between his arms. Then, there is a sense of knowing. It's that, with each mudra, how the chakra flows. Snapped. Clone technique. Yzong clapped his hands, and a few imprints quickly flashed in his mind. Boom. After a puff of white smoke, a clone just like him appeared. One of the three body technique, clone technique. He learned it today, and he just filled it up by the way. Increased comprehension, this is simply. Young man, you don't talk about martial arts. Look at my lightning. Hey, will be the big guy who yells at me in the future. I see whoever dares to seal in front of me, I'll kill him. Just as Yzong was happy, there was a knock on the door. Yzong, are you there? Mikoto? Chapter 7. Yzong, you haven't rested yet. Yzong couldn't help laughing and stepped forward to open the door. What caught my eye was a super cute girl. Holding the corners of his clothes with both hands, his face was flushed, and a pair of beautiful eyes with black pupils dodged. Yzong came home on the front foot, and she came on the back foot. Also asked if there is a rest, this. The voice is as gentle as water, and the age is still young. If it is older, it will fade away from immaturity. I am afraid that this gentle and watery voice will become the white moonlight in many people's hearts. Yzong couldn't bear to bully her anymore, so he smiled and said, "Not yet, why did you come here?" Minato seemed to remember his intentions, raised his head, and said seriously, "Yzong, I'm sorry." What he said surprised him. "What's wrong? Speaking of which, I will trouble you in the future, so why are you still apologizing?" A look of annoyance appeared on Minato's face, and said, "I'm sorry, today's things are all because of me, if only I were just an ordinary person." As she said that, there was some incomprehensible meaning in her eyes. Yzong was even more surprised that such words could come from a Uchiha mouth. Suffice to say that Minato is different. Not that this is a wrong or right word. Uchiha, as everyone knows, Minato doesn't act like that arrogant and superior attitude at all. Rather like a gentle and well-behaved girl next door. Perhaps it was because of her identity and someone's deliberate actions that she had been isolated for a long time, and it was inevitable that there would be resentment in her heart. Yzong also responded seriously. He shook his head and said, "Fool, how could it be your fault? Don't worry about this. You are a ninja who will teach the future 4th Hokage 3-body technique. You can't be confused about this kind of thing." Hearing this, Minato was shocked. There was a strange color in her beautiful eyes. For some reason, she looked at Yzong's serious face, and her heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. The blush that had just dissipated on the little face rose again. As a member of the Uchiha clan, even her own will not deny, she also has her pride. It's just that this kind of pride is not the kind of pride that is high above. Who dares to say that the people of the Uchiha clan are fools? Uchiha is almost a symbol of wisdom and strength. The existence of Sharingan makes them second only to the Senju family with the body of a fairy in the ninja world. Under the pupil technique, the tailed beast is just a well-behaved giant beast. However, the words fool came out of Yzong's mouth, but it made her feel a feeling she had never felt before. Fool? Use these two words to describe the people of the Uchiha family? Inexplicably, there was a trace of sweetness in Minato's heart. Even Yzong didn't know that his words had such an effect. Snort. I knew it must have been intentional for him to ignore me today. Minato pouted and pouted, a little proud and a little resentful in his heart. It really corresponds to the phrase no matter what kind of woman, when in love, she will always become moody. Of course, it's too early to say that. Yzong knew what she was thinking when he saw her appearance. Want to come in and sit? Have you eaten yet? I'm about to cook, do you want to eat together? Ah! Minato's pouting mouth suddenly loosened, and his eyes unconsciously looked behind Yzong. The first impression is that it is clean. By the way, he lives alone. There was a burst of sadness in my heart, not sympathy. Yzong, you've been more careful lately, because Fugaku might trouble you. This gentle girl always thinks of others. It's hard to believe that such a good girl is actually the best friend of a certain blood-red pepper arrogant girl. Uchiha Fugaku? Yzong's mouth twitched slightly, and said indifferently. Trouble me? Then let him come. Minato immediately said. Can't. His strength is very strong, an ordinary jonin may not be his opponent. And, he has Sharingan turned on. Yzong quickly raised his hand and said. Are you worried about me? Okay, listen to you. Minato was stunned, her voice became louder when she was in a hurry, and her body approached Yzong unconsciously. What words? Why worry about him, really? Yzong touched his nose and said. Want to come in for a meal? My cooking skills are still good, maybe you will often come over to eat after eating once. Of course, you can't eat rice for nothing. You have to teach me 3-body technique. My understanding is too poor, and the knots are not smooth. It is best to teach me hand in hand. Minato's pretty face was hot, he spit, and muttered, it's all so powerful, it's a lie. However, Yzong's move to invite her in made her happy. My mood was also much better, and only then did I realize how I behaved when facing Yzong. Think about the time and place again. It has to be said that the children in the Hokage world are all precocious. Ah, it's so late, Yzong, I won't disturb you, I'll go back first, if you have anything, you can find me. After speaking, she ran away as if to leave. Yzong was amused by her cute appearance, and shouted at her. Slow down, it's getting dark, pay attention to the road. Far away, a sentence was sent back, I'm not a child. Are you not a child yet? Punishment, you are not a child. Senjo clan stationed there. Hashirama's widow, where Uzumaki Mito lives. That's the way it is, Grandma. Timeless beauty, Mito chuckled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Nawaki. That being said, Yzong's kid is really interesting. Nawaki nodded, a smile appeared on his face, and said. Grandma, he is much more powerful than I said. Mito was suddenly silent. After a while, she looked out the window and said. I felt a familiar breath, the same breath as him. Wait for Tsunade to come back and bring him with you. Nawaki frowned, and after thinking for a while, his eyes were full of disbelief. The next day, as soon as Yzong arrived in the class, he immediately felt countless gazes. Ben was a little strange, but after seeing the three people with blue noses and swollen faces, he immediately understood. The news of these people spread so fast, they deserved to be a group. Yzong, you are here. Minato was a little nervous, and for some reason, thinking about last night. Well, morning. Yzong was habitually lying on the table, his voice was flat. What? Hate. Why is this person like this? As soon as she pouted her pink mouth, Yzong turned her head and made a grimace. Bad man. Chapter 8. What? Hate. Stupid Yzong. Bad Yzong. Smelly Yzong. BD. Minato turned his head away angrily, ignoring Yzong, but he observed Yzong unconsciously from the corner of his eyes. It's really annoying, this bad guy makes people feel uncomfortable every time, he must be doing it on purpose, Yzong yawned, the time to listen carefully to the class was limited. The old problem has reoccurred. As for Minato, who was no longer in the mood to listen to the class beside him, he didn't have to think about her mental activity. A sense of accomplishment? Good guy, there is still achievement in deceiving little girls. If you don't support the wall, I will obey you, buddy. Shenjo seeing, I see the punishment. At this time, Yzong was transformed into a master of psychology. How do 5 or 6-year-olds understand this? Normally, at the age of 11 or 12, this kind of thinking is almost the same. Therefore, the children of the Hokage world are really precocious. You see that Uchiha Fugaku, sworn territory? When we become popular, come to a Sharingan, even if it is 1 goose jade, we can instantly make it into 3 goose jade. Time to teach them a lesson. Yzong, are you alright? As soon as the teacher turned his head and wrote on the blackboard, Minato turned his head and asked worriedly. I have to say, Yzong still admires Minato. You know, in the world of Hokage, old bug, setting ha. In the later stage, the strong are all bloodlines, and the most important is a bloodline theory. Namikaze Minato, in the whole book, only his surname is Namikaze, do you understand? Please correct if there is a mistake, add 1 more if it is wrong. In fact, he is also considered to be a ninja with the talent of Ascension type. And, he's thoughtful. No, why did Yzong come? He didn't ask for the first time. Because he felt the difference in Minato, the gentle and kind-hearted man naturally wouldn't choose to disturb him in the first place. Moreover, he could vaguely guess that this was Yzong's method, but he didn't think about these things. Yzong, who knows the world of Hokage, knows him naturally. Of course it's fine, 3 stooges can support 1 Zhujiang, they are not even stooges. Yzong replied lazily. Minato on the side froze when he heard Minato's words, and immediately pricked up his ears. She wanted to make sure that Yzong was okay. And also, snort. This bad guy, I want to see if he does this to everyone. Alas, poor lamb. Listening and listening, her expression became unnatural. Because she could clearly feel it, Yzong always seemed to be gentle with Minato. Then why to yourself? Thinking of this, she felt a little aggrieved inexplicably. Yzong said that he was wronged. "Miss, you are paying too much attention to me." Ahem. Time flies, no wonder. Sure enough, even if he wanted to learn the three-body technique and the basics of ninja, Yzong still couldn't get rid of the old problem of being sleepy in class. After crossing the road, you will still suffer from this suffering, so you should start from 1+1. Of course, I was just complaining. Learning is a good thing. I love learning. Feeling sleepy in class, I lay down on the table and leaned over to Mikoto. For the first time, Mikoto resisted a little, thinking that he couldn't be so casual. As a result, when Yzong leaned over for the first time, he sniffed her hair. "Don't be envious, my classmate Manuel Doghead." When she just resisted, Yzong sat up straight and said apologetically, "Excuse me." Then he slumped back and deliberately distanced himself. Boom. Mikoto's inner world is like a bolt from the blue. Am I being despised? For the first time, Mikoto, who is confident in his appearance, has doubts. In the time after that, Yzong has been well behaved. Jiraiya calls the expert. What is this called? It's called preserving the right medicine. When the school bell rang, Mikoto was still absent-minded, looking a little lost and confused. Yzong stretched and patted her shoulder lightly. Mikoto was taken aback. Yzong said with a smile. "School is over, silly girl, what are you thinking about today?" Back. Having said that, he stood up, said hello to Minato and left without looking back. Minato sighed, and he didn't look back to know how Mikoto looked now. "Mikoto classmate, I can't help you, Yzong, he's amazing." As soon as Mikoto gritted his teeth, he put away his small skull bag and chased after him. Little friend, your house is not in this direction, are you lost?" Yzong seemed to have long expected that she would catch up, and deliberately slowed down. "Certainly not." "Oh? Then you are going to teach me the three-body technique." I'm just worried that Fugaku will get you into trouble." Yzong couldn't help but smile when he looked at Mikoto, who was following him with a blushing face. Sure enough, after crossing over, you can bully little girls. You know, play games, silly tomcat. Emotion. Seen by many students on the road, Mikoto lowered his head unconsciously. "Little fool, did you do something shameful? Look up." Yzong didn't know when to approach. Dash. Mikoto smiled involuntarily. That cute and charming appearance made many passing classmates express their envy towards Yzong. That is. Yzong narrowed his eyes and looked at the two people who were walking towards him, a head taller than him. Cataract? Hyaga's? Still so similar. Counting the time, is it Hisashi Hayashi? As he guessed. Hayashi frowned and stared at Yzong. At this time, Hayashi, to put it simply and bluntly, is just stunned. And he is a proud guy who talks about the Hyaga family. The two brothers have very different personalities. "Boy, what do you mean by staring at us all the time?" Hisashi naturally noticed Yzong's gaze. He was mild-mannered and didn't care. He just didn't expect his big brother to react like this. Hayashi's whole body was released. Looking at Yzong's eyes became a little bit bad. One of the three major pupil techniques in the ninja world, white eyes. Speaking of which, I have to mention the merits and demerits of third generation. Mikoto's identity, of course, knows the two brothers. Meanwhile, Hisashi Hayashi noticed her too. Mikoto pulled Yzong's shirt. Yzong did not show the slightest timidity, which surprised Hayashi. He took a step forward, blocked Mikoto behind him, and said in a low voice. "It's nothing interesting, just curious." "How? What do you mean?" Chapter 9. Hayashi frowned and was about to speak when Hisashi behind him grabbed him and shook his head. "Humph." Hayashi glanced at Hisashi a little displeased, snorted coldly, and didn't have a seizure. Seeing their performance, Yzong also confirmed his inner thoughts. Hisashi and Hayashi should be about 5 or 6 years older than him. It is almost time to accept the arrangement of the ninja. The female junior holds gold bricks, it's wrong, it's almost the meaning. Mikoto, we are all punished, then the punishment will be the end. Princess Hinata is still good. What? What's wrong with your kid? Hanabi will not let go? Good guy. It's getting more and more judged, please stop your sister-in-law thinking. Ha? Red UI, don't you let it go? I can't take it anymore, hate it. Hateful. So hateful. As for having a bad relationship with Hisashi Hayashi now, there must be a reason for that. I would love to sell it. Hisashi aside, it has nothing to do with him. Hayashi, such a typical Dainin clan disciple, was very proud in his heart. Want to befriend him? It's not that easy, and, Hayaga's education. Yzong has a mind in his mind, prescribe the right medicine. Let's put the long line first, ready to catch big fish. Punishment? You are a real punishment. Ahem, think about it, the 3 Konoha ninjas are all related to Yzong, so Hokage. Yzong took a step forward and shielded Mikoto behind him inadvertently. A warm current poured into Mikoto's heart, and at the same time, the sense of security being protected. Careful and unconsciously active. Obviously I haven't known each other for a long time, but he subconsciously protects me. Is my guess right? That's why he's so special to me, weird feeling. Hisashi smiled apologetically at Yzong, and after Hayashi snorted again, he left without looking back. With Hisashi around, he couldn't have a seizure. Rolling eyes is a taboo for Hayaga. Yzong is not offensive, but Hayashi is very sensitive. He just didn't know how he would react when he knew Yzong was from the Senju clan. One of the reasons why the Hayaga family is rock solid in Konoha is the word loyalty. Not even Danzo dared to hit their head. Bewitched by conspiracy in the late 3rd generation, Hayaga began to weaken Hayaga's influence in Konoha. Yzong raised his mouth slightly, turned his head with tenderness and a trace of reproach in his eyes, and said, "Little fool, are you so worried about me? You weak little body can't protect me." Mikoto was taken aback by his sudden words. Such a strange tone, such a strange feeling. Involuntarily, her heart beat faster, and her pretty face was flushed. She lowered her head, her hands naturally hanging in front of her and her back behind her, looking a little overwhelmed. "Then I'm not afraid of you, afraid of you. Afraid of me for what? I'm afraid. Humph, I won't tell you." The little girl's film is very simple, and all the thoughts in her heart are written on her face. In fact, Yzong's performance just now completely shocked her. The 2 real ninjas in front of her were still super strong. She didn't believe that Yzong, who could defeat the 3 little ones, couldn't feel the strength of each other. A child who has just entered the ninja school, facing such 2 people, he will not lose his momentum in the slightest. The strong often have no shortage of admirers. Yzong smiled slightly, every step he made was just right. Gentle Mikoto, best suited for violent attacks, and then combined with speed and slow, so that she can never guess. Ahem, I, Yzong, are just a pure and innocent little virgin. This kind of love has nothing to do with me. After a while, it was getting dark. Yzong looked at Mikoto, who was slowing down, and smiled suddenly. This girl is afraid that she wants to spend more time with herself, right? Then why don't you teach me the 3-body technique? Don't guess, the little girl may still be making a teaching plan. When the time comes, let her know the ninja who can't even seal the knot. Mikoto, wait. Minato, come out after so long. Mikoto turned his head with anticipation in his heart, and when he heard Yzong's words, he felt a little strange and a little lost. She thought Yzong would say let her go to the house for dinner. Bah! What am I thinking? Xiao Qian wrinkled her nose and said strangely. Minato. What? When she finished speaking, Minato jumped down from the building beside her. How is this possible? I didn't even notice someone was following along. Mikoto was stunned. How did Yzong find out? Listening to him, it seems that he knew it early on. Minato smiled and nodded at Mikoto. Then he said respectfully. As expected of Yzong, even Nawaki praised my tracking skills, but I didn't expect it to be completely exposed by you. Yzong smiled slightly, without denying anything. He still knows the classic plot of Yongtame, Minato's surprise attack is enough to prove his concealment method. If that's the case, then let's go have a barbecue together. Thank you for showing me your notes, my treat. Yzong said before Minato showed his embarrassment. But Minato was still a little hesitant, and glanced at Mikoto without a trace, then at Yzong. Yzong laughed and said, Mikoto, do you want to go with me? Mikoto also glanced at Minato, and suddenly felt that today's Minato was a little annoying. Okay. No one has ever invited her to a barbecue. Is this my first time with Yzong? Bah! How could Minato appear at this time? Minato was naturally worried about Yzong. For the thoughtful man, Yzong might have been targeted by Fugaku. Another point is that Minato doesn't have many friends in the class, and his background is too ordinary. Mikoto, I'll pay the tuition. Ah? It's beautiful. You said it was a treat. Then, next time I invite you again. Mikoto bowed his head and made a soft, mosquito-like Minato was stunned by this shy look, but he quickly adjusted his mind and turned his head away, never looking at Mikoto again. At this time, in the Hokage room, third generation was holding the live streaming artifact, blushing with a thick neck. It's Mrs. Mikami. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Grandpa third generation, are you there? Third generation hurriedly put away the live streaming artifact and straightened his clothes, as if he was a thief with a guilty conscience. Cough, it's Nawaki, come in. After Nawaki entered the door, the first sentence was Grandpa third generation, what's wrong with you? Why did you just laugh so? Third generation interrupted him directly and said kindly. Nawaki, what's the matter? Come here after school, what's the matter? Nawaki felt that third generation was a bit strange at this time, but when he thought about Mito's words last night, he immediately forgot about it. Grandpa third generation, I want to ask, has Sister Tsunade returned to the territory? Tsunade, she went to the country of Vortex until now, and the people on the border haven't heard back. Hearing Nawaki's words, third generation's eyes narrowed unconsciously. This is the first time Nawaki has come to the Hokage room to ask about Tsunade's situation. It's so abnormal, can it be said? He knew that Nawaki and Mito lived together. So, is it related to Yzong's child? Chapter 10. Nawaki wasn't as thoughtful, but he wasn't stupid either. He also knew that his rash approach to third generation would definitely raise unnecessary suspicions. It's just that the situation is urgent. At least, in his cognition, this is the most important thing. Mito's meaning last night, combined with Yzong's actions yesterday to teach the three of Uchiha a lesson. Doesn't it mean that Yzong is likely to have the same physique as Hashirama? Wouldn't it be possible to? Nawaki couldn't imagine it. When it comes to Hashirama, Mito becomes reticent. He could only hope that Tsunade would come back soon. I ran over to ask, because I wanted to know Tsunade's location as soon as possible, and then go over to respond. He is now full of 4 words. Fairy body. Although he didn't know the specific situation, he still learned a lot from Tsunade's previous words. Once exposed, with the current energy of the Senju clan, Yzong's situation would become very dangerous. Of course, is Yzong's situation really going to get dangerous? Well, at this stage it does. If there is a chance to get the sealed book, then you have to have a pupil technique to break the illusion. Look at the face, I hope the next random task can get it. Just give him time and enough ninjutsu. I don't know who is the god of ninjas. Here's another wave of complaints, the early third generation alias god of ninja. As for the attributes of wind, fire, and thunder, is there any need to say that? We cheated and cheated to the system. Except for the random quest that really can't be modified, it's already semi-invincible, okay? Moreover, the first random task seems to be very ordinary, that is, it does not need to be sealed. But in the later stage, it is unreasonable to have the seal. I vaguely remember that the battle between the 555 and no slash back then. %, %. At that time, I was dazzled, until the back, I saw the big guy who clapped his hands and shouted. Really handsome. Third generation glanced at Nawaki with a complicated expression, and said. Nawaki, you go back first, I will let you know as soon as there is news. Nawaki can't do anything either, third generation has also ordered an expulsion, and he won't be able to stay for long. The Hokage room fell silent again. After a long time, third generation sighed. As I get older, there are more and more things to worry about. Saying that, he slowly took out the live streaming artifact, and the picture above. After slashing hard, he closed his eyes and started rubbing. After a while, Yzong appeared in the artifact of live broadcast. The screen gradually zoomed in until Minato, who was sitting beside him, also appeared. Minato? Third generation was a little surprised that this kid he had been paying attention to when he first entered school actually had a good relationship with Yzong. No way, just his blonde hair. Third generation noticed that he was different. It was unfortunate that he didn't see the most important person. Uchiha Minato. In the picture, Yzong picked up a piece of freshly roasted meat and placed it on the opposite side. He didn't adjust the picture to see who it was. He didn't even bother to pay attention to it. He beckoned, and in the dark, a masked Umbu officer took out a document. Beat the Uchiha trio of the same period. None of the three body techniques. Could it be a ninja who specializes in taijutsu like Guy? The physique of the teacher's family is indeed strong. Even if it is not specialized in physique is still strong. Well, it seems that he, like the Senju clan, doesn't care about Uchiha. Turning back a page, the records are also trivial things. Like dozing off in class. The most important is the last page, the record of Yzong and Minato. Third generation had no interest in watching it any longer. Here Yzong also got up and prepared to go back. He wanted to see, with the character of the Uchiha clan, it was absolutely impossible to take a loss and not find a way back. All of this was created by Tobirama, who carried forward. Misinterpreting Tobirama's meaning, I can only say, how could a strong man like second generation die with a golden horn and a silver horn? The plot kills it. Of course, this is not to say that the golden horn and the silver horn are not powerful. They are also very good at chasing. Moreover, the golden horn and the silver horn in the play still have the bloodline of Sage of Six Paths. The 5 ninja tools that can freely manipulate the Sage of Six Paths are regarded as 2 rays of light in the cloud. The Chakra of 9 tails is obtained by eating the flesh of 9 tails. With this setting, dare to say that the 2 of them are not strong? Third generation narrowed his eyes, he seemed to notice something was wrong. If it's not related to Yzong, it can only be related to Mito-sama. But it's not right, Umbu has enough people over there, it's impossible. Did he miss something? He raised his hand and was about to check again when there was a knock on the door. This frequency. Come in. After he put things away, the expression on his face returned to normal. The person who came was the one who had always been indulged by the third generation, with Konoha in his mouth and Danzo who only had the position of Hokage in his heart. Third generation narrowed its eyes and came over at this point. Still the appearance of winning. He knows Danzo too well. Third generation hesitated, Yzong was the grandson of the 2 teachers. Moreover, Yzong's parents are also close confidants of Tobirama. This identity, he hesitated, on rights and Konoha, he hesitated. Danzo didn't say anything, and seemed to have said everything. Third generation frowned and said nothing. Time to clean up some of the Umbu members. He thought so, but he didn't know if he would. Danzo sneered and said. That Yzong is not easy. Since you are out of status, then send it to the root. Chapter 11. Danzo, you better know who you're talking to. Seeing his secretly proud look, third generation's eyes narrowed unconsciously. Putting his hand on the table, he tapped lightly in a slightly rapid rhythm. He was thinking about gain and loss. Although Yzong's performance seems to be only a little brighter in physical skills. However, Nawaki's performance is somewhat unusual. They are very serious about this matter. Back then, Konoha pressed the other 4 ninja villages. Was it really Konoha? No, it's Hashirama, it's Lord Madara. Senju clan and Uchiha clan. Uchiha has been suppressed and loved too much to allow them to play on a large scale to prevent another Madara from appearing. As for the Senju family, too many people have helped, and too many people have died. It is now dead in name only. Even if Yzong just had the talent to be a special jonin, they would pay attention. Because, it is not ruled out that a fairy body will appear again in the Senju clan. What is the purpose of Danzo? It's not that the master lives with the young Yzong, and now he's taking advantage of Tsunade's absence. He was confident that when Tsunade came back, Yzong would completely turn into a person from the roots. In this way, the former two great clans, the Senju clan, he has become a third master. Third generation knows him well, but many times, he is against Danzo's decision, but what about the action? Haha. Helping relatives is not helping, right? The so-called, where there is light, there must be darkness, but the world cannot maintain normal operation without either side. Really? In the beginning, Hashirama and Tobirama were gone and became public enemies of Shiinen village, which really worked. Is it just because of Shimura's forbearance? For the time being. Hiruzen, you should know that this matter should be handed over to the root. Danzo narrowed his eyes, his voice a little colder. Third generation lit the pod, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. This matter is not that complicated. If you really dare to do this, Mito-sama definitely has the energy to make you regret it. Danzo smiled contemptuously and said. Hiruzen, you are old. Third generation stood up, put his hands behind his back, walked to the window, and said without looking back. Yeah, I'm getting old, you're getting old too. The fault of this generation is too serious, and only 3 of his apprentices are left. Danzo said angrily. What you can't do, what you dare not do, I can do. Yzong, I'm going to make an appointment, Mito-sama can't stop it. Don't forget what Tobirama-sama said back then. Third generation turned back slowly, its eyes sharpened. Danzo was not afraid, and the two looked at each other. After a long time, third generation took a puff of cigarette and sat back to its seat. This matter, you are not allowed to interfere in the slightest, remember, it is the slightest. This time, once you cross the line, the route will be investigated. Third generation had already made up its mind. Yzong must not be taken away by Danzo. For this reason, he decided to find an opportunity to see Yzong in person. If he doesn't have the will of fire as he thinks, maybe it won't be too late to turn a blind eye. This is third generation. If you have the will of fire, it will be vigorously cultivated. If Yzong lived in the Senju clan, maybe the two of them would not dare to do so. Don't forget the existence of Uzumaki Mito. Why did you make this decision? Danzo slapped the table and said angrily. Third generation's face turned cold, and said slowly. Danzo, you've done too much all these years. As for this matter, why should I? Don't forget, I'm Hokage. Danzo froze, and the anger on his face gradually disappeared, as if it had never appeared. He turned around slowly and walked out the door. Hiruzen, you will regret it. After leaving a classic line, he left without looking back. Third generation closed its eyes, took a deep breath, and said slowly. Take care of people who have roots. If Yzong has people with roots, they will be driven away. The situation is special. He didn't say the last words, but closed his eyes and said no more. A voice came from the darkness. Yes, my lord. After leaving the house, Danzo rolled his eyes and didn't stop, but there was something incomprehensible in his eyes. After leaving the Hokage building, he went to a place without stopping. Nature is yen and Koharu there. He is ready to exaggerate, that is. There is a good chance Yzong has the same physique as Shode. For Konoha, Yzong should be handed over to the roots to cultivate. Is it for this, or for the blood and internal organs of the Senju clan, who knows? Don't forget, how strange Nawaki died, and when the body was found, it was even gutted. After Danzo left, a figure slowly walked out of Hokage's room. Naturally, it's the Nawaki who goes back and forth. When he went out, he saw Danzo coming, and out of curiosity, he ran over to eavesdrop. Who is second generation Tobirama? It's a little trick, nothing to talk about, and the two of them talked directly, without any precautions. This is the Hokage building. Nawaki left quickly, heading towards the Senju clan's quarters. Tell grandma as soon as possible. In the Hokage room, Third generation took out the live broadcast artifact, glanced at Yzong who was talking to Minato, and ignored it. It's stressful. Then, the screen turned. Unfortunately, he also missed the best time to get to know Yzong. Yzong was about to say goodbye to Minato and sent Mikato back by himself. 4 figures suddenly appeared in front. Oh, I thought they didn't show up. You 3. Mikato looked at the 4 who were blocking his way, and his beautiful eyes were full of surprise. After noticing the figure behind the 3 people with bruised nose and swollen face, she showed anger. Fugaku. What do you want to do? Chapter 12. What happened? That's Uchiha. What? Let's go, don't mind your own business. Passers-by saw the Uchiha Pujo on the 4 and hurriedly detoured. The most important thing is the forehead protector on Fugaku's forehead. Naturally, the words of these people cannot escape their ears. Mikato frowned slightly, glanced at Yzong carefully, and found that he didn't show any expression because of these words, and he was unconsciously relieved. Fugaku frowned, and he was a little unhappy when he saw Mikato's cautious appearance for the first time. In his heart, Mikato was already his default person. Not to mention that no one dared to think about it in the place where Uchiha was stationed, even in the ninja school, no one dared to provoke him. Uchiha does have a proud capital. Fugaku didn't respond at all to these people's words. But his 3 younger brothers, the 3 classmates who were beaten up by Yzong yesterday. Hearing these words, his head rose unconsciously, like a victorious rooster. As for Minato, he didn't care about that at all, he already had a plan in his mind. Uchiha Fugaku. The situation is not good. He is already a Chunin. It is said that his strength is stronger than the general special Jonin. I can't do anything here either, why don't you go find Nawaki? But it is not easy to leave at this time. Fugaku's 3 younger brothers are ready, and whoever dares to leave, they will stop them together. Yzong and the 3 of them must not dare to move anymore, and Mikato. Minato's words. Does that even need to be said? The 3 immediately targeted Minato. There are many courageous people in the crowd, ready to watch the fun. Among them, the big fish who put the long line to catch the big fish are also. Hehe, this kid really is a restless master. Hisashi, you can't help him this time. It's okay to offend the Hyuga clan with a big belly. You can ignore him. But it's very small Uchiha, hehe, Hisashi, don't mind your own business. Hayashi and Hisashi stood at a distance and recognized Yzong who was stopped by Fugaku at a glance. I heard that the little girl is the granddaughter of the great elder of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku has been thinking about it for a long time. This kid dares to attack her. I don't know if he's bold or just blind, my Hyuga clan. Hisashi frowned and said, brother, it's not good to say that. Hayashi snorted twice, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, his arms crossed his chest, ready to watch the show. But then, the attitude of Hayashi and Hisashi changed 180 degrees. Fugaku looked at Mikato with complicated eyes. He is not a person without a belly, otherwise he would not be the Uchiha Patriarch. After becoming a ninja, he has experienced a lot of life and death, and he has grown a lot. For Mikato, he maintained a wait-and-see attitude throughout. Because of his father, he was just pretending at first. When I was young, I was taken by my father to the elder's house. The first time I saw Mikato, she was playing with a dirty little face, but she was actually playing alone. There are few peers who can match their status. Uchiha's bond is too heavy, and the elders know this. Is she Mikato? Father let me go with a woman like this. Yes, he is proud. Don't forget, he's Sasuke's dad. What is Sasuke like? Itachi is more like Mikato by comparison. With the passage of time, he gradually became sensible, and under the influence of his father's accumulation over time, he became a qualified young patriarch. My heart is attached to Uchiha, and I understand the painstaking efforts of my father. When he sees Mikato again, he admits he's misunderstood. Thus, Mikato became his titular fiancée. Of course, the first elder did not agree, but it was what he thought. Fugaku looked at Yzong with increasingly sharp eyes, exuding an aloof air from his body. The Senju family. You are Senju Yzong. The more Minato turned towards Yzong, the more uncomfortable Fugaku felt. Fugaku, what the hell do you want to do? This is not a family, you dare to come here. Minato took a step forward. She knew Fugaku's strength very well, but there was nothing she could do. The first elder had also moved a little more recently. It is estimated that Fugaku's father has been blowing his ears. Since then, I often mention Fugaku with Minato. But Minato didn't have a crush on him at all. Fugaku looked at her, his eyes softened. He didn't bother to use his identity to force Minato, so he just let it be. Now, he regrets it. He said softly, Minato, it's too late, you should go home first. Hisashi Hayashi in the distance was stunned. Especially Hayashi, the expression on his face changed. Hisashi was surprised. Brother, did you hear that? He turned out to be from the Senju clan. I didn't expect that besides Tsunade-sama and Nawaki-sama, there are people from the Senju clan. Hayashi didn't answer, but recalled when he met Yzong today. He couldn't help but secretly said, the Senju clan. I don't know how strong they are, but they have no shortage of courage. The previous disgust with Yzong disappeared in an instant. Between the Hyuga and Senju clans, there are 6 families of Kaguya descendants. When it comes to pride, Hyuga is no worse than Uchiha. But one thing, Hyuga and Senju are good friends. Hyuga is not a bird, but he treats Senju differently. After knowing Yzong's identity, Hayashi also let go of his grudges. Hyuga and Senju have a really good relationship. Brother, look, do we want to stop it? Since Yzong is a member of the Senju family, eldest brother shouldn't have any prejudice against him, right? Hayashi snorted and said. Let's see first, although he is from the Senju family, but his own strength is not enough, let him have a better memory first. Hisashi knew his big brother and had a smile on his face. Said, brother, let's get closer, this Uchiha Fugaku's strength is not inferior to you and me, so it's better to be on the safe side. Hayashi didn't speak, but his body slowly stepped forward unconsciously. Chapter 13. Hisashi Hayashi's approach was naturally noticed by Yzong and Fugaku for the first time. But neither of them spoke. Yzong smiled slightly, it seemed that his identity was exposed. He also thought that the time had come to subdue the future father-in-law with his own hands. Whoops, it's too much of a punishment. Hayashi, the right medicine, strength, identity, two-pronged approach, shocked him fiercely. First get along as ordinary people, and finally, stop pretending, and showdown. Defeat him as an ordinary person, and frustrate him severely. Until his oral dissatisfaction to a certain point, and then reveal his identity. For Hayashi, you can't bow before the soldiers, but bow before the soldiers. At that time, after getting to know him, Yzong was confident enough to hold Hayashi. After all, he has the task of strengthening the Senju clan. Those who can work hard, the sister in the world of Hokage. No punishment. How can I ruin the reputation of my innocent little prince? Don't blame me, it's their own willingness, and they have to force themselves if they don't accept it. He is a good man who obeys the law. Can't go against the girl's will. Otherwise, it is a sinner. Just punish it. Minato, it's too late, you go back first. Hearing this, Minato glanced at Yzong subconsciously, and then said a little displeased. Fugaku, when will I go back and what does it have to do with you? I'm not your personal belongings, don't be so lenient. Click. Fugaku seemed to hear his own heart break. The stronger Uchiha clan winked and walked around behind the three together with the two of them. Minato and Yzong don't dare to care, but Minato. Minato frowned. He didn't regret being with Yzong, but he regretted being careless. If he could have been more cautious, he would have told Yzong the moment the four appeared and went to Nawaki. Namikaze Minato, right? You'd better be honest, this matter has nothing to do with you. You are not qualified to intervene in the matter of Uchiha. You'd better not make yourself uncomfortable. The stronger Uchiha clan sneered. The words are arrogant. If Minato dared to refute or mess around, he definitely wouldn't mind venting his resentment towards Yzong on Minato. Hearing these words, Mikoto frowned, eyes showing disgust. This is what she dislikes the most about the Uchiha people. It is precisely because there are so many people that she is isolated in the class. Even walking alone on the street will be viewed with strange eyes. She is proud of Uchiha, but she has something that most Uchiha people don't have. Take Uchiha's style as a warning. The Uchiha guard is notorious within Konoha. Of course, there are also second generation fueling the flames. Fugaku noticed the change in Mikoto's attitude, and frowned involuntarily. He felt Mikoto's distaste for his tribe. I was a little unhappy. However, his eyes softened quickly. This is Mikoto like no other. Maybe, I should let her know myself again, let her know Uchiha again. Thinking of this, he stopped caring about Mikoto's presence or absence. Turning to look at Yzong, his face was full of pride. Senju Yzong, I heard that the three of them said that you defeated them with taijutsu. So, your physical skills seem to be good. Minato's heart clicked, faintly aware of what Fugaku wanted to do. He looked at Yzong nervously. He believed that Yzong could definitely guess the intention of the other party. Yzong naturally knew what he wanted to do, smiled lightly, and said, "So what?" Fugaku showed a slight smile, but this smile made people uncomfortable. "I don't bully you either, lest others say that I, Uchiha, bully the small, and I'm not afraid to tell you that my strength is no less than that of a special jonin. You're just a ninja school student. If I use ninjutsu, then you will definitely lose. Since your physique is so good, and you have beaten my three brothers so much that they can't fight back, then I would like to experience your physique for my three brothers. Don't tell me, Uchiha is about to fight you Senju, you dare not fight." Hayashi's brows furrowed as he walked over. "I was even more disdainful of Uchiha in my heart. Young patriarch? It's beautiful to say, but you don't bully people? As a Chunin, you also possess the strength of a special jonin, and you even had a fight with a ninja school student who was not even a ninja?" With a worried look on Hisashi's face, he looked at Hayashi. "Brother, this..." Hayashi waved his hand and said, "Does Yzong look like a fool? If this Uchiha Fugaku dares to come forward, we will do it again." Yzong was about to speak, but Mikoto spoke before him. "Fugaku, you have no shame. It's shameful to say it so grandly." Hisashi Hayashi has a weird expression. Minato was also a little surprised, he had never seen Mikoto angry. Yzong was also stunned, he didn't expect Mikoto to be so angry. This gentle girl like water would be so ruthlessly angry with her fellow clan for the sake of a hostile clan. The faces of the three little brothers also became ugly. Yesterday, after Yzong beat them up, Mikoto came to this matter, and they hadn't spoken to Fugaku yet. Sure enough, when they looked at Fugaku again, the expression on Fugaku's face also became extremely exciting. "Mikoto, do you know what you're talking about?" Fugaku's face was ugly. After taking a deep breath, he slowed down his voice. With undisguised disgust in Mikoto's eyes, he said, "Just because Yzong said a few words to me, the three of them are going to hit someone. You can't beat the young patriarch who even called Uchiha. The young patriarch shamelessly used the law to fight a student who has not yet become a ninja. Fugaku, you really let me down." Fugaku froze in place as if struck by lightning. Yzong coughed twice, as if he knew Mikoto again. "This girl. If you don't feel familiar enough, you can, just treat her as white." Hisashi Hayashi was beside him, his eyes full of playfulness. The look in Mikoto's eyes also became friendly. At this moment, Yzong's eyes changed, he immediately took a step forward and said, "Okay, I'll fight." Hisashi was stunned, Hayashi's eyes widened, and his face was full of incredible colors. Mikoto didn't react for a moment, Minato frowned thoughtfully. Fugaku was still in a trance, and was stunned when he heard Yzong's words. But then, he felt a burst of heartache. Because Mikoto reacted and pulled Yzong's hand directly, his little face was full of anxiety. "Yzong, how are you doing this?" Yzong smiled softly, patted her little hand, and said softly, Believe me. Chapter 14. Mikato's face flushed with urgency. Yzong's answer was too unexpected. Everyone in the room, except Minato, could detect some differences. Everyone thought that Yzong was fighting for the fame of the Senju clan. Similarly, I also think that Yzong will definitely lose. It's a no-brainer. Hayashi frowned and said. Uchiha Fugaku, his strength is comparable to that of a special jonin, and he is also the chief of the Uchiha Young Patriarch. Whether it's ninjutsu skills or battle experience, it's crushing Yzong. I didn't expect that I would be mistaken. This Yzong, as expected of the Senju clan. Hisashi nodded, agreeing with Hayashi's words. Brother, it's almost time, let's come forward, or I'm afraid that after this battle, it will have a bad influence on Yzong. Hayashi shook his head, stretched out his hand, and stopped Hisashi, who came forward, saying, Hisashi, we can't get involved in this matter. Why? Because Yzong has already fought, and, most importantly, he is from the Senju clan. Hisashi opened his mouth and said nothing. Humph. Having the guts, I thought this Senju kid would definitely hide behind Miss Mikato. I didn't expect that he would actually dare to answer Fugaku Bro's battle. The three retreated behind Fugaku, not staring at Minato any longer. Mikato said anxiously, Yzong, don't be impatient, Yzong squeezed her little hand lightly and said. Don't you believe me? Only then did Mikato notice that his own hand and Yzong's hand. Feeling the temperature on Yzong's hand, she couldn't help lowering her head and wanted to withdraw her hand, but Yzong held it tighter. What? Stupid Mikato, now is not the time to think about this. Mikato was about to speak. Yzong stretched out his hand, rubbed her little head, and chuckled. Don't worry, I'm a student of Mr. Mikato, you have to have confidence in your students. Mikato's beautiful eyes widened, such an intimate gesture. Dong dong dong. She could hear her own heartbeat. What does it feel like? It's wired. Why am I not disgusted at all? Although Mikato's body was stiff from tension, Yzong was satisfied. It seems that I am still young. Everything is just right, and this step still needs to pave the way. It's alright now, the water is flowing. Although Mikato instinctively resisted, but then. No punishment, we can no longer take the initiative. We are innocent and good men, we can't attract flowers and butterflies, let's be a beautiful man quietly and wait for the little butterfly to take the bait. Having said that, a big thank you to Fugaku. No, it should be much appreciated. Just now, after Mikato stood up, the attribute panel suddenly popped up in front of Yzong. Ding! Trigger random tasks. Defeat Uchiha Fugaku to get random rewards. Why don't you eat meat that reaches your mouth? Of course, Yzong would have challenged even if there was no reward. For nothing else, just to give Mikato a lure. The punishment is the punishment, it's all my own. As for the battle against Uchiha Fugaku, it's a trivial matter. Has the body of a full-level immortal, and is also a full-level Konoha fluid technique. Don't talk about him, even if Guy travels through time and space to come over, Yzong is not afraid. That is to say, Yzong's physical skills combined with the body of a fairy, the strength is close to the cage-level combat power. Ultimately, however, physique was too limited. Yzong. Alright, don't worry, I know it. Mikato lowered his head, not daring to look at Yzong. Fugaku lowered his head, his heart was twisting like a knife, his breathing became rapid, and his eyes were bloodshot. Although Yzong doesn't want to do anything in the village, after all, he is still fully grown now. I originally wanted to make an appointment outside the village, but as a result, a random task came, it must be solved immediately. Fugaku raised his head and suddenly smiled, but this smile was a bit crazy, cruel, and arrogant. Alright, Mikato, I'll show you this Senju clan's trash. Okay, I'll give you the time to choose your defeat. I will ask you carefully. Many people heard that there was something wrong with Fugaku's voice. Hisashi Hayashi looked at each other and both saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. It's murderous, that's right. Mikato looked at him with anger in his eyes. Fugaku, you are so annoying. Fugaku's heart was pounding, he could hardly breathe. However, instead of blaming Minato, he hated Yzong even more in his heart. The corners of Yzong's mouth twitched slightly. In fact, Minato's puffed-up appearance was also very cute. Minato was angry, but this Fugaku actually showed murderous intent. With the ability to perceive, she naturally felt it. Yzong suddenly grabbed her, put his hands on her shoulders, and said gently, "Thank you, Minato." Minato raised his eyebrows slightly, so handsome. His face turned red, but his heart was not. This Fugaku is really annoying. Will Yzong take me home later? Yzong raised his hand and rubbed her head gently. It's cute when a little fool is angry. Puff. Minato was almost like Hinata, blushing to the point of smoking. Fugaku's eyes widened. If eyes could kill, Yzong was already cold. It should be me. The person who can be so close to Minato should be me. The third younger brother also felt the change in Fugaku and took a step back unconsciously. The breath that this chakra burst out was terrible. There is also a bit of schadenfreude in my heart. Boy, if you mess with Fugaku, you're dead. Hisashi Hayashi frowned, ready to shoot. Good, very good. Yzong, I remember you, you will know what will happen to you if you mess with me. I made up my mind, there are too many people watching in Konoha, and there is no way to deal with you. But you will always be a ninja one day. After he finished his harsh words, he was about to leave. Yzong doesn't have the habit of keeping people who hate him until the next day. If you have revenge, report it on the spot. Did I let you go? Chapter 15. What do you mean? Fugaku told himself with the last reason, not to be impulsive. Yzong whispered Kaido. Are you rewards too much? Can't you guess the battle you just said, don't let you go? Everyone was stunned. Fugaku is also somewhat incredulous. Do you want to try now? Yzong looked at him like a fool and said. Is it hard to understand? Fugaku's eyes gradually widened and he gave a cruel smile. Since you are so eager to court death, I will fulfill you. He was also worried that Yzong might have just agreed verbally and then cheated. Or drag until Tsunade returns and let Tsunade call the shots for him. When Tsunade gets into trouble, not to mention him, even third Hokage will have a headache. However, there's no point in competing like this. Yzong spread out his hands and said regretfully. Fugaku narrowed his eyes. Oh. What do you mean? Yzong chuckled lightly and said. Let's add a little bit of luck, otherwise winning or losing is just the meaning of winning or losing. Bet what? Fugaku looked at Minato uncomfortably. Well, I lost, and I will never have anything to do with Minato in the future. Minato tensed up immediately and put his little hands on his chest. Fugaku laughed involuntarily and said coldly. Then what if I lost? Yzong thought for a while and said. Then you'll stop bothering Minato. Your behavior bothers Minato, and I don't want this lovely tablemate to frown. Looking at Yzong's back, Minato felt a warm current in his heart. It turns out, he fights for me. However, wouldn't that be? She couldn't help but blame herself. Yzong turned around and looked at her very tenderly, as if he had eyes on his back. Minato raised his head and looked at each other. This time, Minato had the guts to face the fiery gaze. His heart beat faster, his cheeks were hot. She was moved, but she still wanted to persuade her. Now it's not just because Yzong will lose. If Yzong lost, wouldn't he not be able to talk to himself in the future? No, I absolutely won't allow it. However, the next moment, Yzong suddenly changed his gentle appearance, and his eyes became sharp. He patted Minato lightly on the shoulder and said. Trust me, if you don't believe me, I'll be very sad. No. I didn't. The corners of Yzong's mouth twitched, and he squeezed her chin lightly. Mikato's eyes were dodging, and his heart was shaking. But there is a sweet feeling in my heart. It seems that I was protected. The veins on Fugaku's forehead bulged, and the light in Mikato's eyes was something he had never seen before. Yzong. In an instant, he lost his due reason, and the whole person was in a rage. I will fulfill you. Yzong. He couldn't hold back the grief in his heart any longer, and turned all his anger towards Yzong. Even if I don't get Mikato's heart, I definitely won't let you get it. He couldn't help but make a move, but there was no ninjutsu attack, but a simple taijutsu. It's not even a body technique, it's just a violent shot, and there's not a single move to speak of. Yzong didn't look back as if he didn't hear what he said. But facing him, Mikato immediately became nervous. Yzong, be careful. Yzong smiled confidently and supported Mikato with both hands to stop her from getting in front of him. It's lovely. Minato's eyes twitched. If Yzong was on the verge of losing, he would definitely take action immediately. The third younger brother was even more stunned on the spot. I've never seen Fugaku look like this before. And the means of attack have never been seen before. Simply, too simple. Hisashi Hayashi glanced at each other and immediately approached Yzong in two corners. Once Fugaku dared to break the rules he had set, the two of them would not hesitate to help Yzong. Of course, if Yzong wasn't from the Senju family, Hayashi didn't mind watching from the sidelines. It's just that he didn't understand, how could Yzong still have the heart to talk to other girls at this time? Could it be that he was stunned by Uchiha Fugaku's aura? It's just verbally powerful, but it's actually a soft-footed shrimp? Fugaku didn't care so much, and slammed Yzong's back with a punch full of anger. Mikato's face changed greatly, it was too late. Just when Fugaku's fist was about to land on Yzong's back, Yzong moved. But he just moved his hand and didn't even look back. Snapped. Get it back, wrong. As if there were eyes behind his back, his right hand slapped Fugaku's fist accurately. The force was so great that Fugaku didn't even react. The fist went off track, but his body was still moving towards Yzong quickly. As expected of the Uchiha clan, the reaction speed is very fast. You don't have to think about it, your body responds. The right shoulder is raised, the body twists, and it turns into a shoulder attack. At the same time, he was ready to use the power of Yzong's slap just now to half swivel his elbow at the moment his shoulder hit Yzong. His reaction was quick, but Yzong seemed to have seen through all his intentions long ago. The hand that clapped the fist straightened up immediately, blocking his momentum with one hand. Boom! With a muffled sound, Fugaku's entire body was ejected. He backed up again, and finally clutched his chest and took a few breaths before recovering. The eyes that looked at Yzong also became vigilant. What a lot of strength! Is he the same power holder as Tsunade? The physique of the Senju family is truly terrifying. This Uchiha Fugaku doesn't hold back at all. It seems that we don't need to take action. Hisashi Hayashi both looked surprised from each other's eyes. The third younger brother opened his mouth wide in shock. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Yzong's eyes stayed on Mikato's little face from beginning to end. Mikato covered his mouth, his eyes full of disbelief. So strong. Yzong squeezed her cute little face lightly and said with a smile. How can you be so perfect? How can such a perfect cute person happen to be my roommate? Yzong said this from the bottom of his heart. With a swish, Mikato's head was smoking. Bad Yzong, it's already time, and Fugaku is really tortured physically and mentally right now. He doesn't believe it. He, a young Uchiha patriarch, can't compare to a Yzong who just entered the school and doesn't even know a lot of ninjutsu in terms of taijutsu. Most importantly, Yzong is from the Senju clan, and he was kissing Mikato in front of him. Impossible. I must have been careless, but his strength is not small, but in physical skills, I am even better. He stood up suddenly, took a stride, and attacked Yzong again. Yzong finally turned his head, he glanced at Fugaku who was shooting, and immediately saw the flaw in his move. Impossible? Dude, have you heard of plugins? Yes, I am that godlike existence. Ahem, at least in physique. Fugaku jumped high, starting with what looked like a leaf hurricane. Yzong stepped forward without hesitation and kicked his pelvis before he could take advantage of the momentum to sweep. Not fast enough, not strong enough, and stiff. Boom! Fugaku flew upside down again, this time he lost his balance, couldn't stand, and fell directly to the ground. There was a splash of dust. He widened his eyes, as if he didn't respond. The pain is different, but the face is slapped. Not only was he broken by a child, but he was also educated. Are you really asking for advice? He doesn't believe it. Do not believe? Come again. It was a pity that all his physical skills were useless in front of Yzong. The Konoha fluid technique was used in Yzong, completely crushing Uchiha's body technique. Even when Fugaku was crazy and attacked him frantically, he also learned his Uchiha Taijutsu. Ding! Uchiha body technique full level. I do not believe. Fugaku's eyes widened, blood shot all over them. The whole person is grey-headed, like a lunatic. Not only did he not believe it, but even his Ashi Hayashi was dumbfounded. Good guy, BG, and BG, why do you suddenly feel that Yzong has learned Fugaku's physique, and he is also fighting Fugaku with his backhand? What monster is this? If at that time in the battle, without the use of ninjutsu and white eyes. No, absolutely can't be an enemy of him, otherwise my Hyaga, who is known as Konoha's strongest physique, will be learned by him. Mikato's beautiful eyes are full of little stars. But the next moment, everyone felt a chill down their backs. After Fugaku finished the frog, he stood up again, and the whole person's breath changed. Manual voiceover, some kind of familiar voice. Mikato was shocked and immediately scolded. Fugaku, are you crazy? What are you doing? Fugaku's eyes became blood red, and in the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly, and then 2 commas appeared in his eyes. Sharinon. Chapter 16. Within the country of the vortex. On the dense forest path, more than a dozen ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors were vigilant around them. The head was a man with long white hair. Behind him was a feminine man with long black hair and eyes as cold as a snake. In the middle, a haggard blonde beauty. She lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. The white long-haired man turned his head, glanced at her, and looked at the feminine man. Orochimaru. That's right, it was Konoha-san. After that, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade Hime. Orochimaru glanced at the haggard-faced Tsunade and shook his head. Jiraiya sighed. Not long ago, the country of the vortex, the Uzumaki clan, who had a good relationship with Konoha, was wiped out. It was so fast that by the time Tsunade arrived, it was too late. As soon as she got the news, she immediately summoned Jonin, one of the few Senju clan members, along with 2 friends. At this time, Orochimaru has not yet blackened, and Jiraiya has not traveled far because of Konoha's political darkness. Tsunade also did not suffer from hyperphobia. It is the youngest Konoha-san in period. The most terrible thing is that on the way back, he was ambushed. The Senju family, who were not many, lost a few Jonin. Although it is not a direct bloodline, for the current Senju family, it is still worse. Along the way, Tsunade blamed himself. This time, Jiraiya and Orochimaru have no choice. Among the crowd, there was a little girl with red hair. She was a little dirty, and she didn't know if it was bloodline or dirt on her clothes, but her little face was clean. Her mental state is not much worse than Tsunade. His eyes were a little dull, like a puppet, and he followed closely behind Tsunade. In one night, the family was destroyed. No, the country was destroyed and the family was destroyed. Tsunade searched for a dozen people for several days, and the entire Uzumaki clan was the last little princess left. The atmosphere was very depressing. Jiraiya said solemnly. The people we met on the road, not right, very wrong. Orochimaru nodded and said. The Uzumaki clan. This is a long-planned massacre. When we arrived, the book of the root seal of the Uzumaki family had already been taken away. It can't be caused by one force. The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan have been friends for generations, and one of the reasons is that they have similar physiques. But the Uzumaki family attaches great importance to sealing techniques, and the combat power is naturally weaker. However, his own talent is there. The general ninja tribe, no, even in the ninja village, without the large-scale dispatch of elite jonin, it is impossible to destroy the country of Vortex. Jiraiya frowned, patted Tsunade on the shoulder, and said, Tsunade, the man who ambushed us this time, something was wrong. It stands to reason that after those people get what they need, they will inevitably leave quickly, for fear that others will cut their hair. And our movements. Soothing words Jiraiya said a lot, and that's the only way to get Tsunade back on his feet. Orochimaru also echoed. Tsunade, what do you think, with the relationship between Uzumaki and Konoha, plus Mito-sama? Both of them are very compatible. Sure enough, after Tsunade heard these words, she recovered a lot from the depressed mood. She frowned and thought about it carefully. Immediately guessed one or two. You mean that the person who ambushed us this time probably knew our whereabouts? Also, in your words, it is all revealed that these times seem to have been calculated. Has it been designed from the moment we walked out of Konoha? Neither Jiraiya nor Orochimaru spoke, a touchy subject. So, doesn't it mean that the enemy is inside, or at the top of Konoha? Tsunade closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his expression became serious. Not only do you want the Uzumaki clan to perish, but do you want my Senju clan to die faster? Perhaps it was because Jiraiya and Orochimaru came out together that Tsunade was not destroyed. Seriously terrified. Tsunade's thoughts were spinning quickly, and he had already identified a few suspicious targets in Konoha. But even if she knew, she couldn't do anything about it. The Senju clan is really dead in name only. In addition to her status and her own strength, she is the only one left. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and Jiraiya lost his hippie smile. They were silent, but their thoughts were the same. Kushina followed behind the three and pricked up her ears when she heard the Uzumaki country and Uzumaki clan they were talking about. The small figure looked extremely lonely and pitiful at this time. Jiraiya noticed her and gave Tsunade a wink. Tsunade found out too, as he was ambushed shortly after leaving the village. The atmosphere on the team was not right. This little guy just went through those things, and he must be worried and scared now. In the team, Tsunade was naturally the one who could find her spiritual sustenance the most. The two have the same identities, one is the princess of the Senju clan, and the other is the princess of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade turned his head and smiled apologetically at Kushina. Kushina, don't worry, we'll be in the land of fire soon. We're safe when we're in the country. Follow me back to the Senju family in the future, Konoha will be your home from now on. Kushina's eyes were red, and tears came out unconsciously. The moment she left the village, she knew that she was an orphan without a home. In one night, from a child to a girl. Tsunade's heart twitched, and he gently hugged Kushina. The emotions that Kushina had been holding back couldn't help but release all of a sudden. However, she was very careful. Cry if you want to cry, it's okay. With a wow, Kushina, who had endured for a long time, completely released the sadness in her heart. Hiding in the corner, hiding next to the corpses of the clansmen, and witnessing the clansmen fall one by one. She didn't cry out. But in Tsunade's arms, she couldn't take it any longer. Maybe it's because Kushina's current situation is similar to her own, which resonates. Tsunade's eyes were also a little red. Kushina, you and Tsunade's sister, and Mito grandma. She raised her head and looked at the moon in the sky. I wonder what happened to Nawaki. Also, that little Yzong, has he entered school? Chapter 17. Brother, did you see it? Can you see clearly? Hisashi's mouth opened involuntarily, and disbelief was written all over his face. Hayashi didn't answer him. When he turned around, he was stunned. Brother, how are you? Hayashi frowned as if he didn't hear him, watching Yzong unilaterally beat Fugaku. Hisashi noticed that this arrogant type of elder brother's cheeks were a little red. At this time, blood vessels bulged around Hayashi's eyes, and cataracts appeared. Roll your eyes. Yzong's actions were so incomprehensible that Hayashi opened his eyes. Before he knew it, Fugaku couldn't hold it any longer, and his gasps grew louder. In the end, he half knelt on the ground. Ha ha ha. You, a hole, why? Roughly means. UBD. Are you kidding me? Indeed, Yzong learned all of his physical skills and integrated them into Konoha fluids. Fugaku turned on Sharingan and found out right away. At first, he sneered again and again. Use my moves against me. Whatever your tricks, in my Sharingan. Puff. Yzong almost didn't laugh at the familiar atmosphere of the middle school. As time passed, Yzong only kicked his every time, making him fall into the mud. And Fugaku's perseverance is really amazing. He shouted all kinds of disbelief, and then he came up to seek abuse. Gradually, he also discovered that something was wrong, and the expression on his face also changed subtly. But in my heart I didn't want to believe this fact. Minato watched from the sidelines. Both of them had top-notch physical skills. One is from Uchiha and the other is from Konoha, both of which he has never seen before. He wants to take this opportunity to study hard. It is because of such diligence and extraordinary talent that he became 4th Hokage. He looked at Yzong with his hands on his back, constantly dodging Fugaku's attacks, in an odd, unbelievable tone. He suddenly felt that Yzong seemed to be dancing an elegant dance, dazzling and gorgeous. He murmured, "No way." The hand unconsciously hung the skull bag behind him, as if to hide it. There are notes about teaching in the teacher that Yzong sees every day. Mikoto was too shocked to speak. A pair of beautiful eyes stayed on Yzong from beginning to end. Amazing. The 3 younger brothers were all dumbfounded. Every time Fugaku was kicked by Yzong, he threw himself in their direction. Yzong pushed harder and smashed right on them. When Fugaku was furious again, he didn't care about any decency. Every time he fell and had a flesh pad, he didn't suffer much damage at all. It's just a burning pain in the A. Pull the hook and step, get it? Fugaku was half kneeling on the ground, panting violently. The 3rd younger brother's clothes were scratched, and he stepped on it dirty. Just like 3 beggars. But they didn't dare to leave, either to save face or because Fugaku was still around. In any case, suffering can only be swallowed. They were arrogant in the beginning. Big brother Fugaku shot, he must be caught. Now, they looked at Yzong as if they were looking at a monster. Big brother! Big brother! Please, kick somewhere else. Look at Fugaku Sanza being kicked in half, it's better to kick in the other direction. The outcome has been decided, and Fugaku's defeat has been decided. Hayashi folded his arms and returned to his normal cataract. He looked at Fugaku, who was half knelt on the ground like an old dog, and said with disdain, "This is the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. Also known as the first pupil technique in the ninja world. It's just that. It's difficult to open? Is it because they are not talented enough? How dare they compete with my Hyuga clan for the #1 Konoha clan?" Hisashi was beside him, just as he was before, pretending not to hear. "My big brother, his face is really..." But Hayashi didn't stop talking, but got louder and louder. Hisashi turned his head quickly and said seriously, "Big brother? Huh? What's the matter? You seem to have some misunderstanding with Yzong. I think you should go up and clarify with him now." If the eldest brother is too angry, he can be like Uchiha Fugaku and only compete in taijutsu. My Hyuga clan's taijutsu will naturally not lose to the Uchiha clan's taijutsu. Besides, Yzong has been using Konoha fluid technique all the time. Big brother should have this confidence, right? Hayashi froze for a moment, then said in surprise, "What? Konoha? Brother, you won't? Ahem, a joke. I'm just surprised that you wouldn't believe me that the Hyuga clan's physical skills are not as good as Konoha's fluid skills. After all, we are Hyuga, not Uchiha. The misunderstanding between me and Yzong is very small, and it will not be resolved by force. My Hyuga family is not so careful. Besides, he is a member of the Senju clan. If Tsunade-sama knew about it, he would definitely say that I bullied him, that's all. After all, he put his hands on his back and looked distressed. Also Chunin, to take action against a student is really disgusting." Hisashi did not comment on this. After Hisashi turned his head away, Hayashi wiped his clothes without a trace with the hand behind him. Fugaku could faintly hear the conversation between the 2 brothers. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. He's mentally broken, and since opening Sharingan, this has never happened. A certain genocidal boy who angered a jade can still see clearly when he is fighting against Bai. It is enough to prove that Sharingan is powerful. But for Yzong, even if he was lucky enough to see through Yzong's movements, his body couldn't keep up with the reaction. Anxious, he unconsciously used illusion. It's a pity, this thing, Yzong is directly immune. Yzong, are you alright? Even so, Minato ran to Yzong's side for the first time after Fugaku couldn't fight anymore. His beautiful eyes were full of worry. Yzong's mouth twitched. Nizai, while you are paying attention to my handsome face, trouble. I didn't even shed a drop of sweat. Snort. Do gymnastics with me? FKU. Playing gymnastics, my father. Fugaku, do you want to come again? I can fight till dawn. Third younger brother. Chapter 18. You lose. Yzong patted Minato on the shoulder, indicating that he was fine. He turned to Fugaku, who had regained some physical strength. You should know what the stakes are. Fugaku didn't say a word, he just stood up dumbly. He glanced blankly at Minato, who had been wary of him. Some of them turned around in despair and left without saying a word. Yzong didn't say anything, that's what he wanted. Yzong also knew the end of the battle from the very beginning. Uchiha is to thwart the pride in his heart. Uchiha's toughness is strong and will slow down, but will still leave an indelible shadow. The pupil technique that Fugaku was proud of was worthless in front of Yzong. Only by hitting him to the bottom can this threat be eliminated. It's not that Yzong doesn't want to kill, it's Konoha. He doesn't want to be too conspicuous yet, at least, until he's grown up. What it shows now is that the physical skills are on the table at most. In fact, Yzong is also ready to be seen by the live artifact of third generation's wretched guy. However, after educating Uchiha Fugaku for so long, he did not feel the breath of Umbu's arrival. It seems that it hasn't been revealed yet. How does he know that a certain Hokage, who is under a lot of pressure now, is probably watching the live broadcast artifact rewarding himself? Senju Yzong, don't get carried away. Before Fugaku could speak, the third younger brother said sternly. It's just Taija that beat Fugaku-san. Brother Fugaku is the most powerful, but is it his physical skills? The disgust in Minato's eyes deepened. She frowned and said displeasedly. If you lose, you lose. Can't I, Uchiha, lose? Fugaku turned his head and gave her a deep look. Taking a deep breath, he said. I lost. Senju Yzong, well, I remember you, next time I will find the place back. Yzong spread his hands and said indifferently. You are free, come to a penalty stand once. Fugaku was embarrassed and snorted coldly. Let's go. Penalty? Dude, you just stare at people's kicks. A crushing victory. As a result, the loser looks just a little embarrassed, and he can't see where he is injured. But he would never dare to sit down when he went back. For Fugaku, it was worse than killing him. At this moment, Minato suddenly said. Fugaku, if you lose, you will abide by the bet. Even Yzong was a little surprised. Gentle Minato, seems really angry. Otherwise, with her gentle personality, it would be impossible to say such a thing. Minato met Fugaku's complicated eyes and was not afraid. This is what Yzong did for me. Snort. I will not disappoint Yzong's kindness. Fugaku looked into her eyes, and he couldn't see the eyes she looked at Yzong at all. On the contrary, I felt a sense of disgust from it. Looks like I really disgust you. Unexpectedly, my love for you has become a burden on you. Minato, I lost, from now on, I won't bother you again. The three younger brothers said in unison, Big brother Fugaku. Then, he left with the lost Fugaku. Yzong, what the Uchiha clan is best at, you of the Senju clan should understand. When you become a ninja, we'll have another competition. I won't give up Minato. Fugaku, the boy, endured the calm for a while, but the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. When he turned around, he said harsh words and returned to the proud look he had before. Or is this his way of comforting himself? There was no light in the eyes of the third younger brother, and when Fugaku said this, he immediately became adored. Minato looked at Yzong and tugged at the corner of his shirt. But in the next instant, Yzong walked up directly and said indifferently. Oh! What do you Uchiha do best? Hitomitsu? Fire-style ninjutsu, right. Then what is my Senju clan good at? Fugaku's face was a little ugly, he didn't expect that he would be scolded for any harsh words. What are the Senju clan good at? It was naturally the water-style ninjutsu that restrained the Uchiha clan's fire-style ninjutsu. Of course, the biggest advantage is the physique of the Senju clan. What Hyuga is best at is physical art, gentle fist. But because of the physique of the Senju clan, they are not bad at all in physical skills. Uchiha has Sharingan. Each has its own advantages. As for water style, why is second generation's water style so powerful, and the development of water style ninjutsu is endless? Naturally, it is to restrain the fire style of the Uchiha family. As the young patriarch, Fugaku naturally knew these things. Wood style, that's Hashirama's ninjutsu, his blood following the limit. Not from the Senju family. Throughout the entire Hokage, only a few people can use wood style. Hashirama, Madara, Yamato, Danzo, Ju, Obito, Ashura. Except for Ashura, it's all Hashirama's cells. How strong is wood style? Nine-Tails' little pot friends will tell you the answer. Humph. Senju boy, you don't know how strong Fugaku's fire style is. Don't think that you can defeat Big Fugaku in your taijutsu, then you really think you can defeat Big Fugaku. The third brother's performance is still stable. Hisashi Hayashi, who was on the side, stopped watching. Hayashi stepped forward and said softly, "What, are you Uchiha clan invincible? If you lose, there's nothing to say." Fugaku frowned, he had already spotted the two of them, but he didn't expect that they turned out to be facing Yzong. Yzong was also a little surprised, his attitude was somewhat different from what he had guessed. Puff. Others are mother-in-law and see son-in-law more and more like. Let's just turn it around. No, I haven't seen my mother-in-law yet. Punishment, has this dangerous thought become your instinct? Yzong shook his head, it's okay to expose ahead of time. Hyuga's relationship with third generation isn't particularly good, let alone Uchiha. Shisui thing. And there are no Umbu people around. Yzong waved his hand and said in a low voice. Fire style. Isn't it ninjutsu? By the way, Mikato, I don't know fire style ninjutsu yet. You teach me a great fireball. He turned to find Mikato. Then, in Fugaku's envious, jealous eyes, Mikato blushed and taught Yzong to make a seal. Chapter 19. Hate. No mischief. Mikato's little hand was pinched by Yzong, and he was immediately embarrassed. Fugaku's heart was twisted like a knife, and he screamed in the sky. Yzong! I am at odds with you. The third younger brother was also gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn, this Senju boy can't even connect to the seal. Is he humiliating me Uchiha or fire-style ninjutsu? Hisashi Hayashi also has a black line on his face. Good guy, how old is this kid? What kind of hatred, isn't this more uncomfortable than killing Fugaku? In front of everyone, the enemy. Ahem, isn't it fire style? He didn't give up until Mikato was so ashamed that he buried his head in the moon. Without any distractions, he thought it was very interesting. Please, no one is really so punished. Suddenly a word came to mind. I hoarded for a month for this date, I'm not talking about money. The third younger brother was furious and wanted to play again. Fugaku disdainfully said. Yzong, I hope you're not that stupid, or I'll feel unworthy for Mikato. Aren't you embarrassing yourself by performing fire-style ninjutsu in front of Uchiha? Hisashi Hayashi didn't speak either, apparently, tacitly acquiescing to Fugaku's words. Fugaku naturally has the capital to be proud of. Among his peers, in fire-style ninjutsu, he is the top one. Yzong seemed to feel something, put his hands behind his back, and said softly. Who dares to be invincible, and who dares to be undefeated? Hayashi's eyes widened, as did Fugaku. The two future ninja clan chiefs were shocked by Yzong's words. The next moment, Yzong slapped his hands sharply. Snapped. Fire-style great fireball technique. In the next instant, Yzong felt a huge chakra gather in his chest. It would be better to call it a chat la. Call. Yzong suppresses the Shitanla in the body, otherwise this great fireball technique is definitely no worse than what Madara did. Firelight illuminates the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Yzong didn't do much at all. But everyone's eyes widened, too shocked to speak. You don't know how to seal it? You don't seal at all. Minato covered his mouth with his little hands, and his big eyes were full of incredible colors. After Yzong performed the great fireball technique, he clapped his hands and said softly, "Fire style. Is it hard? You are welcome to come to the penalty stand at any time." With that, he turned and walked towards the stunned Minato. Shaking in front of her big eyes, she regained her senses. This kind of thing is really incredible. Not only did you learn it immediately, but when you cast it, you didn't even have a seal. It's just a random shot. Every technique of Hashirama ends up being the same seal. So what is there to shout about? Yzong, this is pure shouting. How could it be possible? Minato said hesitantly. Little fool, the way you teach is too troublesome. I forgot, and when I patted it, it came out. Maybe it's just my luck. If you're not good at studying, you still need a good teacher to teach you. Minato, you have to work hard, otherwise I always forget that you can only make a deep impression with the hands-on teaching. Yzong laughed. Minato glanced at him, young and unique. Yzong ignored the shock of the people behind him, took Mikato's little hand and walked in the direction of Uchiha. Minato was stunned for a moment, then struggled symbolically. Finally gave in. There were few people on the road, so she slowed Yzong one step away, her face flushed. The lowered head also had the courage to lift it up. Looking at Yzong's back, only this back was left in his eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Minato followed. Yzong seemed to have expected him to come and slowed down. Yzong. Mikato's cheeks are bulging, today's Minato is really annoying. Yzong, I. Yzong waved his hand and said directly. Your talent is not bad. If you have any problems, you can come to me. Minato was stunned for a moment, then showed his signature bright smile, saying, "Thanks." He suddenly discovered that some things were outrageous, and when Yzong came here, everything became normal and normal. Then, he smiled apologetically at Minato and hurried away. Was that murder just now? Yzong glanced at the puffed-up Minato and laughed, making his eyes roll for a while. Are you still worried about being single? Are you still feeling bad about someone else throwing dog food? Would you still find it harder to find a girlfriend because of your brother than to kill you? Welcome. Make a mistake, we are innocent brothers and don't play that kind of falsehood. Yzong. After approaching the Uchiha family, many people recognized Minato and said hello. But he didn't know who Yzong was, and some ants would make some jokes. Minato, whose face was as thin as paper, immediately turned red. Yzong held it tightly, squeezed his soft little hand again, and released it directly. Minato lowered her head, Yzong didn't know it, and there was a hint of loss in her eyes. Why did it arrive so soon? People haven't said a few words to Yzong. Well, are you here yet? Okay, then I'll go back first, you pay attention to rest. Minato was nervous, she was not afraid of being seen by her clan. Not afraid of being known by the clan, her friend is from the Senju clan. Thinking about Uchiha's people knowing Yzong's identity, well, that's the only way to describe it. In the future, your daughter will bring back a boy, and as soon as he enters the door, Lao Deng, is it alright to leave my ghost fire outside the door? She was afraid that Yzong would be troubled by Uchiha's people again. How could Yzong not know what she was thinking? He stretched out his hand and rubbed Mikato's hair a little closer, so he could smell the peculiar fragrance. Little fool, stop thinking about it, you should think about it. In addition to teaching hands-on, what should I teach to impress me? Mikato's heart was sweet, and when he heard this, he was immediately anxious. She stomped her foot and pouted. You, nasty. Bad guys. Yzong immediately took a step back, dodging her little fist. Go home, I'll invite you to dinner next time. After all, he turned and left without hesitation. Twisted, what kind of decency? Let's come and go freely. Minato kept watching his back until Yzong's back disappeared completely. She was a little lost, feeling that something was missing in her heart. Idiot Minato, you don't know how to be shy. See you tomorrow. Minato rubbed his cheeks and went back. After Yzong left the Uchiha station, he was naturally looking forward to the random reward. But there was one more thing to do, so on the way, he slowed down. Are you waiting for me? Two figures appeared in front. Yzong walked forward with a smile. On the other hand, after Minato left, he immediately went to Nawaki. Is that true? Minato didn't say Yzong's shocking scene at the end, only told Nawaki about the battle against Uchiha Fugaku. After Nawaki heard this, the whole person looked extremely excited. He paced quickly, murmuring something in his mouth. Minato was puzzled, but didn't ask. In the end, even when he went back, Nawaki remained in that state. No. I'm going to be dispatched immediately, and my sister must be on her way back. I can only ask Grandma, and I can't delay it any longer. Chapter 20. You're very special, nothing like the Senju clan I know. Hayashi also recovered from the shock just now, and he looked at the small figure. His eyes were a bit complicated, and he found that he couldn't see through Yzong at all. Recalling the encounter with Yzong in the afternoon. It seems that he is not lying. I'm really curious, but I'm too sensitive. Hayashi directly avoided his pride. He didn't know yet that someone had already made his mind up on his future daughter. Today's event. Yzong waved his hand. The old man doesn't look like a child. These words are useless. Hayashi frowned. He didn't expect Yzong to say that. Hisashi was also surprised. Yzong, do you still mind what happened this afternoon? Yzong shook his head and stretched out a finger. Hisashi Hayashi looked at him in surprise. It's better to be practical when you say these words. I really like that barbecue. Hayashi was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said. It's no problem to call your little girlfriend over for a small matter. Yzong gave him a contemptuous look and said. Colored eyes, Minato doesn't count. Hayashi looked at Hisashi suspiciously. Hisashi laughs Kaido. Okay, there's no problem calling Minato too. Well, hooked, just waiting to cast the bait. So, how does it feel like a scam? Then I'll go back first. The sooner the fish is on the bait, the less anxious we are. Running back all the way, I couldn't help it. My mind is full of Hitomi Jutsu and Ninjutsu. Our random reward this time won't be Uchiha's blood follower limit Sharingan, right? No, Hashirama has everything you want, it should be wood style, right? But white eyes are also good. Looking at Yzong who was far away, Hayashi said. Hisashi, why can't I see through this Yzong? I don't feel like he's from the Senju clan at all. Hisashi said with a smile. Who knows? You don't have to think about it, big brother, you'll know tomorrow. I also think this little guy is not simple at all. Hayashi snorted coldly. Is it easy to use the great fireball technique in one shot? I didn't even see a trace of the knot. He said good luck. Do you believe it? I don't believe it anyway. Hisashi laughs Kaido. This little guy is really mysterious, but... Brother, let's go back too. Hisashi suddenly gave Hayashi a wink. There was no change on Hayashi's face, but he noticed in his heart. After they left, in the corner, a masked ninja slowly disappeared. After Yzong got home, the first thing he did was not to pick up a random quest right away. He carefully observed his room, and sat back again until he was sure that no one had come in. Random mission, defeat Uchiha Fugaku. The 50 cents effect on the property panel reappeared. Suddenly golden light appeared, and a gift bag in the shape of a gift box opened automatically. You see, this is called professional. The real effort is spent on cracking, and this special effect is optional. But people still fake one for you. Reward, Senju Hashirama Physique. Yzong was stunned, his eyes fixed on the word Senju Hashirama Physique above. Does this mean white face this time? This Hashirama physique, doesn't it mean that he has the same special bloodline limit as Hashirama? Hashirama's physique can be combined with earth style and water style to create wood style. Yzong really wanted to scream in the sky, what should come will always come. Calm and calm, from now on, we will be that Yushu Linfen. No, haven't we always been that handsome and handsome man? Yzong took a deep breath and calmly clicked receive on the attribute panel. The next moment, Yzong suddenly felt his body warm and warm. An unfamiliar yet familiar feeling came over me. Although there is no apparent change. But the interior has undergone earth-shaking changes. He clenched his fists, and his sense of strength was still sufficient, and there was no change. This is a certain self-illusion, Sakura. I don't know how long I have practiced, and I have obtained the strange power. Lord Madara once said that Tsunade, who is full of fire power, recovers from his injuries even faster than Hashirama. In fact, since the hyperphobia, her strength has been going backwards. Orochimaru is devoted to research, only Jiraiya is not abandoned. One person against pain, who is completely unfamiliar, can have such a record enough to prove his strength. Even so, I already have cage level potential, but I still need stronger rewards. The back of the combat power system collapsed, and all of them were opened. Then let me teach them the trick. It's wrong to open a cheat. You still dare to make a seal in front of me if you open a plug-in? I clapped my hands first, and let you see what I called, and then I used ninjutsu without saying a word. Kagayaji, you can stay on the moon with peace of mind, and I will show you what it means soon. Cough, far too far. It stands to reason that Hashirama is completely hanging in the middle, the main character template. It finally got cold, and a cell was exhausted. Although it is nonsense, it can only be said that it is the most acceptable explanation for the audience. Thinking of this, Yzong filled the Senjo Hashirama physique without saying a word. Ding! Senjo Hashirama has a full physique. Get extra attributes, the speed of special cell production is accelerated. Yzong closed his eyes and the corners of his mouth trembled. Don't pretend, let's face it, let's get to know him again. My name is Yewudi, no, Zymen Chiwixyu, no, the god of ninja is more suitable. Nine Tails, there was a man who pressed me to the ground with one hand, and said that my strength was too strong, he wanted to seal me, and now, he is back. Konoha, Hashirama wood style conquers the world, Yamato wood style engages in greenery. After Yzong calmed down, he also realized the problem. I have a full-level Hashirama physique and a full-level immortal body. Then my wood style must be better than Hashirama. It's just that this wood style is not an ordinary ninjutsu, it's hard to get it. Right now, there is a large vault but the key has not been opened. Looking at it, there is no way to do it for the time being. Yzong thought in his mind that if he sees Madara in the future. Madara, it sounds like you can always. Yzong, yes, it's down. Chapter 21. Nine Tails, why are you upset? Mito sat silently and suddenly spoke up. In the sealed space, Nine Tails opened its eyes, it was bound all over, and it couldn't break free, so it simply fell into a deep sleep. The relationship between Jinchuriki and tailed beasts in past dynasties. Please don't be misled by Naruto and Nine Tails. Other tailed beasts, given by Hashirama, are naturally treasured by others. Look at Nine Tails again, when Mito is in the body, it doesn't dare to resist. Can't fight either one, it would be miserable for a husband and wife to mix doubles. The chakra in Mito's body is incomparably huge, and the Uzumaki clan are not worthless when it comes to chakra. Specializing in sealing techniques, Nine Tails is an expert. Even an old Mito can still press Nine Tails like a kitten. Then, it was suppressed by the later Kushina. Kushina didn't get what Mito meant. Maybe she also knows, but she instinctively hates tailed beasts. All normal ninjas are like that. Nine Tails was nailed to the disc by several pillars in the sealed space. Later, in Naruto, the freedom of housing was realized. With resentment, he was forcibly summoned by that BD Obito. He was controlled by Sharingan without saying a word. You have a smell I hate. Then he was beaten, and finally was sealed by the Minato ghoul, which shrunk by half. 9 tails, I'm anesthetized, this is using anesthesia to divide me. Can it be angry? Now it is very good, and there are still some expectations in my heart. Mito has been touching it with love. Although it was useless, 9 tails still imagined a day when they could be free. 9 tails' voice was low, Kaido. Mito, I also felt a familiar air. Mito fell into silence, she felt it earlier than 9 tails. Perhaps, 9 tails felt the power that made it dread. The one that can hold it with one hand. Hashirama cows, Tobirama cows too. A forbidden technique. Shadow clone is a ninjutsu developed by Tobirama. Before that, only the first generation in the world could have this clone technique that has the same strength as the main body and cannot be easily seen through. Everyone else's is an ordinary clone like a blindfold. This is very shameful, this monopoly is powerful. There is reason to believe that Tobirama developed the shadow clone technique through the study of wood-style clones. To be more straightforward, Hashirama, hey, 4th generation, how did you die? Minato, sorry, I died when I sealed 9 tails. Hashirama? Seal that thing can kill people? Mito looked out the window and murmured, Nawaki, hurry up and find Tsunade. She could feel that she was running out of time. Here, Yzong pinched his chin, thinking. This wood-style ninjutsu should be in the Senjo camp. Probably in Tsunade's hands. If you learn wood-style, the next random reward can be a little paler. Yzong remembered something from his previous life. Madara once said that he had developed the eye technique of eternal mangekyo to ultimate, but could not go any further. Until he successfully fused Hashirama's cells, he came back to life and Rin-Egan turned on. The fusion of Indra and Ashura's chakra is 6 paths. Nagato. At the beginning, I told my roommate that the masked man was Uchiha Obito. He was ridiculed and questioned, and he made a bet. Later, the boy turned out to be a fool. Yzong is looking forward to it. The basic conditions for learning wood style are met. Now it's time to get the ninjutsu that Hashirama left behind. Yamato turned into a real estate tycoon, so am I a ninja real estate tycoon. Well, now you should think about it, how to get wood style. As long as he can get it, with Yzong's current understanding, it won't take long for him to learn those wood styles. Instantly full level. Once he learns Zyanja wood style thousands of true hands, he walks even crazier than Uchiha. The amount of chakra required is enormous. What is this? Future. Yzong, Hashirama, how did you die? Hashirama, during the battle with Madara in the Valley of the End, I used too much magic and lost too many cells. Yzong? Can you kill someone with a magic trick? Tobirama, Yzong, speak as you speak, please restrain chakra. A certain card hid in the toilet, wiping tears while looking at little book. Yzong thought about it for a long time, and finally, he focused on Nawaki. Nawaki is the true heir to the Senjo family. If he wants to come to wood style, he should know a lot. With Hashirama's temperament, wood style is mostly word of mouth. It's okay, as long as he knows the seals that need to be knotted, plus the explanation of ninjutsu, Yzong has the confidence to learn it completely. Even redevelopment on the original basis. Wood clone is strong, but requires distraction and separation of a lot of chakra to maintain. Time to get your hands on the multiple shadow clone technique. Adding some wood style attributes to it, multiple shadow clone should not be as crisp as paper, right? Well, I can't get those ninjutsu for the time being. I'd better study it first, and I know the best rubbing balls. After calming down, Yzong stopped thinking about wood style and forbidden technique that he couldn't get right away. Turn to Raise Non. That thing, it's not strong, all kinds of fancy balls were rubbed out in the later period. Of course, when a certain card grows up, it is not bad to ask him to learn the technique of walking with lightning. Chidori is also very lethal, of course, handsome. Take Yzong's chakra amount. Another Kishimoto physics, violently spewing fire into the sky. That trick Kylan impressed Yzong deeply, handsome is just one word. The root hidden in the shadows, the indecisive umbu. I need a nirvana that no one knows. Raise Non, it's up to you. Then, turn around and cook. Where is he going to find balloons now? Where is he going to find little balls? Time flies. The border of the Fire Nation. Sister, I finally found you. Nawaki, how could you? Chapter 22. Nawaki. Tsunade burst into tears. She loves this little brother the most. Now suddenly appearing in front of her, covered in blood, Tsunade, who had finally come out of the shadow of the death of his clan, lost his mind again. Orochimaru and Jiraiya didn't look good either, but at the same time, the two of them quickly stood in two corners. To prevent this is the enemy's trick to lure the enemy. Orochimaru's whole person became cold, and Nawaki had the best relationship with him, and later became his disciple. Kushina stood behind Tsunade, a little overwhelmed. Instinctively scared. Time flies, half a month later. Ninja school, 1 class a year. Call. Yzong was lying lazily on the table. He was the last row, but he also echoed his temperament. Mikoto was quietly taking notes. Yzong plays with her hair when she's bored. Roll it up on the fingers and give little Mikoto a new hairstyle. Provoked a burst of white eyes. Naturally, it was the eyes of the third younger brother, and their teeth were itching with hatred. But after returning to the clan that day, Fugaku personally approached the door and said that he was not allowed to provoke Yzong in the future. They had never seen Fugaku so serious. Minato instinctively sat up straight, trying to block Yzong. Mikoto immediately realized something was wrong, and gently pushed Yzong, who was about to lean on her. He whispered, "Yzong, get up, the teacher has noticed this." Her voice just fell. "Yzong, stand up for me. How many times is this? Give me a penalty stand." Yzong yawned, stood up very skillfully, and walked out of the classroom. What should I say, the ninja school teaches the basics. In half a month, Yzong learned a lot from Mikoto. With his savvy, he naturally learned it quickly, and the three-body technique has long been full. There's nothing worth learning in school. Perhaps, for some ordinary students, it is very useful. Leaning against the wall, looking out the window. It's been a while since I got the Hashirama physique, and Nawaki doesn't know where to go. Wood style can't be rushed for a while. The forbidden technique that Tobirama left behind should be handed over to Konoha. Let's consider the pupil technique next time as a random reward. Yzong was thinking about it when he was suddenly awakened by a chaotic sound. Ah! That's third generation Sama. It's Grandpa Hokage. How did he come here? Ninja Academy, from the moment you enter, you must accept brainwashing, the will of fire. The point is, this old guy from third generation is bragging about himself. Yzong seemed to feel something, turned his head and glanced at it. Then he saw a kind-hearted elder walking towards him. Third generation. Yzong didn't lean against the wall anymore. See, third generation's eyes locked on itself, and the pace slightly accelerated. He had an innocent smile of his age on his face. Grandpa, third generation. Third generation nodded with a kind smile and said, "Yzong, why did you get punished?" Yzong was not at all surprised that he knew his name. "Grandpa, third generation, how do you know my name?" But he still pretended to be innocent and cute. Third generation laughed without saying a word, changed the subject and said, "Yzong, do you want to chat with Grandpa, third generation? The kind you can skip class." Yzong was a little amused, but he still pretended to be surprised. Recently, two groups of people came around the house, and they fought in secret. Yzong guessed that it was Umbu and Jen. Happy said, "Okay." The teacher came out quickly. Third Hokage came. He naturally wanted to come out. Third generation waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need to come out. Then he left the ninja school with Yzong. On the way, Yzong has always shown the same movements and demeanor as his age. Seeing this, third generation nodded in satisfaction. "If you don't resist him, then it will be easy." "Yzong, what is your dream?" Third generation asked suddenly. Yzong smiled in his heart. He already knew the old man's routine. Without hesitation, he put on a serious look and said, "Grandpa, third generation, I want to be a ninja like you in the future." "Oh? Is it Hokage?" "Hokage? I don't know either, but I want to be a ninja like you, guarding the village. Third generation nodded happily, stroked his beard, and thought to himself. It seems that Yzong has the will of fire. I think too much. He took Yzong back to the Hokage room, and this time, he paid special attention to the chat. Yzong's identity is rather special. Tsunade and Nawaki are not in the village now. He also took this opportunity to get to know Yzong first. Both Tsunade and Nawaki have had this experience. Third generation has been rambling, Yzong has been answering earnestly, all of which are the answers he was looking forward to. At the same time, at the Konoha gate, a dozen or so ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors entered. In the crowd, there were also two children of the same age. A bandaged body followed behind a blonde ninja with a bitter face. The youngest was a little girl with red hair. She looked around curiously and seemed to think that everything was novel. Tsunade-sama, Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sama, you are back. An Umbu ninja with a mask appears. The two nodded. Tsunade snorted coldly. She asked Nawaki on the way, did she know who the attacker was? Nawaki naturally didn't know. But about his departure from the village, apart from Minato and Mito that day, basically no one knew. When going out, he took advantage of the night to cover up his identity and leave the village. The first to know about this, in addition to a few big ninjas, is Umbu and Genbu. The most unlikely ninja is Uchiha. Although Uchiha is hostile to Senju, they are very proud and disdain to take action against a Senju who is no longer a threat. And, still a child. Besides, Uchiha's movements have always been noticed by third generation and Danzo, and there is no chance at all. Master Tsunade, Master third generation has been waiting for you for a long time, is this the rest of the Uzumaki clan? Also asked Tsunade-sama to let me take him to see third generation Sama. Tsunade frowned and was about to scold, but Nawaki tugged at the edge of her clothes and shook his head. Tsunade just gave up. Crouching down, he said to Kushina with a chuckle. Kushina, go see Lord Hokage first, and I'll pick you up later, okay? Kushina didn't want to go, but she could see that Tsunade would be embarrassed if she said no. It is good. After Kushina followed Umbu's man, Tsunade pulled Nawaki and said with a serious expression. Is it true what you said? Does Grandma really rate little Yzong that much? Nawaki nodded earnestly and was rewarded by Tsunade. Sister, why are you hitting me? Tsunade said with a half smile but not a smile. Don't come here next time, go back quickly, Grandma is very worried about you, I still have something to do. That Yzong. Little Yzong. I'll pick up Kushina later and take him back by the way. Chapter 23. Did you notice it? Orochimaru's eyes were cold. Jiraiya nodded, frowning. Tsunade snorted coldly, his pretty face covered in gloom. Is it Umbu or the root? Or the ninja? Orochimaru shook his head and said. Not from Umbu, they don't need it. Jiraiya was silent for a while, then said. Tsunade, Orochimaru and I will investigate this matter carefully. You're still focusing on Kushina and Nawaki, and Yzong. Orochimaru and Jiraiya don't know Yzong's existence yet. If it wasn't for Nawaki's words this time, they wouldn't even know that they belonged to the orthodox bloodline of the Senju family. Besides Tsunade and Nawaki, there is actually a third one. This matter is no trivial matter. Before Yzong didn't go to the station, Mito suppressed it. Except for the big bosses of Konoha, no one knows about this. Tsunade said coldly. No matter which side it is, I will make them pay the price. Although my Senju clan has declined, it is not for anyone to bully. Jiraiya gave Tsunade a quick wink. This kind of words can't be said, it's still in Konoha. He focused on Orochimaru out of the corner of his eye, and as a result, he could only shake his head helplessly. Orochimaru's eyes were like that of a cold lion majesty. Nawaki, not only because of Tsunade's relationship, he also likes this child with the will of fire. The Orochimaru at this time, after the third generation, is also the will of fire. It can be said that if it weren't for Nawaki's death, Konoha Sunin would never have fallen so quickly. And fourth Hokage. Hard to say, third generation intends to support the Sarutobi family, and Asuma is the best proof. Of course, for now, the third generation values its favorite disciple, Orochimaru. Tsunade, let's go back first. Jiraiya was afraid that the two would reach a consensus, so he couldn't stop him. Tsunade, the princess of the Senjo clan, when Hashirama and Tobirama were there, was called the little princess Konoha. Jiraiya smiled wryly, pulled Orochimaru and left. I'll go to the teacher to talk about this, you can handle your affairs with peace of mind. Jiraiya said before leaving. Tsunade closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed the anger in his heart. I don't care who you are or who you are, I will let you know that you can't bear the anger of the Senjo family. Yzong, you are very good at physique, who taught you? Third generation asked with a smile. Yzong sat aside and said without hesitation. It was taught to me by an old uncle. Before I went to school, I often ran into him when I was exercising. Everyone should be able to guess this guy. The master of Konoha physique, Teacher Chen. It's a pity that Yzong made it up, otherwise he would definitely have understood that trick from memory. Konoha Dragon God. Sure enough, third generation narrowed its eyes upon hearing this. He tapped his fingers on the table, and after thinking for a moment, there was a guess in his heart. Returning to his kind and amiable appearance, he asked. Yzong, does that old uncle always wear a pair of sunglasses? Yzong pinched his ears, lowered his head, and said hurriedly. I don't know, the old uncle said he couldn't tell others about his existence. Third generation smiled slightly, and the long-lost love for Yzong also rose in his heart. A talented person with a strong will to fire. He has no reason not to like it, it's just that Yzong's identity is a bit special. He waved, and an Umbu ninja walked in. Keep an eye on Danzo, if anything is wrong, tell me right away. Yes. There was no emotion in the ninja's voice. Ninja of the roots. In Umbu, there are many Danzo people. Similarly, the roots of Danzo's self-confidence, third generation have long since installed their own staff. Yzong covered his ears and closed his eyes, but that didn't mean he couldn't hear. Yzong, you. Third generation was about to speak when there was a sudden knock on the door. Lord Hokage, the people of the Uzumaki clan brought it. Come in. Third generation straightened its expression and said. Yzong's heart froze, the Uzumaki clan? Could it be that? Sure enough, Umbu's ninja pushed the door and came in, and behind him was the lovely red-haired girl, Kushina. Yzong was stunned for a while, but recovered quickly. Kushina looked around the Hokage room curiously and timidly, and naturally noticed Yzong. Yzong gave her a gentle smile. Kushina was also stunned, Yzong's appearance was not bad. In addition, she is still a little dirty, and she basically didn't stop along the way. After being ambushed, all three Tsunade chose to return to Konoha as quickly as possible. Yzong's eyes were clear, making her a little embarrassed. The little face flushed, but he quickly turned his head away and snorted. I couldn't help sighing in my heart, as expected of the blood-red pepper, the arrogant little cute girl. Third generation nodded, and the Umbu ninja began to report. Yzong glanced at third generation smiled at him, and then looked at Kushina. Yzong understood immediately, nodded with a smile, and walked towards Kushina. Third generation was very satisfied. Yzong was a little surprised, third generation would trust him so much. Hello, my name is Senju Yzong. Yzong stretched out his hand and smiled gently. Kushina was nervous, he could tell. When Kushina heard his name, her little face was full of surprise. Looking at Yzong's outstretched hand, he looked at Yzong's handsome face. If it was before, she would not care about these details. Just now. Inferiority, yes, Kushina was a little inferior at the beginning. She lowered her head, her cute little face a little red. After shaking hands with Yzong, he pulled it back immediately. With this cute appearance, Yzong couldn't help but chuckle. Kushina was a little surprised and looked up to see Yzong's clear eyes again. His face turned redder. Snort softly, then don't look away. Yzong could notice that her small mouth was slightly raised. Small peppers. Third generation frowned after hearing the report from Umbu's ninja. He waved his hand, and the Umbu ninja resigned. I can't help but guess. Could this thing be that Danzo guy again? With a wry smile, it seems that a set of things must be prepared in advance. He could already imagine Tsunade kicking the door and slapping his desk to pieces. Kushina, Konoha will be your home from now on. Do you want to go to school? Chapter 24. Kushina looked at Yzong. Yzong responded with a smile. Is he from the Senju clan? What's the relationship with Tsunade's sister? He should be at ninja school too. Can I? Kushina's careful Kaido. Third generation showed its signature kind smile again, saying, Yzong, Kushina will go to school with you from now on, you can't bully her. Kushina, if you have any difficulties, you can find Yzong. He is from the Senju clan, the younger brother of Tsunade. Kushina straightened up nervously. Kaido, yes. Yzong laughed inwardly, it's so cute. Seemingly aware of the smile, Kushina's face was also a little red, and after meeting Yzong's eyes for 2 seconds, he snorted again. He pouted and said, My name is Uzumaki Kushina, please advise. Yzong, go back to class first. Third generation spoke up. At the same time, an Umbu ninja came in outside the door. Yzong nodded and smiled at Kushina. The sunny and handsome appearance, referred to as the girl killer. Kushina clearly wanted to take a second look, but she pouted and turned her head away. After Yzong left, third generation asked Kushina to wait. Pay attention to the people at the route, and also, don't have Umbu's people around Yzong. Don't get close next time, but always pay attention to the movement of the roots. Yes, Lord Hokage. Umbu ninja dodged away. Third generation narrowed its eyes and looked out the window. Somewhere in the village, Tsunade is back, and he can no longer blatantly spy on Yzong. At least, while Mito was still around, he couldn't cross the line. Sir Mito's time is running out, it's time to prepare for the container of 9 tails. Kushina and Mito-sama are both members of the Uzumaki clan, I wonder if she can. The third generation walked back to the Hokage room slowly, with his hands on his back, and turned back to his kind-hearted look. Kushina, do you want to go to school with Yzong? Live together in Senju's quarters? Seeing Tsunade a lot? He asked again. He had a plan in his mind, since Yzong couldn't be watched, it would definitely take some effort to guard against Danzo. It's better to let Yzong go back to the Senju clan's camp. Kushina was also placed in the Senju quarter. In this way, Yzong's safety can be guaranteed, and Kushina's things can also be mastered by him, not by Danzo. Moreover, now third generation likes Yzong very much, and is relieved a lot. No matter what his identity or talent is, as long as he has the will of fire, he is the seedling of Konoha. However, without identity and talent, how could he attract his attention? Go to school with Yzong. Yzong's handsome appearance appeared in Kushina's mind. Seeing third generation looking at her with a half smile, he couldn't help lowering his head, his pretty face blushing. Grandpa Hokage, can you see Tsunade's sister often? Third generation nodded and added. I'll let someone arrange it. You can go to school with Yzong tomorrow, in the same class. Kushina couldn't help but be overjoyed. Snort. It's not for him, it's for seeing Tsunade's sister often. I am a dividing line. At dusk, Yzong yawned, with a small pink skull bag behind him. Mikoto walked in the front and kept telling Yzong the key points of the teacher today. Minato followed Yzong with a smile. Ask Yzong about ninjutsu from time to time. Yzong also answered patiently. The little girl is very gentle and attentive. When Yzong answered Minato's question, he not only stopped, but also listened carefully to Yzong's explanation. Fire-style ninjutsu. Yzong has no worries at all. The little beauty is not only a member of the Uchiha clan, but also the granddaughter of the Great Elder. For Yzong, fire-style ninjutsu is completely within reach. Won't Seal? Someone teach you how to do it? It's just that Mikoto hasn't become a ninja yet. Some advanced fire-style ninjutsu cannot be learned for the time being. However, Yzong is not in a hurry. After experimenting with the Great Fireball technique that day, he suddenly discovered that the Great Fireball technique he released was directly Super A level. That range. Mikoto, I'm going back first. Yzong said goodbye to Mikoto after sending Mikoto to Uchiha's camp. Along the way, many people showed hostility. There was also a lot more talk about Mikoto. Yzong is naturally immune directly, and Mikoto will refute it when he hears it at first. Now, she is immune too. Oh. Mikoto pouted, suddenly unhappy. Yzong smiled slightly, then, he stretched out his hand, rubbed her little head, and said, "See you tomorrow." Xiaonazai enjoyed being touched by Yzong. The shoulders were lifted involuntarily. Yzong ruffled her smooth hair before turning around and leaving. Mikoto reluctantly watched Yzong's back disappear. In the end, he happily trotted back. After approaching his residence, Yzong also began to pay attention to his surroundings. The Umbu people are gone. Is it because I gained the trust of third generation? After Yzong walked to the door of the house, he found that the carpet at the door was slightly offset. There are also more footprints around. Have you checked in at home? That old man from third generation is really cautious enough to be so careful with the live broadcast artifact. Wrong. Just as he was about to push the door to enter, he suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the room. People are still there, not Umbus. He thought about it quickly, and finally lowered his breath and jumped onto the roof. He walked quietly to the secret door he left behind. Here, together with the bathroom, the rustling sound came from the bathroom. Looking down, nosebleed almost spurted out. Slender legs, without a trace of excess fat. Good guy, when did you break into a long-legged beauty in your home? White flowers. Unfortunately, the plane can be docked. Blonde? And giveaways? This red hair. Yzong swallowed and held his breath. I can't help thinking in my heart. Third generation, I suddenly experienced your happiness. I must get that live artifact. Chapter 25. Yzong quietly admired. Sister Tsunade, is this really Yzong's home? Little lowly Kushina blushed and asked cautiously. Tsunade patted his chest and chuckled. Yeah, I'm very familiar here. What? Humph, that little Yzong, always pestering me, forcibly leaving me every time I come. Yzong felt a little funny in his heart. This Tsunade is really vengeful. The previous Yzong, when he met Tsunade for the first time, was afraid, so he didn't know how to speak. Tsunade was careless again, and Yzong was a little scared before. But Tsunade was very kind to him, and Yzong heard her name before. Then, the previous Yzong said something that Tsunade would never forget in his entire life in a very childish tone. Tsunade big brother, thank you. The smile on Nawake's face suddenly froze. As if struck by lightning, Tsunade looked down at Yzong with a cute smile. Then, for the next month, Jiraiya always had a bruised face after returning from a mission. Since then, Tsunade has been unusually gentle every time he sees Yzong. Completely become a different person. Nawaki almost thought that because of Yzong's previous sentence, Tsunade had completely changed. Nawaki didn't know until later. Tsunade would take the 2 or 3-year-old Yzong to bathe after each mission. Do you think it's a happy moment? Wrong, so wrong. How did the young Yzong know about these things? Tsunade treats him well, he likes Tsunade very much, and he treats Tsunade very well. Obedience. Then, the hard-working back-rubbing tool man was born. He also became more and more skilled at serving tea and pouring water. Tsunade always treats him gently. The laziest thing to say in the gentlest words. Nawaki was stunned, and since then stayed away from Tsunade, daring not to go against her wishes. For a while, Yzong lost a few pounds, not because he couldn't eat well, but because Tsunade saw that he was about his age and started to teach him the basics. In the end, Yzong was very grateful to him. This is also why after crossing, not at home. Now, the previous memory suddenly awakened. Combining vision and memory, Yzong wiped the tip of his nose. Happy times always go by so fast. He immediately tidied up his clothes and came to the door quietly. Kushina's little face is flushed, and with the red hair on that end, she has a unique beauty. Tsunade stretched and muttered. Why hasn't little Yzong come back yet? A little thirsty. Yzong outside the door could hear it clearly. He adjusted his mood and slowly opened the door. The scene that entered his eyes directly impacted his young mind. The towel is casually wrapped around the body. It's an airport, but it's not. A pair of slender and fair long legs came into view. Tsunade was now raising his hand to wipe the damp hair. Kushina sat facing him, while Tsunade wiped her hair behind her. "Yo, little Yzong, are you back? There is no water at home, my sister is a little thirsty." Yzong tried to keep his tone natural. "Okay, Sister Tsunade, wait a minute." Then, quickly escape from the crime scene. Ninja mindfulness technique. Kushina's eyes widened. Yzong was at that angle just now. In an instant, her cute little face was full of blush. Compared with her hair, not much more let. You see, another innocent girl is so shy that the top of her head is smoking. Where would Tsunade pay attention to this? She doesn't care about this kind of thing at all, and she doesn't care. In her eyes, Yzong is still a little boy, how can he understand those things? Yzong was in the kitchen, and his breathing became a little short. He couldn't help but scolded himself for being unpromising. However, this is also the first time I have seen the second dimension. He used the fastest speed, turned the power to maximum, and brought the water to a boil. Then get to the scene of the crime as quickly as possible. Kushina is already dressed, still his. These are not the point, are optional. Ah? Punishment, no one really. Tsunade cocked Erlang's legs and looked like a big sister, but his expression and voice were unusually gentle. "Little Yzong, come here quickly." Yzong glanced at him without a trace. "Then go over with water." Also poured a cup for the blushing Kushina. Tsunade took a gulp and let out a sigh of relief. He hugged Yzong and said with a smile. "Little Yzong is so caring, she even helped her sister to cool off." Sure enough, staying with little Yzong is the most comfortable. Yzong nodded and whimpered, almost suffocating. This wave of benefits came too big and too fast, and he didn't even react. Kushina on the side is gently blowing the hot water in the cup. Tsunade hugged Yzong and smashed it hard. Then, with a light smile, he said, "Yzong, my sister has something to tell you." Yzong raised his head reluctantly and said curiously, "What's up?" Tsunade smiled mysteriously and said, "Go and fetch my sister's clothes first, and my sister will tell you later." The word sister is very heavy. Yzong scolded himself secretly, this is not a scale you should enjoy. No prospects. As long as Tsunade knows her talent, she will inevitably worry about her safety. It will definitely improve the strength and speed up the learning of Baihao technique. Then, he slowly went to fetch Tsunade's clothes. Definitely not wearing it. Slowly, he gave Tsunade his outer underwear, and Tsunade rewarded him with a big hug. He slapped Yzong's face fiercely. Kushina was embarrassed to see it. She is still blowing the hot water in the cup. Yzong cried out inwardly, "I'm not clean anymore." The little face collapsed suddenly. Tsunade smiled, then glanced at the doors and windows, and after seeing that Kushina was tightly shut, he ripped off the bathrobe without hesitation. "Little Yzong, can you stop living here? Go back with my sister and go back to Senjo's camp. It will be easier for my sister to find you in the future. And, you can go to school with Kushina later. Kushina has told my sister that she will be in the same class as you from now on." Yzong nodded, didn't speak, and finally turned his head away. While Kushina and Tsunade were not paying attention, she wiped away her red tears. Suddenly, a fragrant wind hit. Yzong was held in Tsunade's arms again. Tsunade kept rubbing his cheek with his pretty face, and smiled. "Oh, little Yzong has grown up too? Is he still shy?" Yzong didn't resist, just let her do it. This made Tsunade even more proud. Yzong is suffering from oppression that he shouldn't be at his age. The enemy is too powerful, he can't resist at all. We can't fight this witch for the time being, we can only bear the burden of humiliation. If you don't speak, you will be the default. Let's go directly tonight. After my sister has arranged, go back to the Senja family's station. Grandma misses you so much. Chapter 26. Come on, Grandma really wants to meet you, Kushina. Especially you, Yzong, Grandma misses you so much, she keeps talking in my ear, when will I bring you back? Tsunade stood in front of the door, in high spirits. It is estimated that the resentment has been accumulated for a long time, and it was vented when Yzong was tormented. Yzong's face was dotted with red dots. They were all bitten by some blonde beauty. The previous Yzong was a bit against the Senju clan. It is very likely that he guessed that his parents died because of the Senju clan. Who knows? On the way, Kushina kept walking at the back. She felt that she was out of place between Yzong and Tsunade. Tsunade noticed her, hugged Yzong, and whispered, "Little Yzong, do you think Kushina looks good?" Yzong was taken aback and didn't know what medicine was sold in the Tsunade gourd. His cautious Kaido. "It's cute, as beautiful as my sister." Tsunade was a big hit. Little friends don't lie. This little mouth is sweet. He nibbled on Yzong's little face again. Then he said, "Little Yzong, as a Senju clan, you have to take on the important task of reviving my Senju clan." Yzong curiously said, "How to do?" Tsunade opened his mouth and was stunned, not knowing what to say. "Simply say, Kushina and Grandma belong to the same family. We Senju and Uzumaki have been friendly for generations, so yet, you have to take good care of Kushina and make her a member of Senju. Okay, go and talk to her now. She has experienced some sad things and is in a very low mood now. You have to treat her like your sister." Yzong nodded in understanding, then broke free from Tsunade's embrace with a smile. "Kushina, we will go to school together tomorrow. When the time comes to choose the same table, you can choose me. Mikoto will be very happy to see you." Tsunade listened, stunned. Is that the granddaughter of the great elder Uchiha? Unexpectedly, Yzong actually. Very good. Yzong, come on. I'm optimistic about you, I can't wait to see Uchiha deflated, ha ha ha. Tremble, Uchiha. Yzong, you have to work hard and lie to a few more Uchiha girls. Hearing Tsunade's unbridled laughter, Kushina asked cautiously. Yzong, has Sister Tsunade always been like this? She couldn't imagine how the gentle sister from before suddenly became another person. Yzong naturally took her little hand and pulled her to catch up with Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, Kushina said, you are the most beautiful and gentle sister she has ever seen. Kushina. Seeing Yzong holding Kushina's little hand, Tsunade immediately showed a motherly smile. He picked up Kushina without hesitation and took a bite. She seems to be in love with this feeling. Kushina will be beautiful and gentle when she grows up. Kushina glared at Yzong sternly and snorted, not knowing what to say to Tsunade in a low voice. Yzong thought to himself, since Tsunade is back, then Nawaki should be back too. Time to learn wood style. In the Senju family, there should also be Tobirama left, which is full of sealing techniques of forbidden technique. I didn't go back before, precisely because the two were not there. Even if he goes back, he doesn't know where to go. Well now, soon he will be able to abuse Nine Tails. Nine Tails, what's up with me? In the depths of the Senju clan's quarters. The residence of Uzumaki Mito. As soon as Yzong approached, he felt a few eyes staring at him. People with umbu. It seems that it is not easy here. Think about it too, Mito is Hashirama's wife and naturally has her own energy. Entering it, he saw Nawaki wrapped in bandages and looked at him with a smile on his face. Yzong, you are here. Come in, Grandma is waiting inside. Then, smiled and nodded to Kushina. With one hand that was still able to move, he pulled Yzong and walked inside. He knew that Tsunade would be crazy after returning from Yzong, and it was true that he ran away quickly. Grandma Mito. After entering the room, I saw a kind-hearted grandmother sitting on a futon. Mito looked at Yzong with gentle eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a timid girl walk in. A head of red hair immediately made her feel intimacy. She waved to Kushina. Kushina hid behind Tsunade and looked at Tsunade unconsciously. Tsunade pushed her with a smile and said, Grandma called you, come over. Kushina cautiously walked up to Mito. Mito patted his leg, his old face full of love. Kushina's nose turned red, and she immediately guessed Mito's identity. She lay lightly on Mito's lap, her eyes reddened. Mito stroked her hair gently. Mito waved to Yzong again. Yzong approached. Mito's hand froze for a moment, but he quickly touched Yzong's head gently again. "Son, you are suffering." The moment Yzong approached, there is an endless sense of familiarity within Mito. At the same time, in Mito's body, in the sealed space, Ninetales opened his eyes suddenly. So familiar atmosphere. It saw Yzong's figure through Mito's eyes. The next moment, it shuddered violently. He couldn't help but murmured, "What a terrible boy. No one can give it such a sense of oppression for a long time." A figure appeared in his mind. Only 6 paths can give it such a sense of oppression. No, this boy, why does it make me feel more oppressive than 6 paths? At this moment, in the sealed space, a voice suddenly sounded. "Ninetales, what happened to you? Why did you send out a distress signal?" Chapter 27. Humph. It's 8 tails. I just want to see that none of the 9-tailed beasts have died. Ninetales closed his eyes again and fell down. Another voice sounded. "Ninetales, you are always so arrogant." Kaido, who doesn't open his eyes to Ninetales. "Shall he? I thought you were dead. After all, with your strength, it's a miracle to be alive." Afterwards, Ninetales left the chat group as soon as its 9 tails moved. Those who just came in, did not hear the voice of Ninetales. "I heard one tail shower," he kept roaring and scolding the street crazily. Only 8 tails thought. "Why does this teenager make me feel this way?" Ninetales looked at Yzong through Mito's vision. It's very strange, in his eyes, Yzong is just an ant that can be pinched to death at any time, and it makes him feel palpitations. It doesn't know yet, and soon it will be ravaged to the ground by Yzong. "Tsunade, Nawaki." Mito chuckled softly and called to the 2 of them softly. Nawaki nodded earnestly, then pulled Tsunade out, who didn't respond. "Nawaki, why did Grandma call us out?" Tsunade said with some dissatisfaction. Nawaki smiled wryly, and then said, "Sister, pay attention to your surroundings, and never let anyone get close to here." Tsunade frowned slightly, knowing half of it. But he still clapped his hands and his blood boiled. "It is good." In the room, Mito rubbed Yzong's head and said, "Yzong, do you know your physique?" Yzong was overjoyed. Could it be that? His naive Kaido. "Grandma, I belong to the Senju clan, my physique? Is it different from big brother Nawaki and big sister Tsunade?" Mito shook his head with a smile, touched Kushina's hair, and said softly, "I feel the breath of Hashirama in you, it's familiar, there's nothing wrong with that. You have the body of an immortal from the Senju clan. And, like Hashirama, it has a special bloodline limit." She took out a battered notebook from behind. There is also Hashirama's handwriting on it. She looked at the cover for a long time and slowly put it in Yzong's hands. "Yzong, this is a note left by Grandpa Hashirama. It's his understanding of wood style, and the wood style he's realized in his life. Neither Nawaki nor Tsunade were able to awaken the immortal body. The important task of reviving the Senju family falls on you, can you do it?" Yzong raised his chest and said seriously, "Grandma, Yzong will definitely revive the Senju clan." He took Hashirama's note with a serious expression, and was extremely excited. All that's left is Tobirama's forbidden technique. The long-awaited wood style is finally here. Yzong couldn't wait to turn to the first page, and was instantly dumbfounded. About wood style, water attributes, soil attributes, fusion. Then this, then that, that's about it. To do this is to have wood style blood continue to limit. Then it can be like this. Seeing Yzong's expression, Mito couldn't help laughing. Hashirama is just that. Yzong, you have to study the above content carefully, you can't be lazy. Yzong closed the note and put it on his chest, a little headache. But seriously Kaido. Don't worry, Grandma, Yzong will not disappoint Grandma. Kushina was lying on Mito's lap, eyes closed, long eyelashes trembling. Mito rubbed her hair and whispered. Kushina, the Uzumaki clan did not really perish. There are still surviving clansmen. Kushina raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. You must also work hard to revive my Uzumaki clan." Saying that, she held Kushina in her arms and said something softly. Yzong couldn't hear it, and wasn't in the mood to listen. His mind is now full of Hashirama's notebooks. The content inside is comparable to a heavenly book. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a ghost painting. I finally got my hands on it, and as a result, I couldn't understand it at all. Learning wood style from Hashirama's notes is a long and arduous road. Yzong didn't notice, Kushina's little face suddenly turned red. His eyes looked at him unconsciously. Mito chuckled and whispered a few more words. Kushina buried her head directly in her arms and said in a coquettish tone, "Grandma, stop talking, if he hears." Yzong looked suspiciously, keenly aware that Kushina's ears were turning red. He didn't know why, and when he saw Mito's ant-like smile again, he also understood a thing or two in his heart. Beckoned and let Yzong go over. She stretched out her old and dry hands and took Yzong and Kushina into her arms. Senju on one side and Uzumaki on the other. One side is Hashirama, the other is his own home. The aged Mito, hugging the two of them, gently rubbed Yzong's small face, and said, "Yzong, Kushina, please." In their arms, Yzong and Kushina looked at each other and could hear each other's heartbeats clearly. A warm breath blew on Kushina's little face. She had nowhere to hide, her face blushing. "Well, don't worry, Grandma, I will treat Kushina like Sister Tsunade, and I will definitely take good care of Kushina." Mito's eyes were a little wet, and she just hugged the two of them tightly. The two got closer and closer, and Kushina's face was like a ripe red apple. "Humph." She pouted and closed her eyes, not daring to look at Yzong. Yzong quietly looked at this shy little girl. I couldn't help feeling that Mito was really good at it. In this way, the relationship between Yzong and Kushina quickly heated up. After a long time, Mito came out of the memory. Yzong was also sitting beside her. Kushina didn't dare to look at Yzong, and stayed in Mito's arms the whole time. "Yzong, you must learn what Hashirama left behind," Mito ordered again. No one knows, at this time, in Mito's body, in the sealed space. A big fox with 9 tails was hiding in the corner and shivering. "Can anyone save me?" Mito seems to have exhausted all his strength, and his words are also a little weak. "Kushina, have you heard from Hiruzen?" Kushina raised her head, her little face full of doubts. Yzong opened his mouth and reminded. "It's Grandpa 3rd generation." Kushina's pupils shrank suddenly, and the expression on her small face froze. She looked at Yzong subconsciously. She pursed her upper lip lightly, her eyes full of helplessness. Yzong narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and immediately understood. It is the seal 9 tails, Jinchuriki takes over. However, the stubborn Kushina didn't say anything to Yzong. Instead, he looked at Mito and said with a weeping voice, "Grandma, Kushina doesn't want to be Jinchuriki, Kushina hates 9 tails." However, she knew it herself. 3rd generation has spoken to her a lot today and she understands that there is no one better suited to succeed Mito right now. Mito's eyes were full of helplessness. Yzong suddenly said, "Grandma, is it because of 9 tails?" Mito looked at him in surprise. Yzong added, "I heard from Grandpa 3rd generation. Grandma, isn't the body of a fairy very powerful?" Mito nodded thoughtfully. Yzong looked at Kushina, his eyes were firm, and he said seriously, "Kushina is not afraid, I will protect you. Grandma, let me be a Jinchuriki instead of Kushina." Chapter 28. Kushina stared at Yzong blankly. When Yzong said the sentence that replaced her heart trembled violently. She looked at the eyes Yzong was looking at her. "So gentle. Really?" Kushina asked cautiously, a warm current pouring into her heart. Yzong also smiled and said, "Really, I won't lie to Sister Tsunade, and I won't lie to you." Kushina was stunned for a while, her face flushed, she turned her head away, and snorted. "Humph. I don't need your help, nosy." However, as she spoke, the corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously. Kushina looked at Mito and said very seriously, "Grandma Mito, when I become Jinchuriki, will I become stronger?" Then I will have the strength to revive the Uzumaki clan, and also, help Yzong revive the Senju. Kushina didn't say any more, she hid in Mito's arms, leaving only Yzong's back. Mito, who had a panoramic view of everything, unconsciously appeared in his mind the man who was always laughing. Hashirama. She rubbed Kushina's head and said softly. Being a vessel for a tailed beast doesn't have to be sad. Before you get enlightened, find love to fill it. That way, even if you want to live as Jinchuriki of 9 tails, you can find happiness. Kushina nodded vaguely, paying attention to Yzong out of the corner of her eyes. The room fell into silence, and after a while, Kushina raised her head. I do. She made up her mind, and after saying these words, Meimu looked at Yzong unconsciously. Mito chuckled and said, Yzong, as Jinchuriki, will suffer many injustices, will you protect Kushina forever? Kushina blushed, but this time, she didn't look furtively. She didn't know it herself, but at this moment, her eyes were full of anticipation when she looked at Yzong. Yzong did not insist on being Jinchuriki. Actually, it's all the same. Anyway, as long as you can turn pale once, you will get Sharinon. Then fool a 3rd generation old man and get Tobirama's forbidden technique. Ah! Who said the tailed beast is equal to Jinchuriki? Who says tailed beasts can't be kept as pets? No one noticed the change in Yzong's eyes, but in the sealed space, 9 tails did. It shivered, and the unpleasant feeling in his heart became more and more intense. Of course, Yzong still wanted Kushina to become Jinchuriki. 9 tails is very strong, at least, Kushina's strength will be improved qualitatively. Wife has to be raised since childhood, no way. Too much punishment. Yzong looked at Kushina and confirmed again. Grandma, I will definitely. Kushina, if you really don't want to, just say it and I'll take your place. Kushina seemed to hear the answer she wanted, her big eyes narrowed unconsciously, like 2 crescent moons. The corners of her mouth rose, but she didn't turn her head away. Humph. Who needs your protection? I am also very powerful. Are you really willing to replace me? She said cautiously. That's a must. Kushina is happy like a child. No, she is a child now. Humph. I'll be Jinchuriki, and I'll be the first female Hokage in the village. Looking at your performance today, I will protect you in the future. Mito quipped. Is Kushina willing to do Jinchuriki because of Yzong? Kushina subconsciously Kaido. Yeah, humph. How is that possible? It's not because of Yzong. Anyway, it's not because of him, it's because I want to protect Tsunade's sister too. Yzong and Mito laughed without saying a word, and Kushina hid back in shame. Tsunade and Nawaki outside had no idea what was going on inside. Tsunade narrowed his eyes, looking at the mask on the ground that was smashed by her punch. Rude. She put away the mask, and when she was ready to stabilize, she took it to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. She doesn't believe anyone in this matter, including 3rd generation. Meanwhile, Hokage indoors. Hiruzen, you want to train Kushina as Jinchuriki? Danzo stood at the Hokage table, eyes grim. 3rd generation turned his back to him and looked out the window, flat Kaido. Yes or not, it's up to me to decide. Danzo said coldly. Okay, let's put the 9 tails aside for the time being. People from my roots, why were you driven away by your Umbu people as soon as they approached Yzong? Hiruzen, you are bright and I am dark. For so many years, we have not interfered with each other. You have crossed the line. The 3rd generation didn't seem to hear what he said, standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking out at the village. Looking at the lights in the downtown area, 3rd generation felt a little dazed. Danzo went on to say. Hiruzen, trust me, Yzong will leave it to the roots to cultivate. 3rd generation turned around with anger in his eyes. Danzo, if you dare to fight Yzong's idea again, I will personally let you know that some things are not only you can do, only you dare to do. Just kidding, after confirming Yzong's will of fire today. 3rd generation has already raised the heart of accepting disciples, and he decided to cultivate Yzong well. With the aim of the future Hokage. Danzo's eyes widened, he was surprised, but also agitated by third generation's words. Thump. He raised his hand, jabbed the ground with the crutch, and said angrily, "Hiruzen, what do you mean?" The third generation returned to its former appearance and sat down without rushing. Danzo knew him as well, and he had already guessed third generation's intentions. Third generation is like saying a trivial thing. "Danzo, don't push me." Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly, and his hands on crutches became blue veins. "Hiruzen, you will regret it." Third generation folded his hands and narrowed his eyes. Danzo turned to leave. After a long time, in the Hokage room, an old man took out the live broadcast artifact again. "Too much has happened lately. I just seem to have forgotten what to say." Chapter 29. Yzong, you seem to be a little different today. During the class, Minato said in surprise. Yzong was stunned for a moment. "Is it different?" Immediately reacted, this girl was afraid to say why she didn't lie on the table as soon as she came over. Yzong stretched out his hand with a smile, scratched her little Kaien's nose, and said with a chuckle, "Because, my desk mate is very good looking today, where am I willing to sleep?" Mikato's pretty face flushed, and Yzong couldn't help but glance at Yzong. He secretly thought to himself, how did he find out that he dressed up specially today? Why didn't he notice it normally? Be careful to be seen through. Yzong rubbed her little head. Getting along with such a gentle girl was very fulfilling. Minato is still very shy, and she can't bear such an intimate gesture a few times. "Damn Senju clan, you will regret it." The third younger brother is still playing stable. Yzong yawned. That must be because last night was straight all night. After getting Hashirama's note, wood style is right in front of him, he is not reconciled. It is bound to realize wood style in ghost drawing. Then, after a night of trying, he finally discovered the first wood style ninjutsu. Wood style wood clone technique. Although, it will be sealed, but wood style is different from other ninjutsu. Yzong still needs time to try. However, he believed that with his savvy, he would be able to learn this wood clone technique in a short time. Once you learn the first wood style, then learning other wood styles will be much faster. At this moment, the teacher came in suddenly, followed by a cute girl with red hair. "Everyone be quiet, let me tell you something. This is a transfer student from the country of Vortex. Kushina, let me introduce myself to everyone now." As in the anime, Kushina stood in front of everyone, still a little timid. She closed her eyes and said loudly, "I am Uzumaki Kushina." When the voice fell, she suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils shrank. Seemingly aware that something was wrong, he hurriedly covered his mouth. The third brother's performance is still stable. What, it turned out to be from a foreign country with such a heavy accent. Ha ha ha. But she immediately puffed up again, clasping her fists in front of her chest. "I'm going to be the first female Hokage in this village." Everyone was stunned, shocked by her words. Listening to their whispers, Kushina bit her lower lip. Glancing around, he finally found Yzong snickering in the corner. Immediately, he pursed his lips, puffing up. Talking about going to school together. Even the teacher was shocked by her words, and she did not stop the students' malicious comments for a while. At this moment, Minato suddenly stood up. Kushina looked at him strangely. Minato patted his chest, smiled, and said, "I also want to be a great Hokage recognized by the villagers." Kushina glanced at him in surprise, and secretly said, "Why is he so annoying? People said that he wants to be the first female Hokage." He stood up and said, "Who asked you?" Well, Kushina, you." Kushina walked straight to the last row and sat next to Yzong under everyone's eyes. Although he pretended to be calm on the surface, Yzong still found that the little girl's face was a little flushed. "Yes, very courageous. You have to work hard, you must become Hokage," Yzong said with a chuckle. Kushina snorted, raised a small fist, and said, "I will definitely work hard to become Hokage. Then, protect." At this time, she also noticed Minato beside Yzong. Seeing her, Minato also showed a gentle smile. Kushina was stunned, such a gentle girl. She asked cautiously, Are you the Uchiha Mikato that Yzong said? Mikato glanced at Yzong in surprise, but he didn't expect Yzong and Kushina to know each other long ago, and introduced himself to her. That is to say, myself and him. Mikato stretched out a small hand and said softly. Hello Kushina, my name is Uchiha Mikato, please give me more advice in the future. The cute appearance made Kushina blushed and became a little shy. Unconsciously compare yourself with yourself. The two were on both sides of Yzong, so the handshake would naturally be closer. In front of the three, Minato suddenly turned his head, looked at Kushina, and said, Hi, my name is Namikaze Minato. Kushina glared at him, Kaido lightly. Minato was a little confused, and withdrew his outstretched hand, showing a gentle smile. Yzong held back his smile. The teacher also started lecturing at this time. Yzong yawned and lay down on the table. Kushina pouted and said softly, Yzong, why don't you listen to the class? Before Yzong could speak, Mikato said, Yzong is very good. He can understand what the teacher says. Kushina and Mikato seemed to get along by nature, and gradually, the two of them talked more and more. Yzong was lying in the middle, listening to the conversation between the two. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Mikato has no friends, only Yzong and Minato are among his peers. Not to mention Kushina, she just came and was laughed at by the way she spoke. Once the two opened the topic, they began to chatter. Minato turned around, ready to ask Yzong some unanswered questions last night. Kushina said displeased. Can you not turn around during the class and listen to the class carefully, aren't you going to be Hokage? Minato was stunned, with a hostile tone. Kushina turned to talk to Mikato again. Aren't you going to be Hokage too? Between classes. From today, you will be called Tomato. Mikato took Kushina to learn about the campus. When he came back, the third younger brother pointed at her and laughed. A fat round face and red hair, isn't it a tomato? Kushina pouted with anger on her face. How can a tomato become a Hokage? Other boys also ran over to laugh at her. Mikato stood up, and before she could speak, Kushina grabbed a hand that was about to move her hair. Who's tomato? For the record, I hate tomatoes too. Then came the famous scene. Kushina beat these boys down alone. If you underestimate me and call me tomatoes, I'll let you all walk around. The violent side made Mikato cover his mouth in surprise. She looked at Yzong and saw Yzong folded his arms around his chest, quietly watching Kushina beat him unilaterally. What's so funny? Do you want to be beaten too? Minato turned his head back immediately. He believed that Kushina really dared to beat him. Mikato pulled Kushina back to the seat, and Kushina still felt a little uneasy. But she seemed to realize something and glanced at Yzong secretly, feeling a little uneasy. He won't hate me like this. Come on, Kushina, I'm optimistic about you. Whoever dares to laugh at you in the future will call you back. Well, if they dare to call their big brother-sister, I will teach them a lesson for you. Kushina bowed her head, her little face was red, with red hair, her cute little round face, she really looked like a tomato. Humph. Who needs your help? Chapter 30. Mikato, that Minato is so annoying, why is he always behind us? Kushina and Mikato hold little hands. He was instinctively disgusted by Minato who bothered her and Mikato and Yzong. Mikato laughed without saying a word. Careful, she had already discovered Kushina's careful thoughts towards Yzong. But she didn't resist at all. On the contrary, I think this daring girl is very cute. There is some sweetness in my heart. Yzong is so good, it's impossible not to be admired by other women. Minato sensed the hostility, looked back, and sure enough, Mikato didn't give him any good looks before, and now even Kushina, who just arrived, did the same. With a wry smile, he quickly put away the notebook and said goodbye to Yzong. Yzong! A voice sounded with surprise. The three of them looked back at the same time and saw two ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors coming. Hisashi Hayashi. Yzong responded with a smile, but he was a little amused in his heart. They agreed to let them eat barbecue that day, but they received the task the next day and left the village. So coincidental. Then, he turned his head to look at Mikoto and Kushina, and said, "Mikoto, Kushina, do you want to eat yakiniku?" "Brother, you can't drink yet," Hisashi said helplessly. Hayashi drank a drink and laughed. "It's okay, not much, I'm in a good mood today." "Did you see that look on Uchiha Fugaku's face?" "Yzong, you don't even know, Uchiha Fugaku seems to have changed since he was defeated by you that day." Yzong put the 2 pieces of roasted meat into the bowls of Mikoto and Kushina who were sitting beside him. Kushina blushed, she had never been taken care of like this. On the other hand, Mikoto is more natural, and Yzong often brings her to eat barbecue. However, that was the time of 2 people, and now there are 2 more outsiders, and she is a little embarrassed. Soon, Hayashi got drunk. "Come on, Yzong, let's have a drink." Hisashi quickly pulled him and said, "Big brother, Yzong is still young, how can you let him drink?" Yzong poured himself a glass. After so long, he was actually a little greedy. Hayashi laughed. He found that he liked this young Yzong with amazing physical skills more and more. Kushina got closer, smelled the alcohol, pinched her nose, and asked, "What about the taste?" Yzong handed her the glass with a trace of it without hesitation. "Want to know? Try it yourself." With that said, let's grill the meat for Mikoto. Kushina lowered her head, her cheeks hot. "This is the cup Yzong just drank from." "Yzong, you know, that Uchiha Fugaku." Hayashi's tongue started to grow, and he was about to go on. There was a sudden snort behind them. Immediately afterwards, a ninja wearing the Uchiha family emblem stood up. Then, several more Uchihas stood up. They stared at Hayashi, who was drunk, unaware, and was still chattering. Yzong glanced at Fugaku in the crowd lightly. "Yzong, I will challenge you again." Fugaku saw Yzong put the grilled meat in front of Mikoto. Mikoto blushed with shame, pulled the hair between his temples, and opened his mouth slightly. He was suddenly distressed. As soon as the words came out, Hayashi also turned his head and saw him. Immediately laughed. "Uchiha Fugaku, how dare you challenge Yzong? Oh! Can you sit down already? I thought you were still standing when you were eating." Hisashi reluctantly stopped his big brother, for fear that he would have something to say. Kushina didn't know these things, she took advantage of no one to notice, and secretly took a sip from Yzong just now. So spicy! No one noticed that at the table next to Yzong and the others, there were 3 big bosses sitting. A man with long white hair and paint on his face. A feminine man with long black hair and eyes like lion majesty. There is also a blonde beauty who can stop the plane for a month. Naturally, Konoha Sunin represents yellow, gambling and poison. Because of what happened before, the atmosphere was very wrong. And Orochimaru and Jiraiya did not find out who ambushed them that day. At this point, Tsunade was already a little drunk. As soon as he heard the words Yzong in the quarrel, he immediately turned his head. Just happened to see Yzong feeding Mikoto. "Little Yzong." Jiraiya laughed and said. "I didn't expect that what Nawaki said before was true, Tsunade, your clan brother is incredible. Completely crushing Uchiha's contemporary young patriarch in physical skills. How old is he? How terrifying." Orochimaru nodded and said. "It's true. I haven't heard of it before. The young patriarch of the Uchiha clan will lose to his peers. No, Yzong is very different in age from him. Humph. Of course, don't look at who has been taking care of him." Hearing this, Tsunade took a sip of wine with pride. Orochimaru suddenly said, "Are we going to take care of it?" When these words came out, not only Jiraiya was surprised, but Tsunade too. Jiraiya quipped. "No way, Orochimaru, let me tell you, you have already made Nawaki, this little Yzong will be mine in the future." Tsunade snorted. These two, Orochimaru had said earlier, that when Nawaki graduated, he would be his teacher. Tsunade was naturally not happy, but Nawaki agreed without hesitation. Jiraiya's teeth were itching with anger, and he also thought that through Nawaki's relationship, he could see more Tsunade. Tsunade slapped the table and said angrily, "You two, no one wants to take Yzong from me. Orochimaru shook his head and drank to himself. Jiraiya has an abacus in mind. Tsunade unconsciously set his eyes on Mikoto and Kushina. Seeing the appearance of Mikoto's little bird Yiren, I can't say what I feel in my heart. But the mouth is murmured. Good boy, no wonder the young patriarch Uchiha would challenge him regardless of his status. Kushina, you have to do your best. Fugaku snorted coldly and left with his clan. Mikoto hadn't even looked at him the whole time, which was the most uncomfortable thing for him. Sister Tsunade. Kushina sensed that someone was looking at her, and when she turned her head, she saw Tsunade with red cheeks. Then, Hisashi Hayashi sat up straight. Hayashi was half awake, and Hisashi winked at him. The two stood up at the same time. Master Tsunade, Master Jiraiya, Master Orochimaru, we still have something to do, so I won't bother you. Seeing Jiraiya nodding, the two dared to leave. Sitting across from Sunan is so stressful. Yzong sighed a pity in his heart. He was going to wait for Hayashi to get drunk again and talk about having a daughter in the future. It's too punishing. Mikoto lowered his head, afraid to look at Tsunade. The relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan made Mikoto a little scared. Not really afraid of Tsunade, but afraid of. Unexpectedly, Tsunade sat directly beside her and looked carefully. Until Mikoto couldn't bear her aggressive gaze, he asked cautiously. Master Tsunade, what's wrong? Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and secretly said in his heart, such a gentle, such a lovely child. However, her next words made Jiraiya squirt directly. Orochimaru's eyes were quick, and he blocked his mouth. Jiraiya struggled and finally grunted with tears in his eyes. Mikoto. Well. Little Yzong has such a good eye. I'm in good shape, I will definitely give birth to some sons for little Yzong in the future. Come on, I love you. Chapter 31. Mikoto was so embarrassed that he buried his face in his chest. Jiraiya was instantly envious. Mikoto never refuted Tsunade's words. Humph. Kushina was a little lost. Tsunade looked at her again and said with a smile. Kushina can't be discouraged, there is still a chance. Kushina immediately blushed and said hesitantly. I don't want it. Made Jiraiya laugh out loud. Well, Jiraiya still can't escape the law and has been hated by Kushina. In the future, she must tell her children that she must stay away from Jiraiya. After returning Mikoto, Yzong came back, and Jiraiya and Orochimaru also left. There was nothing on Orochimaru's face, but the expression he looked at Yzong was very meaningful. Yzong said goodbye to them with a smile. Orochimaru? The current Orochimaru's heart is towards Konoha, and he has come, and naturally he will not watch Nawaki die. They were also gutted. Yzong wasn't sure whether Orochimaru would become that way in the end. However, there was a day when he dared to put his mind on Yzong. Yzong didn't mind killing him. On the way back, Yzong and Kushina helped Tsunade back. Hey, little Yzong is really amazing, I have to abduct a few more beauties from Uchiha. Tsunade was still talking nonsense. Yzong shook his head. Kushina, go and review what you learned today. Can't take Kushina crooked. Kushina now lives with Tsunade. No, it should be said, all three now live under the same roof. Kushina's cheeks were hot, and Tsunade kept teasing her along the way. At first, Kushina arrogantly retorted, and then heard Tsunade's analysis. Immediately get nervous. No. Yzong is mine, and Mikoto's, no one can steal it. Yzong doesn't know yet, he is already cracked in Kushina's heart. After Yzong covers Tsunade with the quilt, he is about to leave. Then, a soft hand suddenly grabbed him. Immediately afterwards, a large snow white flashed in his eyes. Trapped in a darkened world. Little Yzong, you are not allowed to run. No one can take you away from me. Tsunade hugged Yzong tightly and fell asleep after a while. On the other side, Senju was stationed deep in the ground. Nine Tails, what do you think of Kushina? Mito said softly. Within the sealed space, Nine Tails lay on the ground, silent. But since Mito asked, it was just Kaido. Since you have already decided, what's the point of asking me? Mito seemed to have guessed that it would answer, and said, "Then what do you think of Yzong's kid? He has the same bloodline boundaries as Hashirama." Nine Tails shuddered violently, and the man who could press it to the ground with one hand came to his mind. Mito felt the fear in his heart and couldn't help but chuckle and said, "That kid Yzong seems to be very interested in you, how would you choose?" Nine Tails didn't answer, just lay down quietly. It doesn't know that it won't be long before Konoha will become the first village in the ninja world to keep tailed beasts as pets. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha family. "Fugaku, are you telling the truth?" Uchiha Fugaku's father, the head of the Konoha police force, the head of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku lowered his head and said nothing. "Humph. What a shame. You can't even fight a kid who just entered school, but he's still a kid from the Senju clan. As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he can't even look down on his own woman. How can you let me rest assured to hand over the family to you?" Fugaku gritted his teeth, not daring to refute. He could only silently suppress the unwillingness and unyielding in his heart. "Go on, I will personally go to the elder to discuss it." Fugaku gritted his teeth and left without saying a word. The Senju family. Humph. Without strength, what can you say about love and peace? Yzong, hit me Uchiha. Grandpa, I don't want to have anything to do with him. I do not. Mikoto gritted his teeth and slammed away. Chief Uchiha sighed, his already old face was full of exhaustion. "Mikoto, Grandpa wants you to be free too, just. I don't know how long my body can last. Grandpa really wants to help you." "Can? Ugh." Only the old man's deep sigh echoed in the room. Darkness spreads. In the land of rain. This bunch of bastards. It actually spread the flames of war to the country of rain. Are they going to destroy my country of rain? The legendary demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, sits first. He patted the table with anger in his eyes. The cronies next to him closed their eyes and trembled. These guys who eat people but don't spit out bones. Are you going to set the battlefield in the land of rain? I don't want to fight in my own territory. I really think that there is no one in my country of rain. Hanzo stood up, closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and suppressed the anger in his heart. "Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi." A close friend beside him gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, there is also the figure of Konoha." Hanzo paused for a while, then sat down slowly, took a deep breath, and said, "Let everyone pay attention, there will be a war next. These three shameless things will inevitably choose our country of rain as the battlefield to reduce their losses. Let everyone lift their spirits. Let them know that my country of rain is not a small country that they bully at will. The second ninja war for land and interests is about to begin. This time, not only the ninja village, but also the land of rain was implicated. The Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water sealed off the territory that night. Can detect an unusual smell. The first battle suffered heavy losses, and the Kingdom of Thunder went directly into a defensive state. At this time, Yzong, who was in the gentle village, suddenly opened his eyes, and he suddenly felt something wrong. He narrowed his eyes, his thoughts leaped. Is World War II coming? As guest, Hokage indoors. The four big bosses of Konoha gathered together. Third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, the root chief Shimura Danzo, two major advisors, Koharu, Homura. Have you found it all? Third generation narrowed its eyes and looked serious. The same goes for the other three. We're going to fight again. Chapter 32. People from Cloud Shinobi Village have also sent people over recently. Homura raised her eyes with disdain in her eyes. Danzo snorted coldly and said, "Did even those mindless people notice something was wrong?" Koharu also said, "They really came at the right time this time, they really don't have a long memory." Only third generation remained silent, and the messenger of Cloud Shinobi met him, and what he said was directly rejected by him. Isn't it enough pain to beat them in the first battle? You still want to threaten Konoha? This time, I'm afraid a war is about to break out. Koharu narrowed his eyes, his expression a little gloomy. Homura didn't speak, but his attitude agreed with Koharu's words. Danzo looked at third generation, who had not spoken, and his tone was a little off. The outbreak of war this time is for the same reason as before. The purpose of this rock shinobi and sand shinobi is not pure. I'm afraid they have secretly united and are going to target us. Hiruzen, what do you think? Third generation took a breath and said slowly. This is already something that is on the bright side. How to do it, I think you have the answer in your heart. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said displeasedly. Hiruzen, you are still so indecisive. What about the people at Cloud Shinobi Village? Have you done your so-called delaying strategy again? Third generation frowned and said nothing. Koharu and Homura also looked at third generation at the same time. Hiruzen, it's already time, you still look forward to the future. If you fail this time, you can't keep those white-eyed wolves rushing up. When that happens, what will you do to stop them? Humph. Third generation snorted coldly. He had already noticed that this time, Danzo was probably doing it on purpose. Looking at the attitudes of Koharu and Homura, third generation already knew that these two old guys were already standing by Danzo's side. Hiruzen, you and I know about the Senju clan. Since Mito-sama has decided to train that little girl from the Uzumaki clan to become the next Jinchuriki, then I have nothing to say. But, who doesn't know that you are the best at buying people's hearts? Hiruzen, Yzong, leave it to me to train with Koharu and Homura. At this time, Koharu and Homura also spoke at the same time. Yzong's talent is not low. At such an age, he defeated the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan with physical skills. You actually suppressed this matter, and you still refuse to confess to us. Third generation slapped the table with anger on its face, pointed at them and said angrily. Yzong is the clan of Hashirama-sama and Tobirama-sama. Do you know why it's called Konoha? Why it's called Konoha? I think you're just in a hurry, right? I'll tell you, whoever dared to hit Yzong's idea was discovered by me. Don't blame me for not remembering the old feelings. Danzo, if a war really breaks out this time, the people from your roots will make small moves in the back. I'll clean the whole route myself. You are doing it for yourself. Third generation stood up, turned his hands behind his back, and ignored the three of them. What advisor? He was tricked by Danzo in a few words, and for a little profit, he lived on the dog. Both Koharu and Homura were stunned. They never imagined that third generation would choose to forbear when they put pressure on it at first. Why did third generation explode when Yzong was mentioned? There is no room for words to be spoken. It's not like the Sarutobi Hiruzen they know. Danzo's face darkened. So valuing Yzong, couldn't it be the same as what he said, just because of his identity? Take first generation and second generation teachers to press us. Humph. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Third generation was silent, as if it didn't hear it. Koharu opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but was pulled out directly by Homura. Before leaving, Hiruzen, you will regret it. After the three of them left, third generation slowly sat back, as if they were a few years old. He faintly realized that this time, not only external worries, but also internal problems were waiting for him. He suddenly felt a little lack of energy. Yzong, you have to grow up quickly, the short piece is coming to an end again. It's time to make arrangements. Third generation was silent for a while, then slowly raised his hand. Tom, Jerry. Whoosh. Two piercing sounds rang out. Two masked Umbu ninjas appear before third generation. One of them was the one who brought back Kushina earlier. The other is the Umbu ninja who was previously responsible for cleaning up the root staff beside Yzong. Third generation closed its eyes and said slowly. Uchiha, what's the big move recently? Cat face mask, Uchiha Tom says. Lord Hokage, there haven't been any major moves recently. Some of the unscrupulous ones were also secretly resolved by the subordinates. Uchiha Jerry says. Lord Hokage, there is something recently that you should be interested in. Oh? Let's hear it. Jerry said. Master Hokage, young Master Yzong, whom you have brought to your attention, has recently had a close relationship with the granddaughter of the Uchiha Patriarch. Young Patriarch can only swallow his anger. But the Patriarch seems to be targeting young Master Yzong recently. Third generation opened its eyes, tapped the tabletop, and narrowed its eyes. Isn't Yzong from the Senju clan? Why did he get so close to the Uchiha clan? Could it be Tsunade means? Impossible, Tsunade doesn't have that kind of scheming. That's all. Let the junior take care of the matter of the junior, and the senior should not interfere. Yes. Tom and Jerry heard what third generation meant and hurried to Kaido. Okay, you go down first. Pay attention to Danzo's movements, if the roots dare to move, kill them directly. Third generation had changed, and he didn't even notice it himself. After Tom and Jerry disappeared, he stood up slowly and murmured. We have to speed up. At least before Yzong graduates, let him become his disciple. It's time to discuss with Mito-sama. The Nine Tails matter can't be delayed any longer. We must decide quickly, otherwise, the people from Cloud Shinobi, Uchiha Mikoto, may be another means of suppressing the Uchiha clan. Yzong, your timing is so right. I was even more satisfied with Yzong in my heart and valued it even more. No one knows that Uchiha Shisui was excavated by Tom and Jerry Uchiha, who just disappeared and brought to Umbu. Early morning. Inside the Senju station. Tsunade felt the strangeness in her body. She drank too much yesterday and her head was dizzy. She opened her eyes in a daze. Looking at Yzong in his arms, he said vaguely. Little Yzong, where are you biding? Chapter 33. It was dawn, and Tsunade noticed something strange in his body. Suddenly felt a chill. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yzong's small face. A cold feeling in the chest. Yzong, you. Tsunade woke up, his face flushed all of a sudden. Suddenly she heard a soft murmur. Looking back, Kushina was sleeping beside him. These two little guys. Kushina was frightened in the middle of the night and couldn't find Yzong, so she went to sleep next to Tsunade. Tsunade blushed, and the feeling was very different. Suddenly realized that Yzong seemed to have grown up, but he didn't think much about it. Boo! She pulled slowly and got out of the tiger's mouth. This movement awakened Yzong. Looking at each other, Tsunade suddenly felt a strange feeling, and quickly put on a look of anger. Yzong swallowed unconsciously. Early in the morning, full of carnations. He made an appearance as if he had reacted. I'm sorry, Tsunade's sister. Yzong's eyes were full of fear. He lowered his head, his face full of fear and self-blame. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, scolded himself secretly. How could he understand those things when he was so young, and how could it be intentional? Feeling distressed for a while, after getting dressed, he hugged Yzong in his arms and said softly. It's okay, little Yzong didn't do it on purpose, and my sister didn't blame you either. Yzong raised his head, his big eyes filled with innocence. Very happy said. Sister Tsunade, aren't you mad at Yzong? Tsunade pinched his little face and said softly. How could my sister be mad at little Yzong? It's too late for my sister to hurt you. Yzong was suddenly a little shy and asked innocently. Sister Tsunade, it smells so good. I can still. Ouch. Tsunade flicked his little head, and said with some anger and humor. Little Yzong. He didn't say anything, and he didn't know how to speak. It seems that it is necessary to guide him well. But one thing, she didn't realize that she didn't refuse Yzong's request. Kushina also woke up at this time. Today is just a day off, so I don't have to go to school. The three went to wash together. Tsunade patted his chest and said. I'll give you a taste of my craft this morning. Yzong's eyes twitched and he said quickly. Sister Tsunade, let me do it. You are tired recently, you should rest more. Tsunade immediately picked him up and slapped him in the face. Sure enough, it's still little Yzong who loves her sister the most. Just kidding, Yzong doesn't want to be treated by her after eating the meal she made. By the way, since Tsunade is back, healing jutsu is here. After all, healing jutsu can not only heal others, but also attack them. Unstoppable attack. Yzong is very confident that as long as he learns healing jutsu, he will definitely be able to make Chakra scalpel. With his savvy and the amount of Chakra, that's not a problem at all. Meal room. Kushina rubbed her eyes, she was still a little sleepy. Humph. Not tasty at all. After eating the second bowl of kushina, I immediately became arrogant. Then, he added, Yzong, can you teach me some basics? She lowered her head, a little embarrassed. Yzong chuckled lightly. Okay. As a transfer student, Kushina has learned some basics before, but it is definitely incomplete. At school, Mikoto would tutor her, but at home. Kushina lowered her head and whispered, thank you. Tsunade looked at everything and nodded silently. Yzong looked at her and said, Sister Tsunade, I heard from Nawaki big brother, is she a very powerful medical ninja? Hearing this, Tsunade raised his pretty face and said somewhat contentedly. Yes, in the village, I think second, no one dares to think first. Yzong immediately raised his eyebrows and said, Great. Sister Tsunade, can you teach me medical ninjutsu? Tsunade wondered. Why do you suddenly want to learn medical ninjutsu? Kushina also raised his head and looked at Yzong with some surprise. Yzong patted his chest and said innocently, I also want to be a medical ninja like Tsunade's sister. I will protect Tsunade's sister and Kushina Mikoto. As long as you learn medical ninjutsu, whether Tsunade's sister is injured, or Mikoto and Kushina are injured, I can treat you all. Yzong's words caused a warm current to flow into Kushina's heart. She put away the dishes and chopsticks as if running away. I'm going to wash the dishes. Tsunade chuckled lightly, tapped Yzong's forehead, and said with a smile. You have this heart, my sister is very happy. Well, my sister will teach you medical ninjutsu. Great. Healing jutsu is not that easy to learn. I will do my best for Tsunade's sister and Mikoto and Kushina. Tsunade chuckled lightly, but suddenly felt a little sour in his heart. Yzong added, Sister Tsunade, why did Grandma Mito give me Grandpa Hashirama's notes and let me study hard? Ding! The chopsticks in Tsunade's hands fell on the table. Mei's eyes widened, and she looked at Yzong with an unbelievable look on her face. Asked, What did you say? Grandma gave you Grandpa's notes? And let you study hard? Seeing her like this, Yzong lowered his head in fear and said, Well, but I have been studying for a long time, and I have not learned the above things. Tsunade's heart softened, he hugged him quickly, and said softly, It's all my sister's fault. I shouldn't have spoken to you in that tone. Little Yzong, since Grandma gave you Grandpa Hashirama's notes, you have to study hard, and you will become very strong in the future. Yet, don't worry, sister, Yzong will definitely study hard and protect her in the future. Boo! Tsunade couldn't help but rewarded with another kiss. Okay, that sister wait, Yzong will grow up in the future and will be able to protect her. She was shocked. Grandma Mito actually handed Grandpa Hashirama's notes to Yzong. Before the union, Nawaki's words, and what happened? Suddenly I understood why Nawaki ran out to find himself despite the danger. He scolded himself for being so careless. At the same time, I was looking forward to Yzong even more. Yzong smiled in his heart and said again, Sister Tsunade, Tsunade wondered and asked, What's wrong? Why are you so careful when talking to my sister? If you have something to say, just say it. If your sister can help you, she will definitely help you. Yzong said immediately. Sister, I heard that the second grandpa is also very powerful. I also want to read the second grandpa's notes and become stronger in the future. Tsunade said without hesitation. Okay. The second grandpa's notes are here, wait. As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it a little. The second grandpa's notes are full of his opinions on ninjutsu, and records a lot of forbidden technique. But when she saw Yzong's expectant eyes, her heart softened. Gritting his silver teeth, he instructed. Second grandpa's notes contain a lot of dangerous ninjutsu, my sister is afraid of you. Tsunade really couldn't think of a reason to reject Yzong. Just when she told Yzong, there was a knock on the door. It is the voice of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Tsunade, are you there? Tsunade was a little unhappy, she was talking to little Yzong. When I opened the door, I saw Jiraiya and Orochimaru standing outside the door with serious expressions. Shiume frowned, and immediately noticed something was wrong. She walked up to Yzong and said softly, "Little Yzong, elder sister, go out. Second grandpa's notes are in the drawer of the room. You have to remember what elder sister just said. Healing jutsu will teach you when my sister comes back, okay?" Yzong immediately showed a smile and hummed. Secretly thought in my heart, the two most valuable treasures of Konoha are here. The reward sister gave another reward. Chapter 34. Tsunade, Cloud Shinobi came 2 days ago, did you know? Jiraiya said. Changed the hippie smile of the past, with a serious expression. The pressure on the front lines is huge. Sand Shinobi Rock Shinobi seems to have reached some kind of deal. Recently, they have always appeared on the border. I am afraid that they have joined forces, and the target is Konoha. Jiraiya sighed and Orochimaru added. My teacher and Jiraiya went to ask. About the last time, he can't say for sure, but this time against Konoha, it is very likely that it will rise to the battle between shinobi villages. Tsunade, if it's true as the teacher said, at most 1 year, the front line will rise to the shinobi village war. The village has already started preparations, and we have to start preparations too. Sorry, in the past, neither Jiraiya nor I could find out who was behind the scenes. Tsunade's expression was a little ugly, but he forced a smile and said. It's okay, there will always be a day when the truth will come out. She patted her tense pretty face and said. You don't have to worry, I'm not a fool, so naturally I won't mess around. Jiraiya smiled and said. Tsunade, if that's the case, then you can take a good rest. I and Orochimaru are on the front line, enough to handle it. The Senju family, they still need you to sit down. Tsunade frowned and said. If a war really broke out, how could the Senju clan stay out of the Konoha clan? How can I hide behind others? The Senju family is not that vulnerable. Jiraiya smirked and scratched her head. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly and said. Okay Tsunade, we all know you've been busy with clan affairs recently, so I won't bother you. After saying that, he pulled Jiraiya away. Before leaving, Jiraiya also said. Little Tsunade, if you can't hold it anymore, you can come to me, my solid and broad shoulders will always be reserved for you. Tsunade's eyes twitched, his hands clenched into fists. Jiraiya immediately broke free from Orochimaru's restraint and left Tsunade's line of sight as fast as she could. In the room, Yzong stood beside Kushina, flicked her forehead lightly, and chuckled. Well, that's how it is here. Can't remember? Then copy it 10 times, no, 100 times, it will be more impressive. Yzong also experienced the feeling of having students copy homework. Poor Kushina, can't say no. The blood-red pepper, which made the classmates feel terrified, is now being ravaged by Yzong and can't resist. At this time, she misses that gentle and lovely Mikoto very much. Kushina tilted her head and bit her pen, looking at the place where Yzong said she would copy 100 times, she wanted to cry without tears. Xiao Qian twitched her nose, looking pitiful. After Yzong arranged the task, he turned around and returned to the room. Ding! He immediately said in his mind, open the attribute panel. He pinched his chin and looked at the same ability added to the back of the attribute panel. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Hashirama and Tobirama, Konoha duo, these two talents are the root of Konoha's true strength. Hashirama was gone, World War I broke out, and Tobirama was also killed by the plot in World War I. Now that World War II is about to begin again, what is the economy of the civilians, how is it possible? In the final analysis, it is a competition for territory and resources. After Konoha lost 2 pillars, the position of the head of Vunin village was still too enviable. Before the war, learn the notes left by Hashirama and Tobirama, and self-preservation is naturally a matter of course. Fill it up first. So, Yzong started the long-lost little. Ding! Wood style wood clone technique full level. Get extra ability, power attack. Host wood clone is more resistant to pressure, and the chakra that can be injected is larger. Finally learned wood style. As long as you learn one kind, it will be faster to learn other wood style ninjutsu. Yzong looked at the full-level wood-style wood clone technique on the attribute panel, and looked forward to the multiple shadow clone techniques on the second-generation notebook. The multiple shadow clone technique is the forbidden technique, which is likely to be researched by second generation with reference to Hashirama's wood clone. The two have the same purpose. Yzong has to learn. I'm afraid it won't take long to become a master. Snapped. Yzong clapped both hands and said in a low voice. Wood-style wood clone technique. The next moment, a thick wooden root suddenly appeared on his back. Gradually, wood clone was separated from his body by 10. Well, 10, almost. Multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto has been using it for so long, and finally Kakashi has to tell him. Even wasted a barbecue. Next, let these 10 wood clone learn wood style. Take a deep breath and clap again. Snapped. Wood style wood clone technique. 10 more wood clones were split from him. Yzong went to Tsunade's room, opened the drawer, and caught sight of some pink and tender. He smiled helplessly, and after finding second generation's notebook, he took it out of the room and let the other 10 wood clone begin to comprehend it. He glanced at second generation's notes and nearly shed a tear. Finally, I finally have a notebook that I can understand. Looking at the notes Hashirama left, it was really worse than killing him. It's like he realized wood style by himself. Of course, it's not as bad as Yzong said, but it's about the same. The first task Yzong gave wood clone was multiple shadow clone technique. Because it is similar to wood clone, it will be quick to learn. The second one is second generation's most popular ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God technique. At the same time, he also felt the difference between his wood clone technique and Hashirama. He can feel the distribution of chakra in his body. Feel it, good guy, the amount of chakra in a wood clone is 10 calories. Moreover, he didn't feel anything at all. In other words, the less wood clone, the stronger the combat power. If a certain card knows this, Yzong can completely abuse him with one wood clone's chakra amount. I don't know if he will watch the Intimacy Paradise in the middle of the night and reward himself with tears. After doing this, he glanced at Kushina, who had been fined 100 times for copying, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Walked over and said. Not bad, impressed, right? Have you met? Kushina is like grabbing the last straw. I'll do it, I'll do it. Yzong rubbed her little head and said softly. It's amazing. Kushina immediately narrowed her eyes and seemed to be enjoying herself. But he snorted and said, that's right, Miss Ben is very talented. The next second, the self-satisfaction on her little face collapsed. You don't have a master here, so copy it 100 times. Well, it's a little more impressive. Kushina. Yzong turned around and went back to Tsunade's room. Alas, there is no way, my mother-in-law is like this. Little Yzong, you. After a while, Tsunade came back, looking at a small figure holding the underwear she threw away, all neatly folded together. The pretty face turned red all of a sudden. But after seeing Yzong's innocent eyes, his heart is even more rare for this younger brother. He walked over, hugged him, and gave another big reward. Then he took Yzong out to the room where she used to study healing jutsu. Ready to start fishing. Chapter 35. Healing Jutsu. Even in the medical class, very few people can use it. A certain Sakura did not know how long it took to touch the fish to learn. It's not just for healing, Yzong values the chakra scalpel the most. It's good to fish with Tsunade's sister hand in hand. In the following days, after Yzong came back from school, he first abused the small dishes. Then release the clone, and after obtaining today's memory and experience, redivide 20. It is worth mentioning that Yzong learned multiple shadow clone that night. He tried adding his own wooden chakra and found that the multiple shadow clone technique would not be as crisp as paper even without the chakra coat. After experimenting, I found that it would be better to use wood clone. So, learning at home is still wood clone. Ding! Wood style 4-pillar prison full level. Multiple shadow clone technique full level. Wood style wood ingot wall technique is full. Water style water dragon bomb technique full level. Yzong is very pleased. Not to mention Hashirama's wood style for the time being, I want to learn a bunch of wood style ninjutsu right away, using the notes left by Hashirama. It's a bit tough. But what Tobirama left behind was different. But most of the time, Yzong spends his time studying the Flying Thunder God technique. He is confident that once he realizes the Flying Thunder God operation, he will soon realize the advanced version of the second stage of Flying Thunder God. This instant technique. Not much to say, Tobirama, handsome and done. During this time, Tsunade often went out, mostly Yzong and Kushina lived together. The little girl is very arrogant, and Yzong also enjoys it. Every time she makes the little girl blushed, she is willing to give up. On this day, after school, Yzong held Kushina's little hand on the left and Mikato's little hand on the right, and walked leisurely. Minato is in the back with Nawaki. Nawaki is okay. As soon as Minato appeared, Mikato and Kushina stared at him dissatisfiedly. Minato is very grateful to Yzong. Under Yzong's teaching, he quickly learned the Great Fireball technique. People who are not from the Great Ninja Clan want to learn ninjutsu, except that there are teachers willing to teach them in ninja schools. Basically, few people are willing to teach themselves the skills of housekeeping. Hisashi Hayashi also did not appear again. However, they were really interested in sending a member of the Hyuga clan who was at the same level as Nawaki. I'm very sorry that they left early for the last barbecue. When I come back next time, I will invite Yzong to eat again. The main thing was that they were distracted by Fugaku halfway through, and Tsunade suddenly appeared, and they left early. Yzong naturally won't refuse. What? Dare to refuse the invitation of the old father-in-law in the future? Really punish you? Frontline battles are becoming more frequent, and many people are aware that something is wrong. Recently, Konoha has rarely seen Jonin. Even the special Jonin has not appeared a few times. Nawaki suddenly said, Yzong, do you remember that White Fang? It's the genius of the Heitake family, White Fang. Yzong nodded and said, Of course I remember him, what's wrong? Nawaki said with a look of longing in his eyes. My sister mentioned him in her reply. He has made many outstanding performances in the frontline battles. Lord Third Generation even directly ordered him to be a special Jonin. I'm afraid that when he returns, he will directly conduct the Jonin assessment. Yzong smiled slightly, saying that he had seen this Heitake White Fang once. A certain card's father is really strong. If it wasn't for the appearance of Yzong, I'm afraid that the third generation would have trained him as the fourth generation after this time. It's a pity that third generation started to fall ill again. He didn't stop White Fang's death at all, and let others blame him. Being isolated, the mind is under enormous pressure. In the end, he chose to commit suicide. Then, Kakashi became a member of Umbu. What is White Fang? How about taking Kakashi as your adopted son? Kushina said in surprise. Yzong, what are you thinking? Mikato also noticed Yzong's change and looked at him curiously. Yzong took a deep breath, raised his head slightly, and said with some emotion. I was thinking, how could Mikato and Kushina be so good, and how could they just fall in love with me? I must work hard to protect you for the rest of my life. Humph. Who wants you to protect? Although Kushina said it with her mouth, her heart was sweet. Needless to say, Mikato's cheeks burned with shame. How can you be so straightforward? Heart is also sweet. Since that day, she had thought her grandfather would stop her. Who would have thought that since that day, nothing seems to have happened? She noticed very carefully that when Yzong sent her back, the clansmen who passed by seemed to slowly let go of their prejudice against Senju. Recently, many clan members showed friendly smiles after seeing Yzong and himself. As everyone knows, Uchiha Tom and Jerry are not low in the Uchiha family. Nawaki then said something that caught Yzong's attention. A few days ago, the messenger of Cloud Shinobi came to Konoha again. Yzong frowned and secretly said in his heart, what should come always comes. Kushina, don't run around and stay out of my sight these days, okay? Yzong suddenly said seriously. The sudden words caught Kushina off guard. He hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Finally, Kushina blushed. lowered her head, and gave a soft hum. Yzong patted his head and lived under the same roof. Sure enough, the children in the Hokage world are all precocious. Yzong's words are very intriguing. This Cloud Shinobi did not participate in World War II, how dare he come to do something? Listening to Nawaki's words, Cloud Shinobi had sent messengers the last time. Yzong knows, it's for Kushina. Cloud Shinobi is no-brainer. Where can something like sealing techniques be pinned on a good-tailed beast container? After sending Mikoto back, Yzong also said goodbye to Nawaki and took Kushina's little hand home. Came back. Tsunade was wearing an apron, and since Yzong helped clean up the room last time, she became more diligent. Seeing that something was wrong in her eyes, Yzong asked, "Sister Tsunade, what's the matter?" Tsunade sighed, rubbed Yzong's little face, and said, "Sure enough, little Yzong. Boo. Couldn't hold back, sorry. My sister is going to the front line recently, and I won't be able to come back for a while, and I won't be able to take care of you." Yzong's mouth twitched, and even Kushina behind him couldn't help raising his brows. Also take care of. It was Yzong who took care of the two of them. The arrogant Kushina has to admit, Tsunade. However, Yzong also took the opportunity to say, "Ah? Is Tsunade-san going out for a long time? How long will it take to come back?" Tsunade felt even more uncomfortable when he heard it, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Sure enough, I knew that little Yzong couldn't live without me. Boo. It's over, isn't it? Being bitten again, Yzong said, very helpless. Sister doesn't know either, but as soon as she completes the task, she will come back immediately. Yzong showed a sad look, and then, as if thinking of something, he raised his head and said innocently, "Sister, the notes left by the second grandfather seem to be a little incomplete. Are there any others? I want to get stronger quickly. I want to protect Tsunade's sister from hurting her a little bit." Tsunade's heart warmed when he said that. Think carefully. Little Yzong is so sensible, there shouldn't be any danger. The first part of the notes, not comprehensive, Yzong found. Okay, but, little Yzong, you have to remember what your elder sister said, those dangerous ninjutsu above should not be learned randomly. I know that if my sister doesn't let me learn, I won't learn those ninjutsu. Hug, kiss. Night. Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrive with serious expressions. Cloud Shinobi, the words of the front line, was still in his mouth. Tsunade brought Yzong back to the room, and after instructing him again, he changed into his battle suit. He ruthlessly gave Yzong all the rewards that should be given in the days to come. Just went out satisfied. After Yzong returned to the room, he released all the clones. Lots of memories and experiences flooded into my head. As a traveler, he is very strong in spirit, and this impact is very small to him. I washed my face, lip stains, and drool off my face. The complete notes of Tobirama's life are here. Flying Thunder God is just a few days away. He smiled confidently, and suddenly, he saw the striking red hair on the ground. In my heart, I secretly said, not good. Damn Cloud Shinobi, caught himself and Tsunade's timing. Stinky old 6. Chapter 36. Damn Cloud Shinobi. Yzong trotted through the Senju clan, running fast in the direction of the hair. This speed, I am afraid that elite Jonin will be amazed when he sees it. Those damn stinkin' 6. No wonder Nawaki would say they are here for the second time. It turned out that the first time I came, I found that Kushina was in the Senju family's quarters, and it was difficult to do it. This time, I am afraid that I have brought a lot of good hands. Jiraiya and Orochimaru only say things like Cloud Shinobi when they come. I am afraid that Cloud Shinobi sent a bunch of Jonin as bait for Kushina to ensure that Kushina is safe. Yzong's eyes were cold, and he removed all the clones in the family. Suddenly, a wave of memories and experiences flooded into my mind. Snapped. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom. After the thick smoke, thousands of Yzongs appeared. Just find the hair that Kushina endured and ripped off. The clone would be released immediately, and Yzong quickly adjusted his direction. This Cloud Shinobi dared to be so arrogant, Yzong's eyes were even colder. You will be the first shinobi village to surrender to me. Ding. Host triggers random tasks. Random mission, rescue Kushina. Yzong was stunned, but didn't think much about it. After leaving the village, Yzong directly increased the number of clones to 3,000. The number is huge, but each clone did not make a particularly big noise. At this point, Konoha's son just arrived in the Hokage room. Tsunade snorted. Tsunade was still very upset about what happened last time. Orochimaru was as cold as ever. Jiraiya, on the other hand, plays the role of the good guy. Third generation sighed, shook his head, and said, Tsunade, well, let's not talk about that for a while. I have something I want to discuss with you about Yzong. As soon as he finished speaking, an Umbu ninja suddenly burst in. Immediately half knelt on the ground, anxiously said, Hokage-sama, it's not good, the people of Cloud Shinobi suddenly attacked us. Although a few were dealt with by Orochimaru and Jiraiya-sama, there are quite a few of them. The news just came from the police department that they didn't stop those Cloud Shinobi, and the backup Jinchuriki Kushina has been captured. Boom. Before third generation got angry, Tsunade rushed out and broke the window of the Hokage room. Orochimaru and Jiraiya also followed. Third generation looked at the direction in which the three disappeared, frowning. What are the people of Uchiha doing? Call their patriarch. Once Kushina cannot be rescued, the third generation will frantically suppress the Uchiha family. As the Konoha police department, let Cloud Shinobi snatch Jinchuriki from Konoha's nose? Absurd. In charge of the police department is the ninja clan, the Uchiha clan. How can this not make third generation furious? The Uchiha family was also shaken at this time. Police department, all dispatched. Chief Uchiha standing in front of the third generation, the current minister of police. Lord third generation, Cloud Shinobi came too fast. We couldn't react at all. We lost a lot of jonin. I have ordered all the people from the police department to get Kushina back. Third generation had a cold face and did not speak. The Uchiha family has always been very proud, but this time, it was indeed their fault. Patriarch Uchiha knew very well that if he didn't bow his head to explain, he might be settled by the third generation. At that time, the Uchiha family will face more severe suppression. At this time, they haven't moved outside the village, that's what happened after 9 Tails. Danzo, like a wild dog that smelled fishy, came running with 2 clever consultants. How could he let such an opportunity go downhill? It's none of your business, get out. Okay. How is this possible? Third generation closed his eyes and directly blocked the chattering trio. At this time, Yzong had already discovered, and he was getting closer and closer to Kushina. The hair on the ground, mixed with blood, still has a trace of warmth. This made Yzong's forehead burst out. Cloud Shinobi, unpleasant, will hit Hinata later. They have already been included in the second list by Yzong. As for the first list, F4, whoever has a sense of fun will survive. For your little girl, we have lost so many good players. A sharp voice sounded, and Kushina, whose face was exhausted, was hit hard in the back. Kushina was kicked in the back by that Cloud Shinobi. One staggered and fell directly to the ground. Cloud Shinobi tied her hand and lifted her straight up. Kushina, biting her lower lip, blood oozing from her mouth. But no sound came out. The plan changed, and more than 24 Cloud Shinobi Jonin died outrageously in order to succeed in the mission. The remaining 3 Cloud Shinobi with special Jonin strength are tasked with taking Kushina back to Cloud Shinobi village. Kushina was tied with small hands behind her, and kept tearing at her hair, leaving traces. This action is her survival instinct, and now, she can no longer feel the tingling pain in her scalp when she pulls off her hair. In addition to these 3 special Jonin holding back their anger, they have to pay attention to whether the Konoha shinobi are catching up. Naturally, these details were not noticed. Yzong. Tsunade's sister. Mikoto. 3 figures appeared in Kushina's mind, her eyes dimmed. It's already so far from the village, if you really want to save her. No, we can't delay any longer, we can't wait for them. Let's hurry up. we'll be safe when we leave the country of fire. One of them, Cloud Shinobi, said anxiously. The other two also acquiesced, and can't wait. It seems that they have all been killed. Kushina closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and that handsome little face came to her mind. Call out. The next moment, the light shines. Kushina closed her eyes and failed to notice the light that suddenly lit up. But his ears could clearly hear a soft and familiar voice. Sorry, I am late. The voices of the three people before came to my ears. Who? Damn. Is it a Konoha shinobi? No, just one child. Multiple shadow clone techniques, let's do it together. 3,000 Yzongs surrounded the place. Kushina opened her eyes suddenly, raised her head, and saw the person who made her heart miss, looking at her tenderly, her eyes full of self-blame. Yzong, you came to save me. No. You run, they. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard the screams of a cloud shinobi before. Looking back, I was dumbfounded. 3,000 Yzongs jumped up at the same time, all maintaining one position. In mid-air, bursts of air-breaking sounds suddenly sounded. Countless blue lights lit up, like a ball of blue balls appearing in the hands of each of Yzong's clones. Boom! The three cloud shinobi can't escape, and they can't hide, they just changed a few clones before dying. Then he was bombarded by spiral bombs to the bone. 3 people died violently. Yzong is showing power. Kushina frowned, eyes narrowed, lips wrinkled, and her nose twitched. She wanted to throw herself into Yzong's arms, but as soon as she took a step, her eyes darkened and she was about to fall. Yzong's eyes were quick and he picked her up. And many more. I'm coming. Yzong bent his legs, jumped suddenly, and all his clones were released. Boom. The sound of countless clones being released was extremely fast, just like Kushina's heartbeat at this time. Under the moonlight, Kushina looked at Yzong's profile. The most important place in his heart was completely occupied by Yzong. The most deadly girl is flirting under the moon, with a 100% success rate. Snort. Wife has to be raised since childhood. It's really a punishment. Chapter 37. Kushina, you must not be in trouble. Little Yzong has probably come out, it's all my fault, too careless. Tsunade blamed herself, she immediately reacted. This cloud shinobi must have tricked Kushina out of her while talking to Yzong. They've been around so long, they're sure to get some information. Kushina's strength is still shallow, and it is very likely that he was deceived by transformation technique. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also looked a little unsightly. They got in the game and underestimated this cloud shinobi. He even gave up at least 20 jonin in order to take Kushina away. This is a fatal blow to a village. Of course, many of these 20 are special jonin with lower strength. Tsunade, let the 3 of us search separately, they can't let the powerful ninja take Kushina away. If you can't hold back, no matter what your strength is, you will be found in the end. Orochimaru calmly analyzed. Jiraiya disagrees a bit, but now is the time. Also, what if the opponent is elite jonin? With the strength of the 3 of them, even if they lose, they can at least wait until the other 2 arrive. Be careful. Having said that, Orochimaru took the lead and swept to the left. Jiraiya said. Tsunade, be careful yourself. After saying that, he swept to the right. Tsunade also knew that he couldn't be chaotic at this time, he had to calm down. The other party can't really be invisible. After a while, Tsunade stopped. Picking up the red strands of hair on the ground, his eyes widened. The figure of Kushina comes to mind, this hair. She couldn't help feeling distressed for a while, and noticed the footprints beside her. Immediately rushed. Not good. Little Yzong has already found it, and he found the traces left by Kushina faster than me. More self-blame, more nervous. Follow the hair left by Kushina and rush as fast as possible. Wow! After a cracking sound, Tsunade froze in place. He raised his head and looked at the 2 figures in the sky. His eyes turned red all of a sudden. Little Yzong. Kushina. Yzong hugged Kushina, bathed in moonlight. Suddenly, Tsunade's voice came from under his feet, and he stopped immediately. Yzong, Kushina, are you all okay? Tsunade didn't care about anything else and ran to Yzong. When I squatted down and saw Kushina, who had already fallen asleep, I couldn't help but feel a pain in my heart. When she saw the bloodline at the corner of Kushina's mouth, she panicked and stretched out her hand to cast healing jutsu, but suddenly found out. Kushina is not injured at all, just, where did the bloodline on the corner of his mouth come from? However, now is not the time to think about it. She hurriedly checked Yzong again and found that Yzong was not injured either. He finally breathed a sigh of relief and hugged the two of them into his arms. Fortunately, you are all fine. It's all because of your sister's fault and not being careful enough, so they have a chance. Yzong nudged Tsunade lightly. The front was icy armor, comfortable at all. Sister Tsunade, we're fine, you don't have to blame yourself. Yzong said that he will protect you. Tsunade then remembered that something was wrong. She looked at Yzong seriously. Mei Mu stared at Yzong's eyes without blinking. Little Yzong, tell sister, how did you do it? What about the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi? Yzong lowered his head and did not speak. Kushina was in his arms, his mouth twitched, his brows wrinkled, and his long eyelashes trembled. It seems that I was pushed when I was asleep, and I was very unhappy. Yzong lowered his head. Tsunade couldn't see his expression clearly. Otherwise, you can definitely find out that Yzong doesn't look a little scared. It's not like this, little Yzong, how did you bring Kushina back? Tell my sister. Are they still there? Yzong raised his head, his little face was full of fear. Tsunade felt even more nervous when he saw it. The palms were sweating unconsciously. Could it be that? The other party deliberately asked Yzong to bring Kushina out, and then she immediately became vigilant, keeping Yzong and Kushina behind her. Yzong suddenly said, Sister Tsunade, I killed them all. Hearing this, Tsunade turned his head like an electric shock. At this time, Yzong's little face still had a hint of fear, and his eyes were a little flustered, as if he had done something wrong and was at a loss. Tsunade immediately said, Little Yzong, how did you do it? After speaking, she immediately cursed herself for being confused. Yzong is still so young, it's normal to have this kind of reaction after killing someone. Why is he so careless? It was also mentioned at this time, which reminded him of the bloody scene. Who would have thought? Yzong suddenly stretched out his hand around Kushina's thigh. Open your palms. In Tsunade's suspicious eyes. The dubbing that I don't know how to describe. The blue chakra mass is like a mass of water that is constantly spinning. Exudes blue light. Cut through the night and illuminate the surroundings. Tsunade didn't react for a while, and just stared blankly. After a while, she slowly said, Ninjutsu I've never seen before. This feels, at least A-level ninjutsu. You don't even need a link seal. Her eyes were full of disbelief, and then she looked at the innocent Yzong, horrified. Is this still the little man I know best? Why have I never seen him perform this kind of ninjutsu? Yzong said cautiously. Sister Tsunade, I'm sorry, I didn't know how powerful it was. Those bad guys were killed by the raise non in my hands before they could react. Still in shock, Tsunade murmured. I didn't expect, it was so powerful, killed. Raise non. Is that the name you gave it? Doesn't it sound good? Tsunade shook his head and picked him up. She holds him, he holds her. Shaking his head, he said. As long as you're all right. Tsunade laughed, like a fairy in the moonlight. The gentle appearance is more beautiful than usual. Yzong also smiled and said innocently. Sister Tsunade, I didn't call it raise non. I want to call it Sister Tsunade is the best looking, and Sister Tsunade is the most gentle and many more. But it seems to be used for combat, so I don't call it that. When Tsunade heard this, he first smiled helplessly, and then he felt a little moved in his heart. My little Yzong is the best for my sister. I think about my sister all the time. Boo. This wave, careless, did not flash. After being sucked out of a small red mark, Tsunade gave up. Sister will take you back. After going back, Tsunade had to check Kushina and Yzong's for any injuries. Yzong is no longer pretending this time. He blushed and was laughed at by Tsunade. You've read all of my sisters. What does it matter if my sister sees yours? It was finally over. Tsunade smiled smugly as he looked at Yzong, who was hurriedly getting dressed. After hesitating for a while, he said, Yzong, sister, go and report that you have returned safely, and will be back soon. After finishing speaking, she left a clone at home and hurried towards the Hokage room. She would say that she brought the two back. It is also a way to protect Yzong. If he reveals his strength too early, he will be targeted by some wicked guys. No one notices. Orochimaru, did you find anything over there? Orochimaru shook his head, his eyes suddenly changed and his eyes narrowed. Take Jiraiya to where Yzong 3000 rays non fell. 3 different, this area damage. Jiraiya and Orochimaru looked at each other, each seeing the tension in each other's eyes. Chapter 38. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the random task. Get random rewards. Open the properties panel. Yzong calmly clicked to receive it. There is also some expectation in my heart. Although Sharingan is not so much needed now, I still want it. The second generation notes are directly in hand. Why do you want the Forbidden Technique volume? A dazzling 50-cent special effect flashed on the property panel. Immediately, a little gift box. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary blood follower limit, roll your eyes. Yzong was stunned for a moment, but before he could react, his eyes suddenly darkened. Rao, who has seen strong winds and waves, can't help but feel a little worried. It won't be that cataract, will it? How come this black and white camera pupil technique? After a few minutes, Yzong's vision gradually recovered. Look at the extra ability on the attribute panel, Blood G boundary white eyes. Without hesitation, he clicked the plus sign at the back. Anyway, if you get it, even if it really becomes a cataract, it will be in vain. In the next instant, tears burst out of his eyes uncontrollably. Tick. It wasn't until the tears fell on his hands that Yzong touched his face and realized that he was already bursting with tears. Fortunately, tears are still acceptable, and the blood is a little bit like that. He walked to the mirror and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing has changed, otherwise the Senju clan would be a little outrageous to go out with cataracts. After wiping away the tears, open the properties panel again. System hint. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the blood second boundary and white eyes to full level and gaining additional abilities. Black and white A.vi evolved into colored A6. Yzong froze in place. What's the situation? System, something is wrong with you. He closed his eyes and muttered in his heart. Blind eyes. The next moment, he opened his eyes again. The world you see is completely different. The intuitive feeling is that the world seen after taking off the glasses becomes the world after putting on the glasses. It's not just vision enhancement. Yzong looked at himself in the mirror and touched the sides of his eyes unconsciously. There is no blood vessel bulge that looks a little disgusting. As expected of an advanced version of the white eye, not only does it lose the characteristics of using the white eye, but it is still the one with color. Immediately, Yzong's pupils shrank suddenly, and the picture that caught his eye was the world outside the wall. The moment his pupils shrank to ultimate, leaving the whites of his eyes completely, Yzong's line of sight had already passed through layers of obstacles. See the world outside the village. Suddenly, he noticed some movement in the grass by the roadside. Squinting, suddenly, 2 ergonomics. They're learning ninjutsu. Yzong was quietly admiring it when Kushina's hurried voice suddenly sounded behind him. Yzong. He immediately retracted his eyes and looked back. Kushina, who was sleeping sweetly on the bed, suddenly sat up. His face was full of sweat, and panic was written all over his face. She hurriedly looked around, as if looking for something. When she saw Yzong standing beside her, tears flowed from those big eyes. Yzong. Yzong went up to hug the little girl who was having nightmares, rubbed her little head, and said softly, "Silly girl, are you having a nightmare? It's okay, it's just a dream, am I fine? Good, don't cry, don't cry." Puff. Kushina couldn't help laughing. It's not a child anymore, why are you talking like this? Then she didn't know what to think, she just laughed and cried, and finally her little face turned red. Okay, Kushina is no longer a child, and I won't have nightmares in the future. Yzong clapped her hand and told her to take a good rest, with himself beside him. As soon as he stood up, he was pulled by Kushina. Humph. You said you wouldn't let me out of your sight. Yzong raised his eyebrows, is this meat to the mouth? It's not ripe enough, let's raise it slowly, fatten it up and then slaughter. However, interest will still be charged. Okay, but you have to pay protection fees. Kushina is cute, with a round face and a hint of baby fat. Can't help but pinch. The tight skin on Xiao's face seems to be able to squeeze water out of it. Kushina raised her head, not understanding what Yzong meant. The next moment, she reacted, and her body suddenly became a little stiff. Yzong lowered his head slowly, and Kushina clenched the quilt nervously. The warm breath breathed on his face, itchy, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. He closed his eyes involuntarily, his long eyelashes trembling constantly. Mito's words echoed in my head, fill with love. Boom. Okay, I'll watch you forever, sleep well, or you won't be able to remember what you taught yesterday, and you'll have to copy it 100 times. Kushina slowly opened her eyes, and there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Why face, not? Yzong looked at her in surprise, and lowered her head shyly. Just rubbed her little head and said, just charge a little interest first, and you'll have to pay it back later. The protection fee is very expensive, and you can't afford it for the rest of your life. Kushina pouted and hummed. Give it to you, but you dare not take it. Ouch. Yzong got up and left after giving a thumbs up. Kushina was lying on the bed, touching the place Yzong had just kissed, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. This silly girl probably dreams of exuding the sour smell of love. After Yzong returned to the room, he straightened his clothes and coughed lightly. Ninjutsu, bot, academic discussion. Blind eyes. His eyes were projected in that direction again. MMP. Is this the end? It was the first time that Yzong made a foul language. Oh, have pity on my desire to study, if the readers are gentlemen, they will surely make me. He sighed, and was about to close his eyes when he unconsciously looked at Kushina. Forehead. Well, yes, under the treatment of my healing jutsu, the injury has become white and tender, bah. He lay on the bed and sighed. Sharinan is fine, this kind of pupil technique is not allowed by heaven. Seems to think of something, a carp fights. Snapped. Clap both hands. Wood style wood clone technique. 20 were divided. Immediately, they all opened their eyes. They opened Hashirama's and Tobirama's notebooks respectively. He folded his arms and watched his 10 wood clones scratch their ears and cheeks at Hashirama's notebook, feeling a little more relaxed. Hey, what's this wave called? I abuse myself, and I still feel happy. Hearing the movement outside the door, he looked back and took a breath. Obviously being able to look at it in an open and honest manner, and still bite. This kind of feeling is not bad. Third generation, the artifact of live broadcast is left to you. After Tsunade came back, he did not go back to the room directly, but went to the room where he practiced healing jutsu. She can always keep an eye on it. Looking at it, it doesn't matter. In less than a month, the fish was swimming in the pool. She pursed her lips and called softly with some dissatisfaction. Little Yzong, come here, my sister wants to love you. Still no one notices. Orochimaru, did you find out there? Nope, what about you? No. It's over, Tsunade can't get in touch either. Jiraiya-sama, Orochimaru-sama, are you here? Tsunade. Chapter 39. Not surprisingly, Yzong was held in his arms by Tsunade and ravaged again. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. After taking off the battle suit, the familiar feeling came back. This time Yzong did not resist. Can't go against Tsunade's sister's wishes, who knows my suffering? Does anyone know my pain? You learned healing jutsu, why don't you tell your sister? Tsunade pouted, suddenly feeling a little sour in his heart. Yzong hurriedly waved his hand and said hesitantly. Woo, sister, I can't breathe. Tsunade then loosened Yzong, who had been pasted with no gaps. Yzong took a few deep breaths, as expected of Tsunade, ordinary people can't do it. Worthy of being the most. Yzong's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something very, very important. That matter is more important than his life. Tsunade groaned when he saw that he suddenly became angry. Bad, am I too violent? Little Yzong. Yzong felt Tsunade's heart beat faster, and couldn't help thinking of his current situation. Taking advantage of the situation, he made a look of grief on his face. Tsunade was heartbroken in an instant. Sister Tsunade, Yzong won't lie to you. I just want to surprise my sister, I want her to be proud of me. Sorry. Sister Tsunade, Yzong really wants to grow up quickly, so that I can protect you in my arms and prevent you from carrying out those dangerous missions. At this moment, Tsunade was struck by lightning. She suddenly realized that she had never been careful enough. Yzong's eyes were red, making her heart pound. Holding Yzong tightly, he blamed himself. I'm sorry, it's all my sister's fault. My sister didn't consider your feelings. Yzong shook his head, took the opportunity to straighten up, and cupped Tsunade's cheek. Said very seriously. Sister Tsunade, I will definitely protect you and not let my sister suffer the slightest grievance. Sister doesn't cry, I will be sad. He gently wiped her tears. Said softly. Sister Tsunade, can you wait for Yzong to grow up? Yzong also wants to protect her for a lifetime. Tsunade laughed, pressed Yzong's face, and said softly. Okay, then elder sister will wait for little Yzong to grow up. Sister can also hide in little Yzong's arms in the future. Yzong took advantage of the situation to strike the iron and said again. Then elder sister will be Yzong's little girl from now on. Puff. Little fool, if you want my sister to be a little woman, you have to prove it with your strength. Yzong raised a small fist and said to himself. Humph, I will definitely become stronger than my sister, taller than my sister, so that I can hug my sister. I will definitely revive the Senju clan. Sister, will you help me? Yzong asked innocently, as if he didn't understand the meaning. Tsunade knew what it meant. She blushed on her pretty face and gave Yzong an angry look. But he thought that Yzong didn't know what it meant, and he didn't want Yzong to lose his temper. He smiled and said. Okay, my sister will help little Yzong to revive the Senju clan. After she finished speaking, she felt embarrassed. Yzong stretched out his little finger and said. Pull the hook. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then saw the determined look on Yzong's little face. In the end, he stuck out his little finger. Yzong laughed. You pulled the hook, sister, you can't go back. Tsunade's heart shuddered when he thought about it. Okay, you little Yzong, you dare to MT my sister. Another envy of the ravages. Tsunade's little finger is also tightly clasped with Yzong's. Alas! Yzong sighed, stopped thinking about past life, and enjoyed the torture from Tsunade. He remembered that he had suddenly crossed over in his previous life, the phone had dropped, the things about Tsunade on the phone, and the search records. Do not. After returning from a mission, Tsunade has a habit. Yzong went back to his old business and started the hard work of rubbing his back. Well, it's all bitter anyway, so let Kushina and Mikoto try their craft next time. The chaotic flowers gradually become attractive to the eyes, and a mountain is more than a mountain. After Yzong returned to the room, it was already midnight, and he yawned. After looking at the avatar who was doing his best, he still decided not to abuse himself like this. Untie. Boom. The clone was lifted, and a huge memory and experience melted into my mind. Ding. The property panel suddenly jumped out. Yzong was stunned for a moment, and immediately digested those memories. Ah! This is also possible. Yzong looked at a skill that suddenly appeared on the attribute panel. Rasengan Advanced Edition Big Ball Rasengan. What else is there to say, just fill it up directly. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is among the 10 clones of the notebooks studying second generation. He was also studying the Flying Thunder God technique, and suddenly there was a clone. He glanced at the forbidden technique about wind style. All of a sudden, epiphany. Although Big Ball Raise Non, it seems that it is not difficult for Yzong of Master Raise Non. But, after the hard work just now, he knows that Raise Non has the goodness of Raise Non, and Big Ball Raise Non has the goodness of Big Ball Raise Non. Just filled up. Ding. Congratulations host, Big Ball Raise Non is full. Upgrade. Advanced. Super Big Ball Raise Non. Get extra abilities. Super Big Ball Raise Non. Throwable. Tobirama, a man covered in forbidden technique, is so terrifying. Yzong was also taken aback, this. How can Raise Non be so cheap? Soon after, on the battlefield. Is there no one in Konoha? Why did you send a kid up here? What kind of ninjutsu is this? The overwhelming blue chakra balls smashed at them. He's just a kid. No one knows. Orochimaru and Jiraiya came to Senjo's camp with black faces. Jiraiya was about to go in, but Orochimaru stopped him. Forget it, go back, Tsunade is probably already asleep. 2 Bullying. Chapter 40. Dong dong dong. Yzong, are you there? Just as Yzong was about to sleep, there was a knock on the door. As soon as he heard the voice, Yzong knew who it was. He quickly put on his clothes, and when he walked out of the room, his nose twitched, and a familiar aroma still lingered in front of his door. He couldn't help looking at Tsunade's closed door. Want to play sneak attack? No need, we are the lambs to be slaughtered, so please come here next time. When I opened the door, I saw Minato standing at the door. The evening wind blew, and she curled up. Yzong could tell at a glance that this girl must have heard the movement in the clan. Worrying about himself and Kushina, he never closed his eyes. Until now, after seeing that the clan members had gone back a lot, the elders in the family let them go and ran over to look for Yzong and Kushina. In fact, as Yzong guessed, Minato was worried about the safety of Yzong and Kushina. When she heard that Kushina was taken by Cloud Shinobi's men. Suddenly, what Yzong said to Kushina today rang out. It was as if someone had thrown a bucket of cold water. She wanted to come out, but her grandfather Uchiha Grand Patriarch was determined not to let her out. Cloud Shinobi isn't sure if it's wiped out yet, it's dangerous to go out now. Looking at Minato in front of him, Yzong was a little moved. This girl had red eyes, and she was afraid that she had been crying all the way. He took her into his arms distressfully, and put his clothes on her. Little fool, have you forgotten the last time? Have confidence in me. Minato couldn't hold back the tears, she looked up, looking pitiful. Yzong, I'm sorry. Yzong pulled her into the room, it was cold outside. Little fool, it's not your fault, why do you have to apologize? Because, it's all Uchiha. Yzong pinched her little cheek and said softly. That's not your fault either. You like to take mistakes on yourself and always worry about others. Do you know that if you don't feel sorry for yourself, there are people who feel sorry for you? Don't cry, dear. Yzong took her into his arms naturally. The little girl is so cute. Minato was still worried about Kushina, and was about to say look at Kushina. I saw that Kushina had come out. The moment they saw Minato, the two little girls involuntarily ran towards each other and hugged each other tightly. All kinds of grievances and sad words were leaked out. Yzong comforted the two. I don't know when, these two little girls threw themselves into his arms. He touched the small heads of the two of them and comforted them softly. Don't cry, I said it before, I will definitely protect you, this time I was careless, and there will never be another time. I won't let you get hurt a little more. It took a long time for Kushina and Minato to stop crying. Yzong frowned, secretly blacklisting Cloud Shinobi in his heart. It won't take long for Master Yzong to find Cloud Shinobi once he has completed a few core ninja operations. Even if the front is still tough, Yzong will make this bad breath for Kushina. After the mood gradually stabilized, Kushina and Minato looked at each other in Yzong's arms. Unable to blush, Yzong didn't notice that Tsunade's door had already opened. A small gap, a pair of beautiful eyes are looking at this side. Little Yzong, that's amazing, does he know what it means to revive the Senju clan? Tsunade pouted, feeling a little sour for some reason. But soon she remembered what Yzong said just now, and couldn't help but spit. You are a big kid, you dare to MT my sister. Kushina and Minato hid in Yzong's arms and whispered a lot. Yzong was quietly thinking about what happened next. His hands were not idle, and kept rubbing the little heads of the two girls. Minato likes to be killed by Yzong, Kushina enjoys seeing Minato. Suddenly I laughed, thinking that only I like it. The two chatted quietly, while Yzong was thinking of other things. Tsunade was alone in the room and couldn't sleep, so he secretly watched. Her mind was full of what Yzong had said, when I grow up, Tsunade's sister will be able to hide in my arms. After a long time, Yzong suddenly felt something strange. A little wet. Looking down, there are black lines all over his forehead. He patted Minato, who was pretending to be asleep, smack. Feel good. Mikato's face turned red instantly, she gave Yzong an angry look, but she didn't say anything. Yzong helplessly hugged the arrogant little girl who was still drooling while sleeping. After covering her with the quilt, she first went back to her room and used her clone. We are not idle, how can the clone be idle? Call hard. The Yzongs of wood clone are also helpless, after all, it is the order of the main body. The body is calling, the body is calling, the body is still calling. After putting on new clothes, Yzong found Minato smirking there as soon as he came out. He couldn't help thinking of the touch just now, and he was a little lingering. This is too punishing to think about. It's too late, Minato, I'll take you home. Minato nodded with a little disappointment in his eyes. Good guy, I'm afraid I heard what Yzong said to Kushina when he sent her home from school today. Isn't it? Yzong smiled, little girl, thinking about those things now? It's too early, fatten it up before slaughtering. Pulling up Mikato's little hand, he went out. When he closed the door, he did not forget to say in the direction of Tsunade's room. Sister Tsunade, I'll take Minato back, you should go to bed too. Tsunade froze in place. It turned out that he had already discovered. Suddenly, there was one more girl with a flushed face. Minato didn't know what was going on, but suddenly he wasn't sleepy and became active. Holding Yzong's hand tightly, beside Yzong, he was jumping up and down. All the thoughts in my heart are written on my face. Only when facing Yzong, Minato will have no scruples. Soft and cute and caring. If it wasn't too punishing, I really raised it from a young age. Yzong, I'm sorry, but it's so late that you have to take me back. She said so, but her little face was full of smiles. Yzong took her in his arms and said apologetically. Sorry Minato. There was a hint of surprise in Mikato's beautiful eyes. But soon, she knew what Yzong meant. She clenched Yzong's hand, shook her head, and said gently. It doesn't matter, as long as I can be with Yzong, I'll be satisfied. Yzong looked at her seriously until Minato was defeated and lowered his head blushing. He said very seriously. Minato. Trust me, I will definitely protect you for a lifetime. Then what? The protection fee is quite expensive, how about charging some interest? Just when he was about to make further moves, he suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at him. Almost as soon as he felt his gaze, he wrapped Minato behind him. Squinting, staring straight ahead. The visitor gave him a colder feeling than Orochimaru. Unlike the current Orochimaru is not just a cold temperament, nor is it the coldness that comes out of the bones in the future. The gaze in front is just like the latter. Yzong became vigilant in his heart, who would be there at this time. He protects Minato with one hand, and the other is ready to cooperate with a series of ninjutsu, sending him away with a massive raise-non. Tick-tock. Mikato's perception was sharp, and almost after Yzong felt the gaze, she felt it too. The man walked slowly, and the originally bright street lights also flickered. Who? Yzong narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Humph. Nice fighting instinct, no wonder Hiruzen values you so much. The voice fell, and a figure with an X scar on his chin appeared. Danzo. Chapter 41. Yzong. Minato was guarded by Yzong, and his palms were sweating nervously. At this moment, she suddenly felt Yzong's powerful hand squeeze her little hand. Immediately I felt a lot more at ease. Senju clan kid, I don't like your eyes very much. Danzo's expression was indifferent, but his eyes were as cold as lion majesties. Yzong's frown slowly relaxed. Quiet Kaido. I don't like the way you look too. Minato was stunned when he heard Yzong's reply. But when I think of what Yzong said before, you have to believe him. She held Yzong's hand, her little face lost the color of fear, she stepped forward and stood side by side with Yzong. It's a pity that Danzo didn't even look at her from beginning to end. Aside from Yzong's attention, Minato was just a kid who wasn't even a ninja in his eyes. Danzo raised his cane and tapped the ground. With a cold snort, he said, Senju Yzong. Yes, the perception ability is very strong. The corners of Yzong's mouth lifted slightly, and he also gave a sneer. He didn't believe that Danzo dared to do it here. After Danzo appeared, almost in a few breaths, the place was surrounded by Umbu. The people at the root, after the third generation gave an order, Danzo didn't dare to make trouble. If it was in the past, he didn't believe that third generation would dare to do this. Until a few days ago, when none of the root members he sent out came back, he hesitated. So, today Kushina was captured by Cloud Shinobi, and he didn't dare to fan the flames. Of course, mainly Kushina was rescued. It was Tsunade who came to report. Danzo felt the hostility from Tsunade, and he naturally wouldn't bother with a little girl in front of third generation. But is it really so? Yzong knew, this time, this place. It couldn't be a chance encounter with Danzo, absolutely impossible. Where did he get the news that he was going out? Senju clan? Did the enemy break into the interior? Impossible. Although the Senju clan is small, this has never happened before. It can only be. Yzong glanced at Minato without a trace, but luckily the silly girl hadn't noticed. Otherwise, you will blame yourself again. However, judging from the current situation of Umbu's siege, the roots should be suppressed. Yzong's mind was racing, and he guessed a lot of recent events in an instant. Danzo raised his crutches and was about to come. Yzong was very disdainful and said in a low voice, I don't need to install it. That hidden weapon is useless to me. If I can't get it, I will destroy it. You're not good enough. Yzong is naturally confident. Danzo narrowed his eyes, and for a split second, Yzong gave him a sense that he couldn't see through. The Senju clan. I didn't expect that the Senju clan would have a person like you. Yzong waved his hand and said impatiently. There's no need to put out those things that don't exist. The front line is tight. You keep saying that it is for Konoha. Do you think you are doing it for Konoha, or for yourself, or, in other words, for that position in the Hokage room? Yzong's words made Danzo's squinted eyes slowly widen. This Yzong, how could he? He's just a kid. Danzo closed his eyes and didn't choose to answer Yzong's question. Yzong seemed to sense something, and immediately snorted coldly, saying, Danzo, don't think about any tricks, all your intrigues and tricks are like a big girl stripping naked in front of me, look at all. The frontline battle is escalating, you should think about how to help Konoha, but make tooth decay in Konoha. After the war is over, my Senju clan officially declares war on your Shimura clan. Don't think about who I am who I am, Senju Yzong. After Yzong finished speaking, he pulled Minato, who was speechless in shock, and walked directly past Danzo, who was slumped in place. After a short while, several sounds of breaking the air sounded, and several figures surrounded Danzo, all of them from Umbu. Lord Danzo, Lord Hokage, please come back to the Hokage room again. Danzo narrowed his eyes and laughed suddenly. Fun and interesting. A plan to slow down. Are you sure I don't dare to do it during this time? Yes, daring little guy, things are getting interesting. However, you will regret it. After walking away, Minato suddenly pulled Yzong with a worried look on his face. Yzong rubbed her little head and said with a chuckle. What? You don't believe me anymore? Unexpectedly, Minato shook his head and said, Yzong, I want to help you. Can you teach me? Yzong didn't speak. Minato was scared. She clung to Yzong, for fear that Yzong would reject her. Yzong pinched his chin, his pupils shrank slightly, and thoughts flew in his mind. After a long while, I made up my mind that once I learned the things left in Hashirama and Tobirama's notes, this Danzo would be the first to kill. However, in the meantime, keep an eye out for this person at all times. It is absolutely impossible for him to appear this time by accident. Escaped the third generation's eyeliner and appeared in front of him. What else does he have that he doesn't know about? Uchiha? Impossible, they have always been arrogant, but they disdain to join forces with others. Hyuga is even less likely, as is Ino, Shika, Cho. The only possibility is that there are some forces behind Yudatan Koharu and Mitokado Homura. It seems that the front line is tight, and the interior of Konoha is still turbulent. Yzong is naturally not afraid, but now he has something to worry about. Besides, Danzo wasn't worth the risk. In Yzong's eyes, Danzo is nothing but a soft-footed shrimp. If it wasn't for Umbu's people who appeared in time, and there were so many people, he really wanted to try. If 3,000 massive rays non went down, where could Danzo hide? The reason why he chose to delay the attack is mainly because Yzong has not yet grasped the real killing move. Flying Thunder God, Wood Style's ultimate move. Among them, the Wood Style ultimate move is the most important, which is directly the destructive power of the tailed beast. A big move that is enough to change the situation. One more thing, he wants to wait until the next random reward for the Sharingan. If you don't move, it will be thunderous. With thunder, kill from Konoha to Cloud Shinobi. Don't give them any time to react. This is his current initial plan. Seeing that Yzong didn't speak, Minato thought he was going to reject her. She couldn't help feeling sad, her eyebrows frowned, and her little nose twitched. Yzong. How could Yzong not understand what this little girl was thinking? Some distressed to hold her in his arms. Facing Danzo just now, the pressure was too great. Minato hadn't grown up after all. After leaving, she had a feeling of the rest of her life. Unconsciously, tears fell. It's not that she is timid or something, but that this level is not something she can bear now. In addition, she was very worried about Yzong and Kushina before, and she was under a lot of psychological pressure. Didn't show it when Senja was stationed. She was lying in Yzong's arms, crying. With Yzong's constant comfort, he finally got better and turned into that cute crying and laughing appearance again. The moonlight poured down, bathed in moonlight, and the atmosphere became subtle. Yzong turned his attention to something lighter. For example, take the opportunity to collect some interest. Minato is even more shy than Kushina. Keep twisting. Yzong's eyes changed, and he secretly scolded himself for being a real punishment, but he actually treated the little girl. One shot in the left hand, one shot in the right, this is the third shot. Minato is cute, but also found a different change. She raised her head, her eyes like autumn waves, as if she was shy. Cough cough. Yzong was taken aback and shouted that Mikato's charm was too great. If it grows up, then it's worth it. It seems that the interest is not enough for their appetite. Just when he was about to taste, phew. When the interest was collected, a voice broke the ambiguous atmosphere. You are the Senja clan who kidnapped my granddaughter. As if struck by lightning, Mikato's slightly pouted mouth grew, and he looked at the figure behind Yzong with a flustered face. Yzong frowned, coughing, he didn't notice, he was too focused. Grandfather. Chapter 42. Yzong turned around and saw an old man standing not far away. In an instant, Yzong actually raised a kind of catch. No, it's not reasonable. I am still a child. The great elder slowly walked in front of the two of them. Mikato's face turned pale with nervousness. Now, she is more willing to face Danzo than her grandfather, the great elder Uchiha. She looked at her grandfather cautiously, and couldn't help but feel a burst of surprise. She did not see anger in her grandfather's eyes. Minato, who knew his grandfather, knew that if his grandfather was really angry, he would not show his emotions on his old face. Instead, it seemed very calm. But at this time, the great elder had an angry look in his eyes, and his expression was extremely serious. He didn't look at his granddaughter, but at Yzong, who was holding his granddaughter in his arms. Yzong had no fear on his face. He could keenly sense that the old man in front of him, although his face was angry, did not let him feel the slightest hostility. That is to say, installed? Shouldn't it? Yzong suddenly had a thought. Lao dang, will I be fine if I leave the ghost outside the door? In this way, will the old man be angry? Yzong put Mikoto behind him, narrowed his eyes, and said, "You are." Such a small move made the elder's eyes change for a while. There was no fear on Yzong's face. The great elder looked in his eyes, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. It seems that his granddaughter did not see the wrong person. He went out early in the morning, just in time to see the confrontation between the two and Danzo. To be honest, at that moment, the first elder recognized Yzong. Can the younger generation of the entire Uchiha clan, even Fugaku, be as comfortable as Yzong when facing Danzo? Although, I was a little disappointed with Yzong's last sentence. Declare war on the Shimura clan. Haven't grown up yet, that behavior is a bit extreme. But still very satisfied. At least, the color of admiration and approval in his eyes, Fugaku has never seen. It can be said that after the last time third generation ordered Uchiha Tom and Uchiha Jerry, the Uchiha Patriarch has shifted his center of gravity and no longer interferes with the younger generation. The thoughtful Mikoto saw the look in his grandfather's eyes. I couldn't help but think of it, and the originally pale little face returned to blood, and a blush appeared. Good. You are very bold, Senju clan boy. Dare to put the devil's claws on my granddaughter. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of my Uchiha clan? Do you know who I am? Just as Mikoto was about to speak, the great elder gave her a wink without a trace. Immediately, Mikoto pouted, a little displeased. She knew what her grandfather meant. Looking at the handsome profile in front of her, she felt a little uneasy in her heart. She also wanted to know where she was in Yzong's heart. Yzong chuckled lightly. Mikoto told me that you are the great elder of the Uchiha clan, so the boy dared to call you grandpa just like Mikoto. The first elder raised his brows. Good boy, first climb the relationship. But it also means that this kid is bound to do it. I like. He coughed lightly, unable to hide his satisfaction, but still pretended to be serious. You know, as the two of you. If they are together, how much crisis and pressure will they face? You should also know the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. You're a smart kid. Let's not mention the pressure from the Uchiha clan. Some people in the village will definitely not want the relationship between Uchiha and the Senju clan to improve. You know. Yzong knew what he wanted to say, so he interrupted him. Holding Mikoto in his arms, he said with a serious expression. No one can stop me and Mikoto. I will definitely protect Mikoto from hurting her a little bit. No matter who it is, no matter what his identity is, I will definitely make him regret it if he dares to have an unruly heart against Mikoto. Mikoto was held in Yzong's arms. At first, because his grandfather was next to him, he was a little shy and didn't dare. After Yzong finished speaking, she was stunned for a while, her eyes were slightly red, her mouth twitched, she wanted to speak, but she didn't know how to speak. It can only be explained by action. She snuggled into Yzong's arms, listening to Yzong's strong and powerful heartbeat. A full sense of security. The first elder closed his eyes and seemed to be judging whether Yzong's words were true or false. After a long while, he opened his eyes, looked at Mikoto's little bird and smiled. He completely forgot that the two people standing in front of him were just children. He approved Yzong. At least, Yzong no longer has to worry about the situation at Mikoto's house. Mikoto, you have grown up, and there are some things that Grandpa can't do, but don't worry, Grandpa will not be wronged. Senju boy, I approve of you, but you can't just say nice things, you have to prove it with practical actions. The first elder said these words, which basically means that he does not object to the relationship between Minato and Yzong, nor will he stop it. Even if there is objection within Uchiha and he wants to interfere, he will try his best to stop it. No one knew why the great elder of Uchiha had such a high regard for Yzong. Only Uchiha Tom and Jerry know. Mikato's eyes were red, his mouth twitched, and pea-sized tears fell. Interesting little guy, I'm looking forward to it. Yzong patted his chest and said to himself. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will definitely prove it to you. The elder stroked his beard, turned and left with a smile. I couldn't help laughing in my heart, this kid, how can he call Grandpa so smoothly? I just agree that you are together, and the 8 characters haven't been written yet. Yzong lowered his head and gently wiped the tears for Minato. Whispered. Little fool, are tears worthless? Minato raised his head with a long suppressed smile. The first appearance of a beautiful face made Yzong lose his mind for a moment. A little goblin whispered. The shy flowers are waiting for him to collect interest. He could fully feel Mikato's thoughts. This gentle little girl is actually very hot inside. The moment Yzong made a promise and admitted the relationship, she finally got the answer from Yezong's mouth. My heart is melting. Eyes closed, long eyelashes trembling, cheeks hot. Yzong gave a wry smile, he was really tortured, she was just a child. The reaction is a bit big. Just when he was about to collect the interest with peace of mind, an old voice floated from a distance. Stinky boy, Minato is still young, alas, come back sooner. Yzong? Chapter 43. Boom. There was a muffled sound from inside the Hokage. Third Generation's chest heaved and his eyes were full of anger. The anger caused Third Generation to smash the table directly. A group of Umbu ninjas were half kneeling in front of him, their heads bowed, not daring to speak. How did you perform your mission? First there was Kushina, and now it's Yzong. It is conceivable that Third Generation is really angry. He kicked away the dilapidated table, closed his eyes, and calmed himself down. This happened too suddenly, and I can't blame my subordinates entirely. Fortunately, according to the news that just came back, Yzong is safe and sound, otherwise, Yzong will bleed again in this dark place. Whoosh! An Umbu ninja with a cat face mask appears in front of Third Generation. Lord Hokage, your subordinates have brought Danzo back. After he finished speaking, he also half knelt beside the other Umbu ninjas. These Umbu ninjas were shocked, they had never seen Third Generation so furious. Especially the person who just came back, never thought that the person Third Generation cares so much about is still a child. Creak. The door to the Hokage room was pushed open. Danzo walked in slowly on crutches. He was also a little nervous in his heart, but his face was very calm. He knew that although Third Generation was very unhappy with him, it would choose to tolerate it every time because of the Shimura clan behind him. Although he had ignored the Shimura clan several times before, Danzo was still very confident, and the Third Generation would never dare to kill him. Before Danzo could react, Third Generation suddenly flashed in front of him. He grabbed his collar, his eyes were cold, and his expression was a little scary. Danzo. Danzo's eyes widened and he involuntarily wanted to take a step back, but he was lifted up by Third Generation, his feet hanging in the air. He was completely shocked, the Third Generation had never done this to him before. At most, it is only verbal threats and coercion. This time, are you going to do it yourself? Before Danzo could react, Third Generation took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. With a flick of his hand, Danzo was thrown directly to the door. Bang! Sitting on the ground. There was an unbelievable look on his face. A storm surged in his heart. Hiruzen did this to him for a child, or was it a Senju clan child? In my heart, I regretted that I had the opportunity to test Yzong. If Hiruzen really shot him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Hiruzen, I'm doing this for Konoha. Danzo wanted to explain. Third Generation had a cold face, looked at him with cold eyes, and said word by word. Danzo, you remember me, I'm Hokage. What I said, keep it in your heart, and next time, the Shimura family can't keep you. Danzo froze in place as if struck by lightning. Hiruzen actually said that to him. He suddenly realized that he really underestimated Yzong's place in third generation's heart. If Yzong belonged to the Sarutobi clan, Danzo would definitely not have a crooked mind. However, Yzong is the declining Senju clan. These people are like mirrors in their hearts. How can they watch the Senju family grow again? Danzo lowered his head and stood up slowly. He said slowly, "You will regret it. Every time a conversation ends, this is the ending." But this time was different. The anger that third generation had just suppressed surged into his heart. Roll. Danzo was stunned for a moment, but didn't dare to say anything, turned and left with a cane. "You go down too. If this happens again, you don't have to come back to see me." Third generation rubbed his temples and sat back. "Yes. Lord Hokage." Umbu's people were relieved and left quickly. "Take a deep breath and look out the window." The Hokage room fell silent again. After collecting the interest, the little girl blushed and walked back quickly. Yzong licked his lips. A little punishment, but not much. Nothing happened on the way back. He keenly found that a gaze was staring at himself. He frowned and opened his eyes. Looking around without a trace, there is no hidden ninja. There is speculation in mind. After returning to Senju's camp, that feeling disappeared. The corners of Yzong's mouth twitched slightly, and he had a plan in his mind, so he ignored the feeling before. After returning home, Yzong directly divided 20 clones. "How can you sleep at your age? Let the clones go to the practice room and read the notes left by Hashirama and Tobirama." I washed myself and got ready to sleep. After returning to the room, he was still a little lingering. "Oh, I'll have to be busy collecting interest in the future." As soon as he lay down, Yzong's body froze, and a pair of soft hands wrapped around him. The murderous creature made Yzong lose his ability to resist, so he could only endure the current humiliation silently. "Don't bite. Go to sleep. My sister is going to the front line tomorrow to help, you have to be obedient." Bar. Yzong turned over, changed to a comfortable position, and fell asleep beautifully. Tomorrow is going to the front line, Tsunade can't let it go, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Yzong fell asleep, but Tsunade kept his eyes open and stroked his cheek. Seemingly sensing something, her pretty face blushed slightly. "I've grown up." On the other side, third generation put away the live streaming artifact. Yzong stopped watching when he returned to Senju's camp, instead. With a hint of guilt in his heart, third generation sighed and looked out the window. He habitually wanted to stretch out his fingers and tap the table lightly. He stretched his hand halfway, then retracted it. Looking at the dilapidated table on the ground and the documents scattered all over the floor, I couldn't help feeling a big headache. Yzong. The talent is too good, it will inevitably be missed by people, and it may not be safe in the village. Why not? Graduated early. Led by the three Tsunade, grow up on the battlefield and quickly accumulate experience. Judging from the information collected before, Yzong's strength is at least in Chunin, and even especially in Jonin. Equally dangerous, but better than passive danger. He made up his mind and waited for a while to discuss it with Tsunade. After all, it was Tsunade who was in charge of the Senju clan now. He narrowed his eyes. He wanted to accept Yzong's apprentice as soon as possible, lest Yzong doesn't know, he will be graduating soon, and he will end his life of sleeping and flirting with girls after class. He was having a sweet dream at the moment, and in his dream he was soaking in the milk hot spring very comfortably. Vaguely, he heard that the milk hot spring he was soaking in could speak. Don't bite. Chapter 44. Yzong, get up. Tomato, who fell asleep early last night, came over early in the morning. Pushing Yzong, his face turned slightly red. "What's wrong?" Yzong raised his hand and rubbed her little head. "I'm hungry. Mikoto is here too." Yzong nodded, then sat up. He, you're up, then I'll go make porridge." After she finished speaking, she ran out. Yzong rubbed his eyes and twitched his nose. Tsunade was gone, and the smell of her left behind in the room. Yzong gave a wry smile. He suddenly found that his lips were cracked. I don't know if it was caused by the interest collection, or if something monstrous happened last night. Wait, just now Kushina said Mikoto was here, she was so happy early in the morning. Could it be that this girl, damn it, secretly gave me interest? Too hateful, this is a sneak attack, unfair. Yzong touched his lips, and the wound on the top was healed, leaving only a layer of skin. Who is it? Never mind the sneak attack, but still biting. Yzong's mouth twitched, knowing who he was, he had to be educated, no, teach him a lesson. Looking down, there was a piece of paper on the table beside him. Yzong looked over and knew that Tsunade had left it. There was nothing special about the content of the letter, it was just plain and sweet content. Tsunade naturally found wood clone and was speechless for a long time. I didn't expect Yzong to actually use wood style. She instructed in the letter that Yzong must not expose wood style. Otherwise, Konoha will inevitably have countless neutral forces pointing their finger at him. He also deliberately asked, not even the third generation. Yzong shook his head, how could he not know? However, the deep concern in Tsunade's words still made a warm current flow through his heart. After washing up, start preparing breakfast. When I went out, Mikoto really came and was guiding Kushina's homework. As soon as she saw Yzong, her face blushed immediately, her eyes dodged and she did not dare to look at Yzong. I was really bold last night, but not so bold today. For some reason, Yzong always felt that Kushina was a little guilty. Like Mikoto, he didn't dare to look at her. Did she really attack him? Or, listen to Mikoto, when she slept in Yzong's arms yesterday. After a sweet breakfast, Yzong was planning to go out, and Mikoto was helping Xiaopo with her homework. Walking on the street, ninjas are obviously a lot less. It seems that the front line is getting tighter. However, it has nothing to do with him right now. As he walked, he looked around. Finally, he found where he wanted to go. Walking into a shop selling ninja gear, Yzong glanced at the ninja gear on the bright side. They are all common ninja tools. It has to be said that the price of ninja tools is not cheap. Although there are also a lot of rewards for completing the task, this does not affect at all, most ninjas are shy. As far as common is concerned, the detonator is the most expensive. It can be seen from this that the 600 billion detonating charms. Guest, do you need to buy anything? Yzong turned around and saw a girl about her age walking out from the counter. No wonder when I just came in, I didn't find anyone in the store. I see. He looked at the girl, and the girl looked at him as well. Yzong's pupils shrank, and his heart was slightly startled. Fair little face, pink cheongsam, hairstyle. Well, it's more appropriate to describe it directly with two balls. Taking a closer look, Yzong found that it seemed to be Tian. No, it should be her mother. It was so, no wonder. Just after seeing the price of the ninja gear, the figure of a girl appeared in Yzong's mind. In the ninja scroll she carries with her, there are countless ninja tools. In conjunction with this little Kanban girl, Tian is indeed a hidden rich second generation, no wonder it is a ninja tool when you flip it around. The girl looked at Yzong curiously, searching for Yzong's memory in her mind. It should not be in the same class as her, and I was a little disappointed in my heart. This handsome guy is not in the same class as her. He smiled slightly and said, "Hello, I want to customize a ninja tool, the quantity is quite large." The little Kanban girl immediately smiled. Kaido. Guest, in our store, only if you buy or customize more than 100 pieces, you will be given ninja rolls for storage. Don't say, two small dimples when you smile, sweet. Yzong thought about it for a while, and said 100 words. Not much, but not much. Also just fine. So he took out the blueprint he just drew and gave it to the little Kanban girl. On the top is a three-pronged weapon, which is similar to Kyuo. Can it be done? The little Kanban lady smiled slightly and said without hesitation. Can. Yzong nodded and said. Then let's customize 100. The little Kanban girl's smile became sweeter. There is no way. Yzong is now a label of handsome and rich in her eyes. As for the money, Tsunade doesn't know why, but he doesn't gamble anymore. He has more money. Before leaving, he directly stuffed a large amount for her. "Okay, customers can come and pick up the goods in 5 days." The little Kanban lady said sweetly. He even gave Yzong a wink. If he wasn't still in the store, he probably would have come up to check his account. Yzong nodded, a little helpless. The little Kanban lady glanced around and felt that no one came to the store for the time being. "Are you also a student of Ninja Academy? Why don't I have the slightest impression of you?" Yzong Kaido. "Well, it shouldn't be the same age, I still have something to do." Before he finished speaking, the little Kanban girl said directly. 10. Yzong stopped. 20. The little Kanban lady blushed and looked a little excited. It is very likely that she has used up her pocket money this month. Yzong turned his head and gave a gentle smile. "Hello, my name is Senju Yzong. Ahem. I don't know why everyone calls me a male god, maybe it's because I'm more nervous." The little Kanban lady's face was flushed, as if she was nervous or shy. Anyway, it was true that Yzong had received 20 more 3-forked kunao. By the way, he also met a hidden little rich woman. "You know, the price of these 20 custom 3-pronged kunao is enough for you to invite Hinata to eat ichiraku several times. It's even in the next class, I didn't even notice." Chapter 45. Untie. Disarm 20 wood clones. A huge amount of memories and experiences flooded into Yzong's mind. He closed his eyes and merged the memories. Properties panel. Brush. The next moment, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. Glancing at the ability panel, he smiled knowingly. Added a new item, Flying Thunder God. The hard work pays off, we finally developed Flying Thunder God. The second stage of Flying Thunder God is not far away. Yzong started his favorite thing again. Little by little. He didn't withdraw his hand until the plus trumpet behind Flying Thunder God showed the full level. A realization about Flying Thunder God flooded into my mind. Swa. Yzong threw a 3-pronged kunao without hesitation with the Flying Thunder God spell on it. The 3-pronged kunao were nailed to the big tree outside the window. In the next instant, Yzong teleported to Sangakuwo. The corners of Yzong's mouth lifted slightly. "Susing, hunt time." Ding. Congratulations to host for upgrading the time-space ninjutsu Flying Thunder God to full level. Unlock hidden abilities. Flying Thunder God spell mark, except for host, there is no way to remove it. Yzong was stunned for a moment, this hidden ability doesn't seem to be so necessary. Those that can erase the Flying Thunder God spell are known to be erased only after Obito becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki. However, Yzong was not disappointed either. Flying Thunder God is already very powerful, even if he has no hidden ability, it is also one of Yzong's must-have ninjutsu. Of course, this is only one paragraph of Flying Thunder God, and there are 2 more paragraphs. In short, 1 paragraph, teleport to the location of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the second stage, you can teleport to the kunao location marked with the Flying Thunder God spell. 1 static, 2 dynamic. Next, the task of 10 wood clone is to continue to research out Flying Thunder God / Flying Thunder God's derivative ninjutsu. Of course, the proportion is not so great. The most important thing is to learn the second paragraph first. Static, the limit is a bit large. Whoosh. After Yzong left the Flying Thunder God spell on the tree in front of the door, he threw the 3-pronged kunao back into the room. The moment it was inserted into the door, Yzong teleported back into the room. Work hard. Snapped. Wood-style wood clone technique. 20 more wood clones were given out, and they were sent to study the notes. He himself went to find Mikoto and Kushina. It is worth mentioning that when taking the 3-pronged kunao, the attitude of the little Kanban girl changed greatly. Yzong's eyes were sharp, and at a glance, he saw that a 3-pronged kunao that he had customized was placed behind her in a transparent box. Counting the number, 120 are not less than 1. That should be left by the little Kanban lady herself as a souvenir. Her attitude was lukewarm, and Yzong naturally knew the reason. Originally, when she went to school the next day, This little Kanban girl was very excited, until she was stunned when she saw the two girls next to Yzong. It hurts too much. Shout out to a scumbag. Of course, Yzong still showed a gentle smile when he took over the three-pronged kunai. Well, the little fangirl is back. There are no little fans in campus life, isn't it too boring? Boom. A figure flew out and lay directly on the ground. The dust dissipated, and the man who fell to the ground with his butt pouted. The clothes he was wearing had Uchiha's family crest. Yes, you guessed it right, the big injustice is coming. Uchiha Fugaku has come to challenge Yzong again. Then I was fined for half a month. The third younger brother's performance was no longer stable and began to go downhill. Their long-term career is coming to an end. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Yzong always feels that Kushina and Mikoto have changed a lot. It seems that they have all grown up. A month later, Tsunade was back. The front line has temporarily stabilized, and she can also come back to rest. The war hasn't really broken out yet, just the calm before the storm. After Yzong was severely ravaged, he started a arduous back-rubbing career. Tsunade Yzong, are you there? After the necessary daily physical examination, there was a knock on the door. After Kushina opened the door, she was stunned. Lord Third Generation. Half a month ago, it was decided that Kushina would be the next Jinchuriki. Therefore, Konoha is now one of the key protection objects, and also has the position of Kushina. The war is about to start, and more ninjas are being dispatched to the front line. Tsunade, you must have heard from Orochimaru, that's what I meant, I don't know, what do you think? Tsunade didn't speak, but looked at Yzong. Half a month ago, Third Generation asked Orochimaru to tell her that Yzong would graduate early. Tsunade also knew that Yzong's talent had already caught the attention of many people. These are extraordinary times, and Konoha's center of gravity is on the front lines. I am afraid that some guys who ignore the front line will secretly shoot. Let Yzong graduate early, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, at least, not in a passive state. Tsunade beckoned, and Yzong walked up to her. She hugged Yzong in a soft voice. The front line is too dangerous and bloody, and I don't want Yzong to touch these things too early. I can't stay by his side all the time, in the village. Speaking of this, Tsunade sighed, she was thinking of directly rejecting Third Generation's kindness. However, I still have to ask Yzong's opinion. Yzong chuckled lightly and said nothing, he had already judged Tsunade's choice in his heart. With a hint of innocence, he said, I listen to my elder sister. Yzong will do whatever my elder sister asks Yzong to do. Tsunade, who knew Yzong could hear this kind of flattery. But there is still joy in my heart. Third Generation was different. He silently recorded that Yzong cared about Tsunade and listened to Tsunade very much. Graduate early. Tsunade hesitated for a long time, and kept looking at Yzong's trusting eyes. She couldn't help but remember the time Cloud Shinobi kidnapped Kushina. Little Yzong's strength is not bad, following me, as long as you pay attention, there will be no danger. What he lacks now is practical experience. So, after Tsunade made up his mind, he said, Teacher, let's Yzong graduate early. But there is one requirement, and that has to be assigned to me. And, until the end of the war, it's all at my command, and no one will be dispatched. Third Generation stroked his beard and said with a smile, Of course, no problem. I'm also relieved that the three of you will lead the team. Of course it was Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. At this time, Orochimaru and Jiraiya also came. They shook their heads with wry smiles. Third Generation was afraid that Tsunade would not agree, so they called in two lobbyists. Tsunade was a little dissatisfied with the two of them, but next, Third Generation's words surprised everyone. Tsunade, I'm going to have Jiraiya and Orochimaru temporarily serve as Yzong's teachers. The performance on the front line will be recorded, and when he is fully mature and can carry out the task alone. Third Generation paused, looking serious. Even Orochimaru and Jiraiya were nervous. Third Generation then chuckled again and said, I have decided to become Yzong's group teacher. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Orochimaru, who has always been calm, was surprised. Tsunade was also a little shocked, but more, not happy. After she knew Yzong's secret, she didn't want Yzong to have contact with others, for fear of revealing that Yzong can use wood style like Hashirama. Minato and Kushina, who were listening, were also stunned. However, it's a bit special to bring one at a time. Minato, Kushina, would you two be my students? Third generation turned its head and looked at the two girls. Kushina and Minato looked at each other and said in unison, willing. The main thing is not to be separated from Yzong. However, this time, Yzong will go to the front line first, and the two of you will have to train hard. Get ready. After school tomorrow afternoon, you can go to the training ground for assessment with the seniors. Graduation early is nothing special. Every once in a while, talented students graduate early. Of course, you have to take the initiative to apply and get approved. After saying this, third generation left with Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Kushina and Minato haven't recovered yet. They turned out to be Hokage students. Yzong smiled helplessly. Third generation is a good way. Senju, Jinchuriki, Uchiha. At this moment, an extremely beautiful voice sounded. Ding. Random task, full marks in the assessment tomorrow. It's the taste of Sharinon. Chapter 46. What? You are graduating early. As soon as he got to his seat, Yzong yawned and lay down on the table. Minato has long been used to it. She stretched out her soft little hands and gently pinched Yzong's shoulders. In Yzong's words, it is the interest on the protection fee. How could gentle Minato refuse? This made Kushina envious. Yzong didn't dare to let Kushina squeeze this little tomato. In the class, as soon as she heard someone call her tomato, she immediately stepped up. It has to be our intimate little padded jacket, and little Minato is cute too. When Minato turned to ask Yzong about ninjutsu. Hearing the conversation between Kushina and Minato, I was stunned. Although he was surprised, he kept the volume under control. However, the third younger brother, who has always been acting abnormally recently, has performed exceptionally. What? That Senju kid is graduating early. No, I have to tell Fugaku the news quickly. Once he becomes a ninja, big brother Fugaku will challenge him to stop using only taijutsu. Are my Uchiha clan famous for their physical skills? Be sure to tell big brother Fugaku, let him also have a taste of the penalty stand. After school, Minato still felt a little unreal. It wasn't until Yzong brought Minato and Kushina to the training ground that he had to admit that there was a gap. If it was before, he might still think that it was because of the great ninja clan. But now, he was completely convinced by Yzong. Yzong always sleeps in class, but every time he asks about class, what he doesn't understand is Yzong can always solve his puzzles, even, he has a feeling. The content that the teacher taught, go to Yzong, and teach him again, it becomes more thorough. Nawaki said with some envy. Sister actually agreed to let Yzong graduate early. On second thought, though, Orochimaru said that after graduation, he will become his own group teacher. Nawaki wasn't so envious either. Just a little surprised, third generation will be their group teacher. Yzong turned his head and said with a chuckle. Minato, don't worry, after you graduate, you will also have a good teacher. Minato thought Yzong was comforting himself at first, but he quickly denied it. Yzong would not say such things to him. Jiraiya had no choice, and in the end, the excellent Minato became his apprentice. After entering the training ground, the three separated. Yzong glanced at the assessment content. It's the old three. Go to your test site. After entering, an assessment teacher wearing glasses was waiting for him. Senju Yzong. When he saw the assessment list, he was obviously stunned. The original serious expression also relaxed a little, showing a kind smile to Yzong. Senju clan. Okay, Yzong, the first assessment is clone technique. When his voice fell, Yzong who was standing in front of him. With a bang, it turned into a puff of white smoke. Yzong walked in again. The one who just came in was Yzong's clone. The glasses assessment teacher was stunned for a moment, then drew a big tick on the assessment form. Surprised in his heart, he originally planned to evaluate Yzong with a high score regardless of what happened to Yzong. Unexpectedly, Yzong didn't even see through the clone that Yzong came in. That's right, Yzong uses the most basic three-body technique, clone technique. Senju clan, are you going to stand up again? The glasses assessment teacher took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. And said, Yzong, go get ready and examine the body replacement technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a Konoha shinobi costume threw a kunao at Yzong. The glasses assessment teacher was stunned, and quickly said, be careful. That middle-aged man was the teacher who threw Kyu when he was in charge of the body replacement technique assessment. Boom! Kyu was stuck on Yzong, and the glasses assessment teacher was stunned for a second, with anger on his face. But the most important thing now is to confirm how Yzong's situation is, and then find the teacher to settle the account. He was all about to call the medical ninja in, Yzong, who was caught by Kyu. With a bang, it turned directly into a piece of wood. The glasses assessment teacher was stunned. 4. Body replacement technique. He stared blankly at the wood on the ground, and Yzong walked in again. The glasses assessment teacher looked at the assessment teacher who threw kunao over there. He smiled apologetically, and the glasses assessment teacher relaxed. It is good. He murmured, and then he drew a big square root on the assessment form. Ahem, Yzong, the next item is transformation technique, you can do whatever you want. This time, before he finished speaking, there was a muffled sound not far away. He instinctively looked at it and saw the previous assessment teacher who threw kunao, and after a bang, he directly returned to Yzong's appearance. Speechless. That Yzong slammed again and disappeared. Transformation technique? He didn't see through it all. Passing, grade, full marks. The glasses assessment teacher came back to his senses and said in a trembling voice. Excited in my heart, the Senju family, finally. However, when he regained his senses, Yzong had already left and headed to the next assessment site. When he came back to his senses, he remembered that Yzong had said goodbye to him just now. I didn't expect, I actually became a witness. He was speechless with excitement. The students who came in again for the assessment looked at him suspiciously. The glasses assessment teacher silently wrote down Yzong's name. Leave a comment on the grade sheet. I have never seen such a talented student. Yzong went to another place for assessment. This level is a simulation, a ninja battle. The opponent is not strong, it is a test to see if you have the qualifications to become a ninja. When the assessment teacher saw Yzong's name, he had the same reaction as the glasses assessment teacher. Yzong, it's time to start. Yzong enters the battlefield, and his opponent is a genin who has returned from the front. Seeing the other party, Yzong was stunned for a moment, and the other party did the same. He couldn't help sighing, it seems that I have a good relationship with Uchiha. When the Uchiha clansman opposite saw Yzong, he was obviously stunned. Immediately, his expression turned grim. I didn't expect that I was so lucky. The genin who came here to help with the assessment was randomly selected. There are only a few people in Uchiha, but I didn't expect it to be drawn, and I happened to meet Yzong. Senju boy, I know you, it's just that Fugaku-san. The assessment teacher frowned and suddenly became unhappy. Uchiha was not popular at all, and now he is fighting against the Senju clan who are popular among the people. The assessment teacher interrupted him directly and said, assessment begins. Then Uchiha genin could naturally hear the displeasure of the assessment teacher. However, as the proud Uchiha family, why would they care about his words? Care what he thinks? Humph. I heard that your physical skills are very good, right? You don't think that you can become a ninja just by relying on taijutsu? Today. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Yzong suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could react, Yzong kicked his A. The three younger brothers did not perform as well as you. After dropping a dog and chewing on the mud, that Uchiha genin's face suddenly turned pale. Thinking of what the clan said before about Fugaku's fate, I couldn't help but feel even more angry. The assessment teacher rubbed his eyes, he didn't even see Yzong's figure. But seeing that Yzong didn't make up the knife, he couldn't help frowning. After deciding to wait for Yzong to finish the fight, he should remind him that ninja fights can't be like this. But soon, his eyes widened, and his expression was exactly the same as the previous class's assessment teacher. Uchiha Genin stood up immediately. When the two hands are sealed, it is necessary to use fire-style ninjutsu. However, in the next moment, he was completely stupid, and he forgot about the link seal. Snapped. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Boom. Yzong suppressed the amount of chakra, and the scale was similar to that released by normal Chunin. The assessment teacher was shocked. I didn't even see his seal. But his response was not slow. Swa. After a while, he stood in front of Uchiha Genin. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. The assessment teacher personally blocked Yzong's Great Fireball Technique. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and directly declared Yzong victory. Almost didn't stop. The head on the wall of the earth flow cracked directly. There is a lot of chakra in his body, and it is normal to have a head on the earth wall. He sighed secretly, if it wasn't for his own shot. It is estimated that this Uchiha kid will have to burn his fur without serious injury. Yzong thanked and left, leaving behind Uchiha Genin who was speechless, and the teacher who was stunned. After completing this, the final is the written test. Yzong walked out in less than 10 minutes, leaving the assessment teacher who was disappointed to be absent-minded in the classroom. Exam is over. Chapter 47. Mikoto, how are you? Kushina and Mikoto come out together. Kushina's face pretended to be calm, but Mikoto could see at a glance that the girl was panicking. It's alright, Kushina's first 2 exams have high scores, and it's enough to pass the written exam. Kushina blushed and was guessed, but still said stubbornly. Who said I can't do the written test? I'm worried about Mikoto. Puff. Mikoto couldn't hold it back, covered his mouth and chuckled, not piercing her. Huh? Yzong, what are you finished the test. Kushina saw Yzong chatting with Minato Nawaki outside. It looks like it has been out for a while. Yzong rubbed her little head and said. It doesn't matter if you don't pass the written test, go back and copy it hundreds of times, and you will pass the next time. Ah! Kushina bit her lower lip, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she bit Yzong's arm in one bite. Neither you nor Mikoto believe me. Mikoto pulled her over and said softly. Because we all know Kushina. Kushina works hard, but... Hold back, can't laugh. Kushina's little face is bulging. Are you all finished? Tsunade and Jiraiya came over. Tsunade smiled, and Jiraiya drooped, her nose bruised. It is estimated that he went to collect material again, was discovered by Tsunade, and taught him a lesson. Finish exam. It wasn't Yzong who answered, but Orochimaru who came out of the training ground. Master Orochimaru, how could you? Nawaki was surprised. Although they haven't graduated yet, Nawaki and Orochimaru have long been known as teachers and students. Orochimaru turned out to be the chief invigilator. This. Yzong is not surprised to see Orochimaru, he has long noticed that someone has been paying attention to him. Especially when using fire-style Great Fireball technique without printing. In order to ensure that the 3 of them can graduate early, Yzong was assigned to the assessment site, and the assessment teachers in them were all assessment teachers who had a good impression of the Senja family. Presumably the same goes for Mikoto and Kushina. And, just to make sure, 3rd generation also arranged for Orochimaru as the chief examiner. There is a lot of room for action. Orochimaru's words made everyone stunned. Yzong's 2nd assessment teacher, his hair is gone. Not long after, Yzong's assessment results appeared in the Hokage room ahead of time. 3rd generation looked at Yzong's score sheet, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Graduation early is a big deal. After all, after graduating early, they can become ninjas, and those who are talented, like Gang, Umbu, etc., can throw an olive branch in advance. 3rd generation narrowed its eyes, a smile on the corners of its mouth. The big tick on the score sheet is like his recognition of Yzong. The transcripts of Kushina and Mikoto are relatively slow, so I haven't been able to bring them here yet. I'm against graduating early. He's still a child, and why are there not many Senju clan, should not graduate early? We are protecting them. In the ninja school, a safe and comfortable environment is more conducive to their growth. In this special period, early graduation cannot avoid going to the front line. One is the teacher's few descendants, one is the future Jinchuriki, and the other is the granddaughter of the great elder of the Uchiha clan. It would be unbearable for Konoha to lose either one. Danzo stood up with anger on his face and a hoarse voice. The opposite of him is not third generation, but Yuditen Koharu and Mitokedo Homura. After all, the last time it was beaten by third generation. Danzo didn't dare to be disgusting at the front, and in turn, began to instigate the two advisors of Konoha. Danzo is full of confidence, he believes that after his analysis, he can definitely incite these two guys. I can succeed every time, plus, my reason this time is not far-fetched at all. Unfortunately, Danzo's face gradually darkened. He sat back slowly, and the one-handed crutches turned into two-handed crutches. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokedo Homura showed no signs of anger this time around. Instead, they looked at each other, and they all slowly closed their eyes, with no expression on their faces. Silent appearance, let Danzo know that this time, he did not succeed. Yuditen Koharu and Mitokedo Homura did not choose to line up again. From the recent attitudes and decisions of third generation, these two consultants who are often instigated by Danzo. There is even a day when I have a brain. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the third generation's love for Yzong. Following Danzo has eaten several deflated, this time, finally learned to be smart. Danzo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Yuditen Koharu and Mitokedo Homura didn't seem to be moved at all. He narrowed his eyes and tapped his cane with his fingers. After a long time, he stood up and left silently. I didn't dare to go to third generation, nor did I instigate the two to succeed. If you go now, you will find yourself unhappy. If you don't listen today, you will regret it tomorrow. After walking out, Danzo narrowed his eyes, looked back, and seemed to be able to see the two of them through the wall. Homura, Hiruzen won't back down at all this time. It seems that he really likes and values that Senju kid. Mitokedo Homura closed his eyes and said without looking back. Danzo is always the opposite of Hiruzen, but every time he speaks out about the mistakes of third generation's decision-making. We are also for Konoha. However, this time Danzo isn't asking us to go with him. Obviously, he wants us to take the initiative to go. So, it's not hard to guess that he is afraid of Hiruzen. Yuditen Koharu stood up, walked slowly to the door, closed the door, sighed, and said. Hiruzen is very optimistic about that Senju boy, and has decided to go out and teach them personally. Senju, Jinchuriki, Uchiha. Are we wrong? Homura shook her head. He also doesn't know whether the so-called fault is this time, choosing not to believe in Danzo, or the previous judgment. Of course, there was another reason why they didn't dare to revive this time. On the house, under the mask of Uchiha Tom, his eyes narrowed. After making a few gestures to the Umbu ninja on the other side, he continued to hide. Another Umbu ninja left immediately, ready to tell third generation. Lord Hokage, Danzo just came from. Third generation waved his hand, indicating that the Umbu ninja should stop talking. Now, Homura and Koharu have been watched by Umbu. If there is any trouble, third generation will know. As for Danzo, he wanted to do the same, but third generation was still afraid of the Shimura clan. So, it can't be grounded. However, Root, he can control it. It's not that third generation leaves Root, it leaves Danzo. Third generation snorted coldly, stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked slowly to the window. He narrowed his eyes and looked out the window as if he was looking at someone. He was no longer indecisive, and said coldly. I hope they won't be ignorant of flattery, I've given enough face. Keep watching them. Third generation picked up Yzong's assessment results again and felt much better. Looking at the comments above, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But soon his facial expression froze. When you release ninjutsu, you can't see the seal. This news is very exciting. He pinched his chin, as if thinking about something. After a long time, he sighed and said with some distress. It's not that he doesn't have a knot, but it's too fast, no one can react. Poor boy, what a great effort. I heard before that he didn't return to the Senju family. Without anyone to teach, the 3 body techniques have to be learned in school. This child, you can only keep practicing the knots. As expected of the genius of the teacher's family, this kind of printing speed is not something ordinary people can do. That's why I give them a feeling of just slapping both hands. 3rd generation secretly decided to teach Yzong well. Good guy, this is self-righteousness, is it slightly? It seems that the basic combat power is good, but it lacks combat experience. There was no result for the first-time opponent. You can't ask him to do it in one step, he's just a child. 3rd generation is reminded of Hashirama and Tobirama's unrepentant teaching. Involuntarily sighed. The little thought and concern about the Sarutobi family in my heart completely disappeared. He turned his head and said to the Umbu ninja beside him. Let Tsunade and the others come over. Chapter 48. Konoha Hokage Interior. The front line is tight, and the place you 3 are going is very dangerous. I don't think I need to say more about this. Orochimaru, the place you are going this time is at the border of the Land of Rain. Go over there and make arrangements in advance. The 3 remained silent. This decision could not be said badly, nor could it be good. It's just, this decision is not just Konoha. Explanation on paper. In the final analysis, the outbreak of the Second Ninja War was caused by the unbalanced economic development between countries, which led to the plundering of the land of various countries, including Rain Shinobi simultaneously declaring war on the country of fire, the country of wind, and the country of soil. Of course, Hanzo of the Salamander is really strong. The battlefield is without exception, and the 3 major ninja villages moved the battlefield to the country of rain. Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, Konoha, battle in the Land of Rain. On the other hand, if you arrive in the Land of Rain, it's up to you how Tsunade and Yzong arrange it. After 3rd generation finished speaking, he put down the document in his hand. Tsunade patted his chest and said confidently. Little Yzong will be fine. After speaking, she left first. Jiraiya and Orochimaru also went out together after saying something about the front line with 3rd generation. Tsunade couldn't hold back a sneer when he left the Hokage building. Yzong's status in her heart is no lower than any other. How could it possibly have happened to him? Knowing this is undoubtedly the reason 3rd generation wants Tsunade to rest assured that after becoming Yzong's teacher in the future, at least in terms of purpose, nothing else is mixed in. In order to celebrate passing the assessment, Yzong cooks himself. It seems that he always cooks. Night falls. Mikoto, it's getting late, I'll take you back. Hearing this, Mikoto's expression was a little strange. She hesitantly said, Yzong, you're going to the front line soon, I think. Yzong was stunned. Don't, how old are you, no punishment. Just as he was about to speak, Mikoto lowered his head again, blushing and said. Grandpa knows about graduating early. He said it was too late to go back. He was worried that the same situation as last time would happen, and he also asked Yzong to send me back. So. It means, it doesn't matter normally, it's just too late to be safe tonight? Then, after this time, if it's too late in the future, why don't you go back? Ahem. I have to say this great elder of the Uchiha clan is really reasonable. Of course, Yzong refused in his heart. We are famously pure brothers, and we can't always think in the wrong place. Well, then, tonight, there are other rooms in the house, or do you want to sleep with Kushina? Before Mikoto could speak, Kushina pulled her with a smile, and said. That must be sleeping with me. Is that so, Mikoto? Kushina winked at Mikoto. Mikoto blushed even more, but nodded anyway. Yzong shook his head and said. I'm not very satisfied with the results of today's assessment. The written test has nothing to say, and the 3-body technique has nothing to say. It's hard to say one, it's hard to say. One is the foundation within the foundation. However, there are people who barely pass both. Kushina immediately pouted, snorted, and turned to the side, not looking at Yzong. Yzong smiled slightly and said, "However, the most important thing is the second test. Tomato is very good, and got full marks." Puff. Mikoto covered her mouth and chuckled. She could hear something in Yzong's words. There is a smile on Kushina's mouth, but not much. "Make you laugh at me?" Yzong stopped the fight between the two cute girls and said, "Don't be too happy, Mikoto, you and Kushina are the exact opposite. You have to remember that in the battle, no matter who the enemy is, for whatever reason, once you are kind to the enemy will not be kind to you in the end. If you get hurt, I'll feel bad." When Yzong said this, there was nothing else in his eyes. When Mikoto heard this, his heart warmed, he lowered his head, and hummed softly. "Yzong, if we are all like you and get full marks in the assessment, can we go to the front line with you?" After the two little ones secretly said something, Mikoto blushed and spoke like a mosquito. "Two little fools, even if you get full marks in the assessment, everyone agrees with you to go, and I don't agree either." "Why?" Mikoto and Kushina said in unison. "That's of course because..." Yzong deliberately paused, and after seeing that the emotions of the two were completely aroused, he said seriously, "Because I don't have the absolute confidence to make sure you're all right. I want to protect you, take care of you, and prevent you from being hurt a little. Small sample, Auntie Liang, I am pure." Actually, Yzong was worried that in terms of their current strength and state of mind, it would be better to go to the battlefield later. Vase? How is it possible? Kushina's strength, needless to say, that one-handed sealing technique directly crushed a large number of sealed ninjas. Not to mention, Mikoto is no worse than Kushina in terms of identity or talent. There is also a faint ability to transcend the Kushina after becoming a Jinchuriki. However, we also want to fight side by side with you. Also, I heard that the front line is very dangerous, even a special jonin has to be very careful. The two women expressed their concerns. His eyes dimmed, perhaps because he couldn't stay with Yzong anymore. Yzong chuckled and sat between the two women, saying, "Two lovely little fools. Why did you stay this time? Of course it's for you to be well prepared. Ninja fights are brutal and there is no respite." Mikoto and Kushina raised their heads without speaking. But how could Yzong not know what they were trying to say? One is Uchiha's genius, and the other survived from the mountains and blood of his tribe. However, in the final analysis, these are only experienced by the people around them, and they have not personally participated in it. After comforting for a while, the two women stabilized. Yzong glanced out the door. Tsunade hadn't come back yet. He said softly, "Mikoto, have you finished what you're going to learn after watching Ninja School?" Mikoto nodded. Yzong said again, Well, then, Kushina's homework will be left to you. If not, you can let her copy it 100 times, and she will definitely learn it." "Okay. Not good. Mikoto, you're not going to listen to him, are you?" Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the random task. That's right, it's here, the special effect of 50 cents. Open the gift box. Boom. Alas, this time there is a sound effect of 50 cents. Random reward, get the Sharinon of the Blood Legacy limit. The long-awaited Sharinon is here. After Yzong clicked to claim without hesitation, he clicked like crazy. Ding. Congratulations to host for upgrading Sharinon to full level. Get hidden ability, unlimited copy ninjutsu ability. Ah! This? Sharinon has powerful abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. The wielder has extraordinary insight, can observe the flow of chakra, can apply and see through illusions, copying physique, and non-blood-bound limit ninjutsu. That hidden ability. That is to say, even if the opponent uses the rare blood follower limit ability, such as crystal style, Yzong can copy it as long as he turns on Sharinon. Good guy, doesn't this mean that you can copy the boundaries of other people's blood and use it for your own use? No matter what kind of ninjutsu the opponent uses, with Yzong's chakra amount, directly use his ninjutsu to run over him. This reward, compared to the white eye, is not bad at all. Ahem, of course, Yzong also likes rolling eyes. After all, this is comparable to the live broadcast artifact in the hands of third generation. No, it should be, I don't know how many times better than the live broadcast artifact. 360 degrees of learning without dead ends, observe. With Flying Thunder God, on the battlefield, as long as we have an infinite number of tridents, the enemy won't even want to touch me. A perspective without dead ends, Sharingan in cooperation, oh, enough is enough. He walked to the mirror and looked at the Sharingan he had turned on. This time it wasn't covered up. And many more. Yzong thought about it and rolled his eyes. Immediately, the change when he used the white eye appeared on his face. As soon as the mind moved, all these changes disappeared. That is to say, as long as he wants, he can control these characteristics not to appear at any time. Looking at the three Tomo Sharingan in the mirror, he smiled slightly. The next moment, the red eyes and the three commas disappeared. But he still has Sharingan turned on. Turn your head, turn on white eyes and Sharingan. Look, this picture is so beautiful. It's just that the two little ones are still a little small, so don't be in a hurry, or you'll be punished. At this moment, the door was knocked. When Kushina opened the door, Nawaki was standing outside the door. It's Kushina, and Mikoto is there too. Is Yzong there? Grandma asked me to come over and take you over. When the two women turned around to call Yzong, Yzong had already dressed and looked at them with a chuckle. Yzong could probably guess what this call was for. The corners of his mouth were slightly lifted, and he secretly said in his heart, "Nine Tails, here I come." Chapter 49. On the way, Mikoto was nervous. There is a kind of general feeling of a girl seeing a man's parents. Yzong smiled lightly and squeezed her little hand. The warm smile put Mikoto at ease. Kushina was not nervous, but was looking forward to it. She remembered the first time she had intimate contact with Yzong. The little face couldn't help crawling with blush. Kushina raised her white and graceful neck, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yzong's figure. When Yzong rescued her from the hands of Cloud Shinobi, she instantly understood her heart. As Yzong guessed, Tsunade was here early in the morning. There was something wrong with her expression, and a faint meaning of parting spread in her heart. The moment Mito saw Mikoto, he was obviously stunned. Immediately, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He opened Tsunade and Nawaki again, and let Mikoto and Kushina sit beside him. Gradually, Mikoto no longer has that trace of fear and worry. With Kushina, talking with Mito. Yzong watched and listened quietly. Mito and Mikoto Kushina chat about some household stuff. Yzong, come over here. Mito beckons. She touched Yzong's head, and there was a look of surprise in her cloudy eyes. But he didn't say anything and kept looking at Yzong with a chuckle. Resembles. Hashirama would be very happy if he knew that his descendants could have the same bloodline boundaries as him. You have to work hard. Yzong nodded heavily. Mikoto and Kushina's eyes widened. Kushina is okay, after all, it was not nurtured since childhood. But Mikoto is different. She is not only born in Konoha, but also a member of the Uchiha clan. The identity is the granddaughter of the elder Uchiha, and she knows many things. Seeing Yzong nodding, Mito seemed to have lost his last thoughts. The whole person looked vigorous, as if he was 10 years younger. Yzong sat on the side and listened quietly. Suddenly, he felt an evil aura. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his perception became more acute. He hadn't noticed it before, but this time, he really felt that an evil and powerful aura was watching him. Nine Tails. He murmured softly, and then turned on Sharingan. Tick. Within the sealed space, Yzong slowly walked out of the fork in the road, surrounded by dark and yellow colors. Deep down, under the dark door, Nine Tails was lying in it, half squinting, passing through Mito, looking at Yzong who was suddenly motionless. Why do I have a bad feeling? The voice of Nine Tails echoed in the empty and dark space. At this moment, a strong unpleasant meaning came to my mind. It looked down and saw a figure standing in front of the sealed gate. It was the face that lingered in its mind during this period of time. It was stunned. This human, how did he get in? Suddenly, it felt a breath that made it instinctively disgust. No matter how you look at it, this human is just a child. No matter how powerful, can those two guys be powerful? So. Humph. Little devil. You have an aura I hate. Ninetales' voice echoed around. His voice was icy cold with a hint of disgust. Yzong seemed to have guessed that it would say so, and did not reply. Ninetales narrowed his eyes, instinctively feeling a sense of danger. The corners of Yzong's mouth lifted slightly, and under Ninetales' suspicious eyes, he took a step. Ninetales' pupils shrank sharply. At this step, he actually stepped directly into the sealed gate. The red bubbles that were about to spread behind Yzong instantly dissipated. Yzong stretched out his fist and looked directly at the huge eyes of Ninetales, who were many times taller than him. Ninetales burst out laughing. Is this a human gesture to bump fists? Ninetales sneered. Little devil, when you step into it, should you praise your bravery, or should you say that you don't know what to do? After that, the Ninetales behind it swayed. Every time it waved, a wave of air was set off, blowing Yzong's hair up. Yzong didn't put his hand down. He said slowly. Ninetales, it won't be long before you will be inside Kushina. I think you should know better than me. I hope, no, should say, remind you. You'd better stay in Kushina's body safely, and if necessary, you have to help her. Ninetales was stunned for a dozen or so breaths. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help laughing. The sound of piercing eardrums was no less than the noise it caused when it flipped its tail. But from the beginning to the end, Yzong was unmoved. His fists were always in a fist-bumping posture. In the past, with the character of Ninetales, Yzong would be. However, Ninetales did not act as usual. It is calm on the surface, but not so calm in the heart. It is arrogant and arrogant, but it refuses to admit that this child in front of it can make it feel jealous. Immediately, he lowered his head and stared at Yzong with huge eyes. It seemed that he wanted to see what he wanted to see in Yzong's eyes. It's a pity that there was no change in Yzong's eyes. The fist raised in the air was retracted, his hands folded over his chest, his head raised, his eyes still flat. Give you one more chance, do as I say, or don't wait for him to finish. Roar. Ninetales roared at him. Saliva spurting. But before these saliva got close to Yzong, they were blocked by an invisible force. Ninetales felt that his self-esteem was seriously insulted. Anger shields it from the warnings of intuition. With a single claw, it was about to pierce through Yzong's small body. Next moment. Puff. The sharp nails directly pierced Yzong's body. It has infinite satisfaction in its heart. Slowly raising the claws, Yzong's body was also lifted along with it. Ninetales sneered and threw Yzong's body outside. But the next moment, it froze. It suddenly felt that every inch of its body was suffering a huge impact. Boom! Ninetales' huge body flew upside down and hit the wall directly, lying on the ground as if torn apart. But Yzong hooked his hand, and Ninetales slowly walked towards him again, lying in front of him. Those huge eyes had turned into blood-red eyes. Sharinon. But Yzong's eyes didn't change at all. The three-hooked jade in the eyes of Ninetales spun wildly for a while. Ninetales recovered from the illusion just now. Is it an illusion? When? Ninetales' breathing became rapid, looking at Yzong's small figure with an unbelievable look in his eyes. Roar. Ninetales roared again after slowing down for a while. Senju Yzong. Puff. Not good. Yzong's small body was pierced by it again. A bad feeling spread in my heart. Sure enough, the next moment, it felt the pain that was about to fall apart again. Even if its physical body is extremely strong, it can't stand such double torture. Illusion. It only reacted. From beginning to end, it was in Yzong's illusion. Ninetales collapsed in front of Yzong. Damn Senju kid! How can you have the pupil technique of the evil Uchiha clan? Yzong still looked at it lightly, hooked his hand, and said softly. You'll know when you try it. Ninetales was once again provoked by anger, and once again handed out a paw. This time, it also ran through Yzong's body. But Ninetales was not happy. Its pupils contracted suddenly, and Yzong's body suddenly changed between the fingertips. Turned into a piece of wood. And this piece of wood also bound its claws directly along its long fingertips. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who the hell are you? How can you have the same ability as Senju Hashirama, and also possess the pupil technique of the Uchiha clan? Ninetales' mentality collapsed. It finally knew why it instinctively felt a terror that made it feel bad. The little devil of the Senju clan in front of him has the ability of two men who can completely abuse it at the same time. The claws were restrained by wood clone, but Ninetales threw it off with a jerk. But his eyes were still full of shock. Snapped. Yzong clapped both hands. Boom. Immediately, 3,000 Yzongs appeared behind him. Multiple shadow clone technique. That familiar seal. The figure that could rub it to the ground with one hand came to Ninetales' mind. However, the proud Ninetales was unwilling to admit the fear in his heart. Its injuries had recovered, its legs stood up, and it stared at Yzong. Ha ha ha. It laughed. Because Yzong's clones all attacked him. Call out. The next moment, the three Chiba sects raised their hands at the same time. The entire sealed space was instantly illuminated by the blue Chakra group. What? Ninetales' eyes widened. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why is this little devil able to release these ninjutsu without even tying a seal? Can they still be that powerful? But how could Ninetales be captured? In the next second, it will sweep out all these clones of Yzong. However, instinctively, Ninetales still paid attention to Yzong's body. Don't worry about this, come on. The huge eyes turned into Sharingan in an instant. In the illusion, it swept across Yzong in the last second, pressing its paw on Yzong, listening to Yzong's begging for mercy. The next second, it returns to reality. The whole body was bound by Yzong's wood style, and he couldn't break free for a while. Yzong's 3,000 clones didn't jump up at all, they all lined up and approached it neatly. What are you going to do? No. In the sealed space, only the screams and wailing of Ninetales remained. The voice was extremely miserable, and there was a hint of pleasure in the faint. Boom. After a quarter of an hour, Yzong's clones all disappeared. Ninetales was knocked out by Yzong. Stop, stop, don't come again. I promise, can't I promise? Ninetales lay on the ground heavily scarred, with a huge chakra in the air, but there was nowhere to release it. Yzong stretched out his hand, touched its nose slowly, and said with a smile. Don't you have to suffer if you promise earlier? Ninetales gritted his teeth, just about to speak. A change in sight. Immediately, it completely froze in place. Yzong didn't step into the sealed gate, but stood where he saw him for the first time from beginning to end. Moreover, it kept the action of seeing Yzong for the first time. Ninetales widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. It suddenly woke up, and since the first sight of Yzong, it has been caught in Yzong's illusion. Outside, Mito seemed to notice the strangeness of Ninetales, and she couldn't help looking at Yzong. And Yzong, as if feeling a little bit, slowly raised his head and smiled innocently at her. Chapter 50. Yzong, I took it. I took it. Ninetales whimpered, lying on the ground. The whole person, the whole beast looks soft and collapsed. Straight to prostration. It just lays down like this, no longer worrying about the so-called face or something. Dude, I was lying at home and suddenly a human imp ran in. He came up to me without saying a word, and he was begging me for a while, and he looked like he was aloof. Speak to me in a commanding tone. I resisted and got beaten. Ninetales has already started a shameless begging for mercy, which is so torturous, no, beast. Once you say the wrong thing, you will have to enter the illusion space for a walk. The flesh body is pressed on the body by countless big balls outside. There was no way to resist, and he was pressed and rubbed on the ground by this human kid. It suddenly misses Hashirama and Madara immensely. Even if you call me, I'm happy. Please, can you let this demon get out of here? I promise, I will be obedient in the future. Uncomfortable. Yzong shook his head and said, Nine Tails, don't try to have any bad ideas. In front of my eyes, you have nowhere to run. The sound was extremely flat, but the hairs on Nine Tails' whole body exploded. Wrong. Just now Yzong came up with a great fireball technique, which burned its fur and rolled it together. Nine Tails snorted, but soon it felt an unpleasant feeling. He quickly got down and nodded. Get closer to your nose. Yzong smiled gently, reached out and touched its nose. Okay, I'm not forcing you either. I told you, you can do it, right? Nine Tails nodded wildly. Did I force you? Nine Tails nodded wildly, no. Nine Tails shook his head wildly. I didn't tempt you, did I? Nine Tails shook his head wildly. Yzong then nodded, turned around and left him with a back, saying, I know you're not convinced. Next time you come, you won't be so gentle. I'll use a new method to let you know. Nine Tails shuddered. But Yzong's next words were stunned. Let you feel the fear of being rubbed against the ground with a hand again. Him, how could he? Nine Tails was stunned, Yzong had disappeared. For a long time, it fell down slowly, licking its own fur, wanting to cry without tears. My best fox fur. In the next moment, the scene changes. What? Illusions in illusions. Nothing happened to Nine Tails, and Yzong didn't disappear, but looked at it with a smile. Nine Tails shuddered, and hurriedly stuck out his sharp mouth, his nose close to Yzong. Yzong smiled slightly and punched him again. This time, Nine Tails knew that it was no longer an illusion. But this time it was no less shocking than what Yzong had done before. It can clearly feel Yzong's inner thoughts. It was Yzong's mind. Among them, Nine Tails found that it did not feel a little disgust from Yzong. Even the slightest bit of disgust, Nine Tails didn't feel it. For so many years, I have never felt this kind of heart. Very pure, it seems, there is still a hint of joy for himself. Nine Tails fell into memory, and after an unknown time, tears flowed from its eyes. It came back to its senses and wiped away the tears quickly, afraid of being seen by Yzong. But when it turned around, it realized that Yzong had long since disappeared. Suddenly, what Yzong said to him when he left came into his mind. For no reason, the hairs stand up. Next time, let other tailed beasts come over, I want to communicate with them. Nine Tails is just stupid, how could he know? Communicate? Nine Tails twitched the corners of his eyes, lying on the ground in a fit of anger, with his back to the sealed door. The arrogant Nine Tails snorted coldly, with a strange feeling in his heart. There are people who don't hate themselves. How did he know that our tailed beasts can contact each other? It is indeed possible to connect through telephony. Just, how could it be possible to get together? As everyone knows, Yzong has his own way, but for the time being, he can't do it. However, this kid is really interesting. Puff. Being abused and saying that people are interesting. If other tailed beasts knew about it, they would have laughed at Nine Tails for 2.5 years. After Yzong exited from the sealed space, it was found that Kushina and Mikoto didn't know what to chat with Mito, and their faces were flushed. From time to time, he glanced at Yzong, his eyes dodging. Mito looked at Yzong meaningfully. She just felt a different feeling. As if something appeared in the sealed space. But the speed was extremely fast. After she consciously dived into it, she saw the unusual Nine Tails suddenly turned her back. She subconsciously told her that it was most likely related to Yzong. But there is nothing to prove either. After seeing Yzong's genuine smile, he didn't think much of it. Yzong, you go and let Tsunade and Nawaki come in. Since you have graduated early, you must prepare well. The front line is different from the village. Yzong nodded. Mito told him to leave first. Mikoto and Kushina looked at Mito with some reluctance. Mito rubbed their little heads and said softly, "You should come here often during this time. Kushina should study sealing techniques hard. Mikoto can also supervise Kushina by the side." After the three left, Mito touched his abdomen and said softly, "Nine Tails, that kid will definitely have the height of Hashirama in the future, you have to be careful. His temper is not the same as Hashirama. Nine Tails snorted. How is he? I already know, the impact is very profound. After Yzong brought the two girls back, the wood clone technique was lifted. Huge memories and experiences flooded into my mind. Flying Thunder God Part 2. It won't be long before I feel like I've touched the threshold. Wooden Dragon and Wooden Golem are coming soon, and it will take some time for thousands of real hands. Yzong is full of self-confidence, and it is very powerful to comprehend a wood style from Hashirama's notes. After all, it is equivalent to Yzong's own research on wood style. In the middle of the night, the door opened. Tsunade is back. She looked a little lost, holding her hands down, her expression a little sad. Yzong, little Yzong, why haven't you slept yet? After opening the door, I saw a small figure sitting there at first sight, as if it had been waiting for her. Sister Tsunade, what's wrong with you? Tsunade walked slowly to his side, squeezed out a smile, and said, It's okay, it's so late, you have to go to bed early. Yzong stretched out his hands. Tsunade froze for a moment, then hugged Yzong. If my sister feels uncomfortable, you can tell Yzong. If my sister is sad, Yzong is also uncomfortable. Yzong touched Tsunade's pretty face, and his slightly immature voice sounded like the best medical ninjutsu. Tsunade hugged Yzong and slowly pressed his pretty face to Yzong's chest. She didn't say anything, but her shoulders were shaking slightly. 3 days later, Yzong officially graduated from ninja school. Konoha Genin's forehead protector has attracted many people's attention along the way. Yzong, how long will it take you to come back this time? Kushina turned her head away, blushing. Mikato's beautiful eyes were also staring at Yzong. As long as Yzong lied, she would know immediately. Yzong said with a smile. Want to know? Okay, Kushina, come in with me. Yzong took Kushina's little hand and walked towards the room. Huh? No. No. Kushina resisted symbolically, and the last refrain was so light that she couldn't hear it unless she listened carefully. Body check. What? Ah. Kushina is candid with Yzong. Forehead. Yzong is very helpless, at your age, alas. Have Kushina sit on the bed with her back to her. Kushina was so nervous that she felt hot all over. Yzong's hand slid lightly across her smooth back, and then, leaving behind the Flying Thunder God technique. Outside the door, Mikato's face turned red when he heard the movement. She pressed against the door, trying to hear. Who would have thought that the man next door to Yzong also heard the movement and pressed his ear against the wall? Ah! After a while, Kushina lowered her head, her small face the same color as her hair. Mikato pressed against the door and stumbled when the door opened. Yzong is quick-witted, how can he miss this meat delivered to his door? Equally, Mikato jumped directly into his arms. Kushina glanced at Mikato, straightened her clothes, and ran away immediately. Mikato froze for a moment, then the door closed. Ah! Tsunade frowned and cursed the little rascal. My heart suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. After a while, Mikato also blushed and ran away with his head down. After running to Kushina's room, the two little ones never came out again. Yzong shook his head and laughed. Sure enough, Mikato is attentive, So reward her and leave the Flying Thunder God spell in front. At this moment, Tsunade came out and walked in front of Yzong with a puffed face. Little Yzong, what did you do? Why didn't you come out as soon as you made a noise? By the way, there is also Tsunade to stay. Sister, come in. After saying that, he pulled Tsunade into the room and closed the door with a snap. Where should I stay? Chapter 51. Gone. Yzong waved his hand and said goodbye to Mikato and Kushina. The two would love to be sent to the gate, but neither of them will be leaving Senjo's quarters anytime soon. Third generation came to send them. Jiraiya looked at Yzong holding Tsunade's little hand with envy in her eyes. Orochimaru walked ahead, as cold as ever. Along the way, nothing special happened. After crossing the border, Yzong clearly felt that the atmosphere in the team had become subtle. Tsunade also stopped teasing him at will. More while teasing him, while paying attention to the surroundings. Snapped. Jiraiya stepped on a pool of standing water left by the rain. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Tsunade's expression also became serious. Jiraiya, as always, had a faint smile on her face. "Little Yzong, do you have anything to discover?" Tsunade asked in a low voice. Yzong rolled his eyes after leaving the border. Many things are nowhere to be seen in his eyes. The small stagnant water that Jiraiya stepped on just now is very strange. After turning on Sharingan, I saw through it directly. It was a changing bed. The land of water, Mist Ninja. Unexpectedly, these guys will appear here. It's more like waiting for them all the time. "Sister, is that pool of water 843? Yzong whispered Kaido. Yzong could clearly see that Tsunade's eyes glowed after he said the pool of water. She gave Yzong a hard kiss, and then smiled. "Little Yzong is really powerful. I don't think anyone would dare to say that you are inexperienced." As she spoke, she glared at Orochimaru without a trace. Orochimaru smiled and said nothing. Jiraiya took the opportunity to get closer, and Yzong immediately reached out and stopped him. Tsunade also took a step back. "Yzong, the opponent's strength is not strong, as your first test, how?" After walking for a while, he found someone following behind him. Immediately judged that it was the Mist Ninja just now. When a ninja performs a task, it is generally a group of 3. Obviously, the Mist Ninja that had just changed and accumulated water was just a pathfinder. After seeing that the 4 of them did not find him, they immediately judged that the 4 of them were not strong. And, with a child, Jiraiya was a little curious about Yzong's strength and said with a smile. "Of course there is no problem, Yzong got a full score in the assessment." He noticed the change on Yzong's face. As a result, he was naturally disappointed, and from beginning to end, Yzong's expression did not change at all. It seems that what he said was not enough to make Yzong feel important. Orochimaru nodded, agreeing with Jiraiya's words. Tsunade frowned and said displeasedly, "You guys have forgotten, who said that Yzong's actions are all under my control?" Yzong touched her pretty face and said, "Sister Tsunade, I think I can do it." Jiraiya immediately said, "Yeah, Tsunade, is it going to be like this all the time? The difficulty of this task is not high, and the opponent's strength will not exceed Jonin's." Orochimaru also nodded and said, "Tsunade, Yzong has confidence in himself." Tsunade hesitated for a while, but finally, nodded and instructed Yzong to be careful. Yzong raised the corners of his mouth slightly after he left the sight of the 3 of them. After disappearing from the sight of the 3 of them, Yzong walked back in less than a minute. Orochimaru frowned. He had seen Yzong's 3 assessments with his own eyes, and he shouldn't have. Jiraiya also raised her brows and was a little surprised. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, but felt something was wrong. Looking at the 3 people with weird expressions, Yzong smiled. Very naive, giving people a smile that only a sunny child can have. Then, take out the 3 forehead protectors of Kirin, the land of water. When Orochimaru saw it, he was surprised and felt normal. With the strength Yzong showed during the assessment, he would naturally have no problem dealing with the 3 genins of the land of water. But there was some doubt in his heart, why Yzong's speed was so fast. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and she grabbed the 3 Mist Nin forehead protectors in Yzong's hands and looked at them carefully. It was found that there was still a hint of warmth on it. Apparently, it was just picked. Immediately, the look in Yzong's eyes was no longer that kind of condescending feeling. The world of Hokage, to a certain extent, is also a world where strength is respected. Tsunade was naturally happy, but also relieved. She knows her clan brother, and usually looks good and cute. However, when something happens, there will never be such a situation of escaping. Moreover, she also reacted, the mark left somewhere in her. She picked up Yzong and said proudly, "How about it? This first assessment, the results should not be bad, right?" Orochimaru smiled, undeniably. Jiraiya nodded, gave Yzong a thumbs up, and said, "It's amazing, when I was your age, I still W." Before he could finish speaking, Tsunade said contemptuously, When you were this age, you used to run on the street a lot, didn't you? Not only was Jiraiya surprised, even Orochimaru was a little confused. Tsunade hugged Yzong, passed them, and said without looking back. At that time, didn't you run to the women's bathroom every day, and then be chased and beaten every time? Orochimaru smiled, and Jiraiya opened her mouth. Unexpectedly, the dead and old things came back to life, and he slapped him. Is it the second grandpa's flying thunder god technique? After getting away from the two, Tsunade asked in a low voice. Yzong didn't hide it, nodded and said. Sister, it's amazing, so you don't have to worry about me. Tsunade nodded his head slightly reproachfully. What else do you have to hide from your sister and recruit from the truth? Yzong twisted his body and broke free from Tsunade's embrace. Laughed. Sister, I have prepared a present for you, don't be angry. Gift. What gift? At this time, Jiraiya has caught up. He smiled and walked to Yzong's side, talking about his deeds. Disparage Orochimaru by the way. How good is it to write books by yourself, ninjutsu or something? In short, the thought of accepting Yzong as a disciple was written directly on his face. Tsunade refused without thinking. If it was Orochimaru, she might hesitate to refuse again. But Jiraiya is different, she doesn't want Yzong to be too close to this big horny wolf. Orochimaru quickened his pace and caught up. Looking at Jiraiya who was constantly courting Tsunade, he suddenly said. Jiraiya, are you trying to compete with the teacher for students? In a word, Jiraiya's expression froze directly. He coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. I'll go ahead and explore the way. After all, I ran for 10 in a flash. Tsunade laughed and hugged Yzong with joy in his heart. For the next few days, the group was on their way. Yzong leaves behind some flying thunder god spells from time to time. In case the emergency. Jiraiya these days, when she sees Yzong, she always throws envious eyes. No way, Tsunade is used to it, he picks up Yzong and devours it when he is happy. Met some sand shinobi and rock shinobi along the way. Here, we are getting closer and closer to the frontal battlefield. As the number increased, Yzong also began to fight with the three of them. However, he was only allowed to shoot when faced with some genin, and only when there were not many. Who let people have a big sister who loves him infinitely? With the strength of a few people, those sand shinobi and rock shinobi who dared to come to block the road basically have no return. Why is it basically? Because, there are a few genins that Yzong let go on purpose. Orochimaru also wants to fill in. During the war, there was no such thing as right or wrong benevolence. But was stopped by Tsunade. We still need to take over a lot of work to go to the front line, and it will take some time to rectify. Might as well have them bring back the news of our arrival. The commanders on their front lines will definitely be afraid of us, so they will slow down the offensive and we will have some breathing time. Orochimaru Kaido. What we can think of, the other side may not think of it. Tsunade smiled mysteriously and said. That's why they were asked to bring back the news. This is the clear plan on the bright side. Storm. What if this is a trap we set? Slow down the offensive. Does that count as giving us time? They will definitely struggle, in short, no matter what their choice is, they will have concerns because of our presence, and it can be regarded as buying time. Tsunade didn't say anything next. Orochimaru is naturally associated. The arrival of the three of them is inevitable, so early exposure and late exposure are the same. By surprise? The opposite has been on guard, more cautious, and more harassment. If it is exposed, the harassment will be reduced by 4.6. Because, with the arrival of the three, once there is too much harassment and too many scattered troops, with the strength of the three, it is very likely that they will directly attack Huanglong. This is a clear plan on the bright side, but the other party has nothing to do. Unless, their main combat power also came to the main battlefield. But judging from the number of ninjas who intercepted and probed for information, opposite calendar has not yet reached the front line. Otherwise it would be a massive attack. The situation of the battle is changing rapidly, testing the commander of one's own side, and also the degree of mastery of the information. Orochimaru took a deep look at Yzong, who was being held in Tsunade's arms. Jiraiya praised Tsunade without hesitation. Tsunade readily accepts. Sure enough, as Tsunade said, next, they can be said to be unimpeded. At most, there were some miscellaneous soldiers who didn't know Sunin, so they were naturally regarded as assessment tasks, and were beheaded by Yzong mercilessly. The front line is getting closer and closer, and there is a depressing atmosphere all around. In the distance, the sound of fighting can be heard. Tsunade also put down Yzong, always keeping an eye on the surroundings. The front line was right in front of them, and the three of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unsurprisingly. Little Yzong, what gift are you talking about? Chapter 52. This is. Tsunade holds a three-pronged kunai in his hand. With surprised eyes. Yzong chuckled lightly. Sister, this is a gift for you, but it is not complete and needs to be used together. 11. Supporting the use of. There is one more gift that I can't give you for the time being. Tsunade looked at the three-pronged kunai, saw the flying thunder god art above, and heard Yzong say this. He immediately showed a strong color of curiosity. Yzong smiled mysteriously, and when Tsunade saw that he didn't want to continue, he immediately resolved the problem violently. It's a pity that Yzong couldn't say anything even if she was beaten to death this time. In the end, Tsunade let Yzong go. Carefully pack this three-pronged kunai into your own ninja package. Yzong clearly noticed that there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. Tsunade took another look at the three-pronged kunai, and then closed the zipper. My little Yzong really cares about his sister Tsunade, who loves him the most. You see, this kunai, only I have. If she knew Yzong gave him Kyo's purpose in the future, she would be proud for a while. Swoosh! After a cracking sound, a ninja dressed in a Konoha shinobi costume appeared in front of the four. After he saw the appearance of the three, he immediately said respectfully, Lord Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, Lord Yin Snake. Orochimaru nodded and said, Take us in. The man nodded and led the way. At this time, those ninjas who were hiding all around unraveled their ninjutsu, and they were greeting the three of them. These ninjas, without exception, always keep their eyes on Yzong after saying hello. Who is that kid? 10. Is it a ninja? I don't know, but how could he be so close to Tsunade-sama? Didn't you hear? That child seems to be from the Senju clan, and his parents have a close relationship with second Hokage-sama. Ah? Is there such a thing? After entering the inner circle, it is not like the outside. Inside Konoha's temporary camp, many ninjas noticed the difference today when they were busy with their own affairs. Sir Orochimaru, you are here. After reaching the middle position, a middle-aged ninja stepped out of the tent. He bowed respectfully to Orochimaru. It should belong to the followers of Orochimaru. After a simple handover, the man noticed the same. Children who are out of tune with the fire of war. Who is this? Orochimaru frowned, and the man closed his mouth immediately. Ichimoku, how is the frontal battlefield? After a moment of silence, he said solemnly. Lord Orochimaru, we have lost the most in the frontal battle. Small-scale battles continue, we lose more and win less. A quarter of all casualties every day are caused by sneak attacks. This situation is still growing, and it has only improved in the last 2 days. Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi team up against us. There is another unstable factor, that is, the ninjas of the country of rain. Usually, when there are mass casualties, the ninjas who survived say they saw Hanzo of the Salamander. They seem to only target Konoha, and rarely kill the ninjas from the other 2 ninja villages. Most of the time, when we fought against Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, if a ninja from the Land of Rain broke into the battlefield, it would definitely join the side against Konoha, and finally confront the ninja from Ryo Ninja Village. Ichimoku roughly reports the changes on the battlefield. Shimaru was expressionless from beginning to end. Jiraiya frowned. There was also a haze on Tsunade's face. Yzong couldn't help feeling surprised after listening to it. This Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, don't they know that by tacitly agreeing to do this, aren't they devouring the wolf? In the short term, it seems that both of them have benefited, but in the long run, isn't this giving the Land of Rain a chance to breathe? Moreover, in every battle, no matter what the outcome is, the Kingdom of Rain can at least guarantee no loss. On the other hand, these two ninja villages, because of the attitude of the Kingdom of Rain, made them focus on Konoha. When they discovered that under the leadership of Hanzo, the Land of Rain had formed an unstoppable energy, they would definitely be the first to swallow them. Turn around and fight Konoha for the final battle. Don't their commanders know such a simple truth? Yzong guessed that this situation might be exactly what they wanted. Every ninja village has absolute confidence in himself. Otherwise, would they dare to confront Konoha? This is exactly what the Land of Rain wants to see. Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are secretly provided with many conveniences on the battlefield. Orochimaru was silent for a while, then he narrowed his eyes, looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade, and said, "Do you think there is any way to open up the current situation?" After a moment of silence, Jiraiya said, "The easiest and most direct way is that we defeat Hanzo. Otherwise, we can choose the main defense. The other side likes to ambush us, so we'll deal with them in the other side's way. But this is a protracted war. The two countries join forces. It is impossible to trust each other in such a short period of time, and they will definitely keep a secret hand." After saying that, Jiraiya shook her head again and didn't say any more. Orochimaru nodded and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade lowered his head while Yzong was talking to her. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru didn't say anything, just waited quietly. The last time he guessed it was Yzong, this time, he was also looking forward to how Tsunade would answer. Jiraiya frowned, looking thoughtful. The ninja frowned and said nothing. The three adults are talking about important things. You are a child, even if you have a special status, you shouldn't be fooling around at this time, right? Cough cough. Tsunade also seemed to know that everyone had been waiting for her for a while. She said slowly, "From the current situation, we are on the more passive side." The three nodded in approval. "So, what's the root cause?" "Poor information. Yumo, you should do a good job of investigating now, to investigate the wounded who have returned." Statistics of three situations. The first is that Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi joined forces on the battlefield. The cause and process are optional, and then at what time did the Kingdom of Rain join the battlefield? Second, in small-scale battles, is it the patrol that suffers the most, and is all caused by ambush? The third type is to count, every time a battle, the one who can come back alive, or in other words, the one with the least injury, connect them and rank them as belonging to a certain Jonin's management. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened, unable to believe. "Master Tsunade, the statistics you mentioned are to filter out." He didn't say anything later, which is a more sensitive word. Orochimaru frowned and immediately led the way. Orochimaru nodded to Tsunade and said, "Yes, this is for the inside, but what about the outside?" Tsunade nodded and said, "Separate army." Orochimaru frowned and said, "Divided." Tsunade said, "I noticed on the way here that in the current situation, it is true that performing tasks in groups of 3 is too dangerous, so they are all in the form of a group of adults. However, this ignores the advantages of my Konoha. Blood follows the limit." Tsunade said that and didn't go any further. Jiraiya clapped her hands and praised. "Good idea. Let the Hyuga clan do the reconnaissance work. Let the Uchiha clan clear the ninjas in ambush." Orochimaru looked at Yzong with a hint of admiration, and said, "Yes, when the group is assigned, it is not based on the family, and the cooperation. Being from the same clan, it won't be too difficult to run in, it's really a good way." Tsunade pinched Yzong's small face, and she was a little surprised. Yzong was able to analyze this, and noticed something that she didn't even notice. But 260, the Hyuga family has no problem, the Uchiha family. The instability is too high. The bond of Uchiha. Indeed, what if there were casualties? So this is only a temporary combat plan. Tsunade suddenly said, "I have a bold idea. If we let people lure those Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, and a large-scale battle breaks out, the people from the Land of Rain will definitely come first. At this point, it's our turn to do the ambush side. But the pressure on the frontal battlefield is very high, and there will inevitably be differences in distribution, and it is easy to lose the morale of the army. Orochimaru tapped lightly on the table with his fingers and pondered. Even Jiraiya, who had hanged Lang Dang, pinched his chin and thought. The corners of Yzong's mouth lifted slightly, his goal was achieved. He only needs to start and guide again. He believes that with Orochimaru's mind, he will definitely follow his thinking and think about it. For a while, the tent fell silent. Tsunade thought for a while, then stopped thinking about it. She left first with Yzong, and found the place where she pitched her tent. In the past, Tsunade would not be like this. Little Yzong, great. Tsunade gave Yzong a thumbs up. Yzong chuckled lightly, thinking inwardly, I am more than that. Who is that? White Tsunade-sama? Yzong immediately aroused public outrage. That is the goddess in the hearts of many people. Just like that, in the public, hug him, be kind to me. Yzong suddenly felt a few cold eyes. His expression did not change, and he swept over these ninjas without a trace. Nothing suspicious. But he already had an answer in his heart. A figure appeared in his mind, and he secretly said, Danzo, don't worry, it won't be long before you'll never be afraid of me. Chapter 53. Go back and tell Lord Danzo that Yzong has reached the border. You pay attention to him, this brat of the Senju clan, it's not easy. Humph. No matter how strong he is still just a child. Even if he has the strength of a special jonin, he will not be our opponent. Don't forget, Lord Danzo once said that the three of us together are no less than an elite jonin. Be careful, I'll go back first, Lord Danzo will send another team to support you. As the leader of Konoha route, Danzo naturally wanted the master's information on the front line. He has his own intelligence network instead of relying on the third generation's intelligence network. The root ninja quickly left the gathering place. The root ninja who left was the first Konoha shinobi that Yzong saw when the four of them arrived. Why is Lord Danzo so afraid of a child? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. After the baptism of the roots, these people should be a group of killing machines without emotion. But it is precisely because of this that third generation also thinks so, by default. Therefore, Danzo can let the people from the roots mix into the major departments. Not good. I've been found. Cover me and get me out of here. The three looked at each other, and they all saw surprise in each other's eyes. Discovered? How is it possible? But the three of them did not have any worries, and turned their backs directly to the Umbu ninja who returned. They want to create the illusion that they have nothing to do with him. Even after his identity was exposed, he was attacked when he was fleeing. Getting hit in the back is the best choice. The three of them are all of the strength of Chunin, and the root ninja who has gone and returned is especially the strength of Jonin. Don't underestimate them, they are like Inoshikacho. They have been ready to recover for a while, and for the root ninjas who are immune to pain, they will not blink when a big knife comes from behind. They don't know, they're about to never blink. Puff. 3 muffled sounds, the sound of a knife piercing through the body. The pupils of the three of them suddenly dilated, and they wanted to turn around and make a sound, but they were all tightly covered by one hand. 3 wood clones shot at the same time, and passed the third person's heart at the same time. Call out. Almost at the moment of killing them, Yzong let the 3 clones use the Flying Thunder God technique and took them to a place outside the Konoha station. Bang 1. 3 explosions in a row. The memory of the clone flooded into Yzong's mind. It fits your identity, Danzo, your hands are so long. When he killed the root ninja who went back to report, Yzong kept his mind, and at the moment of killing him, he teleported outside with him. Sure enough, the moment his heart stopped beating, the restraint in his body was triggered, and it exploded directly. Bleeding all over the sky. Yzong clapped his hands. Flying Thunder God. He appeared near the blast zone, hiding his figure. He was waiting for the prey to take the bait. Fresh flesh attracts wild beasts the most. Attitude is the mask of the heart. Yzong waited quietly like an old tree with roots. 1 hour, 2 hours. Night falls. The bloody smell in the air gradually dissipated. In the dark night, the figure of Sundeo broke the tranquility around him. Dead. The person came with a mask on his face. He crouched down, stretched out his hand, and touched the ground lightly. Dead for a while. The 4 people died not far from each other. Were they killed at the same time? He exposed his back, as if revealing his biggest flaw. Yzong didn't shoot, but slowly moved in the other direction. Boom! The root ninja who was standing in the dry pool of blood suddenly disappeared with a bang. Shadow clone. Not far away, the body of the root ninja slowly opened its eyes. There was only a trace of solemnity in the exposed eyes. The opponent's strength is very strong, and there is no trace of fighting now. Did Sunin shoot? In this case, it is not surprising that he would think so. Call out. Puff. The moment he stood up, a small hand suddenly wrapped around his neck from behind him. Covered his mouth directly. The next moment, a cold light flashed. The breath of death enveloped the heart of the root ninja. But he found that he couldn't stop the owner of this hand at all. So, at such a moment, he gritted his teeth fiercely. Click. The sound of something being bitten came from under the mask. Boom. Detonator. The root ninja is ruthless towards the enemy and ruthless towards himself. There is no hesitation at all in this suicidal attack. It's a pity that he died, and even the sound of the detonating talisman didn't get far. Lying behind him was Yzong's wood clone, at the moment when the detonating talisman exploded. Yzong was like an ice cube that melted directly into a large piece of wood. Most of the movement caused by the detonator is isolated. Should not send anyone here again. Yzong murmured, and immediately disappeared into the darkness. Buzz. Yzong appeared in the tent that Tsunade had set up. Wood Clone was sitting there, watching Tobirama's notes carefully. After disarming Wood Clone, memories and experiences come to mind. For a moment, Yzong was stunned. But soon calmed down again. Properties panel. Ding! Congratulations to host for upgrading the second stage of Flying Thunder God to full level. Get hidden ability, Flying Thunder God ignores all restrictions. Yzong narrowed his eyes and read it carefully. This hidden ability, does it mean that there is no distance limit, there is no limit to the space where the technique is located? In other words, even Obito's Kamui space and the space controlled by Kaguya can teleport at will. If someone is sucked into Kamui space by Obito, and he happens to have the Flying Thunder God technique left by Yzong, Yzong can ignore the space and teleport into Kamui space. Conversely, the space dominated by Kaguya is the same. The distance is Yzong's perception ability, as long as he perceives the position of the Flying Thunder God technique within the range of his perception ability. Can be sent directly. Yzong thought for a while, and his mind moved. The next moment, he disappeared into the front line, inside the tent set up by Tsunade. I don't know when Yzong will be back. Kushina, you have to study hard, or Yzong will make you copy it 100 times when he comes back. They miss him. It's only been a few days, and little Tomato can't help thinking about his sweetheart. Ah! Mikoto. Yzong returned to the place where he had just left the Flying Thunder God spell. The smell of blood still lingers in the air. Ignore the maximum distance limit. Although I can't perceive it, if I keep the location of the Flying Thunder God spell in my mind, I can send it directly. Yzong narrowed his eyes, he realized something very important. He should keep one hand, and use illusion to charm the root ninja who just arrived, leaving the Flying Thunder God technique on him. Plant a ticking time bomb for Danzo. However, Yzong didn't think much about it. With Danzo's character, he will settle down for a while. However, it won't be long before a group of stronger root ninjas will come. At that time, find another opportunity to leave the Flying Thunder God spell on them. When we returned to the tent, Tsunade's voice was heard outside. Little Yzong, we should go. Yzong was stunned for a moment, then searched for Wood Clone's memory in his mind. Oh! Patrol! Another test. Yzong walked out of the tent slowly, and saw that Tsunade had changed into the armor he wore during the battle. Tsunade patted his chest and suddenly ping pong pong sounded. Let's go, tonight's patrol, we are responsible for the rear, to prevent the enemy from sneaking in and being attacked by the enemy. To be honest, Yzong was a little disappointed. Except for the face, it's all iron span. Pain. Yzong said pitifully. After Tsunade held him in his arms, he was stunned when he heard this. Then he looked down at his stomach. Laughing at Nyozhao, immediately, he smiled and took off the electric supervisor on his chest. On the way, I met some ninjas, the ninjas who envied Yzong at noon. But this time, Yzong didn't hear anything about him and Tsunade. Even, he could faintly feel that these eyes looking at him were no longer the kind of feeling that looked at children. Rather, it's a little more respect. Yzong raised his head in surprise and saw that Tsunade at this moment had an aura of holding his head high and showing off his might. PK up your ears and listen carefully to the whispers that are waiting for them to go. Yzong shook his head and smiled. While Yzong Wood Clone was in the tent, Tsunade threw a bunch of rock shinobi and sand shinobi's forward protectors in front of everyone. Most are chinin, saying it was Yzong's doing. Immediately shocked everyone. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Tsunade didn't say anything. It's getting worse when I call in the hard-working Jiraiya. But when Orochimaru appeared, everyone believed it. Jiraiya scolded and exited the chat group slave. Konoha was stationed on the periphery of the ground, only Tsunade and Yzong were left. Ah! What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's amazing. A strange sound rang out. Chapter 54. Little Yzong, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Why would I? Tsunade blushed, feeling something strange. Yzong's hand was on her body, emitting a faint light. Ninjutsu developed on the basis of healing jutsu. Having said that, Yzong raised his hand. Tsunade stared at his hand, vaguely guessing the effect. Chakra scalpel. Actually, this skill doesn't work much for Tsunade, who has strange powers. However, this is also a trump card. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and this Chakra scalpel directly ignores the defense and destroys the enemy inside. As a medical ninja, Tsunade is naturally handy to use. Moreover, Chakra scalpel can also help a lot in medical treatment. After Yzong researched it, the activation rate was directly full. His comprehension is too high. This kind of ninjutsu with a low activation rate is almost 100% activated in his hands. Moreover, it can not only cut the tendons and the like. It's okay, well like now, Yzong has directly raised Tsunade's sensitivity. In battle, if you cooperate with the cutting effect of the scalpel, and finally increase the sensitivity of the place to be attacked, the attack effect can be doubled. Tsunade listened to Yzong's explanation for a while, and there was a hint of longing in his eyes. In general, there are limitations to Tsunade's help, but it can improve his strength and have an extra life-saving trump card. No one is too much. However, this technique cannot be learned immediately. Little Yzong, it just so happens that my elder sister also wants to teach you a ninjutsu. A very powerful ninjutsu. In fact, Yzong had already guessed what ninjutsu Tsunade was going to teach, but he still pretended to be curious. But the moment Tsunade spoke, Yakyung's eyes suddenly changed. He wrapped his arms around Tsunade's snow-white neck with lightning speed. Before Tsunade could react, he heard a piercing sound of metal colliding behind him. Ding! A pitch-black kunai was blocked by Yzong, who held the three-pronged kunai in his hand. Sister, be careful yourself. Yzong was cautious for the first time since crossing. In the last moment, he suddenly felt that from the time he traveled to the present, he felt the most evil aura. It was an extremely pure evil aura. Compared to Nine Tails, it's like a day and a place. Swoosh! Without waiting for Tsunade to react or block, Yzong threw the three-pronged kunai in his hand. The three-pronged kunai flew towards a dark place at an extremely fast speed. When it comes to strange power, Yzong's power is no worse than Tsunade's. It is also recorded in Hashirama's notes. The principle is to concentrate the chakra in one part of the body and then burst out. Of course, this can cause significant damage to the practitioner. However, the developer of this taijutsu is Hashirama, and this kind of damage is completely painless for Hashirama's extremely powerful recovery ability. Hashirama is still like this. What will happen with Yzong's physique? The massive chakra erupted, concentrating on one point. Yzong broke out the moment he threw the three-pronged kunao. The speed of the three-pronged kunao is extremely fast, the kunao is in front, and the sonic boom is behind. Beak, whoosh. As he swiped over a bush, Yzong saw something even Sharinon couldn't. At that moment, the night moved. No, it should be said, a dark creature. Its response was also extremely quick, almost as soon as Yzong blocked the kunao that it threw, it was ready to flee. Shhhhhh. Just between the electric light and flint, Yzong directly used the second stage of Flying Thunder God to appear above the three-pronged dagger. Boom. Instant ninjutsu, screw version. Yzong couldn't see each other clearly, and at the same time, he couldn't feel the breath of this pitch-black thing. You can only do it by feeling. The smoke cleared and Tsunade came to his senses the moment Yzong's rays non fell. Everything happened so fast. Not more than a second before or after. Her snow-white neck was covered in beads of sweat. The road of suffering just now was actually attacking him. As a Jonin, elite Jonin, she couldn't feel that kunao. At the same time, Yzong was also worried about Yzong in the smoke. Ran. Did you go underground? Yzong frowned slightly as he looked at the huge pit blasted by big ball rays non. It just felt weird. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurried to Tsunade's position. Yzong breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Tsunade was okay. Tsunade's nervousness was naturally noticed, and he couldn't help but warm his heart. Little Yzong, was that just now? She said with some fear, if Yzong wasn't there, it's very possible that her Konoha elite Jonin would have died in an ordinary misery. Speaking of kunao, Tsunade looked aside subconsciously. His face changed suddenly, and he hurriedly looked around. Yzong narrowed his eyes, he just noticed that kunao. To be honest, at the moment of the collision, Yzong immediately thought it was an ordinary kunao. But after bouncing the kyu away, he suddenly felt that the kyu seemed to be a soft weapon. He walked over to Tsunade and kept noticing the change in Tsunade's expression. He had already guessed that the kunao should have disappeared out of thin air. Just like the dark shadow just now. He narrowed his eyes, carefully recalling the feeling just now in his mind. After a long time, he came back to his senses and saw Tsunade looking at him worriedly. Seeing him come back to his senses, he habitually held Yzong in his arms. Whispered. Thank you, Ye Chen. Yzong swept away the haze in his heart and said with a light smile. Sister, we have pulled go, did I protect my sister just now? The words fell, with a familiar reward. After that, Tsunade never mentioned ninjutsu again. Instead, he continued to patrol with Yzong. Yzong changed a comfortable position and closed his eyes. This feeling can only explain one point. The dark thing just now is very likely to be the real protagonist. Hokage, Black Zetsu save the mother. However, at this time, it should not be the time when it appeared in the world. Did you notice something wrong? The attack just now was definitely not aimed at Tsunade, it was probably aimed at me, it was a test. At this time, it is not hidden in Madara's shadow, even Madara is not aware of it. In the end, Madara was even more convinced. That is, it has always been thought that Black Zetsu is actually his own will, and then materialized. So he actually trusts Black Zetsu very much, and that's what happened later. There's no reason. Yzong couldn't figure it out, that Black Zetsu, who had endured for thousands of years, would actually do something to himself. He knew why he couldn't feel the kunao just now. The reason is made up of parts of its body. In other words, that kunao covers its aura and is difficult to perceive. Black Zetsu is something that has been hiding in Madara's shadow for an inexplicable time. Not even Madara, who possesses the eternal Mangekyo, could notice. Yzong noticed that it was because of his perception ability that was unprecedented. Absolute physique, so that his perception ability has been sublimated. However, it is by no means that the perception ability is felt the next day. Yzong has the same abilities as Uzumaki Mito and has a strong sense of evil. In addition to his strong perception ability, he discovered Black Zetsu hiding in the dark. As expected of the Black Zetsu who has a relationship with Kaguya, anyone who has a relationship with the woman who banned Jade cannot be viewed with ordinary eyes. No, it should be said that it has something to do with Otsutsuki. Little Yzong, what are you thinking? Tsunade pinched Yzong's face. Their inspection mission was over, and they were about to go back to change shifts. Yzong chuckled and said, "Sister, I want to teach you Chakra's scalpel again." Tsunade smiled confidently and said, "Don't be so serious, my sister's talent is not much worse than." After saying that, Tsunade's cheeks flushed. After the last time, she had already guessed that the little guy she often held in her arms seemed to have grown to a point she couldn't believe in a very short period of time. Yzong said with a little doubt. "Really? Then sister, show it to me." As a result, Tsunade finally knew the difficulty of the scalpel chakra. Even the pocket who invented this technique said it himself. This chakra scalpel has an extremely low activation rate. Once launched, it is fatal to melee ninjas. Not a very powerful ninjutsu, but very practical. Yzong said with a smile. "Sister, let me demonstrate it again." Tsunade turned his head a little embarrassedly and didn't speak. Just when she wondered why Yzong didn't demonstrate, Yzong reached out and touched her. Immediately, Tsunade felt that the inside of his body became different, and his pretty face was covered with blush all at once, and his face was extremely red. This strange feeling is still spreading. Yzong retracted his hand and chuckled lightly. "Sister, Chakra's scalpel isn't just for combat and healing." Tsunade blushed and nodded. On the way back, she also kept trying, but it was released successfully, and it seemed that she was still some distance away. "So, Yzong will demonstrate again at this time." With her beautiful eyes full of autumn water, Yzong gave Yzong an angry look. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 55. Why are you so worried, woo woo woo? Tsunade hugged Yzong, his shoulders trembled slightly. Yzong smiled bitterly, and he swore that he would never tell these stories to girls again. He patted Tsunade's shoulder lightly and said softly, "Sister Tsunade, please read her name again." "Shangxinsi." "What's the matter?" Yzong shook his head and said softly, "Shangxinsi, sad words." Tsunade was stunned for a moment, and burst into tears. Sure enough, women are emotional. Why give her this ending? She obviously likes it so much and loves it so deeply. Yzong comforted Tsunade gently and smiled in his heart. In the eyes of Immortal Venerable, it is nothing but a pink skeleton. In order to make Tsunade forget what happened before, Yzong told the story of Xianzun and Shangxinsi. Suddenly, Tsunade hugged Yzong tightly and asked in a trembling voice, "Yzong, in the future, will my sister also become that sad word?" Yzong was stunned. No more talk. On the other side, where Yzong fought Black Zetsu, a dark, suddenly liquid-like thing slowly emerged from the ground. "Mom, I finally meet Yzong. As you said, he really was reborn in this era. It's just that he doesn't seem to remember anything, and he doesn't remember his mother. He's so strong, at this age, he's already strong enough to force me to change back to the way I was at the beginning." Mother. In that dark mass, there were actually a pair of human-like eyes. It looked at the moon in the sky with eyes full of longing. Yzong guessed right, this black thing is Black Zetsu. When Kaguya fought with his two unfilial sons, he was sealed by his two sons using a seal technique. However, when he was about to be sealed, he used his full strength, and Black Zetsu was born. If Yzong knew what he said just now, he would be full of question marks. What's the situation? Do you know Kaguya yourself? And, it sounds, as if the relationship is a little more unusual. This. Don't worry, Mom, I have found the chess piece to resurrect you. After speaking, Black Zetsu merged into the night, as if it had never existed. Meanwhile, Konoha over there. Boom. In the route, Danzo slapped the sleepy Zhou in front of him. He closed his eyes, as if he was in great pain. Hiruzen. He opened his eyes and roared in a low voice. No one knew, at the same time he sent 5 root ninjas. Umbu's top ninja sneaks in and kills a dozen new root ninjas. Every ninja at the root is cultivated through multiple fights, a killing machine without emotion. Just lost a dozen or so, plus the 5 root ninjas who had no news after going to the front line. The last one is nothing, but the 4 he finally cultivated. Lurking among the usual ninjas, there are one of the few 4 good players. The rest of the root ninjas stood on the side with expressionless faces. No, their faces were hidden under masks, but they were really expressionless. After Danzo took a deep breath, he suddenly opened his eyes. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Boom! A big hole was blasted out of the ceiling not far away. There was a bang, as if Shadow Clone had been exploded. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Who would it be? Hiruzen. Danzo shook his head and walked slowly towards the place where the Shadow Clone disappeared. Watch carefully. After a while, he frowned and returned to his seat. No way, it can't be Hiruzen, he doesn't need to do that. At this time, a root ninja appeared in front of him. Half kneeling, with his head lowered, he reported in a deep voice. Lord Danzo, I can't reach them yet. There are people from Umbu outside, and our people can't get out at all. The ninjas dispatched 2 days ago have not yet returned any news. It is very possible that he was intercepted halfway. Danzo didn't speak, he waved his hand, and the man stood aside without speaking. After a long while, Danzo, who was silent for a long time, finally said a sentence. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Hokage room. Came back. How's it going? Third generation lowered his head and processed the document in his hand. After he heard the movement, he knew who was coming. Yzong and the others have been out for several days, and there are many things in the village. There is a major event waiting for him recently, and he must hurry up and finish the matter at hand. Konoha has now entered the preparation period, and he can't be careless at all. Hokage-sama, the person at the root, has been honest in recent days. The ninjas we sent out before were all intercepted by us. In the news of the probe, it can be guessed that the target is likely to be on the border. Third generation still didn't raise its head and continued to process the documents in hand. It seemed that all of this was within his expectations. Lord Hokage, your subordinate thinks that the defense in the village should be strengthened recently. Based on the subordinate's understanding of the roots, during this time, they will inevitably remain silent. Subordinates are worried. At this point, the Umbu ninja did not go on, the next topic was not something he could easily talk about. Third generation sighed, he's been too busy lately. He waved his hand, indicating that the Umbu ninja would step back. He rubbed his temples and said helplessly to himself. 9 tails. It's too soon. Danzo should be restrained for a while, I have to hurry up and arrange everything. In case. He whispered. Tom Jerry. Swoosh. The 2 figures appeared in the Hokage room. Lord Hokage, what are your orders? Third generation stood up and walked over to the 2 of them. What's going on with Uchiha recently? The 2 looked at each other and both shook their heads. Uchiha Jerry said. Lord Hokage, there have been no major changes recently. The biggest change is that within the clan, there is a tendency to split due to the relationship between the long-hidden and peaceful clan chief. Oh? Why? Third generation was a little surprised, and at the same time guessed the reason. Then it's hard for you too, and you should pay attention to Uchiha's movements during this time. The matter of 9 tails can't be delayed any longer. After speaking, he slowly walked out of the Hokage room and glanced at the live broadcast artifact hidden under the table. Shaking his head helplessly, I haven't had much time to look at it recently. Kushina, Mikato. Mito lay on the bed, breathless. A few days ago, Mito, who seemed to be a teenager younger, now seems to be likely to die at any time. Kushina and Mikato had tears in their eyes. Nawaki stood by, silent. But his eyes were already red. 9 tails lay quietly in the sealed space. At this time, a ninja from the Senju clan came in. After talking to Nawaki, he left quickly. Mito looked at his grandson, already guessing what was going on. She reached out and held Kushina's and Mikato's hands lightly. Kushina, sealing techniques cannot be left behind. Mikato, Kushina will leave it to you. After speaking, she patted the hands of the 2 women. Kushina and Mikato looked at each other, and both saw the reluctance in each other's eyes. But he still obeyed Mito and left here. Kushina will not leave the Senju clan's quarters recently. Where I live now, it's not far from Mito. In the distance, Cai and Mikoto saw a figure enter. It's Hokage-sama. 0. Kushina, don't tell me. 2 days later. Konoha Frontier, frontal battlefield. The three armies are at war. Konoha, Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya did not participate in the war. They sit in the rear, always watching the changes on the battlefield. This time, Yenya was not the weaker party. It is evenly matched with the teamed Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. The reason why the three didn't make a move was that the first was that the opponent had not sent the strongest combat force, and the second was that the ninjas in the country of rain were on guard. Orochimaru, is there any movement in the land of rain? Jiraiya asked. Orochimaru looked out at the land of rain in the distance and shook his head. Road. They seem to have guessed our purpose. This Hanzo of the salamander is not easy. Tsunade listened absent-mindedly, all her mind was now on the battlefield, on the out-of-place figure. Orochimaru saw her worry and said. Tsunade, don't worry about Yzong, his strength is not as weak as you think. Tsunade rolled her eyes, she knew Yzong's strength. It's just that worry is instinctive. How's the research going? Jiraiya asked. Tsunade then put his mind away, took a deep breath, and said solemnly. There is no antidote developed yet. The poison of the pepper fish is a little tricky, and it will take some time. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Hanzo's strength is very strong, and the three of us may not be his opponent when we join forces. The war hasn't gotten to that point yet. If Hanzo arrives later, we will retreat directly. Without the ambush, our retreat would be much faster. Hanzo won't go for nothing, Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi will definitely lose a lot. Jiraiya analyzed. Immediately, the three stopped talking, quietly watching the battle below, always paying attention to the movements of the upper ranks of Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Is Konoha nobody? To make us fight a child? Ha ha ha. Boom. What is that? What ninjutsu? What? Who is he? Hurry up, check it out for me. Chapter 56. Wow. It seems to have been influenced by the Kingdom of Rain. On this battlefield near the border of the Land of Rain, it suddenly started pouring downpour. The three of Orochimaru also joined the battle. After confirming that the ninja from the Land of Rain will not come. After the three joined the battlefield, the situation changed instantly. Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. Rock Shinobi was the quickest to lose. This time, they did not dispatch too many elite jonin, so that the three of Orochimaru joined the battlefield. The numbers of these Rock Shinobi's ninjas are dwindling rapidly at a rate visible to the naked eye. But the moment they retreated, their defeat was already doomed. Call out. Countless huge blue chakra light balls attacked them. What kind of ninjutsu is that? No, Konoha is not only Sunin, but also a super elite jonin. What? Look, he's just a kid. Boom. A huge roar resounded throughout the battlefield. Everyone stopped the fight in front of them at the same time. Guru. Sand Shinobi swallowed involuntarily. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Relative to them, Konoha Shinobi's side is better. 8 and 90 but still stunned. Yesterday, Konoha blew the counter-attack horn with lightning speed. Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi haven't reacted yet, those scout ninjas hiding in the shadows were killed 7 out of 10 in just one night. This is not the end, Konoha has gathered a large part of the fighting force to directly encircle and suppress the frontline camp of the two villages. That's what led to the current large-scale battle. Before launching the general attack, Tsunade proudly walked up to the crowd, picked up Yzong, and threw hundreds of Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi's forward protectors. They were all killed by Yzong in one night. They looked up blankly and looked at the super large balls composed of chakra that were densely covered in the sky. The shock in my heart is indescribable. What kind of attack is this? What a huge amount of chakra is this? The battlefield changes rapidly. When Yzong used multiple shadow clone techniques, each holding massive rays non, Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi's jonin, almost at the same time, chose to join forces. Directly break through the encirclement and escape. At the same time, Konoha Sunin bit his finger at the same time. Quick knot in the hand. Summoning technique. 3 directions, 3 evils. Sand Shinobi Rock Shinobi was shocked. But at the same time, some people stood up, facing down the massive rays non like a downpour. On Rock Shinobi's side, a special Jonin stood up and shouted, "Quick, let's defend together. Earth style earth flow wall. Earth style earth stream wall." In an instant, high walls appeared in front of Rock Shinobi, with countless heads hanging. Boom. It's a pity that their ideas are very good, but the amount of massive rays non is overwhelming. The 2 Earth-style defensive ninjutsu released by nearly 100 people could indeed stop Yzong's offensive. But, it's only for a while. They surrounded themselves. If Yzong broke through the defense, it would be like catching a turtle in the urn. Click. A cracking sound rang out, and everyone at Rock Shinobi looked at the blue light shining through the gap. His eyes were full of shock. If you define a color for love, it must be wrong. Death defines a color, and that must be what they see now. Super Big Ball Rays Non. At the moment when the gap cracked open, countless 3-pronged kunai broke apart the only one layer of the earth flow wall. Whoosh. Stop Kiwo. Divide into 3 teams and break through in 3 directions. That particular Jonin wasn't caught off guard. But the next moment, all Rock Shinobi were stunned. Call out. The unique voice of Super Big Ball Rays Non reverberates in the space surrounded by them. Boom. The roar resounded throughout the world. Yzong quickly put away all the 3-pronged kunai, and took off their forehead protectors by the way. These are all exploits. Not only a symbol of honor, but also a symbol of wealth. Think about Tsunade, lose all the wealth accumulated by the Senju clan in the future. Killing these people, Yzong has no psychological burden. If you don't kill them, they won't be soft-hearted when they kill you. Boom. The Tuliu Wall and the Tuliu City Wall were directly broken by the huge waves set off by the countless Dao Chao Big Ball Rays Non. At the same time, Tsunade stood on Katsuyu and smashed the dirt wall in front of her with a punch. That Gaotu instantly became torn apart. Like an undefeated goddess of war, she fell into a closed space. "Little Yzong!" she shouted, and then she stood still. I saw that the area surrounded by Rock Shinobi himself became their burial place. Yzong stood in a pool of blood, holding the scroll that represented the huge sum of money. It is the scroll that folds the 3-pronged kunai, which is full of Rock Shinobi's forehead protectors. But in Tsunade's eyes, Yzong was besieged by Rock Shinobi, forced to resist, and was scarred. She hurriedly ran to Yzong. Yzong covered in blood made her lose her ability to think. She hurriedly resorted to healing jutsu to carefully examine Yzong's injuries. However, soon her hands froze. Yzong was not injured at all. The blood on the body is all the enemy's. Yzong made a silent gesture after smearing some blood on her body. Tsunade froze for a moment, then reacted. He hugged Yzong. Yzong closed his eyes very cooperatively, and looked like he was seriously injured and in a coma. Boom. Tsunade smashed a budding dirt wall with one punch. Leaving Katsuya to heal his own ninjas on the battlefield, he quickly took Yzong to the medical class. Not long after, Tsunade returned to the battlefield again. Rock Shinobi suddenly died suddenly, leaving Sand Shinobi no time to prepare. The momentum on Konoha's side has soared, and for a while, it has become a crushing trend. Especially when the situation on the battlefield changed, all their Jonin had fled. The rest of Sand Shinobi's special Jonin and even Genin were directly abandoned. The most important thing is to preserve the top power. On the battlefield, the mountains of corpses are all Genin and Chinin. It's brutal and realistic. The Sand Shinobi kept retreating while facing the crazy attack of the Konoha Shinobi. Stop their attack. Wind-style crushing. Countless Sand Shinobi who are good at this ninjutsu are released together. The rest are released in combination. All kinds of dazzling ninjutsu are released together, and the scale is huge. Wind-style oppression is a weapon on the battlefield. Not only can it have a large range, but it can also break open illusions. Bounces the enemy's attack. Among them, Sand Shinobi has no shortage of ninjas who can use fire style. The huge tornado created directly stopped Konoha's ninja. And, this tornado is not just a wind-style attack. 0. At the same time as the endless stream of sickle-like wind blades, the addition of fire style made the ninjas who were good at fire style on Konoha's side directly misfired. Also face the extremely lethal fire style. Water style class, come out and resist. Jiraiya roared, and at the same time, patted Wenta. It is necessary to resort to joint strike ninjutsu. Just then, a huge water dragon appeared on the battlefield. Under the pouring rain, the body of the water dragon grew stronger as it swayed. That tornado, no, it was a flame tornado that collided directly with the water dragon. Interest. Water and fire collided, and the battlefield was full of tsit-size sounds. The water vapor exploded like a volcanic eruption, and the water dragon and the flame tornado exploded. The battlefield was instantly shrouded in mist. Looking at it this way, it seems that Yzong's shot is a disservice. Actually not. Sand Shinobi wants to escape the battlefield with water vapor? Once a battle occurs, Sand Shinobi, who is good at wind style, will inevitably blow away the water vapor in that area once he resists. Once the Konoha Shinobi finds out, they will surely gather fire, thus forming a situation of encirclement and suppression. Swoosh! The sound of the three-pronged kunai cutting through the air was like the sound of Shinigami knocking on the door. What? Yzong's figure quickly jumped in the mist. Every time it appears, it will take the life of a Sand Shinobi. He's fast and uses the Chakra scalpel. The ghostly figure was soon discovered by some Sand Shinobi-aware ninjas. Don't scatter everyone. As soon as he shouted this sentence, a young face appeared in his eyes. Before he could react, the devil-like child snatched the forehead protector from his forehead. At the same time, a small hand slid across his chest. Without the slightest pain, he was stunned for a while and found that he was fine. He quickly directed those Sand Shinobi who had gathered to escape together. Soon, Sleepy Leaf Ninja discovered a strange phenomenon. The water vapor gradually dissipated, and the Konoha Shinobi fighters also rushed to the positions of these Sand Shinobi. They found that the forehead protectors were all gone from Sand Shinobi's foreheads. Moreover, many Sand Shinobi were clutching their chests, half kneeling on the ground, panting frantically, but their faces were still pale, and they were still bleeding too much. On the other side, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are approaching each other at the same time. When Tai and Wan Shi didn't deal with it in the first place, but now, they chose to let go of their previous grievances. Because, at the same time, they felt a powerful aura that was rushing towards here. A person from the land of rain. Hanzo of the Salamander. Jiraiya frowned and said in a deep voice. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and after he glanced around, he took all the situation of the battlefield into his eyes. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Tsunade came, and she also sensed the movement of the rain country. Tsunade, yet. Do you think it's a fight or a retreat? Orochimaru asked. Jiraiya also looked at her. In this battle, everyone has the credit, but the person who made the plan is tantamount to taking the biggest credit. It can be said that Konoha raised his eyebrows this time, no longer passive defense and then a tragic victory. The morale is in full swing, and there are different opinions on fighting and retreating. After being silent for a while, Tsunade opened his mouth slightly. Chapter 57. Never fought so richly. You know what? The Sand Shinobi I just killed didn't take much effort at all. What happened to them? Do not know. I just heard that some of them were muttering the words of child. Everyone said in unison. He's still just a kid. Yzong. Some older Konoha Shinobi, frowning. Suddenly he said. Why do I have the feeling of fighting alongside Tobirama-sama? Yzong was standing on top of the dirt wall they left behind when he fought Rock Shinobi earlier, with a broken head under his feet. Looking at the direction of the land of rain in the distance. He glanced down at the Konoha Shinobi. I saw smiles on their faces, and it was a long-standing resentment smile. Wrong. Yzong narrowed his eyes slowly, and finally, let him find a ninja who was not smiling. Swoosh. He appeared beside Tsunade. Orochimaru and Jiraiya narrowed their eyes. What an amazing body flicker technique. Jiraiya sighed inwardly. Yzong whispered a few words in Tsunade's ear. Tsunade nodded and said awkwardly to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Our army has won a great victory, and our morale is strong, and we should have taken this opportunity to directly declare war on Hanzo. She had just said that she would take advantage of the situation when Yzong came over to let her avoid his edge for a while. Jiraiya said in surprise. Why? Didn't you just say you could fight? I see that our morale is strong here, and the chance of winning against the Kingdom of Rain is higher than usual. Orochimaru did not express his opinion. When Tsunade said there was going to be a war, he became suspicious. Now that Yzong appeared, he was convinced. The previous decisions were also made by Yzong instead of reminding Tsunade, and then Tsunade thought of it himself. Not to underestimate Tsunade, after all, she is the princess of the Senjo clan. The family also has the legacy of a generation of Hokage and second Hokage. Under the influence of eyes and ears, the analysis of the war will also have its own opinions. Orochimaru, the results of the investigation, are in line with our guesses. But we all overlooked that every time Hanzo of the Salamander appeared, it was influenced by the weather in the Land of Rain. Fighting in the rain is a common occurrence for ninjas in the Land of Rain. But, for other countries. So, the Land of Water. Orochimaru said solemnly. Indeed. Immediately, he made a gesture, keeping an eye on his eyes and hurriedly ordered. The Konoha shinobi also cleaned the battlefield during this time. Hearing the retreat, many people were relieved. The smile at this time is the purest. The instability of the Land of Rain is like a knife hanging in every heart. It can fall at any time. Even after winning Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, everyone didn't let their guard down. The route of retreat remains the same, and along the way, the atmosphere is different from when we first arrived. Casualties are inevitable, but the casualties of defeats and victories are not the same thing as the casualties of great victories. At the same time, many Konoha shinobi people unconsciously go down to the youngest ninja. The child who was infinitely favored by the goddess in his heart was actually the key factor in this victory. Humph. Next time I fight, let me get so close to this bug. When Tai did not speak, and was forcibly released by Jiraiya from the summoning technique. On the Orochimaru's side, the attitude of the snake. Orochimaru quickly dispelled summoning. Needless to say, Katsuyu is simply Mikoto in summoning, so tender and dead. Master Tsunade, Master Yzong is very strong, you don't have to worry about him. A part of Katsuyu's summons disappeared, leaving a small one on Tsunade's shoulder. Tsunade heard the meaning in his words and couldn't help but wonder. I didn't expect you to like him so much. But I didn't bring a contract scroll. Katsuyu whispered. I can't hide it from Tsunade-sama. Lord Tsunade, I feel a power in Lord Yzong, that power feels familiar to me and makes me want to get close to him. This time, Tsunade was completely speechless. How did she feel? It was like a girl confessing to Yzong in front of her. On Yzong's side, he was naturally thinking that with Hanzo's speed, he shouldn't be able to catch up. Why did you choose to let them go this time? He turned his head without a trace and glanced at the direction of the rain country. Yzong opened his eyes, and he could clearly see that a man wearing a mask was standing on a body that looked like a lizard. That is Hanzo of the Salamander. That mask, that's right. Yzong was thinking when Orochimaru suddenly walked up to him without lowering his voice. What Tsunade said before was your idea, right? Yzong raised his head with an innocent smile and said. Orochimaru big brother, what are you talking about? By the way, Orochimaru big brother, when I just came here, I found that there is a big brother who is different from others. He seems a little unhappy. Orochimaru's eyes widened and his pupils shrank as he looked in the direction Yzong pointed. To meet a very ordinary-looking man, his forehead protector, is a special jonin. Orochimaru regained his composure, and after nodding his head, he slowed down and walked side by side with Jiraiya. Yzong smiled slightly, he believed that Orochimaru understood what he meant. Orochimaru is not stupid, Yzong said those words, and he could think of himself suspecting there is an opposite plate inside Konoha. After Orochimaru told Jiraiya the guess, Jiraiya also frowned. You mean, there's a good chance that person is? Orochimaru nodded and said. That person handed you over to observe, is there a problem? Jiraiya laughed, put an arm around his shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, this kind of peeping, bah. I have a set of this kind of investigation." Orochimaru smiled helplessly, but he was thinking about Yzong's attitude just now. His attitude doesn't seem to want to reveal too much. Also, if it wasn't for my unusual relationship with Jiraiya and Tsunade, maybe he wouldn't have been exposed to us. The Senju clan. It seems that Konoha will soon start another bloodbath. In what form will you take revenge then? Yzong, I'm looking forward to it. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. Orochimaru also has many subordinates in Konoha, and he also knows a lot about Umbu. Tsunade naturally has quite a few. Except for someone who can only write Xiao Huang. Jiraiya is an easygoing person, and most of the ninjas on the front line have a good impression of him. After discussing with Orochimaru, Jiraiya walked towards the Konoha crowd. In the process of constant communication, he approached the object of suspicion. Tsunade said helplessly. "Okay, Katsuyu, I see. A major victory on the front lines, battering Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi. They should not dare to attack for a while, and should choose to retreat and defend. After returning to Konoha, I will ask Yzong's opinion." Summoning Beast, Yzong still needs to ask, although Tsunade is very confident, as long as she speaks, Yzong will definitely listen. But Tsunade still wanted to know if Yzong would like to. Even if Katsuya spoke up, she wouldn't make a decision for Yzong because of it. Katsuya was a little disappointed not to get Tsunade's promise. But it also knows that from Tsunade's performance, it knows how much she values Yzong. Yzong walked slowly, and Katsuya's words became a little hurried. "Tsunade-sama, then please." After speaking, it disappeared with a bang. Back to Shija Forest. "Katsuyu, it should be more accurate to call live clams. The undisputed absolute king of the Shibone Forest. Known as the living Nat Fairy, it can actually." Strange things happened again on 820. Naturally, Yzong didn't know the content of the conversation with Tsunade just now. "Sister Tsunade, what's on your mind?" Tsunade didn't notice that Yzong was already beside her. She was still thinking about why the living Nat behaved like that. Hearing Yzong's voice, he immediately smiled, hugged Yzong, and said softly, "Little Yzong, you have quite a few forward protectors on you, right?" Yzong immediately became vigilant. Remember how Nawaki talked about Tsunade when Yzong first met Nawaki? Before the shot was so generous, before leaving, he left a lot of money for himself. Wouldn't it be a long line to catch a big fish? At this time, Hanzo of the Salamanders stood in the distance and watched Konoha Shinobi leave. He slowly looked towards the battlefield that had ended. The high wall of Gaotu is the most eye-catching. "You mean, this time it's a fight designed by Konoha? What about the two ninjas in ambush in the ninja village? Why did they leave in peace?" A ninja from the Land of Rain knelt in front of him and said solemnly, "Master Hanzo, his subordinates have been investigating here for a long time. In the past few days, Konoha did not know what method he used, and he even eliminated all the ninjas lurking in the Ryanin village overnight. This battle is even provoked by Konoha. The team leader this time is 3 students of Konoha Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are strong, and neither Sand Shinobi nor Rock Shinobi's elite Jonin are their opponents." Hanzo narrowed his eyes and looked at Tsunade and Yechen who were walking at the back. Instead of ordering a pursuit, he said to the man, "Is that the Senju clan, Tsunade, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama? That boy, what information do you have about him?" The ninja of the Land of Rain, who was half kneeling on the ground, broke out in cold sweat and said, "Lord Hanzo, this subordinate is about to tell you. That child is the key to Konoha's victory this time." As soon as these words came out, the ninjas in the Land of Rain couldn't help but widen their eyes. Hanzo's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 58. "What? You said that our people were all killed by a kid. What do you all eat?" Rock Shinobi Village. A small old man scolded Rock Shinobi who came to report the battle on the front line. He is 3rd Tsuchikage 2-day scale Onoji. He is a direct disciple of 1st Tsuchikage and 2nd Tsuchikage. He is quite powerful and enjoys the title of Onoji of 2 scales. An existence that can fight against Uchiha Madara. Although he was abused, he was still an extremely powerful existence. I just don't know how he would feel if he knew that his bloodline limit would be copied by the kid he was talking about in the future. Lord Tsuchikage, that child is a little special. We never thought he would have such strength. Also, he has mastered ninjutsu that we have never seen before, and there is no way to defend it. Conjecture based on the information we currently have on the master. That child is most likely the Senju clan of Konoha. Onoji's originally angry face froze, and a look of consternation appeared. He asked hastily, "How's his gymnastics? Is there any information about his physical combat? Also, on the battlefield, have there been some suspicious ninjutsu?" The jonin who fled back from the front line, after a moment of silence, said solemnly, "Master Tsuchikage, the subordinates only know that that child has a huge amount of chakra, and the master's ninjutsu is extremely terrifying. His multiple shadow clone technique can separate at least 1,000 people. Every shadow clone can use that terrifying ninjutsu. Furthermore, his instant body technique is extremely powerful, and the layers of defense we set up cannot stop him at all. Body flicker technique is terrifying, he just broke the earth-style defense and killed us all in an instant." Onoji frowned, he slowly flew up, past the ninja, and floated out the door. He looked into the distance, in the direction of Konoha. Body flicker technique. Konoha second Hokage, Hanzo Tobirama's space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Extremely large amount of chakra, the same physique as Earth Hashirama. Looking at it now, he shouldn't have that terrifying blood limit. Onuma seemed to be in a memory, and he didn't speak for a long time. The rock shinobi village jonin, who was half kneeling on the ground, didn't dare to get up, and kept his head down. No. Whether he has that terrifying bloodline limit or not, he can't be allowed to grow up. Onoji frowned and narrowed his eyes. He remembered the era ruled by Konoha. Uchiha Madara alone crushed him and his master to the point where they couldn't breathe. The memory of the fight against Uchiha Madara is still fresh in my mind. He was defeated, completely defeated. His dust fled in front of that person's eyes, no threat to the fifth. And that Konoha's first Hokage is even more terrifying. With a strong physique and a huge amount of chakra, no one in the 4 ninja village can match. First-hand blood following the limit wood style has made countless strong people stop. The tailed beast is like a kitten and a puppy in front of him, and he can handle it at will. Konoha can't make a second Senju Hashirama. Even if the kid didn't show whether he had wood style. The fact that Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God is just the master makes people uncomfortable, not to mention that at his current age, he will definitely become an extremely troublesome existence in the future. I can't let the Konoha family dominate anymore. Onoji put his hands on his back and turned back and said, "Notify the frontline ninjas. Put the Senju clan kid at the top of the assassination list." The rock shinobi jonin lowered his head, his eyes suddenly widened, and he turned his head in disbelief. When he saw Onoji flying in front of him, his eyes were bigger than his nose. At the same time, jonin escaped from Sand Shinobi's side. "Send a weaker and faster ninja back to Sand Shinobi village quickly. Lord Feng Ying, we lost. Konoha didn't know what method was used to kill all the scout ninjas we sent. It even took the initiative to provoke a war, and Rock Shinobi was wiped out immediately. We faced Konoha Shinobi alone, and we had no chance of winning. The first time to destroy Rock Shinobi. As far as I know, the Konoha sent to the front line this time does not have that level of forbearance. Lord Feng Ying, no. It was a child who caused it all. It. Standing in front of this Sand Shinobi jonin is the strongest existence known as the Wind Shadow of all dynasties. The strongest Kazekage in history, possessing the magnet style that controls the magnetic force. He has outstanding ability since childhood and grew up under the strict education and careful care of first Kazekage and second Kazekage. Now he has not disappeared, otherwise Sand Shinobi, who is leaderless, would dare to challenge Konoha? You mean, his instant body technique is so powerful that you can't even sense it? Third Kazekage narrowed his eyes, and he slowly raised his hand, motioning the Sand Shinobi jonin to stand up. Slowly speaking. Does he have a good relationship with Tsunade of the Senju clan? The news from the plate did mention that child. It's from the Senju clan. Even you can't feel the instant technique, there is only one possibility. Senju Tobirama's space-time ninjutsu, the mystery of flying thunder god. He closed his eyes, waved his hand, and said, "Let the people on the front line pay attention, recently, don't shoot anymore, defend with all your strength, and wait for support. Also, inform them that next time they see that Senju clan child, no matter what means they use, no matter how much they lose, they must kill him. Remember, once you find him, you will kill him at all costs. Go down." The Fengying room fell into silence. After a long time, Third Kazekage put down the document about Yzong in his hand and stood up slowly. With a wave of his hand, a gravel mixed with magnetic objects gathered into a human shape. Soon, the gravel that gathered in front of Third Kazekage's eyes turned into his appearance. The Senju family has been silent for many years since the death of Senju Hashirama, and now a descendant with extremely powerful talents has emerged. It can't be ignored, absolutely can't let him grow up. This time, teacher, I really don't want to use Shao'er unless I have to. But this time it seems that it has to be used. If that child really has the same terrifying blood limit as Senju Hashirama, with our previous approach, the ninja world is afraid that there will be another bloody storm. Other shinobi villages should also get the news. Going to Cho, it's very likely that Morizuru will be used. Cho should not have gone to the front line yet, he must catch up. At the same time, Yzong's news was quickly brought back to the village by the scout ninjas of the other two ninja villages. Cloud Shinobi, the window was smashed again. Damn, we must not let Ye appear as a strong Senju clan again. Gold and Silverhorn, these two bastards. Damn Konoha, no wonder he dared to refuse our request so decisively. Send elite Jonin to kill that Senju Yzong. They don't have to come back without hearing the news of his death. In the land of water. At this time, Mizukage was not 4th Mizukage Yagura, but a generation of 2nd Mizukage students, 3rd Mizukage. After 2nd Mizukage and 2nd Tsuchikage perished together, 3rd generation took over. Let the ninja sword kill him. Here, Hanzo has returned to the land of rain with his own people. Hanzo, who is called demigod by the ninjas in the ninja world, is a very cautious ninja. Even in the face of a little-known rookie ninja, there will be no contempt. Will definitely use the most reliable method to eliminate the opponent. Now, he has seen Yzong with his own eyes, and even if there are countless thoughts in his mind, he will take the opportunity to kill Yzong in the cradle at all costs. It's a pity, in the end, he still rejected this choice, and took the people of the Kingdom of Rain to endure back. Ninjas in the Land of Rain are quite good at assassination. Therefore, as soon as he returned to the Land of Rain, Hanzo ordered that he would not participate in the battle between Sunin villages. Do your best to assassinate that Senju child. He himself is always paying attention to the movements of Sunin village. Once there is a shinobi village that crosses the Land of Rain, no matter which side he is, he will do his best to encircle and suppress it. This is also the only way that the Land of Rain can choose now. Otherwise, the village of Sunin swaggeringly regards this place as the main battlefield, and the losses to the Land of Rain will be even greater. With his deterrence, the ninjas of Sunin village shouldn't be too arrogant, at least, the battle lines won't be drawn too long. There is also a turbulent undercurrent here. After Danzo got the news from the front line, he was so angry that he almost dispatched all the route personnel to stab the tea minister with all his strength. What Yzong said that day not only lingered in his ears. After the war on the front line is over, my Senju clan will declare war on your Shimura clan. The stronger Yzong's talent is, the more fearful this root leader, who has only Hokage in his heart, will be. The Senju family won the hearts of the people in Konoha, and the talent shown by Yzong will grow up in the future. There must be countless supporters, and he will be further and further away from the position of Hokage. I can't let him grow up in peace any longer. Danzo narrowed his eyes and walked slowly into the darkness. After Third Hokage learned the news from the front line, he was so happy that he didn't even bother to watch live streaming Artifact. Come on, he looked at Hashirama and Tobirama on the Hokage rock and breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, I did not disappoint you. From today onwards, the roots must not be allowed to step out of the Konoha. Keep an eye on a few ninjas, and tell me immediately if there is any trouble. Yes, Hokage-sama. Yzong, you must grow up. Go, have someone tell Orochimaru that there will be nothing wrong with the front line for the time being, and let Tsunade bring Habara back. Several Umbu ninjas disappeared in front of him together. Where the tree Yafei dances, the fire will continue to grow. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. At this time, Yzong didn't know that in less than a day, he had already become the target of assassination in the major shinobi villages. Still the first target of assassination. This treatment, I am afraid, only had the original Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. It's just that Hashirama and Madara are too powerful. Powerful enough to make the major shinobi villages bow their heads. With Konoha as the head, bow down and serve as a minister. Although Hashirama and Madara disappeared in the long river of time, their legends still circulate in the ninja world. Yzong's talent at this time has already made the 4 ninja villages feel a sense of crisis. The outbreak of World War I was the attitude towards Konoha. If there is another Senjo Hashirama, the entire history of the ninja will be rewritten again. Little Yzong. Don't use Chakra's scalpel anymore. Chapter 59. Tsunade, that's the way it is. Orochimaru said. Tsunade frowned and said. Although the front line is temporarily stabilized, Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi cannot give up, and the country of rain is just around the corner. If I take Yzong back. Orochimaru shook his head, knowing Tsunade's concerns, and said. No, the teacher knows that Yzong's strength and frontline matters will soon be brought back by the ninjas who went back to get supplies. So, the teacher directly told the villagers about the front line and Yzong, who made the most contributions. You take Yzong back, you'll be fine. The implication is that people in the village will not gossip and say something like deserter. Also, Tsunade and Yzong are both from the Senju clan. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then nodded, and said. If I go back with little Yzong, the pressure on you and Jiraiya will be even greater. Orochimaru smiled helplessly and glanced at Jiraiya's seat. Since that day let him infiltrate the ninja, he has been so excited, as if he can do his old job again. Okay, it's settled, the teacher is so eager to let you take Yzong back, it's also for Ye Chen's good. Yesterday's battle, Yzong's identity has been exposed. In the recent period, they will definitely target Yzong. Once Yzong is discovered, they will definitely kill Yzong at all costs. Don't forget, you are the Senju clan of Konoha. Orochimaru's words silenced Tsunade. After a long time, Tsunade said. Okay, I'll take Yzong back tomorrow, and I'll leave it to you and Jiraiya. Orochimaru nodded, then said. This time, there are only 8 members of the Senju family who came to the front line. Tomorrow I'll let them go back with you, and I'll give you a mission. Bring back some of the spoils captured on the battlefield. Mission, escort. Tsunade did not refuse, turned around and left the command room. Orochimaru walked out of the window and quietly looked at Jiraiya, who was laughing and playing with the ninjas. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Leave it to us. Isn't it always my trouble? He said so, but he couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Little Yzong, we will escort a batch of things back to Konoha tomorrow. After returning to the tent, Tsunade told Yzong what he had just discussed with Orochimaru. Yzong naturally wouldn't refuse, and he wouldn't have any objection if he kept him. Okay, then have a good rest tonight, and cheer up on the way back tomorrow. Tsunade raised his fist and said confidently. Then, Yzong turned into a pillow again. The next day, Tsunade woke Yzong with a blushing face. After going out, I saw 8 ninjas from the Senju side standing in front of a transport vehicle, quietly waiting for their arrival. Master Tsunade, everything is ready. Well, let's go then. On the way, the 8 clansmen kept looking at Yzong in Tsunade's arms. There was an unbelievable look on his face. They thought that the children who had been passed down by word of mouth during this period were at least 11 or 12 years old. Did not expect. This person made Rock Shinobi kill all the ninjas, circle. However, there was more respect and joy on their faces. The Senju family is about to revive. These are collateral to Senju and are naturally trustworthy. Among the ninjas, it is very common to have some anti-bone things, but different from the Senju family, this rarely happens. Otherwise, Tsunade wouldn't be the only one left in Senju. The transport convoy was moving forward, and Tsunade was walking in front with Yzong in his arms. There were 4 Senju collateral clansmen standing around the carriage, forming a 4-cornered pattern. The other 4 were divided into 2 groups. The 2 stronger ones were reconnaissance at the front, and the weaker ones were taking care of the rear. At this moment, Tsunade suddenly said, "Little Yzong, have you seen your sister's summoning beast?" Yzong nodded and said, "Have you seen it, is it Katsuya-sama?" Tsunade hesitated, then asked, "Little Yzong, do you want to sign a contract with Katsuya like your sister, so that you can summoning Katsuya in the future?" Yzong tilted his head and did not speak. Actually, he didn't really want to sign the summoning beast contract. After all, he will be the man who will summoning the tailed beast in the future. Also, with his strength, does he still need summoningman's help? "Little Yzong, Katsuya told me the other day that there was a familiar aura about you, it couldn't help but want to get close to you, it asked my sister." So, Tsunade didn't go on, this kind of thing was outrageous. How could summoning beg for a ninja to sign a contract? Yzong was about to speak when a collateral clan who was investigating ahead appeared in front of the 2 of them. "Master Tsunade, there is nothing abnormal within 5 kilometers ahead." Tsunade nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, come back to the team." "Yes." The man lowered his head and walked quickly to the back of the transporter. Now, in front of and behind the transporter, 4 Kakuzu were guarded. Suddenly, Tsunade whispered to Yzong, "Little Yzong, in the battle, the role of 3-body technique is also very big. Sister will teach you today." Buzz. The moment her voice fell, Yzong disappeared in her arms. Boom. The next moment, Yzong grabbed the 3-pronged kunai that was thrown instantly. Chakra's scalpel. Yzong slapped him on the chest before the collateral clan who had just returned to the team could react. That's when the power of the Chakra's scalpel was revealed. The man sat on the ground, his eyes were full of surprise, but his pupils shrank suddenly. Just as he was about to speak, blood kept coming out of his mouth, and there was a trace of broken internal organs mixed in the bright red blood. "Why?" The other 4 also noticed the change and hurried back to check. Tsunade also arrived at the first time. Yzong clapped his hands and took off the opponent's forehead protector. The transformation technique is good, but the forehead protector is too rough. Also, the forehead protector that the big brother wore before was not black, but grey. After he finished speaking, the ninja on the ground was full of shock. Immediately, in an unwilling low roar, he completely lost consciousness. Immediately afterwards, with a bang, the figure changed drastically, and the costume was no longer the costume of the Konoha shinobi. "Enemy attack, watch out!" At this time, another collateral clan who was investigating in front also ran back. The 4 people who were guarding the transport vehicle watched him vigilantly. Tsunade was amazed at Yzong's means of perception, but now was not the time to be amazed. She quickly stopped the 4 and said, "Which ninja from the ninja village?" Boom. Enemy attack. At this time, the 2 people in charge of the rear also ran back. Tsunade frowned, judging whether the identities of the 2 were real. At the same time, there was some anger in my heart. Soon after coming out, it was surrounded by enemies. This situation absolutely cannot happen. Even if he was surrounded by enemies the next day, Tsunade wouldn't be so angry. This is obviously someone inside Konoha tipped off. Otherwise, it is impossible, and it took less than half a day to leave the Konoha station, and the enemy master was placed. What? At the moment when the 2 approached, no, it should be said, the moment when they approached Yzong intentionally or unintentionally. Back. Yzong suddenly jumped up and slapped the 2 of them hard on the chest. Immediately, the 2 of them were thrown into the field like cannonballs. There are so many enemies. The clansmen who came back from the reconnaissance in front of them widened their eyes and said hurriedly. Tsunade frowned because, without him needing to say, the enemy had appeared. Yzong was also a little surprised. He hadn't looked at it carefully just now, but now, when he saw it, the ninjas who intercepted them were actually rock shinobi. Do you think that Gaoto left too little last time? There was no unnecessary conversation between the two sides, and one of the leaders, rock shinobi Jonin, waved his hand. Immediately, more than 20 ninjas behind him rushed towards him. Anger rose in Tsunade's eyes. Boom! The fastest rusher was directly hit by her. After flying upside down, he hit a good tree before stopping. If it is normal, Tsunade's means will definitely make them jealous. But now, with a large number of opponents, they don't care about this at all, just rush and kill. Little Yzong, protect yourself. Tsunade hurriedly said, and he fought rock shinobi. The other 5 collateral clansmen also fought and retreated. The purpose was obvious, to buy time and wait for the ninjas at the station to notice the movement here. At the same time, Jonin, led by rock shinobi, surrounded Yzong with almost ordinary people. Yzong stood on the transporter and looked at them blankly. The first Jonin stepped forward and looked at Yzong. There was no contempt in his eyes. If you think that we will find a chance to escape after our melee, then you should dismiss this idea as soon as possible. My rock shinobi goal today is only you. Senju Yzong, did you know that Lord Tsuchikage has given an order to kill you at all costs? You can't escape. Yzong looked at him blankly, but there was no turbulence in his heart. These people only dare to say harsh words, but they don't see them doing anything, and they are really afraid of themselves. I'm afraid that after waiting for the ninjas who besieged Tsunade to hold back for a while, they will do their best to attack Yzong without leaving any way out. But, they underestimated Tsunade. Elite Jonin didn't send it, just like to challenge Tsunade. Unconsciously, under the leadership of Tsunade, he gradually became the dominant side. The expression on Jonin's face also changed. Swoosh! The next moment, he looked at Yzong and murmured, "No way." "No what?" Another Jonin wondered. Then, the faces of these rock shinobi Jonin also underwent subtle changes. They seemed to sense something too. Soon, the other rock shinobi present were also moved and exclaimed. "What? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Wood? Impossible. How is this possible? No, this is wood style. The same bloody ghost like Senju Hashirama. Never let him out of here." Kaka. A row of wooden pillars bent from the ground to form a buttress to block all the flying kunao. Suddenly, Tsunade's eyes lit up. She guessed that Yzong has mastered a lot of wood-style ninjutsu, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. She looked at Yzong and blurted out. "Yzong, trap them, my sister will be there to help you soon." The expressions on the faces of the 7 or 8 Senju sideline ninjas were extremely rich. Wood style turned out to be the same wood style ninjutsu as Hashirama-sama. Hashirama-sama, who is above all ninjas, has his wood style finally inherited by his clan. Yzong, quick! Everyone quickly resolve the frontal battle and protect Lord Yzong. People are not rocks, people are thinking, often thinking wildly, which is the most terrible. Rock shinobi here was completely intimidated by Yzong's wood style. Do not be afraid. Can't delay any longer, let's go together. He must not be allowed to leave here alive, otherwise it will be another disaster for the ninja world. Some of these people threw out kunao, some attacked Yzong, and some were fast nodding. Yzong's mouth lifted slightly, "Want to kill me?" Next moment, snapped. He clapped his hands sharply. Wood-style thorn-killing technique. Boom! Countless vine-like logs rose from the ground and bound them all. At the same time, a number of wooden pillars suddenly appeared around the rock shinobi, which firmly blocked the area. Wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu. Bang! Countless large wooden hands emerged from the ground. The 2 ninjutsu are released at almost the same time. Yzong raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said in a low voice. "That's it. What did you rock shinobi do to kill me?" The words fell, and countless giant wooden hands shot at the bound rock shinobi. "Not good. Run away." Some of the quick responding ones avoided the moment when the thorns killing technique emerged. This area has been ruled by Yzong. Want to muster all your strength against the giant wooden hand? Yzong increased the amount of chakra released. In an instant, at the foot of these rock shinobi, every inch of the ground appeared like a rattan wood, and as soon as he escaped from one place, he was bound by another rattan. Seal? How dare you make a seal in front of Yzong? Boom! The giant wooden hand keeps closing and photographing. Chapter 60. What is this? Rock Shinobi was completely dumbfounded. Nearly 50 people came, and Jonin had 4. In an instant, at least half of the ninjas were killed. Still a child. Now, the Rock Shinobi, who had heard that they were going to assassinate a child, couldn't hold back. He's not human, he's a demon. Tsunade was equally shocked, with doubts, surprises, and a hint of relief and sadness in his beautiful eyes. Before he knew it, Tsunade's eyes were wet. She murmured, "Grandpa, the Senjo family will not go downhill again." And those collateral clansmen were even more shocked. Senjo clan from prosperity to decline, from beginning to end, there is a wood-style strong Senjo Hashirama. They seem to have been able to see the vision of the Senjo family in the future. Withdraw. For the second time, when facing Yzong, Rock Shinobi called for a retreat again. Swoosh! The next moment, Yzong appeared under Tsunade, and the Flying Thunder God spell was still printed on Tsunade. "Sister, take a rest," Yzong said softly. When the Rock Shinobi saw him, they immediately came over and all froze in place. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. "Withdraw!" Someone shouted, and the Rock Shinobi began to flee. The remaining 5 collateral clansmen rushed over. "Lord Tsunade, let's go back and find reinforcements. The next journey may be intercepted, too dangerous." Before Tsunade could speak, Yzong suddenly jumped up. Above Rock Shinobi with the crowd, slammed with both hands. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Subconsciously, these Rock Shinobi were stunned. Great Fireball technique? It's not like they haven't seen Fire-style unleashes Fire-style from the Uchiha clan, who are extremely talented in Fire-style. He immediately judged that Yzong's attack would definitely not threaten him. Luckily, it would be better not to be targeted. "Separate!" Someone shouted. The scope of the Great Fireball technique is not large. As long as they run separately, the casualty rate will be greatly reduced. Unfortunately, they all guessed wrong. Even Tsunade frowned slightly, thinking that Yzong still had too little combat experience. And then, they will see, what is the real fire style. Yzong took a deep breath, and immediately, a huge chakra gathered in his chest. Call. At this moment, the whole forest is reflected in a fiery red flame. What? ZK. Under the overwhelming pressure of the fire, these Rock Shinobi pulled away in a short period of time. But without exception, none could escape the scope of Yzong's Great Fireball technique. Sheila. The piercing scorching sound, the tragic wailing sound, the sound of ninjutsu confrontation such as water style, earth style, etc. All submerged under this great fireball. The great fireball fell, setting off a gust of wind and heat. The 5 collateral clansmen opened their mouths. The one who just said that he was going to go back to find reinforcements completely lost his ability to think. Is this really the great fireball technique? Yzong. Lord Yzong, isn't this too powerful? The wind lifted Tsunade's golden hair, and the blood remaining on his face evaporated instantly. When Yzong's small figure fell on the ground, it was like a flame war god. Wherever the great fireball passes, nothing grows. But the great fireball technique alone can't slaughter the remaining Rock Shinobi. Yzong glanced around and found that there were so many Rock Shinobi left alive. Use ninjutsu to make yourself a native? And water style survived? Snapped. Wood style birth of the sea of trees. Swish. The ground dried by the great fireball was originally barren. After Yzong clapped his hands, many trees quickly grew on the ground. The trees were uprooted, covering the area covered by the great fireball in an instant. It looks like a small forest. Yzong put his hands together, and those rock shinobi who survived immediately thought of running away. Without noticing at all, their lives have entered the countdown. In the next instant, countless tree roots erupted, entwining them like a wooden mummy. Wow! Immediately, they were dragged directly into the ground. The 5 collateral clansmen were stunned. Tsunade's beautiful eyes were full of tears. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, but she couldn't stop it. At this moment, she cried with joy. Yzong used the Flying Thunder God technique to stand in front of Tsunade again. Tsunade crouched down slowly, while Yzong gently wiped away her tears. "Sister, don't cry, I have killed those who want to hurt my sister. Use the most childish words to tell the coldest facts." Tsunade shook his head and hugged Yzong. And the other 5, also recovered, covered their faces and cried bitterly. The Senju family is really close to dying in name only. After a long time, someone still suggested, "Lord Tsunade, Lord Yzong, should we go back to find reinforcements, after all, next?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw Tsunade smile, her chin raised, and she said softly, "Listen to little Yzong. This is a kind of recognition of identity, in other words, the Senju family, at this moment, the person who speaks is Senju Yzong." Those 5 people didn't understand, but Na Xiao did. This time to the front line, Yzong is better than her older sister, both in terms of her own strength and mentality. Yzong shook his head and said. Yzong only listens to her sister's words. Tsunade's heart warmed, and he held Yzong's hand even harder, his pretty face sticking to Yzong's face unconsciously. "Sister, let's speed up, they haven't reacted yet." Yzong pressed against Tsunade's ear and spoke softly. Tsunade listened, at first surprised, but then worried. Originally, he was listening carefully, but when Yzong spoke, the warm air blew in his ears, and Tsunade's pretty face turned red involuntarily. The 5 collateral clansmen were stunned. Is this really possible? It's too dangerous, little Yzong, why don't you let my sister go by herself? Yzong chuckled lightly, then looked at the 5 and said. You can go to Konoha with confidence, my sister, and I will deal with those ninjas. 5 people. Feelings, we are here to push the cart. After the 5 people left, Yzong clapped the ground with both hands. The bodies on the ground were just like the rock shinobi that survived before, wrapped in countless tree roots and dragged directly into the ground. Little Yzong, do you really want this? Are you sure you can find their hiding place? Yzong turned around and saw that Tsunade had taken off his shirt and was changing into rock shinobi's clothes. Okay, Tsunade's sister, follow me. Snapped. Wood-style wood clone technique. The next moment, Tsunade's eyes widened. The wood clone from Yzong uses the changing bed at the same time. Tsunade couldn't see that it was a transmutation spell, and... how did he remember so many faces? Yzong smiled slightly and didn't respond to her. Instead, his expression changed rapidly, becoming the same serious expression as the previous leader. Walk. The words fell, all the clones disappeared instantly. Yzong hugged Tsunade and resorted to Flying Thunder God technique. After turning on the white eyes, nothing can block his sight. Including Tsunade in his arms. In the case of Blessing Sharinon, the transformation technique is full of flaws and directly shows the prototype. Well, maybe, I should take care of it. Kushina and Mikoto are both up, ahem. After the transformation, Yzong and Tsunade are basically the same height. Although he knew that the person holding him was Yzong, but on the surface it was not Yzong, Tsunade was still very resistant. Fortunately, after performing several Flying Thunder God spells, Yzong directly surpassed the transporter by an unknown distance. Ahead, Sand Shinobi's ninja, nowhere to hide. They winked, and the clones quietly approached the Sand Shinobi. And he, along with Tsunade, swaggered close to the Sand Shinobi. Stop! Rock Shinobi, what do you want to do? After Sand Shinobi saw the forehead protector on the foreheads of the 2, he suppressed the thought of sneak attack, and yelled at the 2 for stopping. Their mission now is to ambush Yzong here. According to reliable sources, Yawan of the Senju clan will transport the spoils back to Konoha together with Tsunade. Feng Ying has already issued an order, and Senju Yzong will be executed. These people were sent to ambush Yzong. They didn't know that in front of them, Yzong was also going to ambush, and they had all returned to the west. Yzong said. San Shinobi, why is the war temporarily stopped? San Shinobi, the captain who assassinated Yzong this time, narrowed his eyes. Zero asking for flowers. Although I don't know what the rock shinobi in front of me is thinking, it is obvious that the other party is a jonin. Forcibly stay, there will inevitably be a fight, then no matter how you deal with it, it will leave traces. Yzong said slowly. Come out. The people at San Shinobi thought they were calling them, but as a result, a bunch of rock shinobi appeared behind Yzong. This is. Rock shinobi's concealment is so clever, I didn't even see it. Ignoring San Shinobi's shock, Yzong chuckled. Don't worry, everyone. When the scout team in front came back, they told Yzong and his party that they will be here for at least an hour. We have enough time to talk. Finally, the captain of San Shinobi couldn't help standing up. The number of rock shinobi is no less than theirs, and everyone has already opened the skylight to speak out. If they keep hiding here, wouldn't they lose the face of San Shinobi village? Talk? Talk about what? Yzong smiled slightly, seeing that these San Shinobi had appeared. Yzong blocked Tsunade behind him and took a step forward. Said. Everyone has a common purpose, why don't we join forces? In this way, no matter how strong that kid from the Senju clan is, they can't escape our palms. And, if we cooperate well, we can even capture him alive. Tsunade's expression was a little weird, and he seemed to be holding back a smile. I designed to catch myself. How can we trust you? Captain San Shinobi said coldly, not believing Yzong because of what Yzong said. Zero. Yzong smiled softly and stepped forward. San Shinobi, who was behind Captain San Shinobi, moved to their captain's position at once. On the other hand, the ninjas on the rock shinobi side did not move at all, and seemed to believe in their captain very much. In an instant, stand up and down. Captain San Shinobi raised his hand, and the San Shinobi behind him hesitated, but stopped at the same time. It is good. I promise, the reason for your self-confidence. Yzong looked surprised, walked up to him, and asked with some doubts. Why am I so confident, you ask? Captain San Shinobi frowned. The other party could find the hiding on his side, but he couldn't find them on his own side. The level of strength can also be seen at a glance. But it's not a random insult. Humph. You. Before he could finish speaking, Yzong grabbed him by the neck. San Shinobi attacked him instantly. At the same time, Yzong's avatars also immediately turned to Yzong's side. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Almost at the same time, all the clones released the Gaoto Wall. Before San Shinobi could react, Yzong threw Captain San Shinobi out of his hands. But in the blink of an eye, these people were surrounded by Yzong's head wall. Sorry, San Shinobi, that Senju kid belongs to me, Rock Shinobi, just stay here, ha ha ha. Yzong's voice spread into the space tightly wrapped by Gotyou wall. San Shinobi hurriedly mobilized Earth-style, Wind-style and other attack ninjutsu to split the wall of Gaoto. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Even the ground has turned into layers of hard soil. Damn! Damn Rock Shinobi! As soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone shouting. Breakthrough, everyone rush out and kill those Rock Shinobi. Everyone is a little strange, this voice is a little unfamiliar, and even the appearance is a little unfamiliar. But after the light beam penetrated in front of him, still rushed over there without hesitation. Wow! Water-style big explosive water rush. Outside, Yzong's clone unleashes water style. Just flush out the San Shinobi that hasn't been flushed out yet. They slammed into Go's head wall one by one, grinning in pain. Brainless San Shinobi, just wait for us to bring the Senju kid back, ha ha ha. Gao Tokyong sealed the gap again. Damn. Be sure to tell Kazuki-sama, these damn Rock Shinobi. Damn, when I go out, I'm going to kill all these Rock Shinobi. The unfamiliar voice sounded again. This situation, this scene, and this moment, caused a lot of resonance. Gradually, these sand shinobi's eyes turned red. The voice could shout break open every time, and then they were washed back by the water, and they were about to drown. Damn rock shinobi! Billion. Chapter 61. Pft. After lifting the transformation technique, Yzong erected several walls to block the spring. Of course, he couldn't stop his gaze. After changing back into Konoha's clothes, Tsunade couldn't help laughing. Gaotu wall, those sand shinobi are still crazy abusers. This Zayla hatred simply. Rather than killing all the people who ambushed him, Yzong prefers to watch their tit-for-tat afterward. Little Yzong, how did you come up with this method? It's so sinister. Tsunade said with a smile. Yzong pretended to be innocent again and said, Sister, what are you? Tsunade picked him up with a smile and took a few bites. This is already her habitual action. Let's go, there will be no danger on our way back now. Little Yzong, tell my sister how much ninjutsu you have learned from Grandpa and second Grandpa. Yzong thought for a while, then whispered a few words in Tsunade's ear. In an instant, Tsunade's pretty face was covered with blush, and his neck, which was as white as a swan, was also dyed red. Pooh! Little Yzong, how did you learn that art? Yzong immediately raised his head, and Rizeo said innocently. Sister, why can't you learn? It says above that it will make the woman you care about happy. I care about my sister and Mikoto Kushina the most. After saying these words, Tsunade's heart warmed, and he glanced at Yzong angrily. Reaching out, a pair of slender jade pointed on Yzong's forehead. Do you really understand or fake it? 832nd Grandpa is true, I always thought he was a serious person. After the two waited for a while, the transporter caught up. The five people looked at the high wall of Gaotu, and said doubtfully. This is Master Yzong, these. Before he could finish speaking, a roar came from inside. Damn rock shinobi! I will never let you guys go. Wow! There was another sound of water. The oozing water was already bloody. Every time, that unfamiliar voice brings hope to sand shinobi who are in the dark. Then it was slammed down again. After a few times, someone started to crash. Hate those rock shinobi in my heart. Every time a gap is opened, they can see that hateful face. It's him. He's the one who keeps flooding us. Damn rock shinobi. The five were taken aback for a moment. Tsunade chuckled lightly and said. Come on, find a place to rest before dark. The seven hit the road again. And Yzong's wood clones are still tormenting sand shinobi. Living in the depths of the dry desert all year round, sand shinobi simply cannot adapt to this dark and humid environment. Night falls. Inside the wall of Gaotu, these sand shinobi have already begun to tremble. Whether it was those ninjas who were famous for their physical physiques and those who were famous for their ninjutsu skills, they all folded their arms and kept shaking. Da-da-da. The sound of the back molars chattering resounded throughout the enclosed space. No way. I can't believe it. Fire style. As soon as his voice fell, the unfamiliar voice sounded again. Wow. The fire of hope is extinguished again. These people are now cold, hungry, hard, and miserable, and they hate rock shinobi. If there is an afterlife, I will kill all those rock shinobi. Finally someone couldn't take it anymore. Under the high pressure of constant torture, finally, sand shinobi has a ninja with a burst of mentality and a crazy brain. The people next to him hurriedly stopped him, but the situation became more and more serious. At this moment, the familiar voice sounded. Guys! I broke the gap again. Rush out with me and kill all those rock shinobi that were raised by the motherfuckers. Everyone went down to the weak beam, but the fire of hope in their hearts could no longer burn. Boom! But the next moment, that gap was really opened. Kill it! Kill those rock shinobi! What? The sand shinobi suddenly rushed out like crazy. But Yzong had long since lifted the wood clone technique, and they were in vain. One by one, like dead parents, gnashing their teeth. They are humiliating us. I'd rather die in battle than suffer this torture again. I can't live with rock shinobi. The familiar voice stirred everyone's emotions again. Then the voice said again. The communication ninja will tell everyone what happened here, and go back quickly and call someone, and the rest of the people come with me and kill all those rock shinobi. Someone stood up immediately, and soon, a group of sand shinobi, whose faces were extremely pale, were guided by that voice. Crazy siege of the rock shinobi scattered around Konoha's quarters. Sand shinobi! What are you doing? What are you doing? Gradually, the familiar voice disappeared. An unfamiliar voice appeared from rock shinobi. Damn, what medicine are these sand shinobi? Why are they attacking us like crazy? What's wrong with these people? Quick, inform the Jonins, sand shinobi is attacking us. It's not as promised. In response to them, there are endless wind-style ninjutsu. It's over, our supply station is going to be gone. Rush me, damn sand shinobi, you're challenging me rock shinobi. In an instant, the war spread. Originally, because of Konoha's great victory, both sides were suffocated. This time, the vents were found, and they were all beaten to death. Standing on the beacon tower, Orochimaru frowned as he looked at sand shinobi and rock shinobi who were fighting in the distance. At this time, Jiraiya also returned. He said with a gloomy face. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and the others were ambushed halfway. I was worried before, but now. Before he could finish speaking, Orochimaru stopped him and said. Don't worry, you yet. They're all right, let's look at the interesting things first. Jiraiya followed the direction of his fingers, his eyes gradually widened, and his face was incredulous. What happened? Isn't this sand shinobi and rock shinobi to deal with our shameless alliance? How come? Orochimaru shook his head, not sure what was in his mind either. Could it be a trick to lure the enemy? Jiraiya frowned and analyzed. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru said. Jiraiya, pay attention to those suspects. Looking at their appearance, it doesn't look like they are pretending. As he spoke, he stretched out his long tongue, licked his dry lips, and said. We can't miss this rare opportunity. Tsunade and the others were ambushed. There must be an internal problem. This time, we will not fight, we will consume as much as we can. It's real to take the opportunity to find out those people who have problems. Jiraiya sneered, patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and said. Don't worry, I have locked a few targets during this time, just wait for them to take the bait. Walk. Since then, the battle between Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, because Konoha suddenly killed, the two camps dispersed directly. It's a mess. Madness was taken away by the Konoha Shinobi set fire. Konoha battle damage can be said to be minimal. But Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are different. The most casualties are naturally Rock Shinobi, because this is their garrison. Various materials were robbed by Konoha. Boom. Damn. All the ninjas sent out to kill a kid are dead. So many people, what do you eat? Onoji slammed the table in anger. At this time, someone came to report. Lord Tsuchikage, Sand Shinobi suddenly attacked us out of nowhere. Konoha Shinobi saw the opportunity and brought us a supply station and outpost directly. What? Onoji's eyes widened, and his back molars were about to shatter. I'm going to the front line myself. Damn Kazekage, play this set for me, right? Lord Tsuchikage, you can't. Suddenly, many ninjas stopped Onoji. 0. Although Feng Ying on the other side did not act as crazy as Onoji, his face was also extremely ugly. Rock Shinobi, good. Good good. He said 3 good words in a row, his eyes extremely cold. Prepare to throw Shao'er into the battlefield. It's very possible that Rock Shinobi and Konoha are secretly teaming up. To stop us from intercepting Senju Yzong, did the 2-day scale Onoji lose his mind? Yzong still doesn't know whether to live or die. His age, let Yakang go, let her sneak into Konoha and assassinate that child. Third Kazekage looked hesitant when he finished saying those words. Yakang, with the Scorch Styles bloodline limit. At the same time, after growing up, she is a rare beauty, and most importantly, she likes to wear backless clothes. It's a pity not to cupping. Cho, haven't you reached the battlefield yet? And the initiator of all this, Yzong was leaning in Tsunade's arms at this time. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After the avatar he left behind was lifted, in the memory passed back, Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi were already fighting together. And, Konoha's ninjas, led by Orochimaru, pulled the losses to the maximum for both sides. Tsunade noticed the smile on the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong?" Yzong opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful face under the firelight. "Sister Tsunade, can I stay in your arms forever?" At this ambiguity again, Tsunade turned his head away and snorted. She now seriously suspects that this little Yzong has been molesting her, and she has no way to say it yet. Tsunade's mouth lifted slightly, and said, "Humph. Then it depends on your performance." However, Yzong didn't answer her. After waiting for a while, Tsunade suddenly realized that Yzong turned his head away and didn't look at her. In an instant, she didn't know why, she was a little flustered, and said quickly, "Little Yzong, elder sister doesn't mean that." The next moment, Yzong disappeared directly into her arms. "Come out." Yzong's voice was low, and along the way, he always had a feeling of being stared at by something. "If you don't come out again, the next time I sense you, I will definitely kill you at all costs." Yzong is very sure, that anger just now. It is here that the breath disappears. This feeling made him a little familiar. Reminds me of patrolling with Tsunade. Black Zetsu? There is no reason. Even if the last time was really Black Zetsu, there was no reason for it to keep following itself. The biggest possibility is that he happened to pass by, or 0.5 has some plan, kill himself or Tsunade to achieve it. However, with its character, so cautious, it is impossible to dare to come again after one miss. Otherwise, how could he stay until the last moment and give Uchiha Madara a chill? Should not. Tsunade also walked over quickly. She frowned slightly when she heard Yzong's words. Soon, she remembered what happened during her first patrol with Yzong. "Little Yzong, is that the thing?" Yzong nodded, frowned, and suddenly, he seemed to sense something and threw a three-pronged kunai. Quickly said, "Sister, be careful yourself." After speaking, he resorted to Flying Thunder God technique and arrived on a cliff. In an instant, Yzong's pupils shrank suddenly, and in front of it stood a pitch-black figure. Black Zetsu. Really Black Zetsu? But this was not what shocked him the most. Next, Black Zetsu's words only made him stunned on the spot as if struck by lightning. "Senju Yzong, no, you should be called Dad." Black Zetsu turned his back to him and looked up at the moon in the sky, his eyes filled with longing. It turned around slowly, and it was no longer that puddle of black things, but turned into a human figure. It stared at Yzong's eyes, saw the doubt in Yzong's eyes, and said sadly, "Dad, Mom is telling me that she misses you very much, really misses you, why you were gone that day. Mom had a hard time finding you." Chapter 62. What are you saying? Yzong frowned, he couldn't understand it. Isn't the mother in Black Zetsu's mouth Kaguya-hime? We do have that idea, ahem, no idea. Everyone has 2 children, no, it doesn't seem like she gave birth to them, it's more like, created. Forget it, this Black Zetsu, just because we were going to kill it, it's calling me daddy? We can barely accept this cheap. However, Black Zetsu was born when Kaguya was about to be sealed by her 2 unfilial sons. In a sense, Uchiha Madara is indeed right, Black Zetsu is indeed a wool body, but not his. Black Zetsu turned to look at the moon and said, "Dad, after you left, Mom seems to be a different person. When I saw you that day, I knew that you are my father. You have a familiar aura about you, and after that day, I actually felt my mother's longing for you." What Black Zetsu said made Yzong think for a while. Did this kid hit him with his mind? You know, this Hokage is actually about Black Zetsu saving his mother. In short, it took Black Zetsu thousands of years to resurrect Kaguya. It took so long, only because he needed to find someone who could turn on Rinnegan and turn on Infinite Tsukuyomi to resurrect the FK. What does this have to do with Yzong? But from Black Zetsu's words, it is not difficult to hear that Black Zetsu is not telling lies. Otherwise, it could not be so certain that it knew of Kaguya's existence. At this time, Black Zetsu seemed to be complaining. Dad, while you are wondering, I am also wondering why you appear in this era. Mom might know something. Don't worry, Dad, I've found a way to revive my mother for 10 years, and it won't be long before this plan can be implemented. Little Yzong, where are you? Tsunade sounded with a hint of eagerness. She couldn't let Yzong face an enemy who couldn't even find her breath alone. There was anger in Black Zetsu's eyes. Yzong understood everything in an instant. I see. Last time, Black Zetsu's target was not himself, but Tsunade. That anger was definitely not fake. Is it because Tsunade and his behavior are too intimate, causing the dissatisfaction of this man who designed it to save his mother for thousands of years? What exactly is going on? Yzong wanted to ask, but Black Zetsu never gave him a chance to speak. At the moment Tsunade's voice sounded, Black Zetsu slowly sinked into the minister on the ground. It said slowly, Dad, when I'm gone, I know that Dad will definitely feel my presence. When you regain your memory, you will naturally know everything I said. Mom really misses you. After Black Zetsu said a few words without thinking, he completely sank to the ground. Yzong could feel that it was traveling underground at an extremely fast speed. After hesitating for a while, Yzong still didn't shoot Black Zetsu. Forget it, it's pointless to shoot now. Seeing memory? My memory is fine. However, Yzong chose to believe Black Zetsu's words. I'm not a person who is greedy for beauty. There must be some reason why I got acquainted with Kaguya, so I can't forget it. Or someone similar to me appeared in her life. Shaking his head, Yzong stopped thinking about it. At one point, Yzong can be sure that Black Zetsu should never appear again. He will continue to return to Madara's secret base, disguised as his shadow, until the time comes. It is not difficult to guess that there is a sense of confidence in the words it just said. Thinking about it, Madara, who was resurrected by Izanagi, had successfully transplanted Hashirama's cells and successfully opened Rin-Egan. Now should be summoning out of Gadu statue to renew his life. And Black Zetsu's so-called plan is to let Uchiha Madara open infinite Tsukuyomi. You can say that Black Zetsu is weak, but you can't deny that a lot of things that have happened in the ninja world over the years are secretly controlled by a big hand. Simply speaking, it was as if Yzong had directly provoked the Sand War. However, that is based on his strong foundation. Black Zetsu, if you want to achieve this effect, it is not difficult, but it is definitely not as immediate as Yzong. It takes too much time to prepare. Seeing this, it is not difficult to guess that the fusion between power and strategy, the circle will produce such a chemical reaction. Come to think of it, the Sengoku era will be much more exciting than it is now. In the Sengoku era, there was a real dance of demons. And in that era when cage-level strength can appear at will, it was suppressed by Hashirama and Madara for an unknown number of years, which is enough to show the horror of Hashirama and Madara. After Tsunade saw Yzong, he stepped forward to check. Seeing that Yzong wasn't hurt at all, the regiment commander heaved a sigh of relief. Little Yzong, don't do this next time, my sister is really worried. She remembered what happened just now, and couldn't help but panic. With a strange tone, she said, Little Yzong, will my sister be like Shang Xinzi in the future? Yzong laughed inwardly and silently said take it. For the next few days, the transport convoy was unimpeded. No, it should be said that Yzong killed the ninjas who came to ambush him before entering Konoha. It is worth mentioning that Yzong discovered an interesting thing. After approaching Konoha, there were even ninjas who dared to attack their group. He cloned himself to investigate and saw a group of masked Konoha shinobi from a distance standing by. Don't think about it, Ying has already guessed who it is. After the clone sent back the news, Yzong directly performed the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, these root ninjas didn't even know how they died. Danzo, it seems that you can't wait to start courting death. What are you looking for when you go into the toilet with a lamp at night? After what happened with Black Zetsu, Tsunade's attitude towards Yzong changed subtly. For example, when biting, Yzong opened his eyes, but he didn't see her break free. It's finally here. Little Yzong, go back to drain the water and wait for my sister. My sister will go to hand in the task first. Tsunade said meaningfully. Yzong shook his head and smiled, "We are the life of rubbing our backs." On the other side, a petite figure walked out of the country of wind. A cute little face is full of determination. The signature double bangs are tan. "Master Feng Ying, don't worry, Yakang will definitely complete the task. Senju Yzong, if I kill you, I can become the big hero of the village." Feng Ying's words still lingered in her ears, and with a determined look, she walked in the direction of the land of fire. She didn't know that she was walking towards the abyss, and an invisible big hand was already approaching her. Tsunade took the transporter and walked towards the Hokage room. Along the way, many people pointed at her. Most of what Tsunade heard was about Yzong. The Senju family has another peerless genius. At the same time, Danzo didn't know the news of Yzong's return. He snorted coldly, thinking about what had happened recently. The members of the Roots, during this period, lost nearly a quarter of their members because of his recklessness. This made his heart aches, and every time a Root member was cultivated, it would cost a considerable amount of money. The last laugh is still third Hokage. "Damn, Hiruzen, wait for me, you will regret it." When he finished speaking, he heard an unfamiliar voice ringing in his ear. "Oh. He doesn't regret it later." "I don't know, but you will definitely regret it." Puff. The moment this voice sounded, his back was pierced by a hand. Boom. But the next moment, Danzo's figure suddenly disappeared. The figure that shot out also disappeared in the root at the first time. After a while, Danzo narrowed his eyes and walked slowly out of a dark place. Who would have the ability? It can't be him. As he spoke, the Sharingan that had just been transplanted on Danzo's arm slowly closed. Izanagi. At the moment when the person who assassinated him appeared, he did not hesitate to use Izanagi. This kind of strength is no longer what ordinary ninjas can have. Who is it? Why dare to assassinate me? He was thinking when, suddenly, a Root ninja ran in front of him and said quickly. "Lord Danzo, it's not good. There is an enemy attack. We lost 24 good players." Before Danzo could get angry, another figure came out of nowhere. He half kneeled in front of Danzo and said quickly. "Lord Danzo, it's not good. The Shimura clan. 560 what? This place froze in place. Enemy attack. Only against his enemies." The Shimura family, in the blink of an eye, was extinguished by a third of the fire. The fire style that covers the sky and the sun is so fast that the Shimura family has no chance to react. The whole Konoha shakes completely. Enter the first level security state. With a whistle. Konoha Police Department, all staff are dispatched. For a moment, the ninjas who were still silent in the joy of winning the victory on the front line were stunned. Immediately, Konoha Shinobi rushed to the Shimura clan at a very fast speed. As soon as Tsunade arrived in the Hokage room, the third generation was shocked by the firelight before he could even greet him. A quarter of an hour later, Danzo stood before the Shimura clan with a gloomy face. Konoha F4 gathered. The third generation was furious and looked at the head of the Uchiha clan, who was also the head of the Konoha Police Department. Furious. "Check it out for me. Who is it that dares to openly declare war on Konoha?" The Uchiha family has once again become the target of the blame. There is no way, this time, another mutation broke out in the village. As the Konoha Police Department, it is natural to take responsibility. Danzo's face is ugly to see ultimate. He forced himself to calm down, constantly analyzing the characteristics of the person who just shot. Try to find people who match these characteristics in memory. And Yudatan Koharu and Mitokato Homura are also frowning. However, this time, the two people who have always been headed by Danzo did not step forward to comfort them. Not only that, many of the contemporary patriarchs of the great ninja clan arrived, and they did not show anger or anything else. On the contrary, I can still faintly perceive that there is a taste of schadenfreude. I'm in a hurry, but there's still something to be gained. Unexpectedly, he has already comprehended the Uchiha stone tablet. Next time, he will definitely be on guard, but next time, Izanagi won't be so useful. Yzong stood on the Hokage rock, and no one noticed his presence. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the random task. Cause Konoha panic. Mission completed. Chapter 63. Ding. Congratulations to host, get random rewards. 50 cents special effects appear. Yzong fell into silence as he looked at the sudden extra line of words on the attribute panel. Random rewards, 1 a chance to get a random advanced pupil technique. 2 randomly get a special ability that is very helpful to the host, including the blood limit. Yzong hesitated for a moment and made a decision immediately. Unlimited copy capabilities, do you need a second option? The first random progression is Manjikyo? Just as he was about to choose the first option, the door was opened. Yzong, Kushina and Minato, who just came back from practicing ninjutsu and fighting skills. As soon as the door opened, Yzong was sitting in front of the door, quietly waiting for them. Kushina couldn't help it at first, her eyes were slightly red, and she jumped directly into Yzong's arms. And Minato is a little more reserved, but again, there are tears in her beautiful eyes. They have been paying attention to the news from the front line all this time. They haven't heard the news of Yzong all the time, so they can't sleep all night worrying. The longing in my heart grew stronger. Kushina didn't sleep all night when he heard Yzong's God of War record, and so did Minato. Unlike Kushina, Minato would take out a small notebook and write down all Yzong's performances on the front line. Yzong beckoned, and Haichin walked towards him slowly. Little fool. Yzong stroked Xiaona's smooth little face. Minato, as gentle as water, can melt people's hearts the most. Yzong didn't want them to be in this state all the time. He chuckled lightly. Kushina, Minato, did you two just get back from training? Kushina was in Yzong's arms. Hearing this, he immediately raised his head and nodded heavily. Yzong rubbed her little head and said, "No wonder it smells like sweat." "What?" Kushina exclaimed and quickly broke free from Yzong's embrace. Minato burst out laughing. But she subconsciously took a step back. "It's normal to be beautiful, especially in front of your sweetheart." "I'm ashamed." Kushina covered her hot cheeks. Yzong hugged them with a smile, pulled them to the bathroom involuntarily, and said with a chuckle, Okay, wash it, it's beautiful again." A symbolic struggle. "Hello, your back-rubbing worker is online." I don't know how long it took, the shy voice in the bathroom turned into laughter. Tsunade returned from the Shimura clan. On the way, Tsunade couldn't hide his joy any longer. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't smile. After all, the ninjas in the village are all nervous now. In this situation, the initial judgment and the first reaction is the enemy attack. The enemy has entered. "Danzo, do you have this day too?" "Humph." Tsunade sneered, the last time he returned from the Uzumaki clan. And when Nawaki was standing in front of her covered in blood. She has never forgotten. Although both Jiraiya and Orochimaru said they couldn't find out who it was. But from the time they said, "Let her not go to third generation," Tsunade could already vaguely guess who it was. After all, if it was a dish from another village, how could he risk attacking and killing himself? What is the purpose, so that they can risk exposure to attack and kill themselves? Taking everything together, all the doubts are gathered together. Not afraid of exposure, not afraid of the Senju clan, they want to put the Clap clan to death. The strength is extremely strong, only the root. There is also the ruthless energy of attacking and killing ninjas. Except for the ninjas at the root, Tsunade really can't think of other suspects. Another point, Orochimaru had told her secretly that Yzong met Danzo when he sent Minato back that night. "The frontline war is over, my Senju clan has officially declared war on your Shimura clan." Tsunade murmured and walked towards Senju's quarters with his head down. "Little Yzong, how many secrets are you hiding from me?" "Humph." Tsunade pursed his lips with a hint of anger. The passing ninja glanced at it and was stunned in place. "Okay, so cute." Then, Tsunade glanced at him coldly, made him shudder, and hurried away. "Little Yzong, about the Shimura clan." Tsunade speeded up, and she saw the world of flames that covered the sky just now. What came to mind was the great fireball technique that Yzong exhibited that day. Recalling the scene just now, it is still the same shock. Looking back now, I immediately realized that it was exactly the same as the great fireball technique that Yzong performed that day. Even with the fireball that was so terrifying that it couldn't be explained by common sense, except for Yzong, Tsunade couldn't think of any other ninja in the world that could be like Yzong. Do you want to declare war on the Shimura clan? The young patriarch has spoken, so of course he is going to declare war. Tsunade narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Pushing open the door, Yzong was not seen. However, there were some rustling voices in the ears. The girl's silver bell-like laughter continues. Suddenly, Tsunade froze in place. She hurriedly opened the door, and saw a back-rubbing worker who used to be her own, rubbing her back hard. There was some discomfort in her heart, but she was relieved soon. Humph! Little Yzong, you are exhausted. Join the battlefield directly. Because of her joining, the battlefield became dire. Yzong's hands couldn't rest at all. Night. The surface of Konoha village is calm, but in reality, the undercurrent is turbulent. Boom! The door of the Hokage room was closed by Danzo, who said angrily, "Hiruzen, you will regret it." Familiar taste. Then, he walked quickly towards the camp of the Shimura clan. Before long, Mitokado Homura also came out with Yudit and Koharu. This time, they said nothing and remained neutral. Immediately, third generation had a good impression of them. Especially when third generation suddenly asked their opinions, that kind of feeling like a spring breeze. Yes, it is the breath of reformation. However, whether it has really changed, we do not know. San, Chien Deseo, tapped the table with his fingers, waved his hand to signal Uchiha, Tom, and Jerry to step back, and slowly picked up a document. It's not Uchiha who is best at fire style, who is that? Being able to sneak into the village and go to the Shimura clan's quarters seems to have a lot to do with Danzo. Let people keep an eye on the inside of the village for a while. Alas, as soon as the front line stabilized, the interior became unstable. Yzong is also back. After finishing this work, he can officially become his teacher in 2 days. Teacher, the will of fire you said, Danzo really? Before he knew it, Ho returned to his sharp-edged appearance. If it's not a last resort, I really don't want to shoot you personally, Danzo. With his hands on his back, he slowly walked out of the Hokage room and walked towards Umbu. No one thought that the arsonist was sleeping beautifully now. From time to time, I change my posture, and I can feel a violent fluctuation. Chapter 64. Ding! Congratulations to host for getting a random chance to advance pupil technique. Congratulations to host for successfully advanced Sharingan. Unlock Mangekyo Sharingan. Take up. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading Mangekyo Sharingan to full level, opening the Eternal Mangekyo. Unlock hidden ability, see through all ninjutsu. It turned out to be this hidden ability. Doesn't that mean that Izanagi and Izanami are useless to me? Distinguished heavenly gods should be no problem. Yzong watched his eyes become Mangekyo Sharingan, and the next moment, his mind moved and returned to normal eyes. As for the Sharingan's curse, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan directly cracked the curse that Mangekyo Sharingan received in use. The use of pupil surgery is not threatened by the seal, the Eternal Sharingan breaks the side effect limitation of Mangekyo, and the eyes have eternal light. That's right, or Yzong will go there to find the blood relatives of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Looking into his own eyes, Yzong's mind flashed that beautiful figure. Atsutsuki Kagaya. As for her pupils, Yzong looked at the stake beside him. Call out. Amaterasu. Black flames suddenly descended on the stake. The black flame that never goes out. Yzong already knew his pupil technique. Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Both Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi are close-range pupils, with a range of 5 meters. Of course, this is not absolute. But for Yzong, who owns Flying Thunder God, it doesn't matter far or near. Not bad, Tsukuyomi. The feeling of infinite insertion is still okay. As for Susanoo, Yzong didn't feel anything. Of course, it would be nice if the random reward could come with a 10-fist sword. Yzong, get up. This time, the one who woke Yzong up was our most gentle and lovely little fool. Isn't it time for dinner? Mikoto, why is it so early today? Mikoto didn't know what he had done, and his face was flushed. She said softly. Yzong, did you forget? Master Hokage came to us a few days ago, and today is the appointed time. Yzong was stunned for a moment, almost forgetting his basketball skills. For this reason, Kushina and Mikoto practiced harder these days. Yzong taught them how to deal with the enemy, as well as the psychology of fighting. I have to say that Xiofan 973 Eggplant is really persevering and likes to challenge Yzong every time. And every time I was slapped by Yzong, it felt really good. Just wait, or it will be too punishing. Yzong pinched Mikoto's little face and chuckled lightly. You can't take the opportunity to sneak attack, you want to repay the interest. After a while, Mikoto ran out with a blushing face. Tsunade was lying in an unimaginative manner, and when he saw Yzong coming out, he immediately turned into a ladylike appearance. Little Yzong, my sister is hungry. Alas, Yzong wakes up later than them because of the daily work. Yzong, hurry up, the time is up, go to the training ground and wait for the teacher. Kushina urged, she was a little excited. But Yzong calmly added a bowl of porridge for her, rubbed her little face, and said, no hurry, it's alright, let's have something to eat first. But, the teacher didn't say you can't eat. Yzong said directly. Little fool, listen to me. The corner of Tsunade's mouth was slightly raised, and she didn't remind her. Otherwise, the purpose of training will not be achieved. Who would have thought that Yzong would not listen to what third generation said before and would not eat? She couldn't help thinking that at the beginning, she said she didn't eat, but she still ate something to support her stomach in the morning. Of course Mikoto and the others didn't know, but Yzong said so confidently. Then, of course, you will not miss a delicious breakfast. According to what third generation said that day, the three came to the training ground together. Then, I saw third generation crouching at the door, looking up at the sky. It looks like it's been waiting for a long time. After seeing the three coming, he quickly stood up. No one knows that for this morning exercise, he put away the live broadcast artifact early in the morning. Oh, teacher, it seems that we were late because we were too nervous and didn't sleep well last night. Mikoto and Kushina see that the third generation is waiting for them, and the secret is not good. Who would have thought that in the next second, Yzong stepped forward and said so. Third generation looked at Yzong with an expression of self-reproach, not a fake at all, and quickly waved his hand. It's okay, no problem. You haven't eaten, have you? Kushina hurriedly said. No. Mikoto rubbed his forehead secretly. Dai showed a smile that was not a smile, and said. It is good. From today, you are members of the 7th class. Bad. Senju Yzong, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, are you ready? It is done. Kushina shouted loudest. Well, very dry. Then, the old rules, let's talk about dreams first. This point, third generation valued the most, and he really wanted to confirm again, Yzong's will of fire. Let me ask you a question first. What do you like, what do you hate, and what are your dreams? In front of the three stakes, third generation folded his arms and looked at the three with interest. Kushina spoke first. She raised her small fist and said confidently. My favorite, Uzumaki Kushina, is Yzong's cooking, and my favorite is to train with Yzong with Mikoto. The most annoying thing is when people call me Tomato. The biggest dream is to be the first female Hokage in the village. Next is Mikoto, her gentle voice said. My favorite, Uchiha Mikoto, is spending time with Yzong, Kushina, and the way Yzong is teaching. The most annoying, there is no most annoying for the time being. The dream is to become. She was influenced by Kushina at first, and boldly said that she liked to stay with Yzong. But in the dream behind him, his face was flushed and he was speechless. A pair of beautiful eyes peeked at Yzong from time to time. Third generation looked at her with a chuckle, waved his hand, and said. It's okay, Yzong, it's your turn. Yzong says. My favorite thing, Senju Yzong, is to be with the people I like. There are a lot of annoying ones, but they are not the most annoying. My dream is to become a ninja as great as a teacher and make a contribution to the village. Third generation listened carefully to Yzong's dream, and couldn't help being stunned when he heard this. There are tears in my heart. Will of fire. Where the tree Yafei dances, the fire also grows endlessly. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. Okay, let's start today's drill. While speaking, third generation took out 2 bells from his waist, shook them in front of the 3, and hung them on his waist. In today's drill, I grabbed these 2 bells from my hands. There are only 2 bells, and only the one who gets the bell can pass my test. In other words, this bell can only let 2 people pass the test, and one of you will be eliminated. Kushina frowned slightly and said, Teacher, why are there only 2? Doesn't that mean that someone must be eliminated? I don't want Mikoto and Yzong to be eliminated. Mikoto was also a little nervous. But she had scruples in her heart, and she didn't want Kushina and Yzong to be eliminated. Third generation smiled and said, It's okay, maybe none of you can pass the test. As soon as these words came out, Mikoto and Kushina were even more nervous. Start now, the bell fight. As soon as the voice fell, Yzong and Mikoto left immediately and went into hiding. Only Kushina was still standing there, looking confused. Third generation smiled helplessly and said, Okay, I'm careless, now, 3 bells. Third generation gave a wry smile and secretly said in his heart, it seems that he underestimated the bond between them. Those 2 bells would actually make this test less than satisfactory. Kushina smiled immediately. Third generation hasn't thought about it yet, so they can fight well, right? He swept several locations without a trace. The location of Mikoto and Yzong was immediately discovered. It wasn't that he could really find Yzong, but Yzong did it on purpose. Mikoto clasped his little hand and said nervously, Yzong, why didn't Kushina hide? A ninja with such a powerful teacher can't face it head-on. Yzong seemed to have known for a long time that Kushina would not hide. Ready to shoot at any time. The words fell, and Kushina really moved. Third generation still secretly admired Yzong and Mikoto's concealment methods. Who would have thought? Kushina rushed directly to him. Watch out! As expected of blood-red peppers, it is violence. Yzong sighed inwardly, having the opportunity to let her and Tsunade study hard. But Kushina is not a hot-blooded one either. She threw a punch, with a gust of wind. The third generation disappeared directly from the spot, causing her to miss with 1 punch. The next second, Kushina disappeared. Hide directly. Third generation stood on the stake and nodded. Although it's a little reckless, it's not really reckless. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. Eschin's pupils shrank. There is a flaw. Call out. A kunao flew towards the third generation, extremely cunning. Yes, as expected of the Uchiha clan. Third generation sensed kunao, and a body flicker technique avoided it. Immediately afterwards, countless kunao attacked him from multiple directions. The admiration in his eyes grew stronger. For Mikoto's combat ability, gave a certain affirmation. Kushina looked at the timing, threw a kunao, and attacked the third generation. Yzong didn't make a move from start to finish. He is also observing the performance of the 2 girls. In general, Kushina is more violent. Mikoto is the epitome of smart warfare. Watch out! Kushina punched away, third generation had no room to escape, and countless kunao attacked him. The cooperation between Kushina and Mikoto is really good. Kushina punched third generation on the back, but the next moment, with a bang, third generation turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique. Mikoto, who was hiding around, exclaimed and hurriedly threw a few kunao behind Kushina. At the same time, the figure flashed and disappeared. Kushina responded quickly, and while being surprised by third generation's body replacement technique, he threw a punch behind him without hesitation. Boom! With a muffled sound, the figure of third generation retreated. I was a little surprised. Did Tsunade teach it? The Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan have many similarities in physique. Kushina's little pink fist seemed soft, but in fact, even if it was a special jonin who received this punch, he would not dare to say that he was safe and sound. Third generation was a little careless, and only then received a punch. After Kushina threw a punch, he left quickly. Third generation was still wondering why it didn't pursue the victory, when a voice suddenly sounded behind it. Fire style great fireball technique. Minato was already behind him. What? Third generation wailed. Kushina and Minato converged, and upon seeing this, Kushina said in surprise, "Why is the teacher so weak?" Next, however, was a bang. That turned out to be the shadow clone of third generation. At the same time, a voice sounded from behind them. "Yes, the combined technique of the two of you has indeed grown a lot. The connection of the attack is well coordinated, but there is a lack of some contingency." Kushina and Minato ran towards the front as soon as the voice sounded. It's a pity that third generation's voice kept ringing behind them. "It's over." Kushina and Minato secretly said something bad. Next moment, leaf hurricane. Boom. With a muffled sound, third generation resisted with both hands, while taking a few steps backwards. He looked at Yzong, who suddenly appeared in shock. He didn't even feel Yzong's approach. The speed was so fast that it caught him off guard. Minato and Kushina also breathed a sigh of relief, and Yzong's shot made them feel at ease. "Kushina, Minato, you are here to assist me," Yzong said softly. Minato and Kushina immediately disappeared and went into hiding. Third generation froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Okay, Yzong, next, let me see how much you have learned from Teacher Chen." Third generation's eyes became solemn. It's not easy just now. Coincidentally, third generation also wanted to see what Yabao's current strength was. He was looking forward to it. At the same time, I felt a little melancholy in my heart, thinking of what happened between myself and my teacher back then. The image of Tobirama comes to mind. Yzong chuckled and said, "Teacher, please ask more. I also have some questions about physical fitness." Third generation nodded. He didn't know yet that Yzong was thinking of Konoha Shenlong. Leaf Great Whirlwind. Suddenly, Yzong's voice sounded behind third generation. Third generation's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't even find it. Yzong's clone had circled behind him at some point. However, the strength of third generation is not really taijutsu. Boom. Third generation's fists were separated, and his heart was extremely shocked. This leaf great whirlwind crushed him directly in terms of strength. Not good, I can't be a big one. Yzong's physique is as strong as Mr. Hashirama's. This leaf great whirlwind made his arms tremble non-stop. Yzong's fighting consciousness is very strong, and Teacher Chen has taught him that in terms of physical skills, he may have surpassed it, so be careful. He took advantage of the situation to quickly retreat, and at the same time, his hands kept moving, quickly forming a seal. Chapter 65. Third generation narrowed his eyes. He was serious. No matter how big he is, it is very likely that Yzong's next attack will make him suffer a lot. Boom. The shadow clone disappeared, and at the same time, the shadow clone beside the third generation also disappeared. The two looked at each other, and neither shot, but looked into each other's eyes. Kushina and Minato were so surprised that they forgot to take the opportunity. Seeing Yzong's and third generation's physical fighting against each other, he couldn't keep up with their movements. "Teacher, you used ninjutsu." Third generation gave a wry smile, but it couldn't be denied. Said, "You can't be careless when fighting with you." Third generation said slowly, and at the same time, narrowed his eyes and put one hand on his back. No one saw that, at this moment, his hand behind his back kept shaking. However, from his shoulders, one or two can still be seen. Minato closed his mouth slightly and exclaimed, "Kushina, look." Kushina followed her finger and was stunned. "This. I also asked Tsunade's sister to teach me." She secretly made up her mind. Third generation is already in a tense state at this time, ready to make a full shot at any time. "That's right, it's Tsuanli Tianeo. Of course, it refers to the attainment of physical art. As if that wasn't enough, third generation made a familiar mark on both hands. With a bang, after a puff of white smoke, 4 shadow clones appeared beside them. Yzong showed a meaningful smile. Encyclopedia of Ninjutsu? The 5 elements ninjutsu is nothing to worry about. Third Hokage. The next moment, Yzong and third generation started at the same time. Ding! Kunao flew out and was directly blocked by third generation's shadow clone. Mikoto and Kushina have also been looking for opportunities to help Yzong. But third generation left 2 shadow clone directly, keeping an eye on them. He used all his strength to collide with Yzong. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Great Whirlwind. 2 shadow clone of third generation swing their legs at the same time, one sweeps. The main body and Yzong collided with both fists and fell into the disadvantage. Almost at the same time, Yzong crouched directly, dodging the combined attack of the third generation's 2 shadow clones. At the same time, his hands slammed on the ground, and his legs slammed. Refer to the picture, the big whirlwind of the King of Fighters buns. Bang bang! 2 shadow clones of third generation are destroyed at the same time. The body blocks the arms with both hands and retreats at a high speed. The dignified look in his eyes became more intense. After just one face-to-face, he knew that when he heard that Yzong used physical techniques to torture Uchiha Fugaku before, the evaluation he gave was too low. Now, there is no doubt that third generation has fallen behind when it comes to taijutsu. At first he thought that Yzong was relying on the strong physique of the Senju clan to cause this phenomenon. But after fighting a few times, he instantly understood. Yzong relies on more than just his physique. Whether it is in the instinct of fighting, or in dealing with the details of the battle. Much better than his Hokage. Even, a terrible thought occurred in third generation's mind. Yzong doesn't seem to be doing his best at all. Instead, it seems to be taking care of him, slowly increasing the strength of the confrontation. How is this possible? The unbelieving third generation strikes again. Resisting the tingling sensation from his arm, he quickly formed the seal. There are 2 more shadow clones. The main body confronted directly, and the 2 shadow clone attacked Yzong from both sides again. Yzong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and shouted angrily. Leaf Strong Whirlwind! Boom! The pupils of the oncoming third generation body shrank suddenly, and it was inevitable. Yzong kicked at him, and before his foot even reached, the Japanese gang wind stabbed third generation so much that he couldn't even open his eyes. What a powerful force! He quickly formed a seal, and his hands were petrified. Boom! With a cracking sound, Yzong kicked his arms. This time, third generation shot out like a cannonball. The 2 shadow clones of third generation were even blown up by Yzong at will. Third generation hit a big tree and instantly turned into a piece of wood. Body replacement technique. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yzong in the distance, with a solemn look on his face that he had never seen before. No, light spells, I'm not a match for that kid at all. It's unimaginable. In terms of power, he has the same energy as Mr. Hashirama. In terms of agility and skills, it is as delicate as Tobirama teacher. If it goes on like this, I will definitely lose. He was thinking about the strategy against the enemy when Dao's slightly immature voice sounded. Teacher, you are careless. The voice fell, and third generation's eyes widened. In the next instant, third generation felt a pair of powerful little hands hug him. Although he didn't know what Yzong was going to do, his instinct told him that the next move would be very dangerous. No more scruples. Boom! His 2 shadow clones suddenly appeared behind third generation, pushing Yzong back. The 2 stood facing each other again. Yzong smiled lightly, with no signs of fatigue on his face. On the other hand, third generation was dripping with sweat on his forehead. FX3. Shouldn't compete with him in physical skills. Teacher, I'm going to get serious. Yzong's words almost made the third generation, who had been watching the live streaming artifact reward himself for a long time, be heartbroken. He had no choice but to accept that even if he was the representative of Konoha Dragon God, Mr. Chen would not bring him this kind of pressure when he stood in front of him. At the same time, he was also a little shocked. Yzong hasn't used all his strength since just now? Swa. Yzong didn't give him any time to react, and in the next instant, he ran around him at an extremely fast speed. The speed is so fast that even the Hokage's third generation can't see clearly. Boom! After running at high speed, Yzong kicked in the next instant. Under the blessing of inertia, third generation did not dare to take it hard, but avoided it. But, this is exactly what Yzong wants. At the moment third generation jumped, Yzong still ran around him 5 times. That's right, this time, it's the Watch Lotus Flower. The third generation, who was at a disadvantage, did not expect that Yzong would have such spare power. Swoosh! In an instant, third generation completely lost its ability to resist. In midair, he had no foothold and no support point at all. Yzong suddenly came under him, his hands slammed on the ground, and he kicked his chin with one foot. Boom! Third generation tried its best to resist, but was still dizzy from Yu Li's shock. Because of the rear force, the body directly flew up. Yzong's mouth lifted slightly. In the next instant, a figure leapt towards third generation. The speed was extremely fast, and one foot after another landed on third generation's body. Even if the third generation could resist it, it couldn't stop and kept flying upwards. Yzong did not know when, and appeared behind third generation again. The powerful limbs directly bound the third generation in midair. Third generation wanted to resist, but couldn't break free. Looking at the ground, he suddenly felt a breath of death. Ape Demon! Yzong just hugged third generation and started to spin quickly. Suddenly, a black stick appeared. At an extremely fast speed, it reached his back accurately, and the trend of rotation stopped. Third generation quickly broke free and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the breath of death still shrouded his head. Not good. Hiruzen, behind. The ape demon who transformed into a King Kong Ruyi rod roared. In the next instant, Yzong, who had been pushed to the back earlier, disappeared with a bang. Shadow clone. Third generation was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, Yzong appeared behind him. The same limbs bound him. Spinning at high speed in the air. Beauty Lotus. Changed shape, head turned to the ground. Have you used the summoning technique? After a quarter of an hour, third generation gasped and stood up from the ground with difficulty. Kushina and Mikoto held small bells and sparred aside. Third generation blushed and had a thick neck. He lost in a mess. If it wasn't for the last moment, he called to stop. He would never doubt that Yzong would use up this trick. Just let him go west. Only then did he realize that the moment he avoided Leaf's strong whirlwind, he had already lost. From beginning to end, Yzong's body never attacked him. Including the one that kicked him to the sky is also Yzong's shadow clone. At the same time, he also noticed that Yzong never seemed to have a not terrorist fighting consciousness. Until the last moment, I will never stop. Third generation narrowed its eyes, as if trying to get back to the teacher's demeanor. Looking at Yzong, he said, Yzong, Taishu is powerful, but it changes rapidly in battle. Don't be careless. Okay, next, the teacher is going to test your real challenge ability. After that, 1, it is a shadow clone. Gotta get some face back. Yzong was a little disappointed in his heart. He thought it was because of the physical competition. Finally, the Konoha Dragon God of the third generation can be forced out. As a result, he found that he guessed wrong. Even third generation, there is no Master Chen's Konoha Dragon God. It seems that Konoha Dragon God has to find a chance to learn from Teacher Chen. Although Yzong has no shortage of strong taijutsu and ninjutsu. 0 for flowers, 0. But, Konoha Ryujin, a lot of goodness. Yzong sighed and became a little more serious. Cage-level opponents, he will not be underestimated. Third generation smiled confidently and lost the taijutsu, but in the battle, it was not just taijutsu. Yzong, you have to know that in battle, one's own strength is 1 point, and so is his analytical ability. If you don't have a good sense of battle, it will be difficult to play your own advantages when facing different enemies. It's like a Grandmaster Fire-style ninja fighting a not-so-special Grandmaster Water-style ninja. In Taijutsu, in terms of resilience, and in the restraint relationship of ninjutsu attributes, they can all become a weapon of victory. Third generation really wanted to regain face and started a long talk. Kushina and Minato on the side listened with relish. At their age, what they lack is not only strength, but also experience in battle. Yzong also taught them from time to time, but the result was no exception. Every time he fought against Yzong, he would cover his eye and have tears in his eyes. After third generation finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Second battle, start." When the voice fell, he was like a ninja facing the same level of strength. 3 shadows. The clone quickly attacked Yzong's side. A triangular trend. At the same time, the main body and another shadow clone jumped into the sky. The ape demon who was watching the battle frowned and said slowly, "Here isn't what happened. Why are you so cautious in the face of a child?" But then, Yzong told it that he would, not only in physical art. Shadow clone. No need to seal, there are 4 more shadow clone beside them. Yzong saw third generation's posture and immediately guessed what he was going to do. At the same time, the body suddenly retreated. Without revealing his true strength, he still had to be cautious when facing third generation. The 3 shadow clone of third generation did not stop. Yzong's reaction was quick, and before they could use ninjutsu, Yzong had already retreated. Close? Dare to approach Yzong? 5 escapes Dalian playing technique. Ninjutsu with 5 different attributes of fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind that the body of the third generation and the 4 clones emit at the same time. The scene is magnificent. But at the same time, third generation did not dare to use it all. He wanted to see how Yzong would judge, choose, and deal with ninjutsu with so many attributes. Minato and Kushina were also stunned. 5 kinds of ninjutsu appeared at the same time, which made them react. If these 5 kinds of ninjutsu are used against you, how should you deal with it? At least, they can't do it now. However, Yzong didn't panic at all. He suppressed the release of his own Chitola. The hands clapped, and then the hands pressed down. Earth-style earth flow wall. A wall of Gaotu, a symbol of Chakra's wealth, rises. Admiration appeared in third generation's eyes. The earth attribute has a strong defensive ability. At the same time, he also increased the amount of chakra released. What if, faced with an irresistible ninjutsu? The next moment, third generation's brows raised, and Yzong did not know when, standing on the wall of Go's head. Looking down at him, he quickly turned the direction of the 5 attribute ninjutsu release. Yzong's mouth slightly lifted, 5 escapes from Dalian. I seem to be 2. With 4 shadow clones. Slap both hands. Clap 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 clap. 5 escapes Dalian playing technique. The ape demon opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. Minato and Kushina breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At the same time, there were quite a few stars in Minato's beautiful eyes. The ninjutsu of the 5 attributes is a gorgeous battle. Third generation was shocked. He didn't expect that Yzong actually mastered the 5 attributes of ninjutsu. No, it should be said that I am shocked that Yzong's physique is the same as himself, Chakra, who has 5 attributes. The ninjutsu unleashed by Yzong was less powerful than him, but third generation was too shocked to speak. The chosen one. Yzong, I will definitely train you to be the next Hokage. And did. He increased the amount of chakra. Immediately won the game. Of course, this was Yzong's intention. Fortunately, the majesty of the teacher was preserved, and the majesty of Hokage was preserved. The battle was over, and the training ground was a mess. Third generation walked up to Yzong and took out the last bell. Recovering his kindly appearance, he was extremely satisfied, and secretly said in his heart, "Where the tree Yafei dances, its extinction shows that there is no end to life. The teacher will burn himself and light up the new shoots, CAI. Chapter 66. Minato and Kushina stared blankly at Yzong. Two little fools, what's the matter? I shouldn't have anything on my face, right? Minato shook his head, recovering. Kushina secretly glanced at the third generation who was talking to the monkey demon. He raised a small pink fist and said, "Great. The teacher must be very satisfied with our performance just now. This girl." After that, the third generation came over to instruct some things, and then went back. Because of the Shimura family, he has been quite busy these days. It was hard to deal with the matter at hand before. This time, those documents piled up on the table again. Who would have thought that among all Hokage, Yongtame's table is the cleanest? In the days that followed, the third generation began to frantically instill the will of fire again. Kushina is directly immunized. Minato nods seriously every time. I don't know if it's true. Yzong showed an extremely exaggerated expression every time, shocked. Every time I ask what to do. Third generation is very satisfied and likes Yzong more and more. Often at night, after putting away the live broadcast artifact, I sighed. It would be great if Yzong belonged to the Sarutobi clan. Today, as usual, the third generation returned with the three of them to encircle the nearby bandits. In the Hokage world, there are still many mountain bandits. More than expected. After all, having power over others and taking them to experience, in fact, the main purpose is to make Juxin 237 Nai and Minato adapt to the fight. Yzong? Third generation's heart tightened with satisfaction. If Orochimaru will be on the front line, the speculation about Yzong and the confirmed things will come back. Third generation was afraid that it would have to be shocked and rewarded himself a few times before he could recover. However, the observant third generation still noticed, no matter every time they took on the task. Facing what kind of enemy, what kind of accident happened. Yzong had an unchanging look from beginning to end. Deal with it, but also calm and calm. It can be said that third generation felt so satisfied for the first time. The love for Yzong has far surpassed the love for Orochimaru. The heart is not centered, everyone is eccentric. Every teacher is equally biased. This day, as usual, after completing the task, Sich returned to the village. Third generation is no longer going out with him, after he fully understands the strengths of Kushina and Minato. Each time, some tasks of just the right difficulty will be selected, and Tsunade will lead the team to perform the tasks. The battle on the front line was quiet for a long time because of the last battle between Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Everyone knows that the next time, a large-scale war will begin. All three villages will be devoted to a large number of ninjas. As Hokage, third generation is busy again. It is worth mentioning that after the Shimura clan, the whole Konoha fell into a strange calm. Danzo hasn't come out to live for a long time. However, it is not difficult to guess that the next reorganization must be a bigger reorganization. Came back. Third generation put away the documents on the table and said with a smile. As the captain of the team, Tsunade was relieved. There was no fear that the three of them would suffer any harm. Teacher, we have already wiped out all the bandits nearby. When can we go to the front line? Kushina couldn't wait to ask. She had already asked a few times before, and her strength had improved rapidly, and she began to feel that it was a bit boring to exterminate those bandits. Tsunade also cast an inquiring look. In the recent news from Orochimaru and Jiraiya, it is pointed out that the Rain country seems to be unable to bear it. Many Konoha shinobi people have been assassinated on rainy days. This made the mood that was originally relaxed, immediately tightened. Orochimaru and Jiraiya naturally saw Hanzo's conspiracy. I just want the ninjas in Konoha to be wary of rainy days. Then, he will inevitably send someone to attack and kill indirectly. To put it simply, it is to play psychological warfare, and come true. Let Orochimaru and Jiraiya wonder whether he will launch the general attack in the next thunderstorm. Also, there are threats from Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Now, there is no such thing as joining forces anymore. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi became hostile countries directly because of the last incident. Wait a minute, you don't have to take on missions anymore. Third generation didn't reject outright this time. Kushina was instantly motivated. If you dream of becoming a female Hokage, you must do something for the village. When she heard about Yzong's achievements in the front line, she was envious for a long time. Okay, let's go back first. Tsunade, I'm going to ask you about Kushina recently. Third generation got serious. Tsunade nodded, with a sad look in his eyes. It's only been these few days, and Kushina doesn't know yet. After leaving the Hokage room, it was getting dark. Tsunade swept away the haze in his heart and smiled. It is good. Let's have a good meal today. It was a big meal before going to the front line. There are some things that Tsunade can't stop, and she has also figured it out recently. At least, she wants to make grandma go away happily. Great. I want to eat barbecue meat all the way. Minato was also infected by this atmosphere, and said with a chuckle. It has to be a combination of meat and vegetables, Kushina. Tsunade picked up Yzong, took a bite, and said. Little Yzong, my sister is out of money again, this time. Needless to say, Yzong knew it all. After killing so many ninjas on the front line, Yzong directly transformed into a small local tyrant. Added a three-pronged kunai with a scroll. The little girl is still so cute. After eating, Tsunade took Kushina back. They were not staying at home recently, they were staying next to Mito. Only Yzong was left at home, and Minato who occasionally stayed overnight. As usual, Yzong took Mikato's little hand and walked towards the Uchiha clan. Back to a familiar place. Minato snuggled into Yzong's arms. His cheeks were flushed, like a cloud of fire, spreading to his neck and ears. Bar. Hey, little friend, you are not good, and you are still playing sneak attacks. Yzong said in disbelief. Minato suddenly became bold again, raised his snow-white neck, and slowly closed his eyes, his long eyelashes still trembling. The corners of Yzong's mouth twitched slightly. Since when did this little fool become so bold? By the way, it seems to be the last time the Flying Thunder God spell was printed. Minato licked his lips indifferently. Okay, go back and review today's battle. The front line is not so easy, so be prepared. Yzong's voice fell, and an old voice sounded from behind the two of them. Oh. Are you going to the front? Minato, you go back first, and I will chat with Yzong. Very well, within the Uchiha family, kiss the daughter of the great elder. He was also caught by the elders. Grandfather. Minato suddenly gave up. No way, after the first elder coughed a few times, he said. Good. 11. Really, the elbows started to turn out before the elbows grew. Yzong, you have come here so many times, and you don't go in and sit. Yes, Yzong has sent himself back so many times, and he hasn't even invited him in to sit. Minato was a little nervous and a little expectant. Yzong chuckled lightly and said. Since Grandpa said so, then it is better to be respectful than to obey. Mikato's big eyes narrowed immediately, like two crescent moons, very cute. The corners of the elder's eyes twitched slightly. Yzong's grandpa call was more smooth than last time. Inside the house. The elder and Yzong sat opposite each other. Minato was stopped outside. Taking the tea handed over, Yzong took a sip and said. Good tea. The elder was silent, but he couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. This tea, but he made it himself. Senju Yzong, parents were second Hokage Senju Tobirama's bodyguards. What are you going to do about you and Minato? The great elder asked the answer that he most wanted to know. Yzong casually spread out his hands and said. Grandpa, did you forget what I said last time? Well, the front line is over, and the Shimura family's affairs are over. I will let Tsunade's sister come to propose marriage to Minato. In a word, it was directly said in the heart of the elder. This is what he wants. Yzong will never live up to Mikato's words. It's not in vain for him to bear a lot of pressure because of the freedom Minato won. Some time ago, after the Shimura clan incident, the Uchiha clan was hit even harder. After the Jinchuriki thing, plus the Shimura family thing. Let the Uchiha family stand on the edge of the wind again. However, the first elder still has to test. the Senju boy in front of him. In the next instant, a powerful chakra burst out from the old man. At the same time, the Uchiha family was proud of the bloodline boundary. Sharingan opened directly. Minato felt his grandpa's chakra outside. "Don't worry about those tedious things, just push the door open." He saw his grandfather stunned. The pair of eyes that opened Sharingan were full of disbelief. Is that possible? "You, who are you?" Minato was at a loss. "What the heck? Isn't he Yzong, Chiba of the Hand clan?" "Grandpa won't." Just now, the great elder of the Uchiha clan was about to cast an illusion on Yzong. Let him see what Yzong will face if Minato and Yzong are together. But he didn't expect that, at the moment of his illusion, Yzong's eyes suddenly turned into Sharingan. "This Senju Yzong, he is not the princess of the Senju clan. Moreover, his parents are also from the Senju clan. How is it possible to have Sharingan?" The first elder's first reaction was that Yzong's Sharingan was not his, it was from Uchiha. But soon, he was stunned, because he was anti-illusion. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Yzong's eyes had already returned to normal. This kind of expression of freedom of retraction is absolutely impossible to be a transplanted Sharingan. Like a bolt from the blue, the great elder of the Uchiha clan was completely stunned by this scene. Uchiha combined with Senju is not without it. But it is absolutely impossible to be like Yzong, who is completely different from Uzi. Bo has nothing to do with it, and it can also open the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. "Grandpa, look, if I look like this, am I qualified?" Yzong looked at him innocently. There was a hint of immaturity in the voice. The first elder was still in shock and did not recover. Hearing Yzong's words, he nodded dumbly. Minato happened to see this scene. "Grandpa, 5.3. Yzong stood up, walked in front of Minato, touched her little head, and said, "Okay, it's getting late, I'll go back first." Minato blushed, she heard the words just now. "Yzong, you really will?" Yzong made a silent gesture, put it on her ear, and said softly, "I will marry you as a wife in the future." Well, yes, in a way, Minato is also a little kosher. Minato stood blankly until Yzong left before she regained her senses. Looking at his grandfather's sighing appearance, he remembered what Yzong just said, and his heart was sweet. The first elder looked at his granddaughter who looked like a nympho, and touched his forehead. "This Yzong, it seems that it is not as simple as it seems. Sharingan, impossible, there is absolutely no record of him having any relationship with Uchiha. But why his Sharingan?" The first elder narrowed his eyes, and at that moment, he could feel that Yzong's control over Sharingan was stronger than that of him, the great elder Uchiha. Maybe, he can really break Uchiha's status quo. Yzong had just arrived home when he saw third generation standing at the door and seemed to have been waiting for him. "Yzong, do you know a child named Yzong?" "Chakra?" "Yes, when she was found, she fainted in front of the gate of the village. She kept saying your name." In Yzong's mind, the beauty of the sand country who loves to wear halter tops comes to mind. Chapter 67. Nagato, run! During the time Yzong left Senju's garrison with the third generation, within the Land of Rain, the layout of Black Zetsu began, and it also laid the groundwork for the Fourth Ninja War that followed. The war on the front lines began to spread. Hanzo of the Salamander couldn't take it any longer. At the same time, the friction between Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi escalated, and they began to fight constantly. On the other hand, Konoha, who was originally targeted, turned out to be a place that was not affected. This made Hanzo feel uneasy in his heart. With a single order, the fire of all three parties will be ignited. Konoha Shinobi enters the Land of Rain and it all begins. What? It turned out to be a child. Damn. They're not ninjas. 327. What? Yzong. When I came to Konoha Hospital, I saw a handsome child lying on the hospital bed. She kept saying Yzong's name. Yzong saw the orange hair in her two sweets and the pale green hair on the top of her head, and immediately recognized it. This woman is Yzong. the elite Jonin who was killed by 4th Kazekage, Gaara's father. Sand Shinobi, Scorch-style Yakura. A beautiful ninja who combines strength and beauty. Accept the confidential mission of 4th Kazekage, quietly leave the village, and go to the village of Kirin as a village messenger. On the way, he is attacked by the ninjas from the village of Kirin, which leads to his death. Very sad. However, why did she appear here and still know her name? Most importantly, she shouted her name even when she was in a coma. Yzong, do you know her? When she was still conscious, she said that her name is Yakang. Both of you have the word leaf in your name, and she kept saying your name, so I asked someone to save her. The current Yakang, Yzong's age is average. Moreover, he did not carry anything related to the land of sand on his body. Although 3rd generation was vigilant, it couldn't find anything wrong. Yzong frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. He walked up to Yakang, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked her hair. No one saw him, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Teacher, I know her. I've known her for 10 years before I entered the ninja school. Hearing Yzong's words, 3rd generation was obviously relieved. Now is an extraordinary time, if Yzong says he doesn't know her. That Yakang has only one end, death. Teacher, let me take her back. I learned healing jutsu taught by Tsunade's sister, she had no problem, she was just too tired to pass out. A medical ninja next to 3rd generation nodded and said a few words softly, which is roughly what Yzong said. 3rd generation hesitated for a while, and seeing Yzong looking at Yakang with concerned eyes, he dismissed the last thought. Okay, then take her back. Yzong carried Yakang on his back and walked towards the Senju clan's quarters. Before leaving, 3rd generation stopped him. Yzong, prepare well when you go back, the front line has sent back news. Yzong nodded and said goodbye to 3rd generation. The 3rd generation stood in front of the gate of Konoha Hospital and hadn't left for a long time. It wasn't until Yzong's figure completely disappeared that he turned around and went to the Hokage room. Lord Hokage, the transfer ceremony of 9 tails is about to begin. A voice sounded from behind 3rd generation. 3rd generation stopped, and his expression instantly turned serious. Send out all Umbu personnel and protect it. Notify the people guarding the routes, if the people in the routes dare to take a step tonight, they will all be executed. Yes, Hokage-sama. 3rd generation narrowed its eyes and hurried towards the Senju clan's quarters. At the same time, he bit his fingers and quickly formed marks on his hands. Summoning technique. Come out, ape demon. After a burst of white smoke, the ape demon appeared in the form of a monkey. Ape demon, it's starting, there's likely to be a big battle tonight. With that, he took off his Hokage robe, revealing his armor. On the top of the head is a light black shadow character. Hiruzen, are you worried about Sand Shinobi? 3rd generation did not reply, but said to the Umbu ninja beside him. Where's Mason? Master Hokage, Master Shuo is already stationed outside the village. Hey, take Shigeru. After tonight, call, Wu Yabai Yat. The 3rd generation has 4 clones, ready to fight with all their might. At the same time, the country of sand. 3rd Kazekage sat at the table, frowning. Cho rushed to the front, and this time, he must behead Hanzo of the Salamander. As long as the leader of the Rain country is beheaded, then we don't have to worry about being attacked by the enemy. Rock Shinobi, this time, you will definitely end up with Konoha. He stood up, and a ninja immediately appeared in front of him, half kneeling in front of him. Reached. The ninja said solemnly. Lord Feng Ying, everyone is here, you give an order and they will start attacking. 3rd Kazekage was silent for a while, then said. 9 tails forwarding, can't make it so easy for them. Once there is chaos within Konoha, the front-line commanders will inevitably shrink back. At that time, after Cho beheads Hanzo, he can do his best to deal with Rock Shinobi without any worries. Rock Shinobi is caught off guard, and will inevitably be defeated, and we will turn to Konoha again, and we will catch them by surprise. Notify them, now, attack Konoha. Yes. Lord Kazekage. When the 3rd generation was near Mito's residence, a fire suddenly erupted outside the village. Countless puppets rose to the sky. Scorpion's parents. Report Hokage-sama. Suddenly, a large number of ninjas from the land of sand appeared outside the village. Captain Heitake Sakumo is leading people to support. At this time, Heitake Sakumo was not the deputy commander of Konoha Umbu. Just a captain. But after tonight, Mu Yabai will show his fangs. Damn. The land of sand. Third generation quickly guessed Sand Country's plans. Pretty much what he guessed. If there is turmoil inside Konoha, the front line will definitely be affected. He even began to suspect that what happened to the Shimura family before was done by the country. In order to reduce Konoha's vigilance, he still used fire-style ninjutsu. In this way, the other party must have understood the internal contradictions of Konoha and poured misfortune on Uchiha. Damn, who is it? The third generation is furious. In this situation, it is difficult to imagine another result other than the ghost inside. Notify everyone and let me take care of my position. Also, AWOL, kill. Third generation's eyes were extremely cold. At this critical juncture, there must be no accident. There is no need for him to worry internally. The recent performances of Mitokado Homura and Yudatan Koharu reassure him. At least, they're not like Danzo, who can barely be trusted at this juncture. Also, Tsunade was there. If there is an accident, Tsunade can also delay his arrival. Sakumo, the outside can only be handed over to you. Third generation murmured, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, the ape demon immediately transformed into a King Kong Ruyi stick. He was holding the Vajra Ruyi stick in one hand and sat in it. The four clones form four corners, waiting in secret. On the other hand, Yzong also sensed that the atmosphere was wrong tonight. Immediately afterwards, he opened his eyes and saw the scene outside the village. White Fang. Hey, take Shigeru. Yzong narrowed his eyes, and immediately discovered what was fighting against him. Puppet. Is it an attack from the land of sand? So, the timing of Yakang's appearance was too coincidental, right? Is it? Was she sold at such a young age? Don't have to wait for Gaara's old beans to launch Fengying, he has already been sold by third Kazekage? Yzong couldn't help but smile. Feel the softness behind him, and the peaceful breathing in his ear. Well, in order to get close to me, you don't hesitate to come from the land of sand alone. Even if your purpose is to kill me. The corner of Yezong's mouth lifted slightly, and he already had a plan in his mind. Scorch style. It's rare, keep it by your side. A bigger plan came to his mind. The first step is to start with Yakang. Wood style wood clone technique. Yezong split up a clone and asked him to take Yakang home. He himself is diving into the dark. Uchiha must be strictly guarded now, and once the tailed beast is involved, they are not allowed to approach. Thinking about it, now the police department has also sent people to help outside the village. As Mikato, there is no danger. Immediately, he rushed towards Mito's residence. In fact, within a breath or two, Yzong arrived near Mito's residence. Next is Nine Tails Jinchuriki Transfer. Yzong narrowed his eyes, the image of playing with Nine Tails that day was in his mind. Nine Tails. Actually, it's not bad to keep as a pet, but it's a little too big. The strength is good, then give Kushina this bodyguard. However, since Kushina has become a Jinchuriki, the front line cannot let her go. Mikato, no, just wait a while, I'll turn on Sharingan. After saying that, Yzong disappeared. The third generation, who was sitting on one side, didn't notice at all. Yzong swaggered right under his nose. And left swaggeringly. Tonight, it is destined to be not peaceful. As if feeling something, Yzong said slowly. He stood on the Hokage rock in Hashirama and had a panoramic view of Konoha. Look for an opportunity to replicate Oyemu's dust escape. Only flying is more important. After speaking, his figure disappeared into the night. A soft murmur. Yakang slowly opened his eyes. The unfamiliar environment around her immediately made her vigilant. At this moment, a voice sounded in her ear. Woke up. Should I call you Yakang? Or should I call you, Sand Shinobi Yakang? Yakang's eyes widened, and he immediately turned his head to see a boy of her age standing beside her. Yzong. She immediately recalled what third Hokage had said to her about Yzong's appearance symbol. Here is. What do you want to do? She narrowed her eyes, stood up, and assumed a fighting stance. Hey, big sister, you said you knew me. It was you who passed out in a coma and kept reciting my name. I rescued you from Hokage's vice admiral, or you would have died in your slumber. I brought you back from the hospital. Yzong spread his hands and said helplessly. Yakang blushed after hearing this, and realized that the person in front of him didn't seem to be lying. But how did he know who he was? Seeing to see her doubts, Yzong raised his hand to signal him to calm down. Ah, don't jump on my bed. What? Yakang sat down immediately, rescued her, and slept on the bed. When I wake up. She remembered what her mission was, but in front of Yzong, she didn't start immediately. The reason is very simple, she has found out that she has been tricked. Why is Yakang unconscious at the Konoha gate? Very simple. 613 orders. After she left the border of the Kingdom of Sand, she came to the territory of the Kingdom of Fire. He was chased by a group of ninjas. In the end, all the ninja tools on his body were exhausted. Escape all the way to Konoha's gate. She hasn't forgotten what her mission here is. So he lurked in Konoha and inquired about the news. But she couldn't wait for Yzong to come out, and she didn't have the confidence to sneak into the west of Konoha village. The passion for the village was instantly extinguished. At this time, she realized that the thing itself was strange. No, it should be said that there are loopholes in the task itself. Although she is confident, she doesn't think she has Jonin-like strength yet. At least, not yet. Then why does Feng Ying? At this time, Sand Shinobi's ninja appeared. She was instantly defensive. But he was knocked unconscious and threw it in front of the Konoha gate. Just for tonight's action. The moment she saw third Hokage, she figured it out. Calling out Yzong's name in a hurry is a matter of survival instinct. How do you know who I am? Seeing that there was no hostility in Yzong's eyes, she breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she became vigilant again. Yzong looked at her with a half-smile, and said, "Oh, did you discover it? If she didn't come to assassinate herself, her fate would be doomed. In the future, when I was in the pit, I discovered that I had been sold. It's just that the person who sold her was turned into the main generation by 4th Hokage. As for why did you send her here? It's all fate, destined to be sold. Okay, I'm too lazy to say anything else. Now, I'll give you 2 options. 1, surrender to me, save me wasting my energy. You seem to have no other choice." Yakang's eyes widened because she suddenly felt that this young man of the same age as her. An aura of death enveloped her heart. How is this possible? Yzong stood up and walked towards her slowly. Yakang involuntarily took a step back. No, he moved back a bit on the bed. How can that be? This kind of momentum is only available when facing the wind shadow. Moreover, this young man's aura was even more terrifying than Feng Ying. What choice? Yzong was pressing step by step, and she had nowhere to go. Instinct told her that once she dared to resist, the young man in front of her would never show mercy. It's very simple, I want you to help me with one thing, or, it can be said, I want to support you to be the leader of an organization. 17. If I guessed correctly, you should have opened your bloodline limit, Scorch style. Yakang's pupils shrank suddenly. How could he know? Chapter 68. You have a problem with your stance. Raise your head, straighten your head, why is your butt so up? Retract a little bit. What? A quarter of an hour later, Yzong pinched his chin and looked at Yakang with a flushed face standing in front of him. He nodded and said, "Yes, that's how you have the temperament of a superior. Stay still for an hour and remember this pose for me. Over time, you will have that temperament." Yakang, who had just escaped from the land of sand, fell into Yzong's clutches again. This poor girl who has been thinking about the land of sand all her life. That's all, if you meet us, you don't have to be so miserable. Take a look at the scorch style oversteaming on the property panel. A smile appeared on his lips. Ding! Congratulations to host for upgrading scorch style oversteam to full level. Get hidden ability, oversteaming can ignore the opponent's defense, status. This is very BT. The virtualized Obito, if caught, will also be directly evaporated from the water in the body. Unexpectedly, I found a treasure. Yet. Yzong, why do you keep this posture? The blush on Yakang's little face had crept up to his ears. Yzong smiled and said. Why so many questions? Tisk. Look up, it's fierce. Yzong sat on the bed, thinking, what's the name? Don? It's still a bit louder. But for the time being, there is only one member, Yakang, the bear commander. I need to find a few more. Yzong glanced at it, expression. Yakang immediately became nervous. The small body was already covered in sweat. Okay, take a rest. Yakang was relieved, he didn't care about anything, and sat down on the ground. Yzong raised the corners of his mouth and said. Are you hungry? Yakang just remembered that she hadn't eaten for 2 days. She had just been taught by Yzong. She was nervous and shy, but she managed to survive. Guru. Okay, it just so happens that we still have some ingredients at home. Yzong cooked by himself, which moved Yakang, an orphan, badly. Although he looks fierce, he is still very gentle. Yzong couldn't help laughing as she watched her gobble the food, and asked. Yakang, do you know a child named Scorpion? Yakang thought for a moment, Kaido. Is it the grandson of Cho's mother-in-law? I've heard of him. Yzong nodded, having a plan in mind. Suddenly, a memory flooded into my mind. Oh! Has White Fang killed all of Sand Shinobi? It went well over Kushina's side too. Yzong stood up and said. After eating, pack up and I'll go out. Don't think about running away, I can find you anytime I want. After saying that, he disappeared. Yakang was stunned for a while, but he couldn't figure out how Yzong left. She didn't know yet that Yzong left the Flying Thunder God spell somewhere on her body. Yzong left for the whole night. Yakang hesitated for a long time, and finally, she gave a wry smile. Not because of what Yzong said before, but... Where else can I go? After thinking about it for a while, he slept on Yzong's bed in a daze. Who are you? A scream woke her up. Yakang opened her eyes and saw a lovely girl standing beside her. Who are you? Why are you sleeping in Yzong's bed? Where's Yzong? Yakang frowned slightly. Then who are you? Elder sister. Yzong called out softly, and he was held in Tsunade's arms. I don't know how long it has been, and there are not many people coming and going. News of Mito's death was blocked. It should be said that the whole is blocked. The people who came were all from the Senju clan's quarters. After Mito cooperated to seal 9 tails into Kushina's body, he left with a smile not long after. Before her death, she still held Yzong's hand. Child. Senju clan, I'll leave it to you. This was Mito's last words to Yzong. Kushina is still sleeping. Sealing 9 tails requires a large amount of chakra. Kushina is still not used to it. Transferring is not as simple as direct sealing. In a blink of an eye, the day passed. Everyone also walked out of sadness. Yakang was assigned by Yzong to a place where Senju was stationed, not far from him. Then asked 3rd generation to enroll it. Let her secretly win over several big ninja people. As for the effect, Yzong would not ask. It is equivalent to planting a seed, maybe it will have a big effect in the future. Teacher, Kushina and Mikoto will ask you to tell me. Hokage interior. Yzong and Tsunade stood in front of 3rd generation together. 3rd generation raised his forehead with a wry smile and said. Kushina and Mikoto, you really left me with a big problem. Immediately, he stood up and said solemnly. The situation on the front line is very delicate, the land of sand. 3rd generation was about to say something, but shook his head and said. When you arrive, you will naturally learn from Orochimaru. Take advantage of the night, you should go to the front as soon as possible. Tsunade will lead the team this time, and we must ensure that the supplies can be delivered to the front line in time. Yes. Tsunade looked serious. Third generation nodded and said, "You go to rectify the transport truck first." Tsunade glanced at Yzong, then turned and left. Third generation looked at Yzong without saying a word. For a long time, as if he had figured out something, he said slowly, "Yzong, I hope you can remember what I said next. The last lesson I can teach you. Please take it to heart. It's not forcing you to remember it all and understand what it means. However, I hope that when you grow up, you can still remember what my old man said. It will definitely work for you in the future." Yzong nodded, and when third generation faced him, it was rarely so serious. Most are kind-hearted and teach in this way. Third generation put his hands behind his back and looked directly at Yzong. The final content is the will of fire. As long as there is a place where wood yafe dances, the fire will burn. The shadow of the fire will shine on the village. And let new leaves sprout. After speaking, third generation seemed relieved. Yzong nodded in understanding. Third generation showed a kindly look again, touched his head, and said softly, "It doesn't require you to comprehend now. Okay, let's go, be careful." Is teacher. Yzong walked out of the Hokage room slowly. The smile on third generation's face disappeared and said coldly, "Watch out for Danzo, I feel like he's moving again. Let Sakumo come to see me." With that, he sat back in Hokage's seat. After Yzong walked out of the Hokage building, he looked back at the Hokage room. Is this an apprenticeship? It's a bit fast. However, third generation seems to have found that he can't teach me anything. Silent night. At this time, Konoha was quiet and terrifying. Since Sand Shinobi's attack a few days ago, the inside of the trapped leaves is shaking. Many ninjas have begun to clean up the clan. Yzong walked towards the Konoha gate, and along the way, he could see the people of the Uchiha clan patrolling. This time I'm going to the front line and I'm going to face Hanzo head-on. I don't know what will happen if I kill Hanzo. After a while, Yzong came to the big leaf gate. "Sister, let's go." After waiting for a while, these ninjas also rushed over, Yzong said. Tsunade nodded and glanced at the list in his hand. These are the ninjas who are going to the front. The great ninja clan cannot be avoided, and it is even more necessary to contribute. Set off. With an order, the transport team moved towards the front line. The people of the Hyuga family are responsible for finding the way ahead. The Aberame clan and the Inyazuka clan were responsible for the investigation of the left and right wings. A group of people set off from Konoha in a mighty manner. Although the number of people is large, the speed is not slow. But within 3 days, the convoy arrived at the front line. Because of Yzong's last reaction, the conflict between Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi continues, and the conflict is fierce. Later, on the side of the land of sand, Cho was dispatched, and they were bound to take the land of rain. Sadly, she lost to Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo was also furious. In a fit of rage, gather all the ninjas of the land of rain and kill all the ninjas in the land of rain, Rock Shinobi, Sand Shinobi, Konoha. However, they are really too weak. Although the assassination ability is beyond Mimura's reach, the overall strength is too weak. If it wasn't for the existence of Hanzo, the land of rain would have been destroyed long ago. Once on the front lines, Orochimaru and Jiraiya were relieved. The captain of the medical team is back. Orochimaru can also concentrate on commanding the front lines. Jiraiya, of course, did her old job and continued to peep. During this time, Jiraiya found at least 20 dishes. What a terrifying amount! The war has completely broken out, and every missing dish has a huge impact on the war. Yzong, what do you think they will do next? Tsunade and Jiraiya both went to work later. Orochimaru invited Yzong to the beacon tower. Yzong looked at the direction Orochimaru pointed, his eyes narrowed slightly. #B. The direction of the rain country. Why not Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi? The more we fight in Sunin Village, the more they will gain in the end. However, I think Hanzo can't help it anymore. Oh! Orochimaru's eyes lit up, showing interest, and said, "During this period of time, he always attacked us in reality when it was raining, which is indeed possible. However, although Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi seem to be fighting fiercely, it is not yet to the point of injury. How are you sure that Hanzo won't hold back?" Yzong smiled slightly and said, "Sand Country sent Cho to assassinate Hanzo. Of course it ended in failure, but that also caused Hanzo's anger. He will definitely organize a wave of attacks. As to whether he will really attack Sand Shinobi, or hide his ears and attack something else, we don't know." Orochimaru frowned and said, "Then, what do you think we should do?" Yzong said, "Wait." Orochimaru was a little disappointed, and he thought about this answer. But then, Yzong's words made his eyes light up again. "The surface is waiting. Actually, we can send 10 teams to ambush in the Land of Rain. And the frontal battlefield is also timed to start. Due to the failure of Cho, the morale of the Kingdom of Sand is currently low, and it is a good time for a fake attack. As long as we go to harass and fight, the country of Sand will inevitably suffer a big drop in morale, because they won't go to war. If we dare to go, it proves that we are not afraid of Cho. The main fighting force of the Sand Kingdom is Cho, and Rock Shinobi, who has a belly and a back, is staring at him, and they are absolutely shrinking. At this time, Hanzo will definitely come, take the opportunity to attack us, and possibly join forces with Rock Shinobi temporarily." After thinking for a while, Orochimaru nodded and said, "Yes, this method works. But, in this way, it means that we are facing 3 parties at the same time. However, Yzong, you are indeed a genius. In terms of commanding combat, you are no less than the ninjas I know." Orochimaru praised without hesitation. Yzong shook his head and was about to dismiss what Orochimaru said when facing the 3 parties at the same time. If nothing else, an accident happened. Boom! The next moment, the absolute shock broke out. A giant raccoon dog with a whole body covered with curse prints appeared at the camp of Rock Shinobi. Yzong frowned and secretly said, "Has Sand Shinobi dispatched the fortune? It shouldn't be. Nyo Xiao Xiao, if Xiao or he comes out and goes berserk, it is very likely that he will attack Sand Shinobi. It's hard to say, their unique way of summoning tailed beasts is also a blessing. Although Xiao he is arrogant, he is still reluctant to part with blessings. Even if he shoots against Sand Shinobi, he won't do his best." Sure enough, as soon as Yzong thought of this, the behemoth slapped Sand Shinobi's quarters. From a distance, Yzong saw that the top of Xiao'erhe's head revealed the half-length of an old man. When you hit Sand Shinobi, it's flat, and when you switch to Rock Shinobi, Xiao'erhe patted his stomach, causing a huge roar, like a thunderbolt from the blue. Wind-style empty bomb. In the direction of Rock Shinobi, Morizuru spit out a huge wind ball containing a lot of chakra from his mouth. 012311210083152390. Wherever the typhoon passed, it was razed to the ground. Tailed beast. Run! Rock Shinobi never thought of it, they just wanted to take advantage of Cho's damage and take advantage of the opportunity to attack Sand Shinobi. Unexpectedly, Sand Shinobi released their tailed beast directly. Xiao'erhe opened his mouth wide, and a circle of aftershocks lingered in his mouth, and the violent shock wave shook the close ninja with blood. Such a change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even in the country of rain, the aftermath of this shock can be felt. Hanzo shouted, "All out!" Immediately, he rushed towards the frontal battlefield. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, then quickly said to the people below, "Ichimoku, the only way for 10 squads to ambush the ninjas in the Land of Rain. Let everyone be prepared, there may be a full-scale attack at any time." The appearance of Xiao'erhe directly brought the war to the outbreak. "What? Ha 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 ha!" Xiao'erhe's voice was insane. The Rock Shinobi were heartbroken and fled. The next moment, Xiao'erhe raised his head, his mouth widened, and countless tiny chakra balls gathered. Chapter 69. Yzong narrowed his eyes, and after Orochimaru left, he clapped his hands. Wood-style wood clone. Afterwards, the 3 wood clones that were separated out all cast Flying Thunder God and disappeared in front of him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Sand Shinobi, thank you for the Tailed Beast. Tailed Beast Recycling Program, start. Inside the Sand Shinobi Station. Quick! Carry the wounded away. Fenfu can't control shower he for a long time. If the speed is faster, the pressure of Fenfu will be less. Cho, in command of Sand Shinobi, was carrying the wounded away from the battlefield quickly. Master Feng Ying actually put shower he on the battlefield. Too anxious, we can take advantage of the existence of Fufu to make them jealous and dare not force us to push too hard. Who knows? Run, shower he goes crazy, we will suffer. Sand Shinobi carried away all the ninjas who survived just after being slapped by Shukaku. Those who can be saved must be taken away. At least, on the surface. What is that? Tailed Beast Bomb. Quick, don't run away. Hurry up and assemble the defense class. Block its attack, or we won't be able to escape. Rock Shinobi is the most embarrassed. After Yzong's operation last time, Rock Shinobi also realized that something was wrong. But there is no way to explain, this situation is getting worse and worse. Well now, the tailed beasts are dispatched, and they are playing a dur. Then, various Earth-style defensive ninjutsu appeared. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Among them, Gao Tokyong has the most. Ha 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 ha. Shower he's crazy laughter resounded all around. On Konoha's side, Orochimaru gathered everyone and said loudly. Everyone temporarily leaves the camp. One tail is targeting Rock Shinobi right now, but when Bao Chi starts targeting us. Half of them stayed around and caught them off guard at the right moment. Immediately, he turned his head and said. Yi Mu, you will lead the team here, remember, if one tail attacks us, absolutely don't resist, just hide with someone. After nodding at a glance, with a wave of his hand, he took half of the people toward the surrounding area. The appearance of one tail directly changed the situation of the entire battlefield. Defense is the most important. Neither Konoha nor Sand Shinobi will bring down Rock Shinobi at this time. Everyone knows that the existence of the tailed beast is a variable. Moreover, it is an extremely unstable variable. Once the person on that side dare to take the initiative to attack the tail beast, or take the initiative to resist it, absolutely 680 pairs will arouse its fierceness, and at that time, one tail will be able to make them flee without the other two ninja villages taking action. If you want to kill it again, the loss will be unusually large. In fact, the frontal battlefield is also like a kind of push-push music. The battlefield is so big. If the territory is occupied, if you want to retake it, it will cost a lot of troops and resources. So, even Rock Shinobi is now being targeted by one tail. These people seem to have all fled, but without exception, someone is in command. Keep the troops as much as possible and minimize the loss of territory. Orochimaru watched half of the ninjas hide behind Yi, looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade, and said, Jiraiya, you first take the rest to the land of rain and ambushed. Tsunade, you are in command of the medical team, and they all approach the land of rain. This time, we are going to confront the land of rain head-on. As long as the hidden danger of Hanzo of the Salamander is solved, Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi won't be able to last long. Yes, in the current battle situation, Konoha is still the dominant side. Without any hesitation, Jiraiya approached the land of rain with her. And Tsunade glanced at Yzong on the beacon tower, hesitated for a while and still didn't bring Yzong. Because, Orochimaru signaled her, don't worry about Yzong. Come to think of it, Orochimaru would not arrange Yzong to go to those dangerous places. That's exactly what happened. After everyone left, only Yzong and Orochimaru were left in the place where Konoha was staying. Yzong, what do you think is the chance of our ambush the country of rain this time? Yzong thought for a moment. Kaido. 70%. So tall. That's right, the reason why the rain country has been able to resist until now is nothing more than relying on Hanzo of the Salamander to support it alone. As long as you, Jiraiya big brother and Tsunade's sister can hold him back and let the ninjas of Konoha kill him, the country of rain will have no threat. Orochimaru couldn't help frowning and said, Yzong, how do you rate Hanzo? Yzong shook his head and said, Orochimaru big brother, everything, you will know when you face him. Sister Tsunade has developed an antidote to restrain the Sansho fish, you have to be careful. If it wasn't for the appearance of one-tail Shower-he, Yzong would have personally experienced it, the so-called demigod Hanzo of the salamander. But now, Hyo Morizuru appeared. The small abacus in his mind started. It's a pity that Yzong had already signed a contract with Katsuya before coming to the front. His current summoning beast is the king of the Shirkbone Forest, the sage Katsuyu. It's not that it's bad, it's just that this kind of auxiliary. That's not right, with Yzong's current chakra amount, he hasn't tried to summon a fraction of Katsuyu's body. But one thing, he's summoning out of Katsuyu, definitely not less than a third. While he was talking, Shaojuru's tailed beast bomb was ready. Boom! Shake like a landslide. Orochimaru looked surprised. He knew the strength of the tailed beast, but he had never really seen it. This time, if it hits Konoha, he couldn't imagine. Yzong, you should have your own thoughts, pay attention to safety. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he quickly rushed in the direction of Jiraiya. Yzong looked towards Rock Shinobi. At this time, the layers of defense they set up were a joke in front of tailed beast bomb. The world seems to have lost its color because of the tailed beast bomb of the Crane Guard. Rock Shinobi was so desperate, he simply chose to abandon all his camps. It's true to save your life first. Ha ha ha, run! Run! Shower-he's sharp voice resounded all around. The Rock Shinobi grit their teeth, but have no way of coping. Suddenly, Shower-he stretched out two claws, and one tail kept swinging. Layers of gravel began to appear on the ground. It rushed inward towards the Rock Shinobi camp at a very fast speed. The tsunami-like gravel hit, these Rock Shinobi hidden in the surrounding area were buried by the gravel before they could react. On Sand Shinobi's side, they had already evacuated from the camp, and looked at the behemoth in the distance. The hatred in his eyes did not hide at all. And use the power of the tail beast, and hate the power of the tail beast? So funny. If he couldn't fight the tailed beast, he threw all his chi on Jinchuriki. Any dissatisfaction can be thrown at Jinchuriki. And what about Shadow? By default, give the villagers a chance to release their emotions. Sad, right? Fenfu, who has been imprisoned for his identity as Jinchuriki since birth, even his real name has been forgotten, and he is called Shao Crane by the name of the tailed beast in his body. He is also recognized by Shower-he. Morizuru's next target is definitely Sand Shinobi. Otherwise they wouldn't be running so fast. After detaining Shower-he for so long and treating Fenfu like this, Shower-he will definitely vent for himself and Fenfu. Tsunami-like gravel directly submerged nearly one-third of Rock Shinobi's station. The people in the distance were stunned. Desert burial. This voice is like Shinigami's voice. Dong dong dong. This trick is to use air pressure to attack. Without exception, those Rock Shinobi who were buried by gravel, all exploded and died under this move. Ah, damn Shoukaku! Damn, is this Sand Shinobi dying? How dare you release this monster? Withdraw. Back again. The back crane will never keep chasing us. I will definitely turn back to each other Sand Shinobi and Konoha. The Rock Shinobi have completely lost the courage to resist. Facing the behemoth one-tail Shower-he, there is absolutely no way. Shower-he is full of kunao detonating charms, but the damage to it is minimal. The corner of Yzong's mouth lifted. At this time, his eyes had become Sharinon. Mass burial in the desert. He slowly raised his hand, and suddenly, gravel poured under the beacon tower. Nice attack. After speaking, his figure disappeared on the beacon tower. Shower-he laughed loudly over there, attacking the surroundings unscrupulously. It is indeed a weapon of war. Its lethality is too great. At this time, Sand Shinobi, while hating, is also praying. What to pray for? After Shower-he came out, their goal was achieved. Oh, Morizuru has become the object of hatred and hatred again. Don't have high hopes for Fenfu, who has been imprisoned all the time. Pray for the blessing to be able to suppress Shower-he back into the body again, and then continue to be abused by them as Jinchuriki. Ridiculous. Now, Shower-he is constantly destroying on the battlefield, destroying aimlessly. It is to express the anger in the heart. If it is said that Xiao'erhe will be scruples, I am afraid that it is only a blessing. But Fenfu is now in a deep sleep, right on its forehead. Attacking Sand Shinobi's side, naturally, there is no trace of concern. Swa. A kunao flashed in front of Xiao'erhe's eyes, but he didn't care. Let Kyu intervene in yourself and ignore it. Even, it hopes to be more, and when it gets close to the crowd, it can kill them with their weapons. At the same time, news of Xiao'erhe being thrown into the battlefield spread back. Countries shake. All point the finger at the country of wind. And the kingdom of wind did not respond. Let the self-blame public opinion ferment. The country of the wind is about to start a war, and neither Hanmiri nor Cloud Shinobi are involved. Now, starting towards the border of Konoha, Sand Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, the land of rain falls asleep. Hanzo led the people to speed up. His eyes were full of anger, and the kingdom of wind was so angry. If Cho failed to defeat him, the land of rain was still a threat. At the same time, Sand Shinobi has to face the pressure of Konoha and Rock Shinobi. Direct showdown. I have a bad time, everyone has a bad time. Damn, are these Sand Shinobi crazy? Do you want to cause a war in the whole ninja world? If the one-tail Shukaku is not stopped, the war will spread to every village. At this time, bang bang bang. Hanzo narrowed his eyes and quickly formed the seal. Body flicker technique escape here. But his men were not so lucky. The detonator didn't mean to stop at all. No, there is an ambush. It's Konoha's man. They never thought that Konoha, who had been assassinated and harassed by them in rainy weather, would actually ambush them. Don't they stay in the garrison to avoid being attacked by Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi? Obviously, they can't get the answer. The Konoha Shinobi have been in ambush for a long time, laying down layers of traps. Just wait for them to pass by. This is the only way to go, and it is the fastest way for the land of rain to rush to the frontal battlefield. This is why Orochimaru dares to be so confident. Hanzo will definitely not be able to bear it, and he will definitely rush to the frontal battlefield as quickly as possible. First, you can take the opportunity to attack the village of Sunin. Second, the system is to keep pushing towards the direction of the land of rain. Those two reasons were enough to make Hanzo nervous. Especially Morizuru, if not stopped, with Sand Shinobi's temperament. It is bound to sign a contract to approach the land of rain. Even Xiao'erhe is reluctant to approach the country of rain and hates water. There will also be a few rounds of tailed beast bomb towards Sand Shinobi pulling it. The damage to the rain country will be immeasurable. Hanzo of the Salamander. Hanzo narrowed his eyes while summoning out the Sanshou fish. He looked at the three ninjas who appeared in front of him. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. Konoha. There seems to be a fateful battle between Jiraiya and Tsunade Orochimaru, the trio, and Hanzo. After today, Konoha Sunin resounds in the ninja world. War is imminent. Konoha vs Rain Country. Rock Shinobi, at the same time, has withdrawn from the battlefield. Morizuru is on their campsite. Don't quit, go to Sand Shinobi or Konoha. Isn't that courting death? In this case, Sand Shinobi and Konoha ambushed early and entered their territory when they could not escape. Xiao'erhe rioted, no one could be found, and the resentment in his heart had not been fully released. Countless chakra balls gathered in its mouth. Tailed beast bomb. Rock Shinobi's eyes widened and he ran faster. Withdraw. All retreat. Don't stay on the battlefield anymore. The commander of Rock Shinobi gave the order directly, and it was pointless to stay. No one can stop Tailed Beast Bomb. After Xiao'erhe spat out the Tailed Beast Bomb, he slowly landed in the middle of Rock Shinobi's camp. Earthquakes. Weapons of war, so terrifying. The entire Rock Shinobi camp was razed to the ground. There is no absolute necessity, and no one wants to face the Tailed Beast. Master Yzong. Don't get too close to Xiao'erhe. At this time, Yzong was standing behind Xiao'erhe. A small Katsuyu on his shoulder said nervously. Yzong was also very helpless about this, and Katsuyu really wanted to get close to it. Since the last time, it has stayed in Yzong's arms, refusing to return to the wet bone forest. Xiao'erhe. If only it could be smaller. It's not bad to catch it directly as a pet. I don't know if Mikoto likes it or not, but if Morizuru stays in her body, just like Kushina, it can be used by her in the future. Having 9 tails to attack and defenders to defend, just like their fighting habits. Katsuyu, I put Shaojuru in your wet bone forest first, is there any problem? Chapter 70. What? Lord Yzong, what are you doing? Yzong raised the corners of his mouth and said with a smile. Katsuyu, your body should be able to crush Morizuru at will, right? After being silent for a while, Katsuyu said. If Lord Yzong can really bring Shaoruhi to the shitbone forest, the main body can suppress him at will. Yzong nodded and smiled. Okay, then it's settled, you go back first, don't merge with the main body. After that, Yzong left the Flying Thunder God spell on this little Katsuyu. After being silent for a while, Katsuyu said. Lord Yzong, go back now. After you have conquered Shaoruhi, I'll go back. If you have a way to bring Shaoruhi to the wet bone forest, the main body will definitely be able to subdue it, and it won't be too short of time. Yzong chuckled lightly and said. Don't you want this time? Katsuyu, can you tell me why you want to get close to me so much? Katsuyu was silent, and he didn't know if he couldn't say it, or if he crossed the species. No one noticed that at this moment, a figure appeared on Shaoruhi's forehead. Fenfo, you don't have to work so hard anymore. Wander around, it will also help you in your practice. Sharing the blessings, in essence, he can endure it, and he has something to do with his own beliefs. What dare to put on this uncle's head? Get out of here. Shaoruhi immediately sensed Yzong's existence. Yzong suddenly appeared, making it stunned for a moment, completely unexpected. There was panic in its voice. However, Yzong just smiled. Slowly take a beat. Click 1. There was a sound like glass breaking. Do not. My uncle finally came out. Damn brat. Shaoruhi's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, the huge body shattered and turned into a large pool of gravel. Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi froze at the same time. The Konoha Shinobi who were hiding in the dark were also stunned. On Rock Shinobi's side, after seeing Shaojuru turning into a pool of gravel, all were stunned for 3 seconds. Kill it. Damn Sand Shinobi. Go back and let them know, my Rock Shinobi's wrath. Sand Shinobi gritted his teeth here. Damn. This hateful Shaoruhi is useless at all. Kill, Saint Hui. Snatch the camp back. As a result, the frontal battlefield broke out again. Konoha frowned. Everyone has heard the little devil in Shaoruhi's mouth. Many people became more active. Come closer. When the war starts, we take the opportunity to make a move, and try not to expose it if we can. Immediately give the order. The Konoha crowd began to move towards the junction where Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi were stationed. Fenfu slowly opened his eyes and saw a young man looking at him with a smile. You are. Yzong waved his hand and said. Are you willing to leave the Sea of Misery? Fenfu was stunned, and he couldn't slow down. Yzong shook his head. That's all. When the voice fell, Yzong opened Sharingan's eyes. Fenfu was directly controlled by the illusion, and he had no ability to resist. Yzong stretched out his finger and hooked Katsuyu. Master Yzong, you have to be careful. After saying that, with a bang, this little Katsuyu went straight back to the wet bone forest. At the same time, Shibone Forest, Katsuyu body. There is a pendant in the shape of a rosary on the neck. On the rosary in the very center is the word Sien written on it. This is the body of Katsuyu. The Shibone Forest Holy Land has very little land, and most of it is composed of towering trees, water, and swamps. The trunk of each towering tree is bigger than the tailed beast. In the Shibone Forest Holy Land, it can be described as dark and damp. The main body of Katsuyu looked at the little Katsuyu who came back, and said with some excitement, Can Lord Yzong come here? It's a pity that Katsuyu can't do reverse summoning, otherwise, it will definitely ask Yzong if he can come to Shibone Forest Holy Land. Yes, Lord Yzong said that he will bring the one-tail Shaoruhi over here, and ask the main body to suppress it. This Katsuyu, he speaks to himself so gently and politely. Memories are connected, at least a little delayed, right? The main body can't wait to ask, and I look forward to it in my heart. Outside, Yzong felt the movements of those sand shinobi and rock shinobi. It's almost there, come out, shouted he. He clapped his hands, and the other hand was on Fenfu's abdomen. Untie. The next moment, everyone except Yzong was stunned. No less than the sudden collapse of Xiaohe just now. What's going on here? Look, there is no blessing on Xiaohe's forehead. Shake, if this news spreads, the ninja world will definitely shake. Xiaohe stood blankly for a while, then lowered his head and looked at Yzong, who was standing beside Fenfu. It did not choose to attack, and Fu was beside Yzong. It didn't understand why Yzong let it out. Little devil, I suddenly like you a little bit. Ha ha ha. Xiaohe Shen's power was completely released. Previously, it only appeared after the blessing, this time, it broke away from the seal. Moreover, it is still on the frontal battlefield. This is not the land of wind. In other words, Xiaohe has become a thing without a master again. Go back and tell Tsuchikage-sama. Almost at the same time, the people in the main ninja village sent people back to report. Especially Sand Shinobi, his mentality collapsed directly. Because, Xiaohe began to attack indiscriminately again. Various tailed beast bomb, wind style. Attacking from all directions, it was like the humiliation that Xiaohe had suffered during the years of release. Yzong watched quietly. When several wind styles attacked Konoha's direction, they were blocked by his wood clone. Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, in just a quarter of an hour, suffered heavy losses. On the other hand, on Konoha's side, they kept making shots, and soon they had an absolute advantage. Cho saw something wrong, but Xiaojuru was suddenly released, which no one thought of. Everyone said that the tailed beast was not good, and the hatred in his heart was infinite. But who doesn't want to have tailed beasts in their village? If there is one more, the strength of the village will rise immediately. Xiaohe, are you finished venting? On Xiaohe's forehead, Yzong suddenly appeared. The flying thunder god spell left behind will never be forgotten. Little devil! Although you let me out, I won't thank you for it. I still remember what happened before, and now, disappear for me. It shoots at will, like expelling mosquitoes. The next moment, Xiaohe was stunned. The little thing standing on its head actually blocked its claws. Although it didn't exert any force, the original intention was to let Yzong get off the top of his head. But still surprised. Untie. Buzz. Yzong closed his eyes, and a huge incomparable memory and experience flooded into his mind. In the next instant, several wood clones from the frontal battlefield appeared beside him. Flying Thunder God. Swoosh. What is this situation? Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi were stunned when they looked at the sudden disappearance of Morizuru. But soon, they will have no time to think. Go. Kill these guys. In an instant, Xiaohe didn't care anymore. Damn, these damn Konoha Shinobi, kill. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading wood-style flower tree world to full level. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading wood-style Malong technique to full level. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading wood-style wooden golem jutsu to full level. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading wood-style wood expulsion jutsu to full level. Ding. Congratulations to host for successfully upgrading Sage Art wood-style true several thousand hands to full level. A series of beeps sounded. Yzong opened his arms and took a deep breath of the air from the shitbone forest. Xiaohe stood in the wet bone forest with a stunned expression. Under the feet is the white liquid melted from Katsuyu's body, it has no feet. Master Yzong. Katsuya body lightly pressed his body against Yzong. Yzong can feel that this huge Katsuyu is exactly Katsuyu's body, Katsuyu immortal. It keeps sending joy to itself. The corners of Yzong's mouth lifted slightly, and he only felt that the whole person was sublimated. Fairy power. Sage mode, he wants to enter, only need a banner to buy a house. Yzong released the notes that he had been comprehending Hashirama and Tobirama at home before he brought Shao'erhi to the forest of wet bones with the flying thunder god technique. Once cool in the end. Little devil! You brought this uncle too. Katsuyu. Shao'erhi came back to his senses, and when he turned his head, he saw Katsuyu, who was many times bigger than him, and went numb. Shao'erhi. Katsuyu said softly, and immediately, countless Katsuyu the size of Morizuru surrounded Morizuru. What? Shoukaku, who was not at all afraid of others attacking him, screamed for the first time. Katsuyu is not without offensive power. Zero seeking flowers. It releases highly corrosive saliva. Even Shao'erhi, who has the strongest defense, can only spend it in mourning now. Little devil! Naturally, it did not dare to scold Katsuyu, but he was a real immortal. Is Six Paths strong? Still learning a lot from Toad Sage? As one of the holy places, the Shibone Forest has the strength of the first holy place. Yzong leaned against Katsuyu, steaming infinitely soft. After a long time, after digesting the memories and experiences in his mind, he said, Katsuyu, put it out and I'll talk to it. Master Yzong, well, be careful. Katsuyu released Morizuru, but only gave it a head. Hoo. Little devil! This uncle will kill you. At the foot of Yzong, Katsuyu's body splits out into a small Katsuyu, almost as big as Xiaojuru. Yzong stood at the same height as Xiaohe. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. Xiao'erhi, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Give you two choices, the first. Pick your head. Wind style. Sand shots. As the name suggests, the machine gun-like wind-style air cannon struck. Lord Yzong, be careful. Boom. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. A wooden shield shaped like a fang's grimace directly wrapped Yzong. All of Shukaku's attacks hit it. Can't even beat it. Yzong stretched out a hand and smiled. Well, I just happened to try it out with you. 0. Shao'erhi's eyes widened. He murmured in his mouth, wood style. Snapped. Yzong took a step and clapped his hands together. At the same time, he instantly entered Sage mode. The next moment, the towering trees around the Shibone forest suddenly burst out with countless branches. Wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu. In an instant, 4 wooden hands stretched out from the towering tree on the side and directly pinched Shao'erhi. Katsuyu on it seemed to sense Yzong's thoughts and immediately retreated. The moment Xiaojuru was no longer bound by Katsuyu, he was controlled by 4 huge wooden hands. Clap clap clap. Wood-style flower tree world is coming. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood-style wood dragon technique. In an instant, this space became Yzong's territory. Countless branches emerged from the towering tree. A giant wooden golem appeared at the foot of Yzong. This is the wooden golem jutsu of a complete Susanoo in size and combat power. You can catch the tailed beast bomb with one hand, and use the tailed beast bomb to counter-attack, both offensive and defensive. Immediately afterwards, a huge wooden dragon appeared around wooden golem. This wooden dragon is also extremely powerful. The 9 tails that was bound by it at the beginning screamed in agony, and even if it was entangled, it would absorb chakra. This time, Shao'erhi was no longer calm. It desperately broke free from the shackles of the 4 huge wooden hands, but the wooden hands did not move at all. Now, can we talk? You are dreaming. Little devil, dare to humiliate this uncle. Shhhhhhh. Come on, it's time to experiment. Shao'erhi gathered tailed beast bomb and attacked Yzong. Yzong clasped his hands together and controlled the wooden golem. The 10 sheep grabbed the tailed beast bomb. Then, returned it. Shao'erhi is stupid. Boom. Tailed beast bomb exploded, and Shao Crane was smashed to one side. But its body can quickly recover. A perfect test subject. If 9 tails. Strong is really strong, but Yzong is afraid that he will be killed if he is not careful. Damn, kid. Shao'erhi is the one with the most stinky mouth among the tailed beasts. Very well, I'm relieved that you look like this. Katsuyu curiously said. Lord Yzong, don't worry. Yzong turned his head and looked at Katsuya with an incomparably huge body, and suddenly the corner of his mouth twitched. The next moment, a rare seriousness appeared on his face. Mobilize the whole body of Shitanla. Hands clapped sharply. Snapped. The whole body chakra erupted directly. The wet bone forest holy land beneath him began to vibrate. The towering tree on the side frantically grew branches and kept leaning towards him. Sage Artwood style true several thousand hands. Xiaohe's endless scolding disappeared immediately when Yzong put his hands together. On its unhealed wound, the gravel seems to be affected, and it flows down slowly like water. In just a split second, it felt a chakra that was even more terrifying than it, bursting out from Yzong's small body. Chapter 71. Under Yzong's feet rose a huge Buddha statue with countless huge arms. The chakra in Yzong's body surged frantically like a tsunami. Xiaohe was already stunned. In front of it, the Buddha statue kept climbing. Just a fist is almost bigger than its body. Yzong stood on the wooden golem, and the sleepy man stood on the Buddha statue. The shadow that covered the sky made Xiaohe lose his ability to think. Is this going to hit me? In order to prevent it from being paralyzed, Yzong took a break. The trees that emerged after the flower tree world descended, constantly stretched out their wooden hands and bound Xiaohe firmly. Golem. If Xiaohe had saliva, he might start to swallow. Yzong glanced back at Katsuya, shook his head and smiled, saying, Katsuya, your body is really huge. Katsuya looked at Yzong that was half as tall and exclaimed, Master Yzong, why did your true several thousand hands become so small? What does it mean? What's the meaning? Have you seen the true several thousand hands Buddha statue bigger than this? Katsuya was silent again. This time, Yzong is sure, it's not a cross-domain species. Just refuse to say, same as Black Zetsu. Everyone likes to play dumb riddles, right? But at this time, Katsuya hurriedly said, Lord Yzong, it's you that we can't say. Lord Yzong, you said that you asked me to take good care of the Senjo family, but you forgot. No, I can't say any more. You said at the beginning that you must never tell the future generations to see you again. Katsuya faltered and looked embarrassed. Yzong also knew that this gentle Katsuya was the limit of what he could say. However, he couldn't figure it out. Black Zetsu also said those weird things. Well, of course, if we were really at that time, Kagaya would not be able to escape. Shaking his head 960, don't think about these first. The most important thing right now is, of course, Xiaohe. When he turned his head, he saw Xiaohe, who was originally arrogant and Yunjushin, lowered his head and dared not speak. Xiaohe, are you ready? Yzong kindly reminded me. Xiaohe's eyes widened, he raised his head quickly, and said, Little Lord Yzong, I take it. My Nima. As soon as Xiaohe spoke, Yzong frowned and said displeasedly, Cannot hear. Forget it, let's get started. Turn into a Buddha on the top. He suddenly remembered a sentence, I can see at a glance that you are not human. See that? A fist the size of a sandbag. Bang bang. Xiaohe's screams continued, but gradually, its screams disappeared in the sound of countless fist collisions. For a second, Xiaohe was stunned. It raised its head and looked at the huge Buddha statue that was several times taller than it, with its hands folded and a kind expression on its face. But there are countless wooden giant hands behind it. Make a fist, bigger than it is. The overwhelming fist fell, as if covering the entire sky. In the future, it can proudly say to Nine Tails, have seen true several thousand hands? I caught it and survived. By the way, I'm talking about true several thousand hands by Senjo Yzong, not Senjo Hashirama's. Nine Tails, don't always judge the strength by the number of tails. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaohe was paralyzed, and he really turned into a puddle of mud. Only a smashed head remains. Xiaohe, how is it, do you want to talk? Xiaohe. Talk. Before he could speak, Yzong frowned. It seems that you are still obsessed, alas. Katsuya, give him some treatment. Katsuya is very obedient and treats Xiaojira directly. Xiao'erhe regained some strength and was about to speak immediately. But it forgot, it was still held by 4 big hands. A hand suddenly appeared from the towering tree on the side, covering its mouth tightly. Do not. You do this deliberately. You are abusing beasts. True, several thousand hands still had at least 2/3 of their fists falling. Yzong kindly asked Katsuya to treat Xiaojuru. Until it returned to its original shape, Yzong controlled thousands of huge wooden fists and slammed into it again. This beat is a bell. Xiao'erhe was speechless. Its body structure is rather special, unlike other tailed beasts. But again, it's a point that limits it. The pros outweigh the cons. Yzong waved his hand, and the true several thousand hands Buddha statue withdrew its fist and slowly sank into the ground. Katsuya is caringly treating Xiaojuru by the side. Wooden golem. Yzong stood on wooden golem's head, manipulated wooden golem, stuck out one hand and attacked the Xiao crane. Xiao'erhe glanced at it and ignored it. It's okay, this fist is not big. Kuoan enters Kuong and hangs his hands. A fiery red seed appeared in the center of wooden golem's palm. Snapped. Sorry, I'm not that skilled. Yzong smiled apologetically, and he manipulated wooden golem over, preparing to press it on top of its head. As a result, wooden golem directly waved the palm with the seat and slapped Xiao Crane's head. The crisp sound was like the sound of Xiao'erhe's broken heart. Instinct anger was instantly suppressed by the seat. Xiao'erhe, your power is too terrifying. Sorry, I can't let you do whatever you want. Wooden golem's hand was on Xiao Crane's head. Xiao'erhe's eyes that were about to burst into tears slowly closed. Katsuya asked later. Master Yzong, don't you want to talk to it? Yzong was stunned for a moment, then smiled. It's negotiated, it should agree. Katsuya chuckled lightly, making Yzong wonder. Like, never heard Katsuya's laughter. The voice is very ethereal, like the voice of a little loli. Okay, Katsuya, let's put it here first, it won't wake up for a while, I'll take it away next time. Gone. Wait, Lord Yzong. Katsuya stopped Yzong, and then separated a small Katsuya and let it climb onto Yzong's shoulder. Lord Yzong, please walk slowly. Buzz. Call out. Yzong reappeared on the beacon tower where Konoha was stationed. The war is already heating up. He turned around and walked in the direction of the land of rain. It was raining lightly in the sky. Konoha's side shouted the loudest. Along the way, Yzong found that many Konoha shinobi came back from the direction of the rain country and rushed to the frontal battlefield. Came back. It seems that the ninjas under Hanzo's hands have all been killed. Hanzo. Yzong thought about it for a while, but still hurried to the place where the loud noise was constantly coming out. When he arrived, Konoha Sunin stood in front of Hanzo covered in scars. Boom. A kunai with a detonating talisman threw it at Hanzo. The Sancho fish under Hanzo's feet flicked its tail and bounced it off. Yzong glanced at it unintentionally, and immediately saw that Kiwa was right next to the 3 little ones. What? Isn't this Yahiko Konan Nagato? The corners of Yzong's mouth lifted slightly, and he separated a wood clone and asked him to go to treat the 3 of them. Here, Hanzo is also fighting against Sunin. Countless kunai flew towards Orochimaru, each one fell, and the detonating talisman exploded on it. The roar was incessant. Orochimaru stepped back quickly. It wasn't until he got back to Tsunade that Orochimaru stopped, half kneeling on the ground, panting frantically. Tsunade, on the other hand, didn't take any damage at this time, but Chakra was drained a bit. She frowned slightly, looked at the incoming kunai, raised her fist, and slammed it on the ground. With a bang, a large piece of rock was lifted up by her punch, directly blocking the countless shots of Kyu in front of her. The detonator exploded. Orochimaru smiled wryly, he now finally knew why Yabao gave such a high rating. Konoha Sunin, the leader of an era, is still at a disadvantage in the face of Hanzo. The mountain pepper fish brings a strong sense of mental oppression. Hanzo stood on top, like an undefeated god of war. The Sancho fish constantly releases poison, draining Sunin's energy. At this time, before Jiraiya gave up, he suddenly appeared behind Hanzo, raised his fist, and was about to smash it down. However, Hanzo had already noticed his movement. Sanjiao fish flicked its tail and slapped Jiraiya out. Jiraiya rolled on the ground for a few laps before he stopped. The pain was so painful that he couldn't move. Facing Hanzo, they were still a little too early. The young Sunin, at this time, was no match for the Hanzo of the Salamander. They've run out of ammunition. But Hanzo is like a big mountain, and he doesn't move at all. Damn, I wasn't ready just now. After Jiraiya got up, she gritted her teeth. Orochimaru and Tsunade keep him behind. They all know that now they are not Hanzo's opponents. At this time, Hanzo spoke up. The three of you are very strong, and you can persevere to this point. I Hanzo would like to call you, Konoha Sunin. There are many people who died in my hands, there are no names. If you want to be the famous souls, you can sign up. The appearance of One-Tail Shao'erhi made him no longer worry so much. Before long, news of One-Tail's appearance will spread throughout the ninja world. At that time, many people will definitely join the war with the idea of One-Tail Shoukaku. The country of rain has truly reached the point where there is no turning back. Even if Konoha Sunin is let go, Hokage will not show mercy. This is the tragedy of a small country. If One-Tail hadn't been put on the battlefield, even if Hanzo of the Salamander had lost so many of his men, Konoha Sunin would have been let go. The identity of these three people is too special. He cherishes talent very much, but if he threatens his power, he is an extremely insidious and cunning person. Yzong folded his arms around his chest, and Yaya watched him pretend. Orochimaru fell silent. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Come on, let's fight again." But at the same time, he whispered, "Tsunade, Orochimaru, I'm dragging him, you two go first, I'll catch up with you soon." "Bullshit!" Orochimaru said angrily. Jiraiya is sacrificing herself to buy time for the two of them to escape. Point 0. Tsunade frowned. How could the Konoha shinobi escape? What if they died in battle? Hanzo sneered and said, "No need to discuss, none of you can run away." "Where's Tsunade, that kid from the Senju clan?" The reason why Hanzo didn't do anything was because he kept one. He vaguely remembered the last time his subordinates reported to Yzong. He was cautious, knowing that there was a ninja who had a close relationship with Tsunade, and he would never show his flaws. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, not expecting Hanzo to know Yzong's existence. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly fell silent. He narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "Tsunade, you go first, Jiraiya and I stay, we can definitely get out." When Jiraiya heard this, she laughed, put her arms around Orochimaru's shoulder, and said, "Tsunade, rest assured, Orochimaru and I will never die at his hands. You go first, take Yzong and Konoha and leave first, and we will discuss how to kill them when we go back." Tsunade frowned and said nothing. Her attitude said it all. She still stood side by side with the three. Orochimaru stopped talking. There was a strain of Jiraiya wrapping his hand around him. Jiraiya is having a hard time even standing. Hanzo frowned. It seems that he won't come out without driving you to a desperate situation. Just then, a huge summoning beast was summoned. Neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya Orochimaru reacted, and were wrapped in a soft thing. "Master Tsunade." Before they could resist, Katsuyu's sweet voice entered people's ears. "Is it Katsuyu? How could you?" The three of them were extremely surprised, and at the same time, a small figure appeared in their hearts. "Yzong. Why is he here?" Jiraiya said nervously. Orochimaru didn't finish speaking, but there was some nervousness in his eyes. Tsunade quickly broke free from Katsuyu's treatment, turned his head and looked around, looking extremely nervous. In the face of life and death, she can take it easy, but if Yzong. Fire style great fireball technique. Call. A huge fireball fell from the sky. Hanzo raised his head, his eyes widened. The rain stopped, and the dim world was suddenly illuminated by fire. The so-called 1,000-year-old dark room is bright with one light, and the light should illuminate the dark and withered country of rain. The person who raised his head couldn't help feeling a burst of warmth when he saw the huge fireball. Hanzo quickly made a seal with both hands. There is no way to avoid it. And Katsuyu, after being pulled out by Yzong summoning, rolled up Sunin and ran towards the three little ones. A three-pronged kunai is inserted into the Sanjiao fish. Due to the influence of the Great Fireball, the Sanjiao Yu himself did not notice it. But the three-pronged kunai cannot be pierced, but when kunai is reached, that is enough. Flying Thunder God. Yzong appeared at his feet. Massive raise non. Several clones attacked Hanzo at the same time. And the Sanjiao fish disappeared after being recorded by Yzong onto massive raise non. But it has left the Flying Thunder God spell on it. Hanzo widened his eyes and looked at Ye Chen, who was approaching. Before, there was Senju Kid, a ninjutsu that he had never seen before. After that, countless kunai attacked him. His hand was still quickly forming a seal, and as it was inevitable, Hanzo chose the least damage without hesitation. He stepped back quickly. Everything happened so fast, he had no chance to perform other ninjutsu at all. There is also a huge fireball above his head that threatens at all times. Instant technique. Puff. Kunai pierced his back. Sealed, instant. He returned to his territory. Pulling out the kunai behind him, he frowned. Damn Senju Kid, he's so fast. I didn't expect that. I took every precaution, but I still didn't. Before he finished speaking, a voice sounded from behind him. There is nothing. Hanzo's pupils shrank suddenly, shrinking to ultimate. How is that possible? A sharp piece of wood went through his heart. Tick-tock. The blood dripping from the corner of his mouth fell on the stake. Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod of the ninja world, is very powerful. Very well, you are the character I hate more. You are very admirable for the country of rain all your life, but unfortunately, you ended up getting lost in the power. The country of rain that weeps all the year round, you ignored it. The great fireball fell, setting off a heat wave. It actually blew away the dark clouds accumulated over the years in the land of rain. Under the bright and dazzling sunlight, the country of rain will be illuminated. The civilians who survived in the land of rain squinted, somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden sunlight. Hanzo's dark room was also illuminated by sunlight. Asterisk. He vomited blood, and the poison was broken. Yzong didn't dodge. This toxin was neither painful nor itchy to him. Hanzo was half knelt on the ground. He didn't struggle, but stared at the incoming sunlight. He laughed, and fell down. Black blood with toxins flowed out of the huge blood hole behind it, and it gradually turned red. Chapter 72. This is Rinnegan. Jiraiya stood up and walked over to Nagato. Yahiko jumped up immediately and stood in front of Nagato. You, what are you going to do? Don't hurt Nagato. He was shaking, but his tiny body stood in front of Nagato. Konan raised his hand, as if trying to grab something. Yzong gently pressed her hand, showed a gentle smile, and said, It'll be alright, your injury is a bit serious, I'll take care of it for you first. The gentle smile made Konan feel like a spring breeze and calmed her heart. At the beginning, when Yzong let the clone come over, he found that the three little ones were seriously injured. Especially Yahiko's injury. Almost all of his back was badly burned, and he had several broken bones. Because he was protecting Nagato and Konan. Yzong's healing jutsu is at full level, so it's not a problem to heal their injuries, but it will take some time. Thank you. Yzong. Konan looked away, her cheeks flushed. This is a normal behavior, not Yzong's intention. Yzong's face is clean, and the first impression is that he is a very handsome type. Coupled with that gentle smile, it's hard to make people feel disgusted. In addition, Yzong had no relationship with them, so he would actually help them. You know, Konan and Yahiko Nagato lived very hard at this time. It sounds ugly, like a mouse in the sewer, extremely dirty. However, Yzong didn't dislike them at all. He even cleans the dirt on Konan's face intimately. Some people are beautiful on the outside, but filthy on the inside. The three little ones were the exact opposite at this time. Seeing Yzong, I couldn't help feeling inferior. A gentle and handsome boy can't help but make Konan feel strange. Yzong said at the beginning that he is Konoha's ninja. Although Sanzai's was a little resistant at first, Yzong kept a gentle smile from beginning to end, and gradually he let go of his vigilance. Jiraiya quickly recognizes Nagato's Rinnegan after Sunin arrives wrapped around Katsuyu. 10. Yahiko is just an ordinary person, but he is also the eldest brother of the three little ones. Seeing that Nagato was being eyed by Jiraiya and Orochimaru, he rushed over without fear and stood in front of Nagato. Yzong, why are you here? Tsunade walked beside Yzong. There was a trace of reproach in her eyes, but also a trace of relief. Yzong laughs. Kaido. Sister, Yzong sensed that my sister was in danger, and came here immediately. Tsunade shook his head and smiled, nodded his little head, and said, You, no wonder Kushina and Mikoto are so fascinated by you. It's so good now, but it's better in the future. Konan looked at the two curiously. Yzong suddenly said, Sister, the frontline battle is about to end, and you need to go back to take charge. Tsunade hesitated, looking at Jiraiya and Orochimaru beside him. Jiraiya is blocking Orochimaru at this time, preventing him from shooting Nagato. It was originally a hostile country, and now the legendary Rinnegan has appeared, so it is natural to kill it. Jiraiya couldn't bear it. The pain brought by the war to the land of rain was immeasurable. Perhaps, he wanted to atone for that trivial sin. Tsunade walked over and had a few words with the two. The expressions of the two also became serious. Sister, go back, don't worry, I will go back soon. Tsunade looked at him for a while, then slowly walked up to him, crouched down, and hugged him. Little Yzong, pay attention to safety, Hanzo will not come out for a while, you have to be careful. Although he knew that his clan was strong, Tsunade told him to go back with Jiraiya Orochimaru after a while. When Jiraiya went back, she looked at Nagato for a while, wondering what she was thinking. Yahiko stood in front of Nagato from start to finish, keeping an eye on the two of them. Deep in his eyes, there was a hidden resentment. That's right, both of their parents were killed by the Konoha shinobi. Untie. After killing Hanzo, Yzong came to the clone with Flying Thunder God. The memories merged, and he looked at the vigilant eyes of Yahiko and Nagato, and knew what they were thinking. At this time, the sky started to rain again. Ah! He slowly picked up Konan with a broken leg. Ignoring Konan in his arms, he turned around and said, Come in. When the rain stops, you can decide whether to go back or not. He walked to the side of the mountain, and another clone suddenly appeared beside him. The clone also held several boxes in his hands. Boom! The clone did not hesitate to open a big hole in the mountain. When Yzong stepped into it, Konan, who lowered his head and dared not look at Yzong, suddenly widened his eyes. As soon as Yzong stepped in, a block of wood appeared on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the entire excavated large hole was surrounded by smooth wood. No, it should be described as a wooden board. For Konan, this is simply incredible. The three little ones are all civilians, and they are normal. Yahiko and Nagato followed, equally wide-eyed. This incredible thing just appeared in front of them. You're starving. Yzong opened the iron boxes, which were full of food and steaming. You must know that in the land of rain, this kind of food can only be eaten by those who are powerful. Yahiko and Nagato swallowed involuntarily. Yzong chuckled softly, pushed the iron box in front of them, and said softly, Eat. In fact, only really hungry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here to try my luck. Nagato couldn't help picking up the lunchbox and devoured it. After Yahiko swallowed his saliva, he said to Yzong seriously, Thank you Yzong, I will definitely repay you. Yzong waved his hand, motioning him to eat quickly. After he opened the lunchbox for Konan, he continued to treat the broken bone for her. It's not that his healing jutsu treatment is not great, it's mainly that the time is too short. Yahiko's injury was serious and he had to treat Yahiko and Nagato before arriving at Konan. Konan took the lunchbox, looked at the hot food inside, and saw Yzong's serious look. A strange emotion rose in my heart. What's wrong? Your foot is injured, not your hand. Do you want me to feed you? Yzong laughed and joked. Konan blushed and lowered his head. Call. It's delicious, so full. Thank you, Yzong. Yahiko has opened up. He was very comfortable lying on the clean and smooth plank. Nagato was still very autistic at this time, but he also said to Yzong, "Thanks." Yzong retracted his hand, glanced at Konan, who was blushing and chewing slowly, and said, "All right." Konan lowered his head, not daring to look at Yzong. "Thank you." Yzong chuckled lightly. This quiet little girl is still very good looking. Gentle and peaceful little girl. He pressed his hand lightly, and a chair appeared. Yzong sat on top and looked at the three little ones. "I know that your parents were killed by the Konoha shinobi. But, you don't have to hold grudges. Under the war, without strength, everything seems pale and powerless. Only strength." Before he finished speaking, he frowned. Turning to look outside, a dark shadow flashed by. Black Zetsu. Think about it too, this Rinnegan is the key to resurrecting Kaguya. For this Rinnegan, it has been laid out for years. It can be said that it has been waiting for Rinnegan to appear. Are you willing to go back to Konoha with me? Yahiko and Nagato bowed their heads and did not answer. The same goes for Konan. Yzong shook his head and smiled, saying, "Don't act like this, I didn't force you. Would you like it to be only between your thoughts? I'm not forcing you, I'm just giving you a suggestion. If you follow me back to Konoha, at least, I can guarantee that you will have no worries." After being silent for a while, Yahiko raised his head and said seriously, "Thank you, Yzong. However, I want to stay and contribute a little to this country that weeps all the time." Sure enough, Yzong guessed the same. Nagato was silent, but he was sure to listen to Yahiko. Yzong didn't care either. He pressed it down, and countless tree roots emerged from under Yahiko's feet, entangling him. Yahiko. Nagato was nervous. He didn't understand why Yzong suddenly acted. "Don't want." Konan put down the lunchbox and took Yzong's hand. "Is he going to kill us too?" Konan knew that if Yzong really wanted to kill them, there was nothing they could do. Therefore, the first reaction was not to help Yahiko untie like Nagato, but to persuade Yzong. Compared to the two of them, Yahiko didn't say a word from beginning to end. He looked at Yzong firmly. "Don't be nervous, it's fine." Yzong knew that they were all startled now, and their moods fluctuated greatly. He touched Konan's head lightly, turned to look at Yahiko and Nagato, and said, "You don't even have the ability to protect yourself, how can you confidently say that because this country does something?" Saying that, the roots of the tree that bound Yahiko slowly returned to the ground. Yahiko and Nagato lowered their heads and understood Yzong's intentions. Konan sat on the ground all of a sudden. She was nervous. She didn't want to taste the feeling of parting from life and death. Feeling that warm hand was stroking his head, gradually, Konan could no longer control it and sobbed softly. "Konan, don't cry!" Yahiko scolded softly with red eyes. But as soon as he finished speaking, Nagato began to sob softly. "Yzong, can you really take me to Konoha? Will it be?" Yahiko seemed to have made up his mind. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Yzong expectantly. Yzong touched Konan's head lightly, with a little force. Konan leaned on his lap, choking. "Of course, if you follow me back, I will give you an identity. Would you like to be a sideline of my Senju clan?" With a twinkle in his eyes, Yahiko stood up and said, "Yzong, I do. As long as you learn ninjutsu in Konoha and become stronger, you can come back to save this country." Yzong suddenly remembered that after the Fourth World War, the Kingdom of Rain was also destroyed. Shaking his head and smiling, he said, "Being a ninja is not easy. Yzong, I will too." Konan looked up, his eyes equally firm. Nagato looks up. Showing the pair of Rinnegan that was replaced, he said timidly, I would like to." The corners of Yzong's mouth lifted slightly, and he said, "What do you think of Jiraiya, big brother?" Yahiko frowned and said, He wasn't hostile to us, but the guy next to him wanted to kill Nagato." Yzong shook his head and said, "Yahiko, Orochimaru big brother did not want to kill you, but chose to kill Nagato for many reasons. If you have the strength 467, and encounter a child in the enemy country who is helpless, although he is temporarily unable to threaten the country of rain, in the future, it is very likely to bring disaster to the country of rain, you will how to do it. Yahiko glanced at Nagato's Rinnegan and fell silent. Nagato also lowered his head, wondering what he was thinking. Yzong patted Konan's head lightly and said softly, "You guys think about it, I'll go out and come back soon." After he finished speaking, he walked outside. The three little ones didn't speak, they just lowered their heads, not knowing what they were thinking. Yzong came outside, glanced around, then raised his hand, and a wooden umbrella appeared in his hand. He walked to the side of the cliff and said, "Black Zetsu." Sure enough, a dark figure walked out of the dark place. It did not come out, but looked at Yzong from a distance. Before Yzong spoke, the Black Zetsu disappeared immediately. "Yzong, we've decided." At this time, Yahiko came out with Konan and Nagato. They were afraid that after Yzong went out, he would never come back. "Oh. Have you decided yet?" Yahiko laughed, put his arms around Nagato's shoulders, and said, "We go to Konoha with you, and after becoming a good ninja, we can come back and change the country." "Yeah, Nagato." Nagato lowered his head and nodded when he heard Yahiko's words. As a response, Konan nodded their heads with a smile, walked in front of Yzong, bent his legs slightly, and said softly, "Master Yzong." Yzong froze for a moment and looked at her in surprise. Konan didn't dare to look at him, bowed his head slightly, and his cheeks were a little red. "I have a strange feeling in my heart, does this count as being smart?" She was not sure, but she still heard about the identity of the collateral people. Yahiko slaps his head with Nagato imitating Konan's appearance. "Master Yzong." "Yeah. Lord Yzong." This made Yzong smile. Okay, just call it whatever you like. Come on, go to the front." As a result, 4 children of the same age walked towards the border between Sankan and the Land of Rain. Yahiko is the most energetic, he walks in the front, pulling Nagato, talking and laughing. A little bit because Yzong agreed, Nagato also smiled. Konan has always been quiet, she followed Yzong's side, slowly taking a step away. Yzong likes this quiet little girl very much. He suddenly remembered the meme about Hokage in his previous life. After all, it was Nagato universal pull. However, this is not the most important, he has some doubts in his heart. How did the 600 billion detonating talisman come from? Konan, can you draw detonators? Chapter 73. Nagato, I didn't expect to see the Rain Kingdom from the outside. Yahiko stood on the mountain and pulled Nagato through the difficult climb with a complicated expression. Nagato followed his line of sight, and the little heart was struck again. Is this the Land of Rain? Yahiko turned his head away to prevent Nagato from seeing the tears in the corners of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Nagato, when we return from our studies, we will definitely be able to change the current country of Rain." Nagato was silent, but his actions proved his determination. He stepped forward, for the first time, standing side by side with Yahiko. Yzong carried Konan, who was not so convenient to walk, and walked up the mountain with ease. Konan didn't even have a chance to refuse, he could only turn his head away, blushing. "Thanks." "What?" Yzong smiled gently, without a trace of strangeness in his eyes. Looking at those innocent eyes, Konan was stunned. She thought. After gently putting her down, Yzong looked at Nagato and said, "This time the war will not end so soon. It is very likely that the other 2 ninja villages will also be involved. Remember the current state of the Land of Rain. It is very likely that it will cease to exist in the near future." When the 3 heard this, their faces instantly turned pale. "Lord Yzong, why?" Yahiko held back tears and asked unwillingly. Strength is always the most important. You don't need to be sad, as long as you are strong enough. How about rebuilding the Rain country? The people in the country of Rain will not all die, just like you, there will be many people, many children leave the country of Rain, and come back to the country of rain after they finish their studies. Do you understand what I mean when I say that? The three bowed their heads and did not speak. Both Yahiko and Nagato clenched their fists, holding back tears. Konan lowered his head and suddenly grabbed Yzong's hand. Lord Yzong, please make me a good ninja. Konan is not afraid of hardship. Yzong looked at her with tears in her eyes, but her eyes were still firm. He patted her little hand and said, "With your talent, you will definitely become an excellent ninja. I'll give you two choices, and then it's up to you to decide." There is a mystery, is Konan's thin eyebrows a speed limiter? Yzong wasn't sure, but he guessed that Konan's paper ninjutsu should only be a very powerful secret technique comparable to Shuejija, and it couldn't be regarded as Suijija. Of course, who knows? Unless, we let her have a child, and this child will learn ninjutsu without learning to prove it. Perhaps, letting them follow Jiraiya is also a good choice. Yzong shook his head and smiled, gently shedding tears for Xiao Jojo. Ahem, he suddenly wanted to confirm whether Konan's paper dungeon was a blood-based limit. It should be, punished. Let's go, we'll be at the front soon. After some remarks, Yahiko and Nagato's mentality also changed. On the way, Yzong told them something about ninjas and war. Pull the hatred point to Hanzo. Yzong wouldn't expect them to change their minds about Konoha right away. They will naturally change their mentality after following Jiraiya. Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. Orochimaru looked at a messy frontal battlefield, and saw Rock Shinobi and Sand Shinobi who had disappeared. He quickly walked up to the three of them. Master Orochimaru. One-tail Shukaku. He probably told Sunan what happened on the battlefield. So, Xiaohe was suddenly broken in ninjutsu, and the seal was lifted and released. Don't you know where Xiaohe went now? Jiraiya also frowned and said. Something's wrong. Sand Shinobi is too impulsive, and now Shukaku is in the middle of nowhere. After Tsunade ordered the ninjas of the medical team to treat the wounded, she walked over and said solemnly. This war is not going to end so soon. Although we won a big victory this time, next time, we will face 4 villages. Orochimaru waved his hand and commanded the Konoha Shinobi to capture the Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi territories. Soon, war will break out again. Here is a must for guarding the field. Sand Shinobi will be targeted by other villages without Shukaku. Once Rock Shinobi joins forces with other villages, the country of the wind will not be easy. Therefore, they will take the initiative to provoke wars to protect themselves. Otherwise, as far as their relationship with Rock Shinobi is concerned, and there is a previous record of sneak attacking Konoha, there is a high probability that Konoha and Rock Shinobi will deal with them together. What do you think? Orochimaru asked with a gloomy face. I thought that after Hanzo was resolved, the war would be over. The appearance of Xiaohe, although unexpected, is not an unacceptable result. Without the threat of the Rain Kingdom, Konoha, with the current momentum, will definitely break through and beat Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi back. However, Xiaohe appeared and became an ownerless thing again. That's different. The tailed beast, the weapon of war, has been known for its terrifying destructive power since Hashirama was distributed to each village. To a certain extent, the 5 villages belong to mutual checks and balances. Sand Shinobi loses Shukaku, and his strength is greatly reduced, as long as he is one step ahead to grab Shukaku. Then, a village with 2 tailed beasts is bound to be unstoppable. There will be no more wars for a while. Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi both need recuperation, and so do we. Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi don't dare to take action now, because they both know that once the 2 Shinobi villages dare to take action first, they will definitely be targeted by our 3 Shinobi villages first. It won't be long. Orochimaru said solemnly. Leaving a few teams behind, small-scale battles are inevitable, and going to forbearance and seeking forbearance should be coming soon. It seems that his words are confirmed, and when the words fall, there will be an investigative ninja to report. Lord Orochimaru, there is some movement from Kirin and Cloud Shinobi, and many ninjas are coming here. The 3 remained silent, and finally Jiraiya sighed and told the man to go back to investigate. All in all, small-scale battles are inevitable, so let Ichimoku stay here to command. It's time for us to go back and recover. The two nodded and looked in the direction of the land of rain at the same time. Little Yzong. As soon as Tsunade murmured, he saw 4 children appear. Little Yzong, this is. Tsunade hugged Yzong in his arms, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. Sister, they will be the collateral of our Senjo clan from now on. Tsunade looked at the 3 of them in surprise. After a while, she cleared her throat and said, since little Yzong agrees to let you both become collateral, then I will not refuse. But there's one thing I want to state in advance. To become a sideline of my Senjo family, you must be loyal to my Senjo family and never betray my Senjo family. Can you do this? Yahiko seemed to have long known that Tsunade would say this, and said without hesitation. Don't worry, Mr. Tsunade, the 3 of us have already decided that since we are going to be sidelines of the Senjo clan, we will not have the mentality of betraying the Senjo clan. Nagato and Konan stood beside him, eyes fixed on Tsunade. When Orochimaru saw this scene, he did not speak, but looked at Yzong. Yzong and Orochimaru looked at each other for a long time, but she turned her head away because of the snake pill. Since you've made up your mind, I can't say anything. Rinnegan's matter was very involved, and he didn't want Yzong to get involved with it. However, since Yzong had already decided to make the 3 of them the sidelines of the Senjo clan, he wouldn't say anything. Jiraiya, I have something to tell you. Tsunade finds Jiraiya. After a while, Jiraiya walked back with a bruised face. He folded his arms around his chest and said proudly, do you want to worship me as a teacher? Humph. I'm a very strict teacher, so don't you dare. Yahiko opened his eyes wide and said quickly. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. Nagato and Konan said in unison. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya turned her back to prevent them from seeing her bruised face, put her hands behind her back, and said proudly. Since you all want to be my Jiraiya students, I have nothing to say. If someone doesn't work hard, then please go back and forth from there. Tsunade picked up Yzong and laughed. Jiraiya, you are obviously very happy. Jiraiya blushed, coughed a few times, and said. Orochimaru, it's time for us to leave. After becoming a teacher, Jiraiya began to pretend to be inscrutable. Orochimaru was speechless for a while, but he immediately gathered some wounded and ninjas from the ninja clan, and changed his mind to return to his life. On the other side, San Shinobi. Lord Tsuchikage, why is Tao here in person? Onoji frowned and slowly floated up into the sky. Looking at the frontal battlefield that was made a mess by Shao'er, note that Sand Shinobi's and Rock Shinobi's quarters were the most damaged, and Konoha, on the other hand, seemed to be fine. Walk. Shao'er is no longer here. Onoji narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. He immediately ordered after getting down. Full speed back to the village. Prepare for a battle. Onoji already smelled the breath of war. It won't be long before throwing tailed beasts into the battlefield will never match. Since the country of the wind broke the agreement, the tailed beast was thrown into the battlefield. Then they have nothing to say. You are not the only tailed beast in the land of wind. Third Kazekage also rushed to the battlefield at the same time. Cho, what's going on? Cho lowered his head and let people lift Fenfu, who had passed out in a coma. Lord Fengying, Shao'er. Shao'er didn't know who had unlocked the seal. Now, Shao'er is gone. No one could have imagined that Shao'er actually disappeared out of thin air. Third Kazekage frowned. He waved his hand and told everyone to go back. Shao'er, I must not let other villages get it. He crouched down and slammed his hands to the ground. Immediately, the earth creaked, and countless gravels mixed with iron ore gathered in front of him. Drink. Countless gravels were spread over, covering a large piece of ground in front of him. Immediately, Third Kazekage quickly concluded the printing. Clap both hands. Soon, there were many spell marks on this layer of gravel. It should be able to hide it for a while, and I have to go back and prepare as soon as possible. After Third Kazekage is done, leave quickly. The gravel and the curse mark left on the ground seemed to have undergone a sealing ceremony. He knew that it couldn't fool Rock Shinobi. But it made Kirin and Cloud Shinobi suspicious. I wonder if it was a plan laid out by Sunin Village for the two ninja villages. Konoha will definitely not give up this opportunity to occupy the battlefield. Cloud Shinobi, Kirin, I hope you don't disappoint me. Third Kazekage took a deep look at Konoha's direction. He intends to bring misfortune to the east. Cloud Shinobi and Kirin will definitely come back to Sand Shinobi's station to check where Morizuru was at that time. Then, you will definitely see the sealing ceremony he left behind. It must be doubtful whether Sand Shinobi released the news on purpose. In fact, they have long since taken back Morizuru. Good Zhao, and at this time, Konoha Shinobi killed them as soon as they shot. Well, Konoha is also suspicious. Did Konoha join forces with the Kingdom of the Wind? On the battlefield, Honin will definitely not be changeable again. Or, there is a possibility. Only Konoha's ninjas are left on the battlefield, which proves that the information is correct, and the Konoha war has won again. Is it possible that the Jinchuriki of Shukaku was caught and controlled by Konoha Shinobi? Sand Shinobi and Rock Shinobi are stuck in their own territory again. It was difficult for them to probe the situation at the time. Of course, these are all tricks, and it won't be long before Cloud Shinobi and Kirin find out. Because, Rock Shinobi would never mind telling Cloud Shinobi and Kirin Shinobi's information about Sand Shinobi. Of course, Third Kazekage's purpose is to hold them back. At least, until they are ready to go into full-scale war. Pick up the war and let the ninja world focus on the war. There is also the ownerless Shower-He. In this way, the Land of Wind is likely to minimize losses. Night falls. There was a rustling sound in the woods. 012311210083172460. No, we've been tricked. The Cloud Shinobi who came to investigate were slow to respond, but when the Konoha Shinobi appeared, they had a good mind. Things, too, are moving in the direction Third Kazekage hopes. What's the matter? Little Yzong, go on. Yzong opened his eyes, let go of his mouth, and slowly turned his head to look outside the tent. Could it be that? A soft voice sounded from the side. Did something happen? The next day, Yahiko looked at Nagato and exclaimed. Nagato, what about your eyes? What about the Rinnegan the teacher said? Chapter 74. No need to think, it must be Black Zetsu to recycle Rinnegan. If it weren't for his relationship with Yzong. I'm afraid that after getting Rinnegan back, I just leave and don't care what happens to Nagato. It seems that Nagato's original eyes were transplanted back. After Yzong woke up, Tsunade had already met with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. I went back to relax a lot, and I didn't need to travel all night. Orochimaru and Jiraiya naturally take turns vigil. Tsunade got up early to check on the wounded. After all, she is the captain of the medical team. Yzong glanced at Konan who was sleeping on the other side. I have to say, Tsunade is really heartbroken for the revival of Senju. What happened? Orochimaru and Jiraiya arrived as soon as possible. When they saw Nagato's eyes, they were all shocked. Lord Yzong, what happened? Konan woke up early and felt Yezong's gaze, her long pale blue eyelashes kept fluttering. Finally, she slowly opened her eyes dodged, her face slightly red. Yzong shook his head and smiled, saying, I don't know, you go out and have a look. Konan left the tent as if fleeing. After Konan came out, he also found that Nagato's eyes had become normal eyes. Everyone was silent. Nagato is a little scared. Konan turned her head nervously, she didn't even know that her subconscious object of help was Yzong. Master Yzong. Yzong didn't know when he was no longer in the tent. How about it? I told you, you won't be hurt a little bit. Inside the wet bone forest. Shower-He slowly opened his eyes, it looked a little sluggish. When Yzong first came in, it was fine. What? Do you think it's not enough? Okay, whoever made me a good person will satisfy you. After speaking, Yzong opened Manjaku's eyes again. What? Tsukuyomi. Yzong has Tsukuyomi in his left eye and Amaterasu in his right eye. After opening Tsukuyomi, directly pull the spirit of Shizuru into the illusion space. In the Tsukuyomi world, Yzong is the meeting point of the world. In Tsukuyomi, whether it is time, place, quality, etc., are all in Yzong's mind. Xiao'erhe fell into a deep sleep after being pressed by wooden golems 200 hands on his forehead yesterday. After Yzong got up, the first thing he did was come to Shijulin to see how Xiao'erhe was doing. Unsurprisingly, it was really held down by wooden golem's hand. Katsuya was very happy to see Yzong here. Immediately, a lot of little Katsuya were separated and attached to Yzong. Yzong seemed to be lying on the sofa, soft and comfortable. Therefore, there is no rejection of Katsuya's closeness. It's just that Xiao'erhe was a little bit miserable. In the Tsukuyomi world, Yzong keeps trying, after true several thousand hands, how many fists can Hatsuo Morizuru endure? After regaining consciousness, it immediately asked for mercy, but Yzong didn't give it the slightest chance to speak. If Xiao'erhe could cry, I'm afraid the humidity in the wet bone forest will increase a little more. Brother, brother, brother. Leave me alone, woo woo. Shocked, to a man. That's right, after Xiao'erhe was finally able to speak, his first sentence was to beg for mercy. At this time, Xiao'erhe was paralyzed on the ground like a pool of mud. Its eyes are dull, and its eyes are sluggish, as if it has collapsed. Strangely, it didn't have any injuries after being attacked at all. Yzong is like a king, sitting on top of Katsuya who changes shape at will. He slowly approached Xiao'erhe and stopped in front of its big face whose eyes were bigger than his. Enough. If it's not enough, I have other tricks. Xiao'erhe was startled, and hurriedly sat up. With his hands on his stomach, Iho's long tail stood straight. It didn't dare to speak, for fear of saying a word and entering the Tsukuyomi world to be tortured again. Good guy, this little figure in front of me is really cruel. No matter what moves, I'll greet it. Although there is no need to suffer from flesh and blood, the mental torture makes a tailed beast dare not even breathe. What a horrible torture! Xiao'erhe somewhat misses the true several thousand hands of yesterday, and it was just a beating. Sir Yzong, I've taken it, I've really taken it, please raise your hand and let go of the little one has really taken it, really taken it. Proud? Baba, don't. Never say those two words to me. In the Tsukuyomi world, Morizuru almost collapsed. Let's put it this way, true several thousand hands is nothing, even if it is true several thousand hands above but 1,000 years of death. It has endured it, and even feels that it is only a treatment when it is resting. Katsuya said happily. Congratulations, Lord Yzong, for successfully subduing Xiao'erhe, who would rather die than surrender. Yzong nodded with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It's that smile. Xiao'erhe suddenly tensed, and hurriedly lay down in front of Yzong, not daring to speak loudly, and said cautiously, Master Yzong, do you have any orders? As long as you order it, no matter what it is, even if it is going up the mountain of swords and descending the sea of fire, Xiao'erhe will die. Yzong waved his hand and said, Xiao'erhe, you don't have to look like this, I still like the straightforward you before. I'm not used to the way you are now. Xiao'erhe trembled all over, and hurriedly wagged his tail, as if to please. Lord Yzong, I always speak like this. To express my heart for you. All right, Yzong said impatiently. Xiao'erhe immediately closed his mouth and sat up straight. How are you thinking? Yzong asked suddenly. Xiao Crane immediately said respectfully, Kaido. Go back to Lord Yzong. Xiao'erhe has already thought about it. It is a great honor for Xiao'erhe to help Lord Yzong. Yzong raised his eyebrows and said with a half smile. How do I remember, I seem to have heard before that it was finally free, and even if it dies, it will no longer be imprisoned in that small and dark space. Xiao'erhe touched his head and said shyly. Lord Yzong, why am I not talking again? The hero doesn't mention Yang Ying, now, I just want to go back and have a good chat with my 8 brothers and sisters. I heard that 9 Tails is also under your command. That's just right. I am brother and sister with 9 Tails. Sir Yzong, please don't reject me, I can work for you, It's really a blessing that I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Katsuyu laughed softly by the side. The longer he gets along with Katsuyu, the more Yzong feels that this Katsuyu doesn't look like a summoning beast at all. It just looks like an ant wrapped in Katsuyu, and inside is a young auntie. As soon as this kind of thought arises, it lingers, and sometimes Yzong shivers involuntarily. Okay, then you have a good rest, don't mess with me, if Katsuyu tells me, you don't hone yourself here, He nodded immediately, then frantically crunches. Don't laugh at it. Even true several thousand years of death has become a break for it, enough to imagine how difficult it is in the Tsukuyomi world. Happy. S.A. Rai Long. After leaving the wet bone forest, Yzong returned to the bed, stretched, and walked out of the tent. Glancing at a few people with solemn expressions, it is estimated that they are not worried about Rinnegan's affairs. When Yzong looked at the three little ones again, Nagato's face was pale. He was very scared. Without Rinnegan, would Jiraiya not accept him as a disciple because of this matter? Yahiko gritted his teeth, and his friend's eyes were changed. Of course he was angry. Conan's eyes were full of worry. The three depended on each other. In the early stage, when there were no such thoughts, Yahiko was the elder brother, Conan was the elder sister, and Nagato was the younger brother. Suddenly, Yzong realized that Conan had been paying attention to his side and his eyes were dodging. I couldn't help but remember that last night, Tsunade asked Yahiko and Nagato to sleep with Jiraiya on the grounds that there were too few tents, and he came back with Conan. Conan blushed and fell asleep in the far corner. Speaking of which, although in the country of rain, it is still dirty. It is undeniable that yesterday was a delicious dream. He waved and Conan came over. No one noticed her leaving, all thinking about Rinnegan. It's still early, the team is still being reorganized, and there are still many things on the transporter that have not been sorted out. Lord Yzong, what are you, Before she could finish speaking, Yzong pulled her directly into the tent. Can't. Lord Yzong, now, can't. Yzong helplessly put his clothes on her. No matter what, it's still flat. Put her clothes in the scroll at will. Yzong doesn't throw away clothes at will, and if Conan remembers the hard life in the land of rain in the future, this clothes will become her memory. Walk. Swoosh. The next moment, Yzong pulled Conan and appeared at the temporary foothold opened up yesterday. With a pat, the hole was blocked, and then a large block of wood appeared on the ground. The large wooden blocks are large, at least the size of 5 Conan. Yzong put his hand on it and pressed down slowly. The center of the block sank into the ground. A makeshift large bathtub appeared. Snapped. Clap both hands. Water style, just a water style. After filling the bathtub with water, he performed fire style again. After a while, this casually opened foothold became a bathhouse. The mist filled the air, and Conan's little face was like a cloud of fire. Huh? Do you want me to wash it for you? What? Thank you, Lord Yzong. It was just a casual joke. Okay, why don't you find something for yourself? The hard-working back-rubbing workers are on the line again. Well, we did this to get a good night's sleep. Otherwise, it is better to do less of such a punishment. When Ge Water Style took a shower himself, after Shijulin came back, his body was sticky. Half an hour later, a white Conan appeared in front of Yzong. The little face is flushed, and it is really cute. Let's go, it's almost time to go back. Conan stretched out his hand with a blushing face. Yzong's mouth slightly lifted, and as soon as he pulled it, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to go back. Little Yzong, you go. Where is it? Tsunade couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he looked at Conan who had been cleaned up. She walked over to Conan and observed it carefully. Originally, Conan had just recovered some complexion after so long. Tsunade's face turned red instantly when he saw him like that. The little hands were pinned to the corners of the clothes, kneading constantly, neither standing nor sitting nor sitting. Tsunade's eyes are extremely presumptuous. Finally, she took a deep look at Yzong. Then, took Conan's hand and walked out. Yzong only heard the words "the clothes fit well," and the two walked to the front. Soon, the transporter began to move. Start, Target, Konoha. On the way, Tsunade took more care of Konan. Yahiko and Nagato are with Jiraiya. On the way back, Jiraiya also kept teaching them. Yahiko learned the most seriously. It can be said that Yahiko has a pure heart in a way. After Nagato's Rinnegan is gone, the change is not particularly big. Under the influence of Jiraiya and Yahiko, he also gradually opened his heart. From time to time, Yzong goes to see Shao'erhi in the forest of wet bones to play with. Yzong. After a trip to the Hokage room, after being complimented by third generation, Tsunade took Konan home. Just got home, Kushina and Mikoto are exchanging ideas in the yard. As soon as she saw Yzong, Kushina spread her feet and ran over, throwing directly into Yzong's arms. Mikoto is quiet, but her eyes are also red. Yzong took the two little ones generously. Just kidding, our heart is in the middle, there is no such thing as eccentricity. T***sa. Konan looked at the two curiously, as did Kushina and Mikoto. As soon as you enter the door, good guy. Has this become a gathering place for beautiful girls and little loli? Yakang was sitting in Yzong's room doing his homework. Seeing this scene, Tsunade felt a little weird in his heart, but the corners of his mouth never closed. She looked at a few cute little loli, as if she saw the scene of the Senju family in the future. Very good, in the future, a certain back-rubbing career has become more difficult. It doesn't matter if you are tired, we are good people, we want to benefit the general public, because... Telebi. At night, Yzong called Mikoto into the room. The children cast a look of envy, but it's a look of curiosity. Yzong, I can't.